Chapter 131 The Current Situation of Wizards. Master. Matu and Orson sent someone to deliver a letter. Just as he walked out of the meditation room, Sunan saw Carolina walking hurriedly and handed over a letter. Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise, took the letter and opened it. Red Widow and Black Duke had not made any moves for so long. He thought the two city-states were going to leave Yohu City aside and work together to fight Kasham. But he didn't expect that there would be movement again now. The content of the letter was very simple, just asking him to meet. The three city lords went to Black Valley alone 3 days later, without any soldiers to meet and discuss matters related to Kasham. Master, did Red Widow and Black Duke say anything? Carolina asked cautiously. Sunan didn't say anything and handed the letter to her directly. After Carolina finished reading, Sunan asked, "Where is the Black Valley?" "It's almost at the center of the intersection of Matu, Orson and Yohu City. There is a Black Valley there." Carolina knew what Sunan wanted to know, and explained in detail. The Black Valley is a very special place. Once you use elements and magic there, you will suffer a strong backlash. The stronger you are, the heavier the backlash. So when Yusula, Red Widow, and Black Duke met in the past, they would choose to meet there, without worrying about ambushes. Sunan's expression moved. It sounds a bit like the Forbidden Magic Area. However, the Forbidden Magic Area cannot cast spells or mobilize energy particles. The Black Valley can mobilize energy particles, but it will suffer backlash. It's similar. No wonder Red Widow and Black Princess chose that place as the meeting place. There, they don't have to worry about Sunan taking action against them. Similarly, Sunan doesn't have to worry about the other party's conspiracy. "Master, are you going?" Carolina asked. Although Sunan did not say it explicitly, Carolina felt that he did not seem to be keen on cooperating with Matu and Orson. Carolina originally disagreed with this, and was ready to find an opportunity to persuade the master. However, after accidentally seeing several elite double-bladed spiders and high-level stone golems in the puppet factory a few days ago, she gave up the idea. What cooperation? With the golem corps. It doesn't matter whether Matu and Orson are there or not. Yohu City can deal with the insect plague alone. Now it is Matu and Orson who should worry about how to deal with the insect plague. Go and see what they are planning. Sunan smiled meaningfully. Although he did not plan to cooperate, he could take this opportunity to test the details of Matu and Orson. After all, after solving Kasham, it will be the turn of these two city-states. Knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle, and it is always right to collect intelligence in advance. Please reply to them for me, and tell them I agree. After Carolina left, Sunan walked towards the study. There were rolls of parchment on the desk. After Sunan sat down, he took out a roll and read it carefully. The content above was about the secrets of wizards. This was the wizard intelligence secretly collected by the former Starry royal family. After Key found this, he sent it to him as soon as possible. Perhaps because their ancestors were wizards, the former Starry royal family paid special attention to wizards. Every year, they invested a lot of manpower and material resources to collect the secrets of wizards in the southeast region of the Starlight continent, and summarize and organize them. Over the years, there have been considerable results. According to the records in the intelligence, there are a total of 184 wizards, whose whereabouts can be clearly identified so far. Among them, there are 31 first-level wizard apprentices, 148 second-level wizard apprentices, and 5 third-level wizard apprentices. From the data alone, the number of second-level wizard apprentices and the other 2 levels of wizard apprentices is particularly different. But it is normal to think about it carefully. The strength of the first-level wizard apprentice is not obvious, so he must be very low-key and naturally difficult to be discovered. The third-level wizard apprentice is simply small in number. In contrast, the second-level wizard apprentice has mastered a certain strength and started to use his power to seek benefits for himself and collect resources. Naturally, he is the most active group. It is worth mentioning that more than 70% of the 184 wizards have died over the past few hundred years. The remaining ones are scattered in dozens of countries in the southeast region of the continent. The intelligence of the Starry royal family detailed the approximate strength of these wizard apprentices, the countries and towns they are currently in, and the noble forces they cooperate with. Sunan looked at them one by one, and basically all the wizard apprentices were supported by noble forces behind them. This is normal. After all, in this era of scarce resources, without enough manpower to help, It is difficult for wizard apprentices to collect sufficient resources by themselves. It is worth mentioning that Sunan also found his own information on it. Before the Flash territory raised the flag of rebellion, the intelligence estimated his strength only at the level of the second ring legend. It can be said that the difference is quite big. No wonder when they were in Hulun province, the Spark Church only sent a chief priest to carry the holy objects to protect the Marquis of Hulun. In addition to him, there are 4 other third-level wizard apprentices. One of them is a third-level wizard apprentice worshipped by the Starry royal family, who has died at the hands of Oviju. The second one is Yugo of the Eternal Life Society. According to the description of intelligence, the Eternal Life Society is an extremely radical and unscrupulous wizard organization, with an estimated number of members between 8 and 10. They are active in various parts of the Starlight continent, secretly using force to threaten and manipulate a large number of nobles, and even royal families of small countries, to collect resources for them. In addition, the Eternal Life Society will do everything to enhance its strength, capturing civilians for experiments, allowing modified creatures to slaughter villages in order to collect data, planting evil magic plants in densely populated residential areas and towns, resulting in the death of a large number of people. There are simply too many such evil deeds. There was even an example where an apprentice of the Eternal Life Society wizard killed all the people of a small country for experiments and turned the entire country into ruins. At that time, this incident shocked the entire southeast region. Just to avoid causing panic, this matter was tacitly suppressed by the top leaders of the surrounding countries, and it was announced to the public that the demise of the small country was due to the outbreak of a large-scale plague. So the lower-class people and small nobles basically didn't know. In the vast southeast region, except for a few powerful countries such as the Songjin Empire, the Principality of Stars, and the Principality of Jinghua that made the Eternal Life Society fearful, the rest of the countries have basically suffered from the scourge of the Eternal Life Society. It's just that the Eternal Life Society is too powerful, and these countries can only swallow their teeth. Just like what Night Owl said, the Eternal Life Society is just a bunch of lunatics. Su Nan knew without thinking that the wizard apprentices of the Eternal Life Society had caused so many disasters that angered the gods and people, and most of them were studying ways to prolong life. This is a group of lunatics who can do anything for immortality. That is to say, there are other rational wizards on the continent, which can make these lunatics restrain themselves. Otherwise, according to the practice of the Eternal Life Society, the entire continent will soon become a desolate area. The already bad training environment will only become worse. The only good news is that the Eternal Life Society, like the Jungle Cabin, has a loose organizational form. Members do their own things, and exchange resources, intelligence, and provide assistance through transactions. The relationship between them is not close. In other words, Yugo's previous threats to him were most likely just bluffs. The God's remains is something that the Eternal Life Society must get, just to scare him off. This thing is probably just what Yugo wants for himself. However, it is not ruled out that this guy will pay a certain price later and persuade other members of the Eternal Life Society to help. But no matter what, as long as the entire Eternal Life Society is not dispatched together, Sunan does not need to worry too much. Continuing to look down, the forces behind the remaining 2 third-level wizard apprentices are the royal family of the Songjin Empire and the royal family of the Jinghua Principality. What surprised Sunan was that according to the intelligence description, these 2 third-level wizard apprentices were actually members of the Jungle Hut. Members of the Jungle Hut related to the royal family? The figures of the scepter and the rose flashed through Sunan's mind at the first time. According to his observation, the most aristocratic people in the entire Jungle Hut are obviously these 2 people. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 third-level wizard apprentices should be the scepter and the rose. Judging from the name, the scepter is very likely to be the third-level wizard apprentice behind the royal family of the Songjin Empire. As for the rose, it is most likely the third-level wizard apprentice behind the royal family of the Jinghua Principality. It is precisely because of these 2 people that the wizard apprentices of the Eternal Life Society dare not attack the Songjin Empire and the Jinghua Principality. As for the Principality of the Stars, it is because of Evans and the third-level wizard apprentice who died in the hands of Oviju. The above are all wizard apprentices whose whereabouts have been confirmed. As for those wizard apprentices who have appeared or left clues, but the authenticity of their existence or their specific whereabouts cannot be confirmed so far, the number will only be greater. For example, the wizard apprentices of the Eternal Life Society except Yugo. The same is true for the jungle hut. Except for Sunan, the scepter and the rose, who have been identified. No one else appears in this intelligence. After all, the intelligence collection of the Principality of the Stars is mainly limited to the southeast region, and it is difficult for the tentacles of power to spread to other regions. So it is naturally difficult to collect wizard intelligence in those places. It took more than half an hour for Sunan to read the entire intelligence carefully, and had a general understanding of the current situation of wizards in the southeast region of the Starlight Continent. It must be said that compared to the hundreds of millions of people in dozens of countries in the southeast region of the continent, the number of wizard apprentices is really pitiful. The ratio is not even 1/10,000. If you really compare them, maybe all the wizard apprentices in the southeast region combined are not as many as the wizard apprentices in his base. Although all the wizard apprentices in his base are first-level wizard apprentices. But it is normal to think about it. After all, the current situation of Starlight Continent is destined to make it difficult to produce too many wizard apprentices. At present, there are two main origins of wizard apprentices on the continent. The first is a lucky person with wizard qualifications who accidentally comes into contact with enlightenment books, which stimulates his spiritual power and embarks on the path of wizards. He accumulates strength and collects resources bit by bit. If his luck and qualifications are good enough, he can be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. He can find an aristocratic force to join and stand on the stage from then on. The number of wizard apprentices born through this way is very small. The second type is the children of noble or royal families. Some royal families and nobles who know the secrets of wizards or whose ancestors have wizard apprentices will use enlightenment books to test the qualifications of their children. Once a child is found to have wizard qualifications, he will do his best to train him. There are relatively more wizard apprentices of this type, and because of the background, it is often easier to be promoted to third-level wizard apprentices. For example, the scepter and the rose belong to the second origin. Of course, there is another kind. That is, the wizard apprentice trains students by himself. But this is very rare. After all, the wizard apprentice's own resources are not enough. And generally there are few extra resources to train students. It is unheard of for a wizard apprentice like Sunan to spend a lot of resources to train dozens of students at the same time. Others are training the guardians of the country and the family, or students who inherit the mantle, while Sunan is training his own power. When this group of students grow up one after another, the base will become the most powerful wizard force on the Starlight Continent. From this information, there should be no formal wizards in the Starlight Continent now. At least there should be no formal wizards in the southeast region. If there are still formal wizards in the southeast region of the Starlight Continent, it is impossible for the Starry Royal Family to have not found any clues for so many years. As for other areas of the Starlight Continent, we have to continue investigating to find out. Next time we meet, I have to ask my brother to collect relevant information. After putting down the information, Sunan turned his wrist, and a talisman stone appeared in his palm. It was the key to find and enter the Starry Tower that he got from Evans. The next time it appears is 12 years later. Sunan stared at the talisman stone, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. According to Evans, entering the Starry Tower requires passing the trial. Considering that anyone with wizard qualifications has the qualifications to enter the Starry Tower, the entrance may not even be first-level wizard apprentices, so the difficulty of the trial for them should not be too high. But there are other possibilities. For example, wizard apprentices of different levels entering the Starry Tower will face different trials, with different levels of difficulty. We have to wait until we actually enter the Starry Tower to know which one it is. Sunan estimated that 12 years should be enough for him to build 18 star rings and increase his mental power to more than 60 points. The only thing left is to build the talent crystal. This is the most difficult hurdle to becoming a formal wizard. Many third-level wizard apprentices are blocked at this hurdle, wasting decades until their lifespans expire without taking the last step. Given the current situation of the Starlight Continent, even if I have the magic cube in my hand, it will take at least 40 to 50 years to build a talent crystal. But if I can find resources to assist in my promotion in the Starry Tower, I may be able to cross this hurdle in advance. Sunan had a vague intuition that perhaps the opportunity for him to become a formal wizard was in the Starry Tower. Chapter 132 Absolute Power. 3 days passed in a flash. Sunan went to Black Valley as scheduled. The straight line distance between Black Valley and Yohu City is only more than 20 kilometers. However, in the intricate underground world, the straight line distance does not mean much. It is very normal that the actual distance between 2 points is several times longer than the straight line distance. It took nearly an hour to reach the destination after performing the flying technique all the way. What appeared in front of him was a wide sunken valley. The ground was pitch black, and under the dim light of the fluorite above, it was like a black hole that swallowed everything. The moment he stepped into it, Sudan immediately felt the strangeness of the surrounding environment. An invisible pressure enveloped his whole body, making the energy particles and mental power in his body seem to be stuck in a quagmire, and it was very difficult to mobilize. Of course, if he had to mobilize, he could break through this layer of pressure. But his intuition told him that once he broke through this layer of pressure, he would encounter something very dangerous. Just like Carolina said, this place is really not suitable for fighting. Sudan's eyes flickered slightly. Even if the puppets were in this environment, if they fought hard, their soul cores would probably be destroyed in an instant. In the Black Valley, there was no need to worry about being ambushed. Your Excellency, the wizard is very punctual. As he was thinking, a hoarse and low voice suddenly came from the left front, like the sound of two bones rubbing against each other. Sudan turned his head and saw a tall and thin figure emerging from the darkness. It was a human-shaped skeleton with an ice-blue body, as if wrapped in a thick layer of ice. He used ice as flesh and blood. Through the translucent ice layer, you could vaguely see the bones inside. Only the skull was not wrapped in ice. The black soul flame swayed in the empty eye sockets, and there was also a dark flame around the top of the head, like a corona. The uneven huge pieces of ice were embedded in his 10 fingers, and it looked like he had 2 huge sharp claws. Even from dozens of meters away, Sunan could feel the cold air coming at him. The Black Duke, the ruler of Orson, is also a Frost Ghoul. Frost Ghouls are nobles among the ghouls, and are often the leaders of the clan. Ordinary Frost Ghouls have the power of a first-ring legendary level. If a Frost Ghoul has a lifespan of more than 200 years, it can even reach the second-ring legendary level. According to Carolina, the Black Duke has lived for more than 300 years, and his strength is likely to be close to the third-ring legendary level. Your Excellency, the wizard is younger and more handsome than I thought. A pleasant and charming voice came from the right front. A woman walked out of the darkness with a swaying figure. She has a very beautiful face, with golden hair, bright red lips, and blood-red eyes that seemed to be surging with a charming style. She was wearing a boldly cut black dress. The dress was very close-fitting, revealing a large area of skin on her body. The skin was cleaner than washed white silk, but it was not monotonously pale, but full of rosy color, as if cream mixed with strawberry juice. Seductive. This is the first impression a woman gives people. The Red Widow, the ruler of Matu, is a vampire who has survived for more than 200 years. Unlike the noble and elegant image of ordinary vampires, the Red Widow in front of her looks a bit unrestrained, whether in her dress or her demeanor, which makes people think of prostitution. However, in fact, the Red Widow is a strong man who is not inferior to the Black Duke. I have wanted to meet the wizard for a long time, but it's a pity that you rejected my request for a meeting last time, which made me sad for a while. The Red Widow looked at Sunan with a blurred look in her eyes, with 1,000 charming intentions in her eyes. Sunan remained unmoved and said calmly, "Tell me the purpose of your visit." "You are asking knowingly," the Black Duke said coldly. "Apart from the insect plague in Kasham, is there anything worth us meeting here in person?" The Red Widow smiled and said, "Sir, don't play dumb with us. Do you want to join forces to fight the insect plague? Give me a definite answer." Sunan said without denying. "How do you want to cooperate?" As before, the 3 city-states sent troops to block the road from Kasham to this side, stop the insect swarm in advance, and work together to eliminate them, the Black Duke said. "That's it?" Sunan raised his eyebrows. The Red Widow asked in surprise. "Otherwise, do you have any better suggestions, Master Wizard?" Sunan curled his lips and shook his head secretly. He had long known about the previous forms of cooperation from Carolina. He originally thought that if Red Widow and Black Duke had better proposals, he might be able to cooperate with them. After all, attacking Kasham alone would definitely result in heavy casualties, so saving a few puppets would be a good thing. Unexpectedly, after so many years, these 2 guys still wanted to wipe out the insect swarm and never thought about attacking Kasham to completely solve the problem. This also indirectly shows that the strength of Matu and Orson has not increased much in recent years. Have you ever thought about counterattacking Kasham and completely solving this threat? There was a silence, After a while, the Red Widow laughed and said, "Your Excellency is joking. Didn't Carolina tell you about the situation in Casham? That is the home of the Zerg. Our army will be greatly restricted there, and can't deal with the Zerg at all." The Black Duke nodded silently. Seeing this, Sunan immediately lost the intention to continue to beat around the bush and said lightly, "Then forget about cooperation. Let's fight on our own." The black flames in the Black Duke's eyes shook violently. "Do you think Yohu City can resist the Zerg disaster alone? You know, Yohu City is closer to Casham than Matu and Orson, and it has suffered higher attacks from the Zerg than us in the past. Don't worry about this." After saying this, Sunan turned around and left without any hesitation, until his figure disappeared from sight. The Red Widow smiled and said, "How is it? I guessed right. This wizard is very confident, and has no intention of cooperating with us from the beginning. You have also investigated the situation of those mines. Clay golems are used for mining, not cheaper slaves. Stone golems and spider puppets are also responsible for guarding and transportation. This shows that Yohu City now has a large number of puppets. They really have the confidence to fight the insect plague alone, and don't need to cooperate with us at all. Maybe they are already waiting for the insect plague to be resolved." He turned around and thought of dealing with us. The proposal to counterattack Casham just now might be prepared for this. Yohu City is much stronger than us. If we cooperate with them to attack Casham, we are likely to be used as cannon fodder. Even if we solve Casham, we will suffer heavy losses and become the next target to be dealt with. You don't have to test me." The black flames in the eyes of the Black Duke jumped violently, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Since I rejected the wizard's proposal, I will not change my mind. But the insect plague must be solved. What are you going to do?" "What to do? Do you really listen to that secretive guy in Casham and cooperate with him to deal with Yohu City?" The Red Widow played with her nails and said lazily, "This is also a good idea. That guy seems to have a grudge against the wizard in Yohu City. Otherwise, he would not have come to us specially." The Black Duke snorted coldly. "That guy has been hiding in Casham for so many years, and has not shown up. He just drives the insect swarms to hunt everywhere. I don't know what he is planning. If you cooperate with such a person, you will be gnawed to the bone." "That's true." The Red Widow rolled her eyes, and a sly smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her lips. "I have a good idea." "What?" "We can pretend to agree with Casham, and when he attacks Yohu City, we can stand aside and watch the two of them fight each other. When they are both injured, we can calmly take action and get rid of them both at the same time." The soul fire in the eyes of the Black Duke suddenly lit up. "Good idea." He glanced at the Red Widow, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. It is said that women are the most vicious. It is true. This woman is very vicious. Take this opportunity to get rid of Casham and Yohu City at once. The Red Widow didn't know that the black bone in front of her was criticizing her, and she smiled smugly. The Black Duke nodded heavily. It goes without saying that Casham, Yohu City has become more threatening since it changed its owner, judging from the series of actions taken by the wizard after he occupied Yohu City. It is clear that he is not a good person, and his ambition to expand is almost unconcealed. If Yohu City is allowed to continue to grow, it will threaten Orson sooner or later. It is better to take this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone and solve the two threats of Yohu City and Casham at the same time. After that, as long as he finds another opportunity to annex Matu, the area of hundreds of kilometers will be his territory. At the same time, the Red Widow was also secretly making plans in her heart. After solving Yohu City and Casham, I can free up my hands to deal with this black bone. By then, all three city-states will be mine. The Red Widow and the Black Duke looked at each other and laughed triumphantly at the same time. "Master." As soon as Sunan returned to base number 2 of Yohu City, Carolina came to greet him. Casham bugs appeared near the number 7 mine, a total of more than 10, and have been killed by the station stone golems. Sunan paused and his eyes flashed slightly. Vein number 7 is the furthest from Lake City, and also the closest to Casham. Casham bugs have spread to the vicinity of vein number 7, indicating that the invasion is not far away. He has little time to prepare. Send the bodies of those insects to the laboratory. Sunan thought for a moment and said, he had only heard Carolina say how terrible Casham insects were, but he had never seen them with his own eyes. This time, he had a chance to see them. He immediately dissected a few and studied the structure of these insects. Maybe he could gain something. Yes, Master, Carolina immediately agreed, and then asked carefully, What about Matu and Orson? Don't pay attention to them. Sudan waved his hand. Carolina immediately understood that the master had decided to deal with the insect plague alone. Seeing this, she said no more, retreated tactfully, and turned around and ordered her men to bring the insect corpses over and send them to the laboratory. When he came to the puppet factory, Sudan quickly put the Red Widow and the Black Duke behind his mind and continued to devote himself to the work of refining puppets. He could see that the Red Widow and the Black Duke seemed to be planning something. After all, when those two guys heard that he refused to cooperate, their reaction was too flat. Matu and Orson are not like Yohu City, who have his golem army to defend the city, and are not afraid of the insect plague at all. Matu and Orson alone are not enough to resist the insect plague. This is a matter of life and death for the two city-states. It stands to reason that Red Widow and Black Duke should not be so calm. Those two guys may have other ways to deal with the insect plague. So even if Yohu City refuses to cooperate, they don't care much. Sudan doesn't know whether this method has anything to do with himself and Yohu City. And he doesn't care. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is a paper tiger. As long as there are enough golems. No matter what conspiracy Red Widow and Black Duke have, he can crush them with dignity. 3 high-level elite stone golems have been synthesized, plus 5 elite double-blade spiders. Now I have 8 second-ring legendary combat forces. Next, I can concentrate on refining ordinary puppets, excluding the puppets responsible for guarding the mines and escorting ore. Yohu City now has a total of 500 stone golems, 150 double-blade spiders, 12 elite stone golems, and 5 steel golems. This lineup is enough to flatten any earldom on the surface. However, it is probably not enough to deal with the insect plague that Jean Madu, Orson, and the previous Yohu City can only barely resist together, not to mention the counterattack on Kasham. Next, we still have to continue to expand the golem army, at least double the number of puppets, and brush up on the puppet refining skills, and upgrade it to level 5 as soon as possible to prepare for the subsequent refining of the adamantine golem. There is also a magic pattern core. The materials for the 3rd magic pattern core are just a little bit away. While Sudan was dealing with the spark cult, Carolina followed his instructions and diligently collected various rare metals. Now most of the materials for the 3rd magic pattern core have been collected. He only needs 8 rare metals to synthesize a level 3 magic pattern core. Although the efficiency of collecting rare metals has greatly increased with Yohu City, Sudan has never given up researching alternative metals. After all, if he can research alternative metals for all the rare metals that are difficult to obtain in the magic pattern core materials, then he won't have to work hard to collect them in the future, and can directly use alternative metals to refine them. By then, let alone the level 3 magic pattern core, level 9 and level 10 can be easily synthesized. Of the 89 rare metals needed to refine the magic pattern core, 12 can be purchased through the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, and 45 have been researched to find alternative metals, leaving only 32. It just so happens that I don't have to learn new spells now, so I can use the time I spent learning spells to research alternative metals. Chapter 133 Death Bell Beetle. The Manipulator of Kasham. Carolina is very efficient. The next day, Kasham Insect Corpse was delivered to Sunan Laboratory. Under the bright light of the magic stone lamp, 12 hideous insect beasts lay on the wide workbench. These beetle-like creatures have bright red hard shells, a total of 10 legs, 4 black round eyes, 2 sharp claws, and a pair of serrated mandibles. But what is more eye-catching is the huge bell-shaped chitinous protrusion growing on the mouthparts, which looks like a huge horn. According to Carolina description, this creature is called the Death Bell Beetle. Their shells are as hard as steel, and their sharp claws can easily tear hard rocks. In addition, they can also emit harsh sound waves that are enough to make people bleed. The combat power of adult Death Bell Beetles is only at the level of apprentice knights, which is not strong. But once this kind of monster appears in groups, the threat will rise sharply, especially when hundreds of thousands of Death Knell Beetles burst out with harsh sound waves at the same time. Even the Great Knight can hardly bear it. Before, Yohu, Matu and Orson City-State Coalition suffered losses repeatedly under the clustered sound wave attacks of the Death Knell Beetles, and they had to pay a huge price every time to eliminate the insect swarm in the insect nest of Kasham. In that narrow semi-enclosed environment, the sound wave attack of the Death Knell Beetle is more powerful. The Red Widow and the Black Duke did not dare to counterattack Kasham, largely because of this. An insect beast that can release sound waves? It's quite rare. Casham insect swarm is not only the death knell beetle, but also jellyfish worms, giant sandworms, six-winged worms, and other insect beasts. But the death knell beetle is the main force of the insect swarm. Sudan used the magician's hand to move a worm corpse in front of him and began to dissect it. As the dissection progressed, more of the body structure of the death knell beetle gradually emerged. The huge bell-shaped chitinous protrusion on its head is actually a horn-shaped tumor. The piercing sound waves of the death knell beetle are emitted from this tumor. The tumor extends from its shoulder and suddenly opens outward above the sharp mouth. For black insect-like eyes also grow on both sides of this tumor. In essence, this creature does not have a real head. The huge horn-shaped tumor replaces its head. After Sunan cut open the tumor, he also found the insect brain inside. What a strange structure! Sunan couldn't help but exclaim. He has seen many insect beasts with strange appearances, but this is the first time he has seen such a strange structure as the death knell beetle. According to his experience, creatures with this structure are usually not grown naturally, but are more likely to be artificially induced mutations. That is, the product of genetic modification. This is very likely the result of biological modification by a wizard apprentice. Sunan heart moved. Could it be that there is a wizard apprentice hiding behind Casham? If that is the case, attacking Casham may not be as easy as originally thought. If there is really a wizard apprentice behind Casham, then why does he send insect swarms to hunt creatures every once in a while? Sunan was puzzled. After a moment, he shook his head and stopped worrying. No matter what the purpose of the wizard apprentice is, Casham must be solved. Otherwise, if there is an insect plague every once in a while, how can he develop the surrounding mineral veins and continue to explore more mineral veins? The only good news is that the puppets are very restrained from the sonic attacks of the death knell beetles. After all, puppets do not have the auditory organs and internal organs of ordinary creatures, and are basically immune to sonic attacks. In dealing with the death knell beetles, the golem army is still very advantageous. After dissecting all the more than 10 insect corpses and writing down the information in the experimental notebook, Sunan then waved his hand to sprinkle flames, disposed of all the insect corpses, and turned to leave the laboratory. Casham's recent abnormal movements have become more and more frequent, and the insect plague is expected to break out in the near future. He needs to speed up the refining of the golem and strengthen the power in his hands as much as possible. This is the architectural design of the Knight Academy in the other 6 provinces. They are all based on the Dragonheart Knight Academy. See if there is anything to modify. In the study, he pushed a thick stack of information on the table in front of Sunan. Sunan took it and glanced at it, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Just follow this. When can it be built?" "It will be done next month." He smiled and said, "The teachers responsible for teaching the students have also been arranged. They will be in place immediately after the academy is built." The war had just ended, and many things had to be handled by him, the new Grand Duke. But he still put the things that Sunan asked him to do in the first place, and often asked about it personally. Seeing that the Grand Duke attached so much importance to it, the people below naturally did not dare to procrastinate and work very hard. In just 2 or 3 months, 6 Knight Academy were built from scratch with extremely high efficiency. The recruitment of new students is already underway, all in accordance with the template of Dragonheart Knight Academy. After a pause, he hesitated, but couldn't help asking, "Do you really only need 7 Knight Academy? We are not short of people or money now, so we can definitely build more. Now the entire Principality of Stars belongs to the Annis family, with the power of the entire country, let alone 7 Knight Academy. One can be built in each town." Sunan shook his head. "No. Quality is more important than quantity. It is easy to build more Knight Academy, but it is not so easy to train qualified Knight students. The most critical problem is that the production of dragon blood fruit cannot keep up. If you want to train qualified Knight students in just 4 years, dragon blood fruit is indispensable. Otherwise, students from civilian and farmer families are not as qualified and physically gifted as noble children, and it is impossible for them to be promoted to knights in 4 years. Even for the current 7 Knight Academy, Sunan has to open up a few more magic plantations to plant dragon blood fruit in order to supply them. If there are more, we will not be able to do it. Perhaps when we open up more magic gardens in the future, we can consider increasing the number of Knight Academies." Seeing that Sunan said so, Kui stopped persuading him. In fact, he also considered whether to imitate the Dragonheart Knight Academy and open a Knight Academy that specifically recruits children of nobles. However, after repeated consideration, he gave up this idea. One reason is that he does not have enough dragon blood fruits, and the ones he has are used to supply the army. Another reason is that most noble families have their own inherited breathing methods and martial arts, as well as special training methods. And it is impossible to achieve unity in this regard, even partial unity, unless he can come up with a stronger breathing method and martial arts than all the noble families, and a more efficient training method. In view of this, the feasibility of the Noble Knight Academy is too low, so he can only give up. How is the qualification test going? Sunin's voice interrupted Ki's meditation. Coming back to his senses, Ki smiled and said, "It went very smoothly. The test has been completed. There are a total of 223 qualified children. I have arranged for people to escort them to Flash City. They should be able to arrive at the base in a few days." Sunin nodded slightly. There are quite a lot of people. After all, it is a qualification test covering 6 provinces, so it is normal to have more qualified people. In this way, there are nearly 270 students in the base, and as time goes by, this number will gradually increase. How is your cultivation recently? Sunin turned to another topic. It has almost stabilized, Ki said with a smile that after taking the high-level dragon blood fruit given by Sunin, he successfully broke through to become a legendary knight. Now, after more than half a year of precipitation, the realm has basically stabilized, and now he is seeking to break through to a higher realm. Ki's own talent and qualifications are very outstanding. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to a senior knight at the age of 19. Now that he is a Grand Duke, he can enjoy far more resources than before, and his cultivation is even more rapid and progressing. He is confident that he can break through to become a second-ring legendary knight before the age of 35, and a third-ring legendary knight before the age of 50. You should know that Evans, who was recognized as a peerless genius by the duchy, was already 80 years old when he became a third-ring legendary knight. This is just the most conservative estimate. If there is Sunin help, Ki is even confident that he can break through to become a third-ring legendary knight earlier. That's good. Sunin nodded slightly. His plan is to let his elder brother break through to become a third-ring legendary knight in 12 years, so that he can also enter the Starry Tower to challenge the knight trial. It is not difficult to go from a first-ring legend to a third-ring legend in 12 years, as long as you are willing to invest resources. With this in mind, the development of a new magic plant garden must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Sunin was still thinking about the magic plant garden. With the profit support of the underground world's mineral veins, there is no need to worry about the financial problems in opening up the magic plant garden. The only thing to consider is manpower. The flower fairy is easy to solve. Just let the flower fairy Queen Tia summon another group of tribesmen. The key is the apprentices, who are responsible for the garrison. Post a batch of garrison tasks in the base, and let the apprentices take turns to garrison regularly. There are currently no second-level wizard apprentices in the base, so Sunin has to do it himself to open up the magic plant garden. However, the garrison work can be handed over to students, and the contribution value of the task can be set higher. It just so happens that a new batch of students will soon arrive at the base. After a period of training, they can accept various basic tasks. By then, more people will take on basic tasks, and there will be more monks and less meat. The competition will become fierce, and the old students will naturally focus on the garrison tasks. Time flies. Thunder Moon, April, it passed quickly. During this period, Sunin participated in a gathering in the dense forest cabin again, and obtained more than 10 kinds of rare metals and 4 micro-soul crystals. After this gathering, Sunin finally gathered the materials for the third magic pattern core. After refining the third magic pattern core, he synthesized it immediately. The synthesized level 3 magic pattern core has further increased the requirements for the body and soul. In addition to the mental power must reach 45 points. The physical fitness must also reach more than 40 points. My current mental power is 45.04, which just meets the requirements. But the physical fitness is only 36.37, which is still a long way off. Sunin weighed the magic pattern core in his hand and turned to walk towards the warehouse. His current physical fitness is roughly equivalent to that of a junior knight. The effect of high-level dragon blood fruit on him is still quite obvious. After synthesizing a few high-level dragon blood fruits and taking them, his physical fitness can quickly be increased to more than 40 points. It took 2 days to digest the effects of the high-level dragon blood fruit, and Sunan physical fitness was successfully increased to 40.35. Without hesitation, he immediately fused the level 3 magic pattern core, and then came to the spell training area for testing. Considering the power of the level 3 magic pattern core, Sunan did not choose the iron golem as the test object this time, but chose the more powerful high-level stone golem. First of all, the attack power. Under the full strength situation, the metal spike storm formed by the magic pattern core bombarded the high-level stone golem with holes in just over 10 seconds, almost scrapping it. Not bad. The attack power has increased by about 80% to 90%. If it is a legendary puppet with 1 ring, it can probably be killed in 1 encounter. Next is the defense power. After a test, Sunan had a rough idea. If converted into defense, it is about 4800 to 5000, which is almost equivalent to the defense superposition of 5 extreme protection rings. Sunan nodded secretly. With such a high defense, even a formal wizard cannot break it with 1 blow. What surprised Sunan even more was that the mental power consumption, which he was most concerned about, had hardly increased. With his current mental power, it is enough to use the magic pattern core for up to 3 minutes. Even under high-intensity attacks, it is no problem to hold out for 2 minutes. If I can keep the trend of upgrading to increase power without increasing consumption, when my mental power is improved a little more, the magic pattern core can almost become a conventional weapon. The magic pattern core that can be used conventionally is terrifying to think about. If it really reaches that point, below the formal wizard, Sunan is basically invincible. The golem core has also been successfully expanded. With Sunan full investment, the scale of the golem core in Yohu City has expanded a lot in recent days. Considering that it will not be possible to refine adamantine golems or secret puppets in a short time, Sunan used all 4 micro soul crystals obtained from the transaction to refine steel golems. The current Yohu City golem core includes 9 steel golems, 20 elite stone golems, 300 double-bladed spiders, and 1000 stone golems. The strength of this lineup is far beyond the previous Yohu City. At least when Carolina saw these golems in the temporary military camp, she was stunned. The last bit of worry about the upcoming insect plague in his heart also disappeared. Are you kidding? With such a powerful golem army here, what does a mere insect plague mean? The next thing to consider is whether to counterattack Kasham. To be honest, if he didn't want Matu and Orson to help share more pressure, reduce casualties, and kill as many insects as possible outside to reduce the pressure for the future attack on Kasham, Sunan would have ignored the insect plague and attacked Kasham directly. However, Sunan didn't wait long. On the first day of the moon of New Moon, the human-faced lion scouts, who were arranged to monitor near Kasham, sent news that the insect swarm of Kasham had been dispatched on a large scale. Countless insects are pouring towards Yohu City. Chapter 134 Insect Plague. Self-destruction attack. Yohu City. On the wide flat ground in front of the city gate, dense golems were neatly arranged in formation. In the middle were thousands of stone golems, and on both sides were groups of double-bladed spiders. The huge steel golems and elite stone golems stood at the forefront of the array, standing still like reefs in the sea. On the city wall, Carolina looked at the golem army below and sighed in her heart. The master is worthy of being the master. He created such a powerful and terrifying army by himself. It's incredible. The human-faced lions standing behind Carolina were also shocked, and their eyes looking at Sunan back were full of awe. The human-faced lions are a race that advocates the law of the jungle. In the more than a year that Sunan has controlled Yohu City, they have witnessed the rapid growth of Yohu City with their own eyes. Their original resentment towards Sunan has been replaced by awe. A strong man who can control such a powerful army is definitely worth following. Sunan didn't know what the lions were thinking. His eyes passed over the island and the lake and fell into the darkness in the distance. With his mental power, he could vaguely sense that a large number of creatures were running at high speed from that direction. Carolina and the lions seemed to have noticed something, and they all looked at the distance as if they were facing a great enemy. Soon, a strange rustling sound came from the darkness in the distance, as if countless legs were crawling across the ground. The next moment, many strange creatures suddenly rushed out of the darkness. Those creatures were like jellyfish with legs. As their legs moved rapidly, their translucent light white bodies fluttered like curtains. They rushed to the shore and jumped into the water without stopping. Their bodies were lifted up by the lake water, floating on the water like duckweed, connecting with each other and spreading rapidly towards the island in the middle of the lake. Not long after, a layer of white floating bridge appeared between the shore and the island in the middle of the lake. Following closely, countless insect beasts emerged from the darkness, scrambling to step onto the floating bridge and rushing towards the island in the middle of the lake. These insect beasts look a bit like centipedes that have been magnified countless times, except that the head part is replaced by a huge mouth full of sharp teeth, from which a creepy low roar comes out. It's jellyfish worms and giant sandworms, Carolina said solemnly, and then frowned tightly. Master, something is wrong. The number of insect swarms seems to be a bit too much. At a glance, the field of vision is full of dense swarms of insects. This is only the first wave of the swarm of insects. The death knell beetles, as the main force, have not appeared yet, and the number of insects is already comparable to the most violent time of the previous offensive. This is definitely not right. Sunan has heard Carolina talk about the previous insect disasters, and he can see that the situation in front of him is obviously not right. However, he didn't say anything, but just looked down with a serious look. Seeing her master calm face, Carolina also calmed down and stared at the situation below. The rushing swarm of insects hit the formation of the golem army like a violent tsunami. Looking down from the sky, the insect tide was like hitting a towering reef, and the giant sandworms in the front were instantly shattered and exploded into a blood mist. On the other hand, the steel golem and elite stone golem at the front were motionless and unharmed, raising their huge fists to kill insect beasts, unable to break through the interception of the steel golem and elite stone golem. The swarm of insects gradually spread to both sides and began to fight with the stone golem and double-edged spider. In a blink of an eye, the flat land in front of Yohu City turned into a bloody battlefield. The war quickly became white-hot. There were so many giant sandworms that they almost covered the distance from the lakeshore to the flat land in front of the city gate. It was estimated that there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them, and there were more giant sandworms rushing from the other side of the lake. In terms of numbers, the swarm of insects completely crushed the golem army. However, the combat effectiveness of the giant sandworms was still inferior to that of the death knell beetles, not to mention the golems, facing the impact of the swarm of insects. The golems did not retreat a single step, like a thick wall, firmly blocking the tide of insects and preventing the swarm of insects from advancing. The double-bladed spiders rushed directly into the swarm of insects, waving their sharp forelimbs to kill, and blood and flesh flew everywhere they passed. For a while, the swarm of insects with a larger number were pressed tightly in front of the city gate, and no matter how they rushed, they could not break through the defense line of the golem army. In the distance, at the entrance of a huge stalactite hanging from the top of the cave, the Red Widow and the Black Duke looked at the war in the distance, and their expressions were a little solemn. What a powerful puppet! The Black Duke's tone was full of fear. I didn't expect the combat power of puppets on a large scale to be so amazing. He had sent his men to test the combat power of the golems in the mines. Although he was a little surprised at the time, he was not frightened. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that when these golems gathered together in hundreds on the battlefield, the combat power they exerted was far more than just 1+1. It is a powerful army that obeys orders and is fearless. With such an army, it is no wonder that the wizard has no interest in cooperating with them, and even wants to counterattack Kasham. The other party does have the confidence and strength. It is really powerful. The Red Widow nodded slightly, and there was a rare lack of wild smile on her beautiful face, and her scarlet eyes were also full of solemnity. I thought I had overestimated the military strength of Yohu City enough, but now it seems that we still underestimated the other party. The Red Widow took a deep breath and looked at the deep darkness on the other side of the lake. It seems that the cooperation with Kasham is very correct. We must not continue to let Yohu City grow. Otherwise sooner or later Matu and Orson will be swallowed up by it. The Black Duke followed her gaze and looked over, and the black flames in his eyes shook violently. Although Yohu City currently has the advantage on the field, they are not very worried. After all, this year insect plague is completely different from previous years. In previous years, the swarm of insects was divided into 3 groups, attacking Yohu, Matu and Asen at the same time, and the power was dispersed. But this year, the swarm of insects all gathered on Yohu, and the scale was almost 3 times that of previous years. The giant sandworms at the moment are just appetizers. The real main course is still to come. Just wait and see. As if in response to the thoughts of Red Widow and Black Duke, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the darkness on the other side of the lake, as if countless wings were flapping at the same time. The next moment, a large number of insects that looked like enlarged bees, with 6 wings on their backs, a pair of giant claws and sharp-tailed stingers rushed out of the darkness and buzzed towards the city gate. "It's a 6-winged insect," Carolina whispered at the right time. The giant claws and tail stings of this kind of insect are both highly toxic. Sudan nodded without denying it. The highly toxicity was useless to the puppet, which was naturally immune to various biological toxins. The flying ability of the 6-winged insects is a bit of a threat to the golem core. After all, the stone golems and double-edged spiders cannot fly, so it is difficult to kill the 6-winged insects in the air. Fortunately, Sudan was well prepared for this. As soon as his mind moved slightly, an elite double-edged spider appeared out of thin air on the city wall. In the astonished eyes of Carolina and the lions, a faint light flashed on the surface of the elite double-edged spider, and then the huge body flew out of thin air, turning into a black light and rushing towards the 6-winged insects in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Several 6-winged insects didn't even have time to dodge, and were chopped into several pieces by the elite double-edged spiders that rushed over. The elite double-edged spiders did not stop, and they kept swiping their blades in the void like black lightning, and kept killing 6-winged insects one by one. In an instant, the sky above the battlefield was like dumplings, and 6-winged insects fell to the ground one after another. On the other hand, the poison of the 6-winged insects is ineffective against the elite double-edged spiders, and the sharp claws cannot leave even a white mark on the steel body of the elite double-edged spiders with the toughness spell, and can't even cause the latter a little damage. Just one elite double-edged spider killed 5 or 600 6-winged insects and defeated them. The Red Widow and the Black Duke in the dark were already dumbfounded and couldn't help but gasp. A second-ring legendary puppet. That guy even has this level of puppets. The Red Widow and the Black Duke were shocked. They originally thought that Sunan had at most a first-ring legendary puppet, but they didn't expect that a second-ring legendary puppet would pop up now. This is the same level of combat power as them. What level of real strength is Sunan, who can create this level of combat power, reached? As long as they think about it, the Red Widow and the Black Duke feel a little chilly. Now they can only hope that the man behind Kasham can deal with Sunan. Otherwise it will be their turn to be in trouble. Woo woo woo. A low sound suddenly came from the other side of the lake, as if a horn was blowing gently. Hearing this sound, Red Widow and Black Duke were immediately refreshed. Here they come! The real main force of the Zerg. At the same time, Carolina on the wall also showed an extremely solemn expression. Master, it's the death knell Beetle. Without her reminder, Sudan also guessed that the main force of the Zerg has arrived. The next step is the real attack of the Zerg tide. In the terrified eyes of the Sphinxes, the overwhelming death knell beetles flew out from the darkness on the other side of the lake, flapping their wings and rushing across the lake in an instant. Arriving above the battlefield, the dense death knell beetles were like a layer of dark clouds, blocking the fluorescence shining from the top of the cave. For a moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in a layer of darkness, which was even more creepy. Seeing this scene, many human-faced lions swallowed their saliva subconsciously, recalling the fear of being dominated by the death knell beetle before. The strong bodies they were proud of were completely useless under the terrifying sound waves of the death knell beetle. A cluster sound wave attack could make their internal organs feel like they were hit hard and bleed from all 7 orifices. Only elite warriors and the nobles of the human-faced lions can resist the sound waves of the death knell beetles. Woo woo woo! The death knell beetles quickly launched the first wave of attacks. More than 300 death knell beetles blew their horns at the same time, and the deafening sound waves swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. From a distance, many lion-faced lions on the city wall couldn't help showing painful expressions, covering their chests and gasping for breath, as if they were about to suffocate. But what surprised them was that the golem puppets on the battlefield had no reaction to the sound waves, and they continued to kill the insect beasts on their own. The Red Widow and the Black Duke in the dark were also stunned. Are these puppets immune to sonic attacks? The Red Widow and the Black Duke looked at each other and realized in an instant that they might have made a serious mistake. They had never come into contact with wizards, and their understanding of puppets was limited to some rumors. They didn't know that puppets generally had the characteristic of being immune to sonic attacks. and therefore misjudged the comparison of the forces of Yohu City and Kasham. No, that's not right. Red Widow reacted immediately. We don't know the intelligence of the puppets. But the man behind Kasham is also a wizard. He can't be unaware that the sonic attack of the Death Knell Beetle is ineffective against the puppets. Black Duke also reacted at this time and agreed, yes. That guy must have other tricks. At the same time, Sunan on the city wall also made similar speculations. If there is really a wizard apprentice behind Kasham, who is secretly controlling it, then he can't have anticipated this situation in advance and must have prepared a way to deal with it. Above the battlefield, the cluster sound waves were ineffective, and the Death Knell Beetles were not panicked at all. After circling a circle, they suddenly fell from the sky like a meteorite and hit the golem below hard. Boom! The moment it hit the golem, the Death Knell Beetle suddenly exploded and turned into a group of invisible distortions visible to the naked eye. The part of the stone golem's body that was in contact with the invisible distortion suddenly disappeared as if it had been bitten hard. In just a few breaths, more than 300 Death Knell Beetles were wiped out, and their suicidal attacks also killed more than 120 stone golems and more than 10 double-bladed spiders. Carolina's face changed completely. When did the Death Knell Beetles have this ability? Why have I never seen them use it before? Buzz buzz buzz. More Death Knell Beetles flew over from the other side of the lake, and the number was estimated to be no less than 1,000. Carolina took a breath when she saw this. In the past insect plagues, the largest number was only 500 or 600 Death Knell Beetles. Even so, the Lake City at that time paid a very heavy price to barely survive that insect plague. And now there are as many as 1,000 Death Knell Beetles. Or even more. This number is simply terrifying. The man-faced sphinxes were also pale and sweating. Only Sunan had a calm face, and a look of as expected. I didn't expect these Death Knell Beetles to self-destruct. Is it to release the sonic energy in the tumor at once, causing an effect similar to annihilation? Sunan, who had dissected the Death Knell Beetle and was very familiar with its body structure, figured out the principle of the Death Knell Beetle self-destruction attack after a little thought. This can also be confirmed that there is indeed a controller behind Kasham, and it is the wizard apprentice. Sunan couldn't help but sigh secretly. He thought he was the first pioneer to develop this area, but he didn't expect that before him. There were wizard apprentices who established their own forces in this area, and judging from the time when the insect plague appeared, the wizard apprentice may have been in the underground world for decades. It's just puzzling that the wizard apprentice came to the underground world instead of developing the mineral veins. And why did he hide in Kasham to control the insect swarms and hunt everywhere? Chapter 135. When you feel sleepy, I send you a pillow. Well done. Looking at the situation in the distance, the Black Duke couldn't help but cheer. That guy really has a backup plan. Red Widow also smiled, but then frowned in confusion. Why have I never seen the Death Knell Beetle use this ability before? If the Death Knell Beetle used this kind of self-destruction attack in the previous insect plague, their city-state would not have been able to hold on until now. Black Duke was also a little confused, but he quickly put it behind his mind and sneered. Who cares? Now Yohu City and Kasham are back to a state of equal strength. If they continue like this, they will definitely lose both, and then it will be our turn to clean up the mess. Red Widow thought so too. The ability displayed by the Death Knell Beetle at this moment is undoubtedly good news for them. The one who should be worried is the wizard in Yohu City. On the city wall, Carolina watched the golems fall under the suicide attack of the Death Knell Beetle, and her face gradually became extremely heavy. In just over 10 breaths, more than half of the stone golems were damaged. There was even an elite stone golem that was destroyed bit by the Death Knell Beetle, which was terrifying to watch. But turning her head, Carolina found that Sunan was still calm, as if the situation in front of him was within his expectations. Buzz! A dull roar like thunder suddenly sounded. It was the elite double-blade spider in the air that suddenly opened its mouth and made a loud noise. A group of visible distortions spewed out of its mouth, and suddenly exploded after hitting the insect swarm. In an instant, more than 20 Death Knell Beetles were torn to pieces by the strong force before they could even react. Carolina was stunned. The Red Widow and the Black Duke in the dark were also stunned and stood there. This puppet can also attack with sonic waves like the Death Knell Beetle? Before they recovered from their shock, they saw the elite double-edged spider rushing into the Death Knell Beetle swarm and killing. Every time its sharp legs swung, it could take the life of a Death Knell Beetle. From time to time, it would spray out a group of distorted sonic waves, creating a blank space in the dense death knell beetle swarm. However, the death knell beetle self-destruction attack could only make the elite double-edged spider's body stagnate slightly. But its body was unharmed. Sunan nodded secretly. Under the dual reinforcement of the black steel, enchantment characteristics and toughness, the body strength of the elite double-edged spider has already reached a very amazing level. Although the death knell beetle self-destruction attack is powerful, it can't hurt the elite double-edged spider. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the other side of the lake. Hearing this voice, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Sunan's mouth. I found you. The moment the words fell, Sunan floated up and flew quickly in the direction of the voice, leaving Carolina standing there with a confused look on her face. When passing through the battlefield, there were also death knell beetles that wanted to attack Sunan, but he casually waved thunder or fire to destroy them. Thunder and fire flashed alternately along the way, and Sunan forcibly crushed a road in the insect swarm, and arrived at the other side of the lake in a blink of an eye. His figure paused, and Sunan hovered in the air, looking down, and saw that in the chaotic insect swarm, the hidden dragon appeared and disappeared, as if entering an empty space, and aggressively chased a figure in a gray robe. His eyes fell on the gray-robed man, and Sunan raised his eyebrows. It's you? Yugo. The gray-robed man heavily guarded by the insect swarm was Yugo, who had seen him at the headquarters of the Spark cult. In fact, Sunan had guessed it long ago. The one who could establish a power of Kasham level must be a third-level wizard apprentice. And third-level wizard apprentices, who can control a large number of insects, are very rare. So after guessing that there was a third-level wizard apprentice behind Kasham, Sunan wondered if this person might be Yugo of the Eternal Life Society. Facts have proved that his guess was indeed correct. Seeing Sunan, Yugo's face darkened, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He accidentally learned that Yohu City had a new city lord. After investigating and finding out that the person was Sunan, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill Sunan and take back the god's body. For this reason, he gave up the hunting opportunity he had waited for many years and joined forces with Matu and Orson to ensure that he could succeed in one strike. As a result, not only did Yohu City show more power than expected, but the two bastards Red Widow and Black Duke also stood him up. Damn undead can't be trusted. Yugo cursed inwardly, dodged the claws of the hidden dragon that suddenly appeared behind him, and had a headache. I don't know how Sunan cultivated his magic pet, but it actually has both the ability to become virtual and invisible. If I hadn't been alert enough, I would have been attacked successfully. But my position was also exposed. Forget it. Since I'm exposed, let's just do it. Kill this guy. Get the god's corpse. And my death knell strikers will be able to break through again. Yugo looked at Sunan with a cold gaze, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. He suddenly put his index finger and middle finger together, aimed at his left hand, and slashed it down with force. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound of puff, and the whole arm was broken at the shoulder and fell to the ground. A strange scene appeared. The arm that fell to the ground twisted as if it had life, and many bulges appeared on the surface. It expanded rapidly like an inflated balloon, and the color quickly turned black. In just 1 or 2 seconds, a giant beast with a luster like obsidian appeared in Sunan's vision, as if it was a death knell beetle magnified several times. Magic pet? No, it doesn't look like a magic pet. Is it a worm beast that is carried on the body in a fusion way? Just by looking at it, the giant worm in front of him gave Sunan a very dangerous feeling. Even more dangerous than the adamantine golem he met at the beginning. A 3-ring level monster? Sunan murmured in a low voice, as if he heard Sunan whisper. Yugo sneered. My death knell striker is a beast with ancient blood. Don't compare it with ordinary 3-ring beasts. Today, I will let you see its power. Beasts with ancient blood generally have strange abilities, so they are more powerful than beasts of the same level. Yugo thought that when he said this, Sunan would be shocked and his face would change color. Who would have thought that the other party's eyes would light up, and he would look a little surprised. What's wrong with this guy? Ancient beast. Haha. It's really a pillow when you are sleepy. Sunan smiled, and his eyes softened when he looked at Yugo. This guy is really a timely rain. He knew that he was looking for the descendants of the blood of the ancient beast, and he delivered it directly to the door. For this reason, I will leave him a whole body later. Noticing Sunan's gaze, although he didn't know what he was thinking, Yugo still felt the contempt. His face became more gloomy, and he stopped talking nonsense and ordered the Death Knell striker to attack. Woo woo! The Death Knell striker raised his head and opened his mouth, making a dull cry like thunder. A visible sound wave spread out in all directions with it as the center. More than 10 meters away, the void twisted, and the hidden dragon who was about to launch another surprise attack suddenly appeared, stepped back several steps, and shook his head in pain. A trace of surprise flashed in Sunin's eyes. These strange beasts with ancient bloodlines are really good, and the sound wave attacks they send out actually carry a trace of soul power, so that even the hidden dragon's virtualization cannot be completely immune to damage. Seeing that the hidden dragon is no match for the Death Knell striker, Sunin decisively released all the puppets. In an instant, 3 high-level stone golems and 4 elite double-bladed puppets appeared out of thin air, immediately activated the levitation technique, and surrounded the Death Knell striker with great momentum. Woo! The fierce sound waves swept around. The insects present seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, and were completely immune to the damage of sound waves. But the puppets could not do this. The sound waves containing the power of the soul could already cause damage to them. But the puppets were more resistant to this than the hidden dragon. Taking advantage of the moment, when the high-level stone golems were frozen by the sound wave attack, the Death Knell striker rushed and knocked away a high-level stone golem. And then a pair of giant claws fiercely clamped another high-level stone golem, tearing a huge gap in it. But at the same time, the giant fist of the high-level stone golem also fell on the Death Knell striker. Crack! The lightning flashed, and the Death Knell striker was paralyzed for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 4 elite double-blade puppets have broken free from their stagnation, rushed to the front of the Death Knell striker, raised their sharp legs, and chopped it down fiercely. Woo! Blood burst out, and the Death Knell striker let out a painful whine. This strange beast has strange abilities, but defense is not its strong point. Both high-level stone golems and elite double-blade spiders can cause damage to it. Watching this scene, Hugo couldn't help but flash a trace of horror in his eyes. These 7 puppets are all second ring level. Damn! How can this guy have so many powerful puppets? The second ring puppet is not a low-level puppet like the stone golem. With the current situation of the Starlight Continent, it is probably very difficult to collect resources that can be used to refine the second ring puppet. He could accept that Sunin had 1 second ring puppet. But 7? No. There was another one on the battlefield over there. A total of 8. Where did this guy get so many resources to refine 8 second ring puppets? Hugo was full of doubts. Seeing that the Death Knell striker was besieged by the opponent's magic pets and puppets, and could not escape, Hugo gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly exploded into countless insects and rushed towards Sunin. Originally, he thought that using the Death Knell striker could easily solve Sunin. But since the situation had changed, he could only kill Sunin himself. But the next moment, Hugo saw Sunin figure blurred, suddenly split into 8, and flew in all directions. Mirror image. Wait. No spells. This is a silent spell. Hugo was shocked. The guy in front of him actually mastered the super magic technique. To be able to master the super magic technique at the wizard apprentice stage, that is a proof of excellent talent. It has been more than 50 years since he was promoted to the 3rd level wizard apprentice, but he still hasn't mastered the super magic technique. At this time, he met a wizard apprentice who was younger and more talented than himself, and he couldn't suppress the strong jealousy in his heart. Buzz! 8 Sunins opened their mouths at the same time and spit out a group of visible sound waves, attacking the insect swarm formed by Hugo from all directions. In the state of mirror image, the movements of the main body and the clone and even the effects of the spells released are exactly the same, and it is impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. Hugo didn't intend to dodge at all. The insects made a shrill cry at the same time, and the surging sound waves burst out, defeating the entity and phantom that shattered the sound waves, and then attacked Sunin like a flood. The same sound wave ability as the Death Knell Beetle. Sunin immediately understood that it seemed that Hugo had merged with the blood of the Death Knell striker. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle above the cave. The magic light and the distorted sound waves appeared alternately and annihilated each other. After tentatively enduring several sound wave attacks and determining that the defense of the Ring of Extreme Protection could not be broken instantly, Sunin directly gave up dodging and defense and decisively activated the magic pattern core. Crash! A large amount of silver metal liquid overflowed from Sunin pores all over his body, floating in the void and quickly condensing into sharp cones with cold light. After a slight pause, it swept out like a storm. Chi. The swarm of insects incarnated by Yugo could easily dodge the spells when they were scattered. But they could not avoid the metal storm with an equally wide coverage. Under Sunan precise control, each sharp cone accurately hit a bug and never missed. With just one shot, the number of insects was reduced by more than 1/3. What kind of ability is this? Yugo was horrified. These bugs of his seemed weak. But in fact, their physical strength and spell resistance were extremely high, and even the second-level spells did not cause much damage to them. With this ability, he had killed more than 1/3 level wizard apprentice. But these metal spikes could easily kill his bugs. What kind of ability was this? Seeing the metal storm turn around and sweep over again, Yugo had no time to think about it, and controlled the swarm of bugs to disperse and avoid. But those metal spikes were like a thorn in the flesh, chasing after them and constantly killing the bugs. As a last resort, Yugo had to gather the bugs together, condense them into their original shape, and then separate them again. And the swarm of bugs returned to its original size. Can it still split? Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise. But Su returned to normal. This kind of split is definitely not without cost. And it is probably very mentally exhausting. In this case, just hit him until his mental power is exhausted. Woo. While the swarm tried their best to avoid the metal storm, they also launched sonic attacks at Sunan. But the latter was like a reef in the waves, allowing the sonic waves to sweep over him. And his body remained motionless and unharmed. Yugo saw it, and his heart sank. He could see that Sunan must have powerful glimmer-level magic items, and more than one. Otherwise, he would not be able to block his attack so easily. Magic pets, puppets, magic items, and these weird metal spikes. Where did this guy get so many trump cards? Yugo was shocked and angry. I thought it was a battle that was sure to win. But accidents happened frequently from the beginning of the battle, and he was restricted everywhere and fell into a disadvantage. Sunan's strength far exceeded his expectations. Now, let alone killing Sunan and getting the divine body, it is a question whether he can save his own life. Chapter 136. It's your turn next. The Death Knell Beater can't be counted on. Yugo glanced at the Death Knell Beater, who had killed a high-level stone golem and an elite double-bladed spider. But he was also seriously injured and couldn't spare any hands to support him in a short time. You can only rely on yourself. The swarm of insects regrouped into the appearance of Yugo, and his face was a little gloomy. If possible, he really didn't want to use his last trump card, which would greatly reduce his lifespan. But the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate. If he didn't kill Sunan, he would die now. Accompanied by a sound like cloth tearing, Yugo's skin suddenly burst open, and countless gray and white flesh and blood squeezed out rapidly, expanded, and quickly formed into a hideous giant insect. The appearance of the giant insect vaguely looked like a death knell beetle, but it was larger and more hideous. Sunan couldn't help but curl his lips. He did not resist the fusion of blood, but he was disgusted with himself being turned into a half-human, half-ghost. Yugo's human form was already ugly, and now this look is even more disgusting. There is about half of my mental power left. Sunan's eyes flashed, and he recalled the magic pattern core. Seeing those metal spikes suddenly disappear, Yugo was stunned at first, and then ecstatic. Sure enough, such a powerful ability must consume a lot of mental power. Sunan's action clearly exhausted his mental power, and could not continue to use the metal storm. Ha! It's my turn next. The giant insect let out a sharp and piercing laugh, flapping its wings and rushing towards Sunan like a cannonball. Sunan sneered. He just wanted to keep some mental power just in case. After all, judging from the current situation, Yugo probably did not divide his troops to attack Matu and Orson. Considering the abnormal performance of Red Widow and Black Duke some time ago, the two sides may have reached some kind of agreement in private, and it is very likely that they will join forces to deal with Yohu City. But Red Widow and Black Duke did not appear from beginning to end. God knows what these two guys are planning. To be safe, Sunan felt that he should still keep some spare strength. Anyway, he is not without other means to deal with Wugu. As his mind moved slightly, countless tiny gray mists emerged from the void, and quickly condensed into gray giant claws, tearing through the void with a piercing whistle, and attacking Wugu fiercely. Wuji's body flashed and tried to avoid it, but the gray shadowed giant claws chased him like a thorn in his flesh, and rushed to hit him. Zizizizi. for gray shadow giant claws passed through Wu Ji's body, making a numbing sound like sulfuric acid splashing on flesh and blood. And Wu Ge couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Glimmer-level magic items. Yugo looked at Sunan left hand in shock. He clearly saw 4 rings flashing with magic light on his hand. Those were magic items. In other words, the 4 gray shadow claws were clearly the effect of the 4 magic rings. Sunan actually has 4 identical glimmer-level attack magic items, including the protective ones. How many glimmer-level magic items does this guy have? Did he rob a formal wizard's inheritance? But that's not right. The formal wizard hasn't appeared for many years. Even if it's a legacy, it's thousands of years old. It's impossible for the glimmer-level magic items to be preserved intact for so long. Yugo felt his head was in a mess. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. Sunan stretched out his hand and wiped it. The 4 rings on his left hand disappeared instantly, followed by 4 identical rings. And the magic light then lit up. Huh? 4 identical gray shadow claws appeared out of thin air. Watching this scene, Wugo felt cold all over, as if he fell into an ice cave. The previous blow had already caused him serious injuries. If it happened again, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. The key is that he doesn't know if Sunan has more glimmer-level magic items. If it happens again, he will definitely die. Run! The pain of the gray shadow claws piercing through his body made Wugo scream miserably. And the idea of running away emerged in his mind. He didn't even care about the death knell striker that he always regarded as a treasure. And he immediately rushed away. The terrifying background revealed by Sunan has completely defeated his fighting will. Want to run? Sunan sneered. And a high-level rune gem in his palm burst into dazzling light, turning into a gust of wind that enveloped his whole body. The whole person turned into a green stream of light and rushed forward, more than 10 times faster than Wugo. Hearing the sound of strong wind behind him, Wugo looked back and was immediately scared to death. He immediately released sound waves backwards, trying to stop Sunan, but the latter didn't even look at him, and rushed over with the sound waves, throwing out a high-level rune gem. What is this? Yugo had been traumatized by Sunan's endless tricks, and was afraid that this was some powerful prop. And the facts also confirmed his guess. In midair, the gem turned into a bucket-thick thunder and struck down, directly knocking Yugo from the air to the ground. Sunan continued to attack, throwing out 3 high-level rune gems in succession, all of which turned into thunder and fell. The deafening thunder sounded continuously, and it could be heard from far away in the cave. The place where Yugo was shrouded in billowing smoke. Sunan came to the sky above the smoke, waved his hand to blow up the wind to blow away the smoke, revealing a huge pit. The pit was charred black, and the sand was burned into quartz-like crystals by the high temperature, and a faint white smoke visible to the naked eye rose up. And Yugo was lying in the center of the pit, and he had returned to his original human form, but his body was charred black, and there was almost no intact skin and flesh. Sunan slowly landed on the ground, shrugged at his miserable condition. For the sake of the bell striker, I was going to leave you with an intact body, but you just wanted to run away. Now that you are in this state, there is nothing I can do. Yugo stared at Sunan with his eyes wide open, his eyes showing unwillingness, fear and despair. And he made a strange sound, as if he wanted to say something. He was unwilling. He wanted to live longer, until he was promoted to a formal wizard. If he had known that Sunan had such a deep background, he would never have thought about the divine corpse, and would have run as far away from him as possible. But it is too late to regret now. Sunan shook his head and said nothing more. He flicked his finger, and a lightning flash pierced through Yugo's eyebrows, taking his life. After confirming that Yugo was dead, Sunan put away the 4 rings of disaster that had exhausted their energy, and took out 4 new ones and put them on. After returning to the underground world, he gradually created a large number of disaster rings and extreme protection rings, adding up to more than 40 rings, in order to crush the opponent with sufficient equipment in battle. And the facts have proved that this trick is very effective. Yugo's last trump card can't play much effect in front of a large number of disaster rings. More importantly, the disaster ring can be reused, unlike the disposable consumables of high-level rune gems. Using more disaster rings in battle can save a lot of high-level rune gems. Although Sunan now has a mind to provide lucrative profits, he still saves as much as possible, because there are many places where money will be needed later. After coming to his senses, Sunan came to Yugo, took off the space ring on his hand, as well as several alchemical magic items, and then returned to the original battlefield. With the death of Yugo, the insect swarm also fell into chaos. Many insects no longer insisted on attacking Yohu City, but fled in all directions. The Bell Striker also seemed to have regained his independent will, and tried to break through and escape. After finally finding a strange beast with ancient blood, Sunan certainly couldn't let the Death Knell Striker escape, and joined the siege without saying a word. With Sunan attack, the Death Knell Striker quickly fell into a disadvantage. This strange insect with ancient blood was no less intelligent than humans. Seeing that it was defeated, it immediately lay on the ground and surrendered. It's quite spiritual. After Sunan fired a few weakening rays, the Death Knell Striker quickly became listless, and was escorted back to Yohu City by 2 elite stone golems. Sunan then returned to the other side of the lake. The insects on the island had almost fled, and the golem army was cleaning up the remaining insects. On the city wall, Carolina was looking forward to it. Seeing Sunan coming back, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although she couldn't see the situation on the other side of the lake clearly, she knew that her master must have encountered a strong enemy by listening to the noise. Although she was confident in her master's strength, she still inevitably felt worried. After all, the safety of Yohu City now depends entirely on Sunan. Once Sunan falls, it is impossible for them to survive in the dangerous underground world with less than 100 human-faced lion warriors and a group of cannon fodder slaves. Apart from anything else, Matu and Orson will not let go of the empty Yohu City. Master. Carolina opened the city gate and went to meet him, but stopped when she got close, looking at the Death Knell with a look of astonishment. What is this? Death Knell Beetle? But this size is too big. Master, what is this? Carolina couldn't help but ask curiously. A strange insect with ancient blood. Sunan casually recounted the story of Yugo. When she heard that the controller behind Kasham was a wizard, Carolina was shocked. She never thought that the insect plague that made the 3 major city-states of Yohu, Matu and Orson, so anxious and fearful in recent years was actually a wizard. Looking at the master in front of her, Carolina couldn't help but sigh secretly. Wizards are indeed terrible creatures. 1 or 2 can make such a big noise. But master, what is the purpose of that wizard controlling the insect plague? Carolina frowned in confusion. From today's situation, it is not difficult to see that Kasham actually has the strength to defeat the 3 major city-states one by one and completely control this area. But why has he not taken action for so many years, but only sent insect swarms to attack the 3 major city-states every once in a while? Who knows? Sunan shook his head, but he actually had some guesses in his mind. Yugo probably needed to collect souls or flesh for some purpose, so he regarded the 3 city-states as resource points that could be repeatedly regenerated, and harvested a wave every once in a while. As for the purpose, we have to wait until Kasham is taken down to find out. Sunan checked Yugo's ring. In addition to some gold coins and gems, there were some worthless miscellaneous items. He guessed that Yugo should have put the truly valuable things in Kasham, where Yugo's laboratory might be. Send someone to keep an eye on Matu and Orson, and report to me immediately if there is any movement. Seeing that the bugs on the battlefield had been almost cleared, Sunan put away the golem and went straight to Kasham. There was no time to lose. He had to take down Kasham as soon as possible and get Yugo's legacy. After this matter was settled, he could start to deal with Matu and Orson. Yes, master. Carolina bowed slightly and watched Sunan figure disappear into the darkness in the distance. Then she slowly straightened up and squinted her eyes to look around. At first, she didn't think about Matu and Orson, but after learning that there was actually a manipulator behind Kasham, and thinking about today's situation, she immediately understood that Matu and Orson were very likely to have reached some kind of cooperation with Kasham. According to her understanding of Red Widow and Black Duke, these 2 guys are very likely hiding in the dark. Observing the battle here, once Yohu City and Kasham are both defeated, or either side wipes out the other side but suffers heavy casualties, these 2 despicable and cunning guys will definitely jump out and reap the benefits. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the power of the master. Kasham attack didn't even hurt the master, but the wizard who was controlling it behind the scenes died at the hands of the master. Now the threat of insect plague is completely resolved, and Kasham will soon fall into the hands of Yohu City. The master who has freed up his hands will definitely not let Matu and Orson continue to grow stronger. It's your turn next. Carolina looked in the direction of Matu and Orson, and a faint light flashed in her eyes. The Red Widow and the Black Duke had the same idea. Seeing Yugo being killed and the insect swarm disintegrating, the Red Widow and the Black Duke's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Waste. Really waste. Before, he said shamelessly that he would definitely defeat Sunan. But he was killed so easily. The Black Duke gnashed his teeth in anger. It's not that he didn't think that Yugo would be defeated by Sunan in the end. But he didn't think that he would be defeated so easily. And he didn't even cause much damage to the power of Yohu City. You can tell with your toes who will be the next target of Yohu City, which has retained most of its power. The Red Widow's expression was also unusually solemn. And she was completely free of her previous frivolity and debauchery. The power displayed by Yohu City, or Sunan, far exceeded their expectations. It can only be said that Kasham and Yugo were not wrongly defeated. However, this did not prevent her from being contemptuous and angry with Yugo. If this guy had been a little more powerful, and made Yohu City lose more power before he died, she would have had more room for detours. But now, she had no confidence at all that she could resist Yohu City. Once Sunan was free, it would be the time for Matu and Orson to perish. What should she do? The Red Widow glanced at the Black Duke, who was still cursing and falling into a frenzy. And a strange light flashed in her scarlet eyes. Chapter 137 Divine Creatures. Surrenders and Competitors. Kasham is more like a stone pillar with holes and potholes than a city-state. The nearly 300-meter-high towering stone pillar is dotted with holes, which looks like a large ant nest. And the internal passages are even more complicated. Except for insects that can communicate through pheromones, other species of creatures can easily get lost in the maze-like insect nest. In general, this is a battlefield that is very suitable for Zerg to fight. It is precisely because of the home advantage that Kasham has been invincible for so many years. Yugo has chosen a good place. Sunan looked at the stone pillar in front of him. Unfortunately, this place is only suitable for insects to live in, and it is difficult to transform it after being dug into this state. It is not very useful after it is taken, and it is estimated that it can only be abandoned and vacant, unless he cultivates a group of insects like Yugo. Concentrating his thoughts, Sunan flew forward and entered the stone pillar. After Yugo died, the remaining insect swarms broke free from control. But they still followed their instincts and returned to Kasham. When they saw an uninvited guest breaking in, they immediately hissed and attacked him. The narrow tunnel was not suitable for the golem to fight. Sunan released nearly 100 double-bladed spiders, spread out along the tunnel, and began to clean up the remaining insects. He was looking for Yugo's laboratory. An important place, like a laboratory, must be in the deepest part of Kasham. It didn't take Sunan much effort to find the target. In the center of the stone pillar, a huge cave was divided and transformed into a series of areas such as the laboratory, meditation room, and spell training room. Sunan searched all of them carefully. In addition to finding a lot of wizard books in the study, there were almost no valuable gains in other places. The last one was the laboratory. Among all the areas, the laboratory had the largest area. In the middle were several large workbenches, one of which still had a lot of broken shells and dried mucus. In the corner were piled up into a small hill of insect eggs. The fluorescent light from the top of the room shone through the pale white egg wall, and you could see some kind of creature trembling slightly inside. Sunan took a look at the insect eggs, then strode to the workbench, and after searching, he found an experimental notebook. He immediately opened the notebook and read it carefully on the spot. As expected, the notebook was mostly about the cultivation and transformation of various insects and beasts. Sunan glanced over these contents, and only slowed down and read carefully until he read the content about the Death Knell striker. As time passed, Sunan's face gradually showed surprise. According to the description in the notebook, the source of the ancient bloodline in the body of the Death Knell striker is not only a powerful ancient beast, but also a rare divine creature. There are generally 3 ways for divine creatures to be born. The first is that the gods personally separate a trace of divinity, integrate it into a certain organism, and transform it into a divine creature. This is how the divine beasts of many divine churches come from. The second is totem worship. In some planes, some ignorant and backward tribes would regard totems, or objects such as trees and rocks, as spiritual symbols. After years of worship and prayer, after thousands of years of accumulation, a trace of divine energy would gradually be born inside these objects, thus awakening spiritual wisdom and becoming divine creatures with self-awareness. In fact, many gods grew up from this kind of divine creatures at the beginning. The third kind is relatively special, belonging to the divine creatures born naturally, with a trace of divinity in their bodies since birth. And this trace of divinity will also be inherited with the blood inheritance. As long as the blood concentration reaches a certain level, divinity can be awakened. It's just that the number of such divine creatures is very small. And because there is no way to increase divinity such as faith, the intensity of divinity in their bodies will not change much throughout their lives. But even so, this kind of divine creature is also one of the most powerful ones among many ancient beasts. The blood source of the Bell Striker is the third kind of divine creature. This guy is really lucky to find this rare descendant of ancient blood. Sunan sighed. But now this treasure belongs to him. After reading the notes, Sunan finally understood why Wugo controlled the insect swarm to hunt everywhere. The reason is still related to the blood of the Death Knell Striker. After integrating the blood of the Death Knell Striker, Wugo's lifespan has been greatly increased, and the initial estimate is no less than 300 years. The only problem is that he needs to eat the blood and flesh essence of the Death Knell Striker regularly. However, there is only one Death Knell Striker, which cannot meet his feeding needs. So Wugo came up with a method of replacing quality with quantity. He extracted the blood of the Death Knell Striker and integrated it into other insects. After multiple genetic modifications and screening, the Death Knell Beetle was born. The Death Knell Beetle originated from the Death Knell Striker, so its flesh and blood essence naturally has certain similarities. After being refined and concentrated, it can replace the flesh and blood essence of the Death Knell Striker. Relying on this method, Wugo has been able to survive until now, and cultivating a large number of Death Knell beetles naturally requires a lot of food. Therefore, every once in a while, Wugo will send out the insect swarm to hunt everywhere until enough food is accumulated before temporarily stopping. Increasing lifespan through blood fusion has various defects to a greater or lesser extent. Sunan thought of Avigny, who fused the blood soul worm blood. He was killed by the blood soul worm blood. Although the defects of the Death Knell Striker blood fused by Wugo are relatively mild, the increased lifespan is also relatively small. In general, the better the bloodline is in increasing lifespan, the more serious the defects are. Of course, there are exceptions. It's just that such bloodlines are very rare. Sunan has no interest in fusing the Death Knell Striker blood, and scans this part at a glance. Even if he wants to fuse blood, he has to wait until he is promoted to a formal wizard and finds a suitable blood. Before that, fusing blood will only make the future road narrower. After reading the experimental notes, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. The Golem Corps suffered heavy losses in this war. A high-level stone golem and an elite double-bladed spider were completely destroyed, and the Golem Corps suffered nearly one-third of the losses. After the final calculation, the loss is estimated to be nearly 180,000 gold coins. The profit of the mine this year is almost equivalent to a waste of money. Fortunately, the harvest is also not small. A single Death Knell Striker is enough to make up for the loss. With the Death Knell Striker, the research on blood mark can be put on the agenda. In addition, you can also try to extract divine energy from the blood of the Death Knell Striker. If successful, he will have a channel to obtain divine energy stably in the future, and the growth rate of mental power will definitely increase dramatically. As long as it can speed up the growth of mental power, it is worth spending any amount of gold coins. Putting away the experimental notes, Sunan looked at the eggs of the Death Knell Beetle in the corner, thought about it, and waved the flame to get rid of them all. Wugo was able to control the Death Knell Beetle because he had merged the blood of the Death Knell Striker. But he didn't have it, so it was useless to keep these eggs. So he just burned them. Anyway, the relevant information of the Death Knell Beetle is already in the experimental notebook. If necessary, it can be reconstructed at any time using the blood of the Death Knell Striker. When he walked out of the laboratory, the battle in Kasham was over. The remaining insects were swept away by the double-edged spiders, leaving more than 10 double-edged spiders to guard Kasham to prevent blind creatures from entering by mistake. Sunan then returned to Yohu City. Since the war took place outside the city, Yohu City suffered almost no losses. The city was still quiet. Back to base number 2. Sunan rushed to the puppet factory as soon as possible. In this war, the golems were more or less damaged and had to be repaired. Originally, they could be placed in the earth vein node for automatic repair. But Sunan was in a hurry to deal with Matu and Orson, so he went into battle himself. But the development of the matter was beyond his expectations. On the third day after the destruction of Kasham, Carolina knocked on the door of the puppet factory, and after getting Sunan permission, She walked in with a strange look. Master, the Red Widow is outside the city to see you. She also brought the head of the Black Duke. Sunan was slightly startled, and then showed a playful look. Let her go to the reception room. Carolina responded and retreated. When Sunan walked into the reception room, the Red Widow was already waiting inside. Seeing Sunan coming in, she immediately stood up, with a flattering smile on her beautiful face. My lord, congratulations on defeating Kasham. Sunan glanced at her, sat down opposite her, and said, I defeated Kasham, which is not a good thing for you. My lord, you are joking. The insect plague in Kasham has always been a headache for us. This time you can completely solve the problem of the insect plague, so that we no longer have to face the threat of insect plague. Matu is grateful to you. The Red Widow smiled and said, but saw Sunan's face was half smile, and his expression suddenly froze. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart, realizing that Sunan had guessed the whole story. So she stopped talking and went straight to the point, opening the wooden box in her hand. And inside was the head of the Black Duke. It's just that the corona-shaped black flame above the head and the soul fire in the eye sockets have dissipated. But judging from the breath, it is undoubtedly the Black Duke. Sir, after Kasham was destroyed, the Black Duke still wanted to harm Yohu City. So I killed him when he was not prepared. I have also conquered Orson. I am willing to hand over Matu and Orson to you. Sir, I only ask you to give me a chance to follow you. Sure enough, Sunan raised his eyebrows, not surprised at all. When he heard that the Red Widow was coming with the Black Duke's head, he guessed that the other party was going to surrender to him. As for whether the Black Duke really wanted to continue to oppose Yohu City and was ambushed and killed by the Red Widow, it is unknown. No matter what the truth is, it can be seen that the Red Widow is very active. This is a ruthless, courageous and cold woman. Sunan glanced at the skull, without any intention of taking it, and said calmly, what can you provide me? Your Excellency is busy with all kinds of affairs, and you must be very busy at ordinary times. You only have Carolina under your command. It is difficult for her to manage 3 city-states alone. Although I am not particularly capable, I think I have some experience in managing city-states, and I should be able to share your worries. Sunan narrowed his eyes. He heard the Red Widow's subconscious meaning. With only Carolina under his command, there is no guarantee that the other party will not do small things behind his back. But if there is one more follower, he can supervise Carolina, which will benefit him. It must be said that the Red Widow's words hit the nail on the head. Mutual supervision is one aspect, but the key is that if he wants to expand his territory in the underground world, he will inevitably have to recruit more local people to help manage various city-states and resource points. After all, he can't do everything by himself, and it's impossible for various chores to take up too much time. And the Red Widow is just the right person. As for loyalty, a sole contract is enough. You convince me. Since the decision was made, Sunan didn't drag his feet and made a request directly. I allow you to become my followers. But as a condition, you and all legendary vampires of Matu must sign a sole contract. Follow your orders? Sir. The Red Widow agreed without hesitation. Signing a sole contract was expected. She had been mentally prepared for it, and had convinced all the tribesmen. Although it was difficult to bear that one's life would be dependent on someone else's thoughts, it was much easier to accept than death. Besides, the wizard in front of him was unusually powerful. It was the most powerful existence she had ever seen in her long life. Becoming a follower of such a strong man was not difficult to accept. Sunan then took out a gem and signed a sole contract with the Red Widow on the spot. I give you 3 days to deal with the aftermath, and then I take over Matu and Orson, and sign a sole contract with the rest of the people. Sunan waved his hand and said, suddenly remembering something, do you still have a silver vein in your hands? Yes, sir. The Red Widow didn't dare to hide anything. Sunan immediately decided, I will send a golem to take over the silver vein, and let your people cooperate. The speed of the natives developing the veins was too slow, so the clay golem had to come. The earlier the silver veins were developed, the more mithril could be collected to refine the secret dolls. The Red Widow naturally had no objection and nodded in agreement. Sunan waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. Walking out of the reception room, the Red Widow saw Carolina standing not far away, looking at her expressionlessly. The Red Widow smiled at her. Carolina snorted coldly and turned away. Seeing the Red Widow come out of the reception room safely, She knew that the host must have accepted the Red Widow's surrender. This was not good news for her. From now on, she has one more competitor. And it was an extremely cunning competitor. A coquettish slut. Carolina cursed inwardly. At the same time, watching Carolina figure going away, the smile on the Red Widow's face slowly faded, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Pretentious bitch. Chapter 138. The hope of being promoted to a wizard. 3 days later, Sunan brought the golem core to Matu and officially took over the city-state. It must be said that vampires are a very powerful race. They have a long lifespan, treacherous means, and strong combat power. Whether fighting on the front battlefield or serving as scouts and assassins, they are all good hands. The only weakness is fear of sunlight and low reproduction. Fortunately, in the underground world, the former can be directly ignored. On the contrary, the problem of low reproduction has limited the expansion of Matu's power. In the huge city-state, the total number of vampires is less than 200. But there are tens of thousands of subordinate races and slaves. That is, the individual combat power of vampires is superb. And knights and great knights are everywhere. Otherwise it is impossible to suppress so many vassals and slaves. Thousands of stalactites hang down from the top of the cave. And blue, green and dark purple demon fires burn and roll between them, like a layer of clouds, providing weak lighting for the entire Matu. Sunan stood on a stone pillar 200 or 300 meters high and looked down at the ground. He watched the golems enter the city one after another, and the slaves were busy carrying various materials, coming and going like ants. In a trance, he had the illusion of looking down on all living things. Now the Kasham swarm has been cleared. Matu's vampires surrendered, and Orsan's corpse ghosts were wiped out by the Red Widow and her men. Yohu City fell into his hands early. It can be said that the area within 100 miles is already his territory. In time, after digesting the fruits of the war and truly taking control of all the city-states, he can be said to have truly established a foothold in the underground world and have a foundation that belongs to him alone. All of Orsan's ghouls were annihilated, leaving only a group of vassal races and slaves. We need to send a group of people to handle affairs. Let's dispatch a group of human-faced sphinxes and vampires from Yohu City and Matu respectively. After conquering Matu's vampires and adding human-faced sphinxes, Sudan manpower is finally not so stretched. But with that comes the lack of troops. Kasham can be ignored. But Yohu, Matu and Orsan all need troops to garrison. Although a lot of golems were lost in this war, the remaining ones are more than enough to guard Yohu. Some can also be transferred to Matu, and they can guard Matu together with the vampires. Only Orsan is now lacking in military strength, and a large number of golems are needed to fill it. In addition, there are 6 mines controlled by Orsan and Matu, and these mines need to send golems to accept development, as well as guard and escort the ore. All of these require troops, including clay golems. There is a shortage of nearly 1,000 golems. Leave the refining of golems to the base. Now that more and more apprentices in the base have mastered puppet refining, Sunan no longer needs to work hard to refine stone golems. If necessary, he can increase the task rewards and obtain a large number of stone golems in a short period of time. This war was also for this reason, and the golem army was able to double in just over a month. Of course, the steel golems and double-bladed spiders still need him to make them himself. Next, concentrate on studying blood mark and divine energy. Sunan looked in the direction of Yohu City. The Death Knell striker was imprisoned in base number 2 by him, and 3 high-level stone golems and 3 elite double-bladed puppets were sent to guard him, and the hidden dragon was also there to ensure that he would not escape. For a long time in the future, his focus will be on this alien insect with ancient blood. In the middle of the night, dark clouds covered the silver moon, and the night sky was dim. Solo walked on a remote forest trail, surrounded by darkness. After an unknown amount of time, he stopped and stretched out his hand. A ball of light slowly emerged from his palm. The soft light extended in all directions, casting long shadows on the dense cedar trunks in the woods. However, the darkness became even deeper in places where the light could not reach. "Come out," Solo said in a deep voice. 2 figures walked out of the darkness and were exposed to the light. The figure on the left was so bloated that it was not human-shaped. Something seemed to be stuffed under his gray robe, which almost broke the robe. A strange sound came from inside, as if some creature was chewing something. The figure on the right was only as tall as an adult's waist, and looked like a dwarf. The hem of his long black robe dragged on the ground, completely covering his figure. His face was also covered by the brim of his hat, and only a dark seam could be seen. "Why are you calling us here so urgently? What happened?" The short black-robed man on the right slowly spoke, his voice as sharp as a child in the puberty period. "Hugo is dead," Soro said. The two figures, one tall and one short, were silent for a long time. And then the black-robed man asked, "Who did it?" "Sunan." "Who is Sunan?" The bloated gray-robed man spoke in a muffled voice. The black-robed man sneered, "How long have you locked yourself in the laboratory? You don't even know Sunan?" The gray-robed man glanced at the black-robed man and said nothing. It was Soro who explained, "Sunan is a newly promoted third-level wizard apprentice in the Principality of Stars. But he is very powerful, and is now a member of the Jungle Cabin." "How is Hugo related to Sunan?" the black-robed man asked. He wanted to snatch the remains of the Starfire cult from Sunan, so he attacked Sunan territory in the underground world. But he was not as skilled as him, and died at the hands of Sunan. "The Death Bell Ringer? It should have fallen into Sunan's hands," the black-robed man said disdainfully. "The guy who was hiding in the underground world playing with insects all day is dead. But it's a pity for the Death Bell Ringer. The descendants of the ancient bloodline are rare. If it were given to me, it would definitely be more useful." "I want to eat too," the gray-robed man said in a muffled voice. "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat all day. Such a noise. If you say this again, I will kill you." The black-robed man suddenly became irritable, and his voice rose several tones, full of violence and cruelty. Soro frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Calm down." The black-robed man paused, took a deep breath, and regained his composure after a moment, and said sorry coldly. "The bloodline has seriously affected your emotions and reason," Soro said in a deep voice. "Find a way to solve this problem as soon as possible. Otherwise don't blame me for kicking you out of the Eternal Life Society. The Eternal Life Society is crazy in the eyes of other wizard apprentices, but they don't think so. Everything they do is out of their own will, all for the purpose of increasing strength, and is a judgment made under reason, which is different from wizard apprentices who lose their reason and fall into madness. The most important thing for wizards is reason. Even the Eternal Life Society will spurn wizard apprentices who lose their reason." The black-robed man was silent for a while, nodded and said, "I know. I have a clue, and it won't take long to solve this problem." "That's good." Soro nodded slightly. "Back to the topic. You asked us to come here just for Hugo? You don't want to help him get revenge, do you?" Soro shook his head. "I'm not that noble yet. This time, I asked you to come here for the Tower of Stars." "The Tower of Stars." As soon as these 4 words came out, the black-robed man and the gray-robed man were moved. The black-robed man immediately asked, "Have you found the Tower of Stars?" "No," Soro said slowly. "But I already have clues about the Tower of Stars. The Tower of Stars appears every 20 years, and the next time it opens is 12 years later. But the location is random, and you need a key to find the specific location. And you also need a key to enter the Tower of Stars." The black-robed man asked suspiciously, "How did you know?" Soro said lightly, "I saw the information about the Tower of Stars in a book, and speculated that the Tower of Stars has a great relationship with the Kessler family, who notified the Principality of Stars. So I found Evans and asked him." "Evans? The 3-ring legendary knight of the Kessler family?" "That's right. Such important information. He will tell you honestly. I used some tricks." The black-robed man laughed and immediately understood. It is said that Evans made a deal with Sunan, and at the cost of surrender, he saved the last royal bloodline of the Kessler family. Soro probably threatened Evans, with the only remaining royal bloodline, to force him to reveal the clues of the Starry Tower. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine that a 3-ring legendary knight would obey obediently. In this case, Evans should have the key to enter the Starry Tower. "Where is the key?" Soro spread out his palm, and a talisman stone lay in the palm. "This is the key to enter the Starry Tower." The black-robed man stared at the talisman stone, and his breathing became faster involuntarily. The gray-robed man also changed his dull look just now, subconsciously took a few steps forward, and the chewing sound from under his robe became more and more intense. Any wizard apprentice who knows the existence of the Starry Tower understands what this inheritance means. The Starry Tower, the Black Forest, and the Falling Star City. These are the only 3 official wizard inheritances on the Starlight Continent. And they are also the hope for countless wizard apprentices to become wizards. As long as they find one of the 3 inheritances, they will have a great chance to be promoted to a formal wizard, gaining extraordinary power and a long life. But soon, the 2 forced themselves to calm down and looked away from the key. If the key was held by another wizard apprentice, the 2 would definitely grab it without hesitation. But facing sorrow, they could only suppress the thoughts in their hearts. As members of the same organization, they knew how terrible sorrow was. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they could not be sorrow's opponent. How many people can the key allow to enter the Tower of Stars? Asked the black-robed man. 1 person. Sorrow quickly added. Don't worry. There are far more than 2 or 3 keys to enter the Tower of Stars. There are many more. The black-robed man was overjoyed. Where are the other keys? Evans has more than 1 key. Sorrow put away the key, with some regret in his tone. It's a pity that a wizard apprentice intervened and rescued Evans. Otherwise he could have forced the whereabouts of the other keys. In addition, Sunan also has a key to the Tower of Stars, which was traded to him by Evans. The gray-robed man said sullenly, Then let's find those 2 people directly and snatch all the keys. The black-robed man said coldly, Let's not talk about Evans. Sunan only has 1 key. Who will it belong to if he snatches it? The gray-robed man was silent immediately. The Tower of Stars is the hope of becoming a wizard, and they will never give the key to others. As for giving the key to 1 person first, and then distributing it to others after taking other keys from Evans, that is even more impossible. The trust between them is not deep enough to that extent. But if they don't join forces, they are not sure to deal with Sunan alone. Although they look down on Yugo, they don't underestimate the power he has established in the underground world. Being able to kill Yugo, who controls Kasham. Sunan owns strength, and the power he controls are enough to make people extremely afraid. They are not 100% sure that they can snatch the key from Sunan. In comparison, Evans, a 3-ring legendary knight, is easier to deal with. Besides, that guy has more than 1 key in his hand. As long as we find Evans' whereabouts, everyone will work together and most likely get what they want. The black-robed man quickly came up with an idea and asked expressionlessly, Who is the wizard apprentice who saved Evans? I don't know. That person is hiding very well. Sorrow shook his head. The one who could rescue people from sorrow and escape successfully must not be an ordinary 3rd-level wizard apprentice. A few names flashed through the black-robed man's mind. And then he said, Sorrow, I request a meeting. Second, the gray-robed man said in a muffled voice. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for the 2 of them to find a 3-ring legendary knight assisted by a 3rd-level wizard apprentice in the vast continent. They must call on others to help. With the key to the Starry Tower, no one will refuse this cooperation. I have already sent a notice. Sorrow obviously guessed the 2's plan a long time ago. I came here tonight to inform you that the meeting time is set for 1 month later. At the old place. I know. The black-robed man nodded. After the matter was handled, Sorrow turned around and left without any hesitation, and his figure disappeared into the night. As he left, the light around him gradually disappeared, and the forest fell into the deep darkness again in an instant. Being in the darkness, the black-robed man seemed to be in a better mood. He turned his head to look at the gray-robed man, curled his lips, and turned to leave, but was stopped by the gray-robed man. You smell a dragon blood, and the concentration is very high. The black-robed man stopped, turned around and said sarcastically, Your nose is still as sensitive as ever, and you have transformed a new organ? The gray-robed man did not answer, and said in a muffled voice, Trade? I will exchange the flesh and blood core with you. The black-robed man was silent for a while, and said, Forget the flesh and blood core. That thing is useless to me now. If you really want dragon blood, do me a favor. What favor? Kill someone. As for who it is, I will tell you when we get there. If you agree, we will leave now. Where to go? Underworld. Chapter 139 Death Bell Mark. Promotion in 5 years. Starlight Calendar 1255. Summer Moon. After more than half a year of recuperation, the Principality of Stars gradually recovered from the shadow of war, and Key's control over the Principality became more and more stable. Now most of his energy is focused on rebuilding the Ranchuang province, striving to restore the Ranchuang province to its previous level as soon as possible. In the same month, the Night Academy of the 6 provinces officially opened, and the first batch of freshmen enrolled. Time came to the flowing fire month, and the weather became hotter and hotter. Base number 2. In the spacious and bright laboratory, Sudan carefully printed the last trace of blood-colored lines on the back of his right hand. After a flash of blood, a horn-shaped blood-red mark appeared on the back of his hand. It's done! Sudan's face showed a happy smile from the heart. After the battle with Kasham, he devoted most of his energy to the research on the death knell beater. After more than 2 months, he finally successfully made a blood mark with the blood of the death knell beater. The concentration of the ancient blood of the death knell beater is still a little low after all. It has to be synthesized to increase the concentration before it can be made into a blood mark. Let's call it the death knell mark. Sudan stared at the mark on the back of his hand, and his smile became more and more intense. The effect of the death knell mark is to release powerful sound waves instantly, which is much more powerful than the sound wave attack released by the death knell beater. Preliminary estimates show that it is no problem to kill a second ring legend in seconds. Even a third ring legend will be seriously injured if it is not killed by a blow. If there is any shortcoming, it is that this thing is a disposable consumable, which will be gone after one use. And it is not easy to make. On the premise of not damaging the body of the death knell beater, a little blood is drawn every day, and it takes about 14 days to make a death knell mark. It's almost time to make 4 or 5 self-defense weapons. With another trump card in hand, Sudan was in an unusually happy mood. He turned around and left the laboratory and came to the prison area. This is the most heavily guarded place in the entire number 2 base, except for the warehouse and laboratory. The defense of the first 2 is mainly aimed at the outside, while the defense of the prison area is aimed at the inside. There are many formations here, including but not limited to magic ban, weakness, heavy pressure and other effects, to ensure that the resistance of every creature imprisoned here is weakened to the lowest point. There are also many golems and double-bladed spider guards inside and outside, which can be said to be airtight. Coming to the room where the death knell striker was imprisoned, Sudan looked inside. The death knell striker lay on the ground listlessly. When he heard the footsteps, he looked up and saw that it was Sudan. He immediately let out a scared cry and subconsciously shrank inside, with human eyes pleading in his beast eyes. Looking at its aggrieved appearance, there is no majesty of the descendant of the ancient bloodline at all. There is no way anyone who has been drawn blood every day for more than 2 months will become like this. The languid appearance of the bell striker at this time is not entirely due to the suppression of the formation in the prison area, but more because a large amount of blood has been drawn continuously. Sudan said that he was also helpless. Whether it is the blood mark or the divine energy, research requires a lot of experimental materials. In order to speed up the research progress, the frequency and amount of blood he drew increased by a little bit. Anyway, he is a descendant of the ancient bloodline, and he will recover after a while. Unfortunately, the concentration of the ancient bloodline of the bell striker is still too low, which is not enough to awaken the divine energy. The reason why Hugo wants the divine remains of the Starfire cult is to extract the divine energy inside and merge it with the bell striker, so that it can awaken the divine energy and break through to a higher level. Fortunately, Sudan doesn't need to be so troublesome. He has other means to increase the blood concentration of the bell striker. Hidden Dragon is a good example. It's a pity that your power level is too high. Otherwise, if you were contracted as a magic pet, the blood concentration would be directly increased. Sunan felt a little sorry. The higher the power level of a creature, the more difficult it is to contract it as a magic pet. Unless the wizard, apprentice, his own power is much higher than the contract object. For an ancient beast like the Death Knell Strikers, which is a 3-ring legendary level, at least a formal wizard can try to contract it as a magic pet, and it is not 100% successful. Therefore, many wizards, apprentices, cultivate their magic pets from a young age. It's not that they don't like to contract powerful beasts, but they can't do it. However, although it is impossible to contract it as a magic pet, it is not difficult to tame the Death Knell Strikers, as long as a little trick is set up in its body. This beast, whose wisdom is no less than that of humans, will naturally choose to bow its head and surrender in order to save its life. In fact, the Death Knell Strikers have shown signs of surrender now. It won't take long for Sunan to tame it. It will probably take quite a while to raise the blood concentration to the point of awakening divine energy. Take your time. As usual, after drawing more than 10 tubes of blood from the bell striker, Sunan left the prison area contentedly and headed for the meditation room. As early as 3 days ago, He had already constructed the 14th star ring, the 15th level of the star ring meditation method. The proficiency required to upgrade again has soared to 2 million. My proficiency has increased by about 4,600 every day. At this rate, it will take about 15 months to construct the 15th star ring. The training progress of instant spells has almost reached 70%, and it should be mastered by the month of revival next year at the latest. There are still 28 types of alternative metals for the magic pattern core. There are more than 8 kilograms of mithril now, and about half is needed to refine the secret doll. There is still about 2/3 of the magic gold needed to refine the gold golem. Most apprentices are busy refining golems during this period. When the golems are saturated, the task ratio will be adjusted to increase the task reward for making magic gold. The speed should be able to be improved by then. Micro soul crystals must also be collected in advance and synthesized into small soul crystals to make the soul core of the gold golem. Su Nan recalled what he needed to do in the near future in his mind. The rest is to open up a magic plantation. The 6 new Knight Academies all need dragon blood fruit, and the quantity is large. New magic plantations must be opened to meet the demand. It's just that Sunan has been busy studying blood mark and divine energy recently, and has not been able to spare time to deal with this matter. Now that the research has come to an end, it is time to start. There are still too few available manpower. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. Even if there were 1 or 2 more available manpower, he would be much more relaxed, and would not have to do everything himself. When he was reading the wizard information collected by the Starry royal family before, he wanted to recruit a few second-level wizard apprentices. I believe that those wizard apprentices who have experienced the pain of resource scarcity will not refuse a trading platform with sufficient resources, as long as the base can guarantee sufficient resource supply and fair trading rules. There is no need to worry about the loyalty of those wizard apprentices. However, before Sunan took action, good news came from the base. Starlight Calendar Year 1255. Harvest Month, September. Shemin and Corey built the 3rd star ring and were promoted to level 2 wizard apprentices. Base number 1. Public rest area. Shemin and Corey were surrounded by many apprentices, and congratulations were heard everywhere. Congratulations to the 2 seniors. I knew that senior Shemin and Corey would definitely be promoted to level 2 wizard apprentices. It only took more than 5 years to be promoted to level 2. Senior Shemin and Corey are indeed geniuses. I'm so envious. I have only built the 2nd star ring now. Senior, can you tell us about your experience in promotion? Otto smiled at Shemin and Corey, who were surrounded in the middle. She was happy for them, but her mood was a bit complicated. She was not as talented as Shemin and Corey, and she was still a long way from building the 3rd star ring. It would probably take at least 2 or 3 more years. Even Ethan, who was in the 2nd batch, built the star ring faster than her, and it is very likely that he will be promoted to the 2nd level wizard apprentice faster than her. Okay. Thank you all for your congratulations. We are in a hurry to meet the teacher. We will talk to you about the promotion experience another day, Xiaomon said with a smile. Hearing that it was the teacher's summons, everyone hurriedly made way. Xiaomon and Corey walked out of the crowd, left the public rest area and walked towards the central area. That was soon an exclusive area. His laboratory, meditation room, spell training area, etc. were all located there. Without his permission, no one could enter or leave at will. 2 elite stone golems stood at the door. Seeing someone coming, the 2 golems immediately turned their thick heads, and their dark eyes paused on the 2 people, and they made a mechanical and monotonous sound from their mouths. Target search in progress. With entry permission, you can pass. As the voice fell, the 2 heads moved back to their original positions with a click. Corey looked at the elite stone golem with a burning gaze. This is a legendary puppet, much more powerful than clay golems and stone golems. If he could refine a puppet of this level one day, that would be amazing. The 2 had been to the central area many times before, and were already familiar with the layout here. After passing through the gate, they went straight to the study. As soon as they arrived at the door, Sherman was about to knock on the door when a voice came from inside. Come in. Sherman and Corey looked serious, pushed the door open and walked in, and looked up to see the teacher sitting behind the desk, holding a book in his hand, looking at them with a smile. To their surprise, Amy, who often stayed in the underground world recently, was here at this time. It was lying in the corner of the desk, holding a piece of catnip and sniffing it with a look of enjoyment. Teacher. Amy. Sherman and Corey bowed together. Meow. It's Sherman and Corey. Amy came back to her senses and waved her paw at the two of them. I heard that you two have been promoted to second-level wizard apprentices. Congratulations. Meow. Shemin and Corey smiled at the same time, and were about to say something modest. But Amy changed the subject. But the promotion speed is a bit slow. If it was in the past, if you haven't been promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice in more than 5 years, you would have been kicked out of the academy long ago. The smiles of the two froze on their faces. Amy said again, it took Sunan less than a year to be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. Shemin and Corey were shocked, and their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Sunan. As expected of a teacher, he actually crossed the level of a second-level wizard apprentice in such a short time. Okay. Sunan interrupted Amy and smiled at the two of them. Don't listen to Amy's nonsense. You two are already very good to have achieved this step. Now is the era of the elemental desert. How can it be compared with 1,000 years ago? It's even more impossible to compare with him, who has cheated. Shemin and Corey only took more than 5 years to be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. This talent is already very good. Of course, this is also because the base provides sufficient resources. If it were a wizard apprentice outside, it would take 20 to 30 years to barely advance to the second level. It is not uncommon for people with slightly worse talents to take 50 to 60 years to cross this level. After receiving Sunan praise, Shemin and Cole both showed joy on their faces. It's all thanks to the teacher's teaching, the two said in unison. Sunan smiled and said, I just provided you with a platform to get to this point today. It mainly depends on your own efforts. Then he smiled and said solemnly, but you can't relax. The second-level wizard apprentice is just the starting point of the wizard's road. It only means that you have become a qualified apprentice. On this continent, at least a third-level wizard apprentice is qualified to be called a strongman. It is much more difficult to be promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice than you think. Not to mention being promoted to a formal wizard. You must be mentally prepared. There is still a long way to go in the future. Yes, teacher. Shemin and Cole looked solemn and bowed in response. After giving the two a few words, Sunan slowed down his tone and smiled, and threw a bottle of potion to each of them. This is a super potion. A second-level potion that can improve the efficiency of meditation. Just consider it as my gift to you two for promotion. However, this potion has a limit on its use. It requires a certain level of mental power. You should practice for a while, and stabilize your realm before taking it. The second-level inferior super potion requires a mental power of 13 before it can be taken. For a newly promoted second-level wizard apprentice, even if the mental power has not reached 13, it is not much different. It can be satisfied after practicing for a few months. Thank you, teacher. Shemin and Cole were overjoyed. The potion that improves the efficiency of meditation always requires a higher contribution value than other things. Not to mention that it is a bottle of second-level potion. If they use contribution points to exchange, they may have to do the task for more than half a month. Go back. Come to me after you stabilize your realm. I have something for you two to do. Sunan waved his hand and said. The two responded solemnly, bowed respectfully, and then left. After leaving the study, Sherman and Corey looked at each other and smiled at the same time. You were promoted 13 days faster than me this time. So you win. But I will definitely surpass you next time, Corey said with a firm look. In the past, Sherman would have laughed off Corey's behavior. However, after the death of old Roger, his attitude towards improving his strength has changed dramatically. When he heard Corey's challenging words, he also showed a confident smile on his face. Then I wait and see. But you have to be prepared. I won't lose to you. Chapter 140 External Expansion. New members. What Sunan asked Sherman and Corey to help with was naturally to open up a new magic plantation. After being promoted to the second-level wizard apprentice, the two had already mastered the skills of manipulating energy particles and could learn to arrange magic arrays. Once they mastered the relevant techniques, they could open up a magic plantation. With two new helpers, Sunan no longer had to run around and could focus on training and research. In the 1257th year of the Starlight Calendar, the month of Dongqing, January, Spell Training Room. With a wave of his hand, 9 spell missiles attacked at the same time, blowing up the human-shaped target 100 meters away. The next moment, another red light hit another target like an arrow from a string, melting it into molten iron. Looking at the fragments and molten iron on the ground in the distance, Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Instant spells. After a year and 10 months, he finally mastered this super magic skill. It is self-evident how much the improvement in actual combat ability is by omitting the spell and directly casting the spell. The time other wizard apprentices take to cast a spell is enough for him to cast 2 or 3 spells. From today on, he is a real human turret. After a moment, Sudan came back to his senses from his joy, and a thoughtful look flashed at his eyes. Which super magic skill should I train next? In addition to instant spells and silent spells, super magic skills also include spell enhancement to increase the casting distance, spell delay to extend the duration of spell effects, spell extension to increase the range of spell influence, compound casting to cast multiple spells at the same time, spell construction to improve the control of spells and make each spell play the maximum effect. There are a total of 5 super magic skills that Sunan can choose from. After thinking again and again, Sunan finally chose compound casting. For him now, spells are more of an auxiliary effect in battle, such as his commonly used levitation, mirror image and light spirit, etc. In terms of attack and defense, he uses more magic items, high-level rune gems and magic pattern cores. Compared with these, the power of the second-level spells is a little bit insufficient. Therefore, instead of choosing the other 4 super magic skills that enhance the spell effect, it is better to choose compound casting, which can have more spell combinations in battle and enhance the flexibility of tactics. After making a decision, Sunan immediately took action. Complete a compound casting exercise. Compound casting training progress plus 0.01%. Compound casting and spell instant casting are both the 2 most difficult super magic skills. Sunan estimates that it will take at least 1 or 2 years to master this skill. If this continues, maybe I can master all super magic skills before I am promoted to a wizard. If that is the case, Sunan estimates that he should be the first wizard apprentice in the history of Starlight Continent to master all super magic skills. With 7 super magic skills in hand, if it is a simple spell battle, I am afraid that no wizard apprentice can be his opponent. After a brief imagination of the future, Sunan calmed down his excited mood and left the spell training area. Not long after returning to the study, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Carolina and Red Widow walked in. "Master." The 2 women bowed. Sunan looked up and glanced at the 2. Since Red Widow joined his team, Carolina and her seemed to have a chemical reaction, and the 2 of them had been competing secretly. Sunan saw it all, but seeing that the competition between the 2 did not delay development, but instead improved efficiency in disguise, he turned a blind eye and ignored it. Under the overall planning and management of the 2, the 3 city-states of Yohu, Matu and Orson have now entered a stable development track. Orson's garrison force has also been resolved. After that, Sunan adjusted the task system of the base, reducing the task rewards for refining golems and increasing the task rewards for making magic adamantium. This method increased the frequency of apprentices accepting the latter. It is estimated that it will not take long to gather enough materials for refining adamantium golems. "Master, this is this month's financial report." Carolina handed over a stack of papers respectfully. Sunan took it and read through it at a glance, his eyes slightly moving. "Why is it 20% less than last month?" Carolina quickly replied, "Master, we currently have 4 mines on the verge of exhaustion, and the output has dropped significantly. It is expected that production will be stopped in 2 months at most. The output of the remaining 3 mines has also decreased significantly. Only the output of the 6 newly developed mines can remain unchanged." Sudan frowned slightly, but said nothing. The reason why the first 7 mines can provide such lucrative profits is largely due to the amazing mining efficiency of clay golems. But what comes with it is also a rapid decline in the reserves of the mines. It's actually pretty good that the first batch of mineral veins have been able to hold out until now. How's the mineral vein exploration going? Sudan looked at the Red Widow. After Matu and Orson settled down, he asked the Red Widow to arrange for people to explore the surrounding area to see if they could find new mineral veins. "Master, we have found 2 new mineral veins within 100 miles. Preliminary exploration shows that one is a small iron mine, and the other is a small copper mine." The Red Widow bowed slightly, and a piece of snow white suddenly appeared on her chest, which was dazzling under the light of the magic lamp. Carolina next to her saw this, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. "Stupid slut. You don't understand your master at all. If the master fell for this, how could you perform it?" As expected, Sunan didn't care about the little action of the Red Widow at all, but fell into deep thought. 2 small metal mineral veins. Better than nothing. It's a pity that it's not a silver vein. Sunan felt a little sorry. Among the 4 mineral veins that were on the verge of exhaustion, one of them happened to be a silver vein. This means that before finding a new silver vein, the speed of accumulating mithril will inevitably be greatly reduced. Wait until the other silver vein is mined. I wonder if we can gather enough to refine the number of secret dolls. It's better to find a new vein. Sunan had a plan in mind, and looked up and ordered the 2 women, send more people, expand the scope of exploration, and find more veins. Carolina and Red Widow were shocked. The underground world is different from the surface. There are dangers everywhere. No one knows what dangers are lurking in the darkness. It is not certain that a powerful monster or a certain tribe is entrenched in a cave. In the past, Yohu, Matu and Orson had tried to expand their territory, but they suffered heavy losses in the process and had to give up the idea. If the scope of exploration is to be expanded, it means that the same problem is likely to be encountered. Having said that, Carolina and Red Widow did not hesitate at all and decisively agreed. On the one hand, they did not dare to disobey Sunan orders, and on the other hand, they were confident in the Golem Legion. Today, the power under Sunan command far exceeds that of Yohu, Matu and Orson, and is even stronger than the sum of the 3. It has the qualifications to expand outward. In fact, even if Sunan does not bring it up now, Red Widow and Carolina will not be able to help but make corresponding suggestions in a few years. Master, rest assured, I will do things beautifully, Carolina said with a firm look. Red Widow, who was a step late, cursed secretly, and quickly followed to show her loyalty. I will never let the master down. Late at night, the moonlight came in through the window, covering the cottage with a thin layer of white gauze. Sunan opened his eyes and looked across the long table, and found that only 6 people were present tonight. In addition to him, there was Night Owl, who always came to every party, as well as Red Heart, Rose, Scepter, and Dead Wounds. Highland did not attend this party. The traveler was as nowhere to be seen as usual. Looking at the empty seat of the traveler, Sunan felt a little sorry. To be honest, he really wanted to meet the traveler. Maybe he could trade some information about the underground world with him. After a few simple greetings, the party entered the trading process. Due to the scarcity of resources, not everyone can bring out high-value trading items every time at the party. Most of the time, they are just some ordinary materials. Only Sunan is an exception. In the recent transactions, Sunan no longer only took out magic stones to buy other people's items, but also took out some first-level potions and alchemical magic items for trading. After all, trading only with magic stones all the time is a bit of a monopoly, which will inevitably make others feel a little dissatisfied. Anyway, a little first-level potion and alchemical magic item is not a big deal for him. There are still a lot of them in the warehouse of base number 1. After several transactions, the items that Sunan brought out have become the most sought-after items at the party. In this transaction, Sunan still focuses on various wizard books, rare materials, and soul crystals. However, his collection of wizard books has exceeded 1,300, and the people in the jungle hut can basically no longer produce wizard books that are not duplicated with his collection. The gains in this regard have been drastically reduced recently. After a transaction, Sunan did not get many rare materials, but the 10 micro soul crystals he got from the dead body were the most valuable. Sunan once tried to buy the technology of making soul crystals from the dead body, but the dead body refused without hesitation. He can still tell the difference between eating too much and being full every time. The biggest advantage of the dead body in the jungle hut transaction is the soul crystal. If the corresponding technology is traded to Sunan, with the background and strength that Sunan has shown before, he may take out a large number of soul crystals at the next party. By then, he will not only lose Sunan, a high-quality trading partner, but also lose his advantage in the party transaction. Anyone who is not stupid knows what to do. Sunan had expected this, and was not disappointed by the rejection. If it were him, he would not have been able to trade with important technology. After the transaction was over, Yishao raised his hand to signal everyone to wait for a moment. I have something to tell you. I found a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. After preliminary investigation, the other party's conditions are in line with the purpose of our jungle lodge. I intend to invite him to join the jungle lodge and would like to hear your opinions. Everyone was slightly stunned. The scepter smiled and said, "It's really strange. In the past, it took 7 or 8 years, or even more than 10 years to find new members. Why is it so frequent recently?" He glanced at Sunan while saying this. After all, the latter has only joined the Jungle Lodge for about 4 years. And it is indeed a bit surprising that a new member candidate has been found so quickly. After all, third-level wizard apprentices are not cabbages that can be seen everywhere on the street. These people are often hidden behind major forces, and are generally not easy to contact. Night Owl shrugged and said, "I was lucky. When I was investigating another person, I accidentally discovered his existence." Redheart asked, "What's the situation with the other party?" Night Owl said slowly, "As usual, I can't reveal the specific situation of that person. I can only tell you the general information. In terms of strength, he just escaped from Sorrow not long ago, which should be enough to prove his strength." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was moved. He was able to escape from Sorrow. It seems that the strength of the new member should not be underestimated, the scepter said thoughtfully. The others also nodded in agreement subconsciously. Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise, and used the communication technique to ask Qiangwei, "Who is Sorrow?" From the looks of the others, "Is that person very powerful?" Qiangwei glanced at Sunan, and used the communication technique to answer, "Sorrow is the founder of the Eternal Life Society. I have never seen him in person, but I heard that he is very powerful, and once killed a 4-ring legendary beast alone." 4-ring legendary beast. Sunan eyes fixed. That strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Among the third-level wizard apprentices, he is one of the top few. I didn't expect that the Eternal Life Society would have such a strong man. Even though they acted so radically, they were still able to roam freely in the Starlight Continent for many years. The Eternal Life Society is indeed quite capable. To be able to escape from Sorrow, that person must have at least the strength of a 3-ring legendary level. Hongxin pondered. There is no problem with strength. Qiangwei nodded slightly. The Jungle Lodge only invites third-level wizard apprentices to join. But not all third-level wizard apprentices can join. And there are also strict requirements for strength. If Sunan had not killed Heb and showed his powerful strength, Night Owl would not have invited him to join the Jungle Lodge. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Night Owl continued, "In terms of resources, the one who was born in a certain royal family has a lot of good things in his hands. So there is no need to worry about not being able to take out the items for trading. I don't need to say more about behavior. Everyone should understand. Generally speaking, wizard apprentices who come from royal families or nobles will act more in accordance with the rules, and will not create disasters or kill a large number of people at every turn. After all, they have their own concerns. The behavior style of this kind of people is more in line with the Jungle Lodge. Now vote." Night Owl looked around. According to the rules, if the number of votes exceeds 2/3, the issue is passed. The scepter immediately responded, "I have no objection." "Agree," Redheart said. Rose and Dead Corpse also expressed no objection immediately. Sunan would not object. Having one more trading partner is a good thing. Okay. 6 votes in favor. The issue is passed. Night Owl made the final decision. Although Highland and Traveler were not present, 6 votes already exceeded 2/3 of the total number of people, so there was no need to ask their opinions. Next, I will contact that person and send him an invitation. Everyone, just wait for my good news. Chapter 141 Star Alliance was founded. Graduation Assessment. Starlight Calendar Year 1256. Spring Dawn March. After 3 months of precipitation, Sherman and Corey have basically stabilized their realm and mastered the relevant array layout skills for opening up the magic plant garden. Sunan then gave them orders in the form of tasks, asking them to rush to the selected location to open up a new magic plant garden. Considering the convenience of doing things, Sunan also allowed them to select some people from the apprentices in the base to assist in completing the task. The next day after accepting the task, the two led the team to set off in a hurry and rush to other provinces of the principality. After transferring the work of opening up the magic plant garden, Sunan's workload was reduced a lot. After making 4 death knell marks, he stopped using the blood of the death knell striker to make blood vein marks, and began to work on increasing the blood vein concentration of the death knell striker. After the tossing and turning some time ago, the bell striker has also honestly surrendered to Sunan, actively cooperated with Sunan in various experiments, and allowed him to set some small tricks in his body. The so-called small trick is actually a high-level rune gem. Sunan embedded the gem into the head of the Bell Striker. As long as he had a thought, he could immediately detonate the high-level rune gem and instantly shatter the head of the Bell Striker. It's no wonder that he is so cautious. After all, the Bell Striker is a savage beast. Although he is well behaved now, no one knows when he will rebel, especially after awakening the divine energy. The Bell Striker's strength will inevitably increase greatly. If there is no means of checks and balances, it may cause big trouble. After all, he can't keep an eye on the Bell Striker all the time. It is much more difficult to improve the bloodline of ancient beasts than the bloodline of sub-dragons. According to the contents of the experimental notes left by Yugo, the bloodline source of the Bell Striker is an ancient beast called the hissing alien insect. According to the information given by the magic cube, the current blood concentration of the Death Knell Striker is 32.49%. However, it took Sunan more than half a month to increase the blood concentration of the Death Knell Striker by 0.04%. If it needs to be increased to 100% to allow the Death Knell Striker to awaken the divine energy and turn into a terrifying insect, it will take a long time. Sunan frowned and thought, thinking that he should change his mind. If the blood is synthesized directly, can the divine energy be born? It's worth a try. Sunan decided to save the blood extracted from the Death Knell Striker next. And when a certain amount is accumulated, it will be directly synthesized into the blood of the terrifying insect to see if the divine energy can be born. If successful, he won't have to waste a long time on increasing the blood concentration. After all, the Death Knell Striker is not his magic pet. If the strength is increased too much, it will be difficult to suppress it. It would be better if it can maintain the current strength level. The blood concentration of the hidden dragon is about to break through 40%. Sunan has never fallen behind in improving the blood concentration of the hidden dragon. It's just that without the fusion of high concentration sub-dragon blood and dragon blood, the blood concentration of the hidden dragon increases very slowly. If there are no other external factors, Sunan estimates that it will take at least 7 or 8 years to upgrade the blood of the hidden dragon to the real dragon blood. Although I asked Kui to help find news about sub-dragon and dragon species, it is still a question whether we can find suitable sub-dragon and dragon species, given the current situation of the Starlight Continent. There must be low-level sub-dragon species on the Starlight Continent now. But it's hard to say about high-level sub-dragon and dragon species. Perhaps the probability of finding them in the underground world is even greater. It's just that Sunan power in the underground world has just begun to take shape, and it is not enough to conduct a large-scale search. He can only expand his power map step by step. And when his power is strong enough, he will search for high-level sub-dragon and dragon species. Time flies, and time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the month of Xiaolong, June. On his 24th birthday, Sunan finally gathered the magic adamantium needed to refine the adamantium golem. Looking at the densely packed magic adamantium ingots in the puppet factory, he showed a happy smile on his face. Finally, I can refine it. Sunan took a deep breath and started to refine it. As early as 2 months ago, his puppet refining had been upgraded to level 5, which was more than enough to refine the adamantium golem. It took 3 days to build the golem body, draw the enchanted runes, constant spells, and attach the magic characteristics. When Sunan stopped his work with a long sigh, there was already a huge monster on the workbench. Under the bright light of the magic stone lamp, the adamantium golem was dark red all over, shining with a cold metallic luster. Just looking at it gave people a heavy sense of oppression, and it looked extremely majestic. Sunan then embedded the soul core into the groove of the golem's chest, completing the last step. As the dazzling light flashed across the adamantine golem, a strange breath of life suddenly appeared in this huge object. Buzz! The adamantium golem trembled, then sat up, walked down the workbench, and landed with a muffled bang. Master, please give orders. The adamantium golem made a low and monotonous voice. Looking at this scene, Sunan showed a satisfied expression. In addition to the normal structure, the adamantium golem in front of him also added a series of second-ring spells such as levitation, lightness, tenacity, and brute force. In addition, there are magic properties such as black steel, weak thunder element damage, and weak ice element damage. The cost of refining an ordinary adamantium golem is about 50,000 gold coins. However, the adamantium golem refined by Sunan, because of the addition of constant spells and magic properties, costs about 53,000 gold coins. The benefit brought by the high cost is naturally the increase in strength. The adamantium golem encountered in the Avigny inheritance before was only close to the strength level of the 3-ring legend. And soon an adamantium golem is a genuine 3-ring legend, which is enough to deal with ordinary 3rd-level wizard apprentices. People like Heb are no match for the adamantium golem. It can be said that each adamantium golem is equivalent to the powerful combat power of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Although it has not reached the top level of the 3-ring legend, it is not bad. Sunan nodded secretly. In terms of comprehensive strength, the adamantium golem can only be regarded as an average level among the 3-ring legends, which is inferior to the Death Knell striker. However, considering the golem's high resistance to sonic attacks containing soul power, it is not certain who will win or lose when the adamantium golem fights the Death Knell striker. It's a pity that this thing is too expensive. Otherwise I can refine more. Sunan now has little liquidity, and before finding a new vein, he can only refine an adamantium golem. We already have a 3-ring legendary puppet, and the next thing is the secret puppet. In Sunan's original idea, the redesigned simplified secret puppet has a comprehensive combat power infinitely close to the 4-ring legendary level, and the cost is about 80,000 gold coins. But things are different now. With the growth of his mental power, the number of high-level rune gems has increased to 32, and the power has been greatly enhanced. One of the key materials of the secret puppet is the high-level rune gem. The increase in the power of the latter will naturally drive the combat power of the secret puppet. In addition, the magic treatment of the puppet during this period has made his skills in enchanting the characteristics of the puppet's body advance by leaps and bounds. If this skill is applied to the secret puppet, it will definitely improve the combat power a lot. Under the double growth, the combat power of the secret puppet will definitely exceed the original idea and reach the 4-ring legendary level without any problem. But what comes with it is the increase in cost. Preliminary estimates are very likely to be close to 100,000 gold coins. If the soul core does not use small soul crystals, but medium soul crystals, the combat power can be further improved. But in that case, the cost will definitely exceed 100,000 gold coins. Sunan couldn't help but grin. This amount is almost catching up with the tax revenue of a marquis for several years. However, if you can use 100,000 gold coins to exchange for a combat power equivalent to the top 3rd-level wizard apprentice, it is worth it. At least the royal family of any country or any 3rd-level wizard apprentice will not refuse such a deal. But to refine the secret puppet, there is still more than 5 kilograms of mithril. Sunan sighed. It's a pity that Hugo, who died at his hands before, didn't even have 0.1 kilograms of mithril in his relics. Otherwise the gap wouldn't be so big now. Sure enough, wizards, apprentices, who specialize in biological transformation are poor compared to other wizards, apprentices. After putting the adamantium golem into the magic cube, Sunan left the puppet factory. Just after returning to the study, Carolina came to the door. Master, this is the report from Dragonheart Knight Academy. Put it on the table. Sunan waved his hand. Carolina respectfully placed the report on the table and bowed to leave. Sunan picked up the report and opened it to read. The content of the report was very simple, mainly about the graduation assessment of Dragonheart Knight Academy. As the earliest established Knight Academy, Dragonheart Knight Academy has been in school for 3 years. Next June, the first batch of students will graduate. According to the rules, students must pass the graduation assessment to graduate successfully. In view of this, Moritz, as the dean, drafted several assessment forms and submitted them to Sunan for review. It's been 3 years so soon. Sunan sighed slightly. With sufficient supply of dragon blood fruit, the strength of students in Dragonheart Knight Academy has improved rapidly. The second-year students basically have the strength of trainee knights. 22 students in the 3rd year have successfully advanced to knights. By the next summer moon, it is expected that all 500 graduates will graduate as knights. In any country, this is an amazing achievement. There has never been such a systematic institution for training knights on the Starlight continent. It seems that the Knight Guard will soon welcome the first batch of members. Sunan smiled with satisfaction, and then showed a thoughtful look. The promotion of Sherman and Corey is a key time node. It means that the training and accumulation of the base have reached the moment of accumulation. Starting with these 2 people, more students will be promoted to 2nd-level wizard apprentices. And the 2nd-level wizard apprentices already have good combat effectiveness and can really participate in his power development plan. On the surface world, the Principality of Stars is now in a stable development period. and there will be no war in the short term. But the underground world is at a critical node of starting external expansion. It can be foreseen that it will soon usher in a period of rapid expansion, which is when a large number of manpower is needed. And these second-level wizard apprentices can just participate in this expansion. This is also a kind of training for them. Although he does not agree with the cruel training method of the black wizard raising poison, Sunan does not want to cultivate a group of flowers in a greenhouse. A truly powerful wizard is never an academic. He must be knowledgeable and skilled in fighting. After all, whether it is collecting resources or adventuring and exploring, fighting and killing are inevitable. The newly established Night Guard can be combined with the second-level wizard apprentices to explore the surrounding areas. Otherwise, with the current power of the Star Alliance, there is still a lack of manpower. Star Alliance is the name given by Sunan to his own power in the underground world. From now on, Yohu, Matu and Asen will no longer show themselves as separate individuals to the outside world, but will uniformly call themselves the Star Alliance. Today's Star Alliance has just been established, and the main force is various puppets. There are very few members who really have subjective initiative. There are only two major races, vampires and human-faced lions, and the total number of people is less than 400. Whether it is exploring the surrounding areas or expanding outward, puppets alone are definitely not enough. And subordinates with subjective initiative are also indispensable. There are too few real available manpower, and many things cannot proceed. That's why Sunan wants to let the second-level wizard apprentices and night guards of the base participate, while increasing the available manpower. It is also possible to check and balance the vampires and the Sphinx, so that the two will not have any unnecessary thoughts in the long run. After thinking for a while, Sunan had already made up his mind. He put the report aside, took the paper, and started writing. Since it has been decided to let the Night Guard participate in the expansion of the underground world, they must adapt to and understand the underground world as soon as possible. The graduation assessment is obviously a good opportunity. About half an hour later, Sunan finished writing and called Carolina to give her the rough outline of the graduation assessment, asking her to contact Moritz and be responsible for making detailed plans. After Carolina left, Sunan took the paper again and wrote the 4 big words magic pattern construction on it. The knowledge of magic pattern construction was traded by him from the jungle hut. It is a special enchanted rune that combines magic tattoos and magic weapons. It is not very useful for wizard apprentices, but it can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of knights. The reason why Sunan had the idea of establishing the Night Guard was inspired by the magic pattern construction. Now that the Night Guard is about to take shape, it is time to forge the magic pattern structure. The power of the junior and intermediate knights is not enough in the dangerous underground world. If there is a magic pattern structure, the Night Guard can play a better role. A set of the lowest level first level magic pattern structure is enough to strengthen the power of a junior knight to the level of a peak knight close to the level of a great knight. As long as there are enough magic pattern structures, the Night Guard will soon become a powerful armed force. Chapter 142, He is not interested in the Tower of Stars? Starlight Calendar 1256. Autumn Curtain Month, October. The chill in the air is already very obvious, and the snow may fall earlier this year than in previous years. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. The 15-star ring was successfully constructed. Only 3 star rings are left. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief, suppressed his joy, and opened the panel. 3 million proficiency, according to the current progress, will take about 2 years. But if I can use the divine energy to increase my mental power later, the speed should be faster. Sunan mouth corners slightly raised. The remaining 3-star rings should be completed within 10 years. Then only mental power and talent crystallization will be left. Looking down, among the 4 skills, the level of puppet refining is the fastest, a unique level 5. After all, Sunan has been frantically refining various golems in recent years, and his proficiency has increased rapidly. On the contrary, the potion making that used to be the leading one, because most of the low-level potions were handed over to the apprentices in the base to make. Sunan only needed to synthesize, and the production was less, so the proficiency naturally increased slowly. The same is true for magic item manufacturing and biological transformation, and practice is getting less and less, especially the latter, which is only used to improve the bloodline of Hidden Dragon and Deathbell Beater, and the proficiency has hardly increased. Having said that, He is the only one in the entire Starlight continent who can upgrade the 4 major skills to this level during the Wizard Apprentice stage. Other apprentices don't have such rich resources to practice. Stretching, Sunan took out the trading house key, waited patiently for a while, and felt that the key was already activated. He immediately activated the key and entered the jungle cabin. Tonight is the jungle cabin's March gathering. The new members didn't attend the last gathering. Night Owl said that the other party was busy, but they should be able to come this time. After opening his eyes, Sunan looked around and found a new member. The other person was wearing a gray robe. From the faintly visible enchanted patterns, it was obviously a magic item. The robe covered the body tightly, and the only face exposed was also covered by a simple white mask. The other members of the jungle hut were also looking at the new member calmly. After waiting patiently for a while, seeing that no one else came in, Night Owl announced the start of the party. First, let me introduce the new member to everyone. This is the 9th wizard apprentice of the jungle hut. Night Owl turned his head and looked at the gray-robed man with a white mask. According to the rules, the true identities of all members of the jungle hut are confidential and must not be disclosed actively. For the convenience of calling, we all have our own code names. You can also choose one. The gray-robed man pondered for a moment and said, then call it Hunter. As the gray-robed man's low voice fell, the word Hunter slowly emerged on the table in front of him. Welcome, Hunter. Night Owl smiled. Next, we will start the transaction tonight. Then it was the familiar transaction process. Except for Highland and the Traveler, the rest of the members were present, and they took out items to trade with each other. The Hunter watched the transaction process calmly, and soon he found that the wizard apprentice called player seemed to have a lot of resources. Not only did he take out a large number of first-level potions and alchemical magic items for trading, but when buying things from others, he actually used very rare magic stones. And judging from the other people's usual appearance, it seems that this is not the case only at tonight's party. Seemingly seeing the Hunter's surprise, the scepter sitting next to him smiled and whispered, the player is the richest among us, with a lot of resources. Since he joined the jungle cabin, the transactions we organized have risen several levels. I see. The Hunter looked at Sunan in surprise. Noticing his gaze, Sunan turned his head and nodded slightly. The Hunter nodded in greeting. He could see that the other people's attitude towards Sunan was a bit respectful. This was obviously not only because the other party had a lot of resources, but more likely because of the other party's strength. This was a 3rd-level wizard apprentice with a deep background and strong strength. The Hunter made a judgment in his heart. The transaction was carried out very quickly. During this period, the Hunter also made 2 moves, buying a bottle of 1st-level potion and 2 sunglasses from Sunan and Qiangwei respectively. Soon, it was the Hunter's turn to sell items. What surprised everyone was that he took out a stone with a talisman engraved on it. Sunan's face under the mask suddenly became very strange. In the puzzled eyes of everyone, the Hunter said meaningfully, everyone, this is a key. The key to enter the Star Tower. As soon as the words fell, the 5 people present except Sunan were all shocked. The Tower of Stars. One of the 3 major inheritances? Is it true? Do you know where the Tower of Stars is? Even the Night Owl couldn't help but cast a surprised look at the Hunter. He never thought that the Hunter's first transaction after joining the Jungle Lodge would be such a heavyweight thing. The premise is that what the Hunter said is true. As if thinking of something, the Night Owl's eyes showed a thoughtful look. The scepter was the first to come back to his senses, and said in a deep voice, how do you prove that what you said is true? The Hunter seemed to have expected this situation a long time ago, and said slowly, I can make a vow contract. Hearing the Hunter say this, everyone no longer doubted, and their eyes looking at the seal stone suddenly became particularly hot. That's the Tower of Stars, one of the only 3 wizard inheritances in the Starlight continent. It is said that as long as you can enter it, there is a great hope that you can be promoted to a formal wizard. In the Starlight continent with scarce elements and barren resources, this is almost the only hope for these 3rd-level wizard apprentices to be promoted to wizards. The Tower of Stars opens once every 20 years, and the location of each appearance is random and not fixed. Only those who hold the key can find the Tower of Stars and enter it. As far as I know, the next time the Tower of Stars opens is in 10 years. After hearing the Hunter words, everyone's eyes became brighter and brighter. Make an offer. The hoarse voice of the dead body could not hide the fiery, and his eyes stared straight at the Hunter. What do you want to trade? The Hunter did not speak. but looked at Su Nan. Seeing this, everyone's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I almost forgot that there are players here. If he wants the key to the Tower of Stars, no one here can compete with him. But to their surprise, Su Nan shook his head. I'm not interested. You guys trade. The hunter was stunned. He was still hoping to make a fortune from the wealthy Su Nan with the key to the Tower of Stars. But he didn't expect that the other party would not play by the rules. Is he not interested in the Tower of Stars? That shouldn't be the case. Is there a third-level wizard apprentice in the world who is not interested in the Tower of Stars? The hunter was puzzled. Rose, Scepter, Red Heart, and Dead Corpse were also stunned, full of confusion, wondering why Su Nan was not interested. Only Night Owl looked calm. He had figured out the connection. The Tower of Stars. The Principality of Stars. Hey, I didn't expect there was a connection between the two. I thought it was just a coincidence of the names. When they came to their senses, they saw that the player really didn't intend to bid, and they were overjoyed. As long as the player didn't participate, their hope of winning the key to the Tower of Stars would be greatly increased. The hunter was disappointed and had to say, my first choice is potions and gems, and other things can be considered depending on the value. As soon as the voice fell, the corpse could not wait to make the first bid. Gems worth 10,000 gold coins, plus 5 micro soul crystals. Following closely, the others did not want to lag behind and spoke up one after another. 2 bottles of tranquilizing potion, plus gems worth 20,000 gold coins. Gems worth 30,000 gold coins. The price kept rising. This is probably the most competitive transaction since the establishment of the jungle hut. Everyone showed a look of determination to get the key. Su Nan sat calmly aside, watching the 5 people bidding against each other. If possible, he would also want the key of the Starry Tower. Although he already has it, he can give it to Key. But looking at the appearance of Night Owl and others, it is obvious that they are determined to get the key and are willing to pay a high price for it. If you have to pay a lot of money to get the key, then I will decline. Anyway, the purpose of letting Key enter the Tower of Stars is to get the Dawn Potion that can prolong life. At worst, he can find a way to get a bottle and give it to Key when he enters the Tower of Stars in the future. Compared with the fight for the key of the Tower of Stars, Su Nan is more curious about how the hunter got this thing. After all, as far as he knows, the key of the Tower of Stars seems to be only owned by Evans. Does the hunter know Evans? Or did he snatch it from Evans? Speaking of which, Night Owl once said that the hunter escaped from sorrow of the Eternal Life Society. Does this have anything to do with the Eternal Life Society? Several possibilities flashed through Su Nan's mind. At this moment, the bidding for the key of the Tower of Stars finally ended. In the end, the Scepter won the key of the Tower of Stars at a high price of 13 bottles of tranquilizing potion and gems worth 62,000 gold coins. Su Nan was not surprised by this result. After all, before he joined the Jungle Lodge, the Scepter was the most generous member of the Jungle Lodge. And if his guess was correct, and the Scepter really came from the royal family of the Songjin Empire, then his lavish spending would be explained. The Songjin Empire is the most powerful country in the southeast region of the continent. No doubt about it. The tranquilizing potion is a first-level potion that assists meditation, and its value is about 300 gold coins. In the end, the Scepter spent nearly 66,000 gold coins to get the key of the Tower of Stars. This price is not low. However, judging from the appearance of the Scepter, it is obvious that he is very satisfied with the result. Rose, Red Heart, and Dead Wounds look a little unwilling. It's a pity that they are not as wealthy as others, so they can only hold back their unwillingness. Su Nan looked at the hunter deeply. Since the other party is willing to take out the key of the Tower of Stars for trading, it means that he has another key, or perhaps more than one. Perhaps the same transaction will happen again in the future. Frost month, November. White snow fell on the ground. The snow fell early this year, compared with the surface where the cold wind was howling and biting. The temperature of the underground world was just a little lower. The lion warriors in Yohu City were still naked, walking in the streets. In base number 2, the laboratory, the wide workbench was filled with densely packed test tubes, each of which contained blood extracted from the body of the death Knell striker, with a uniform capacity of 100 milliliters. This much blood should be enough. Su Nan murmured. Open the Rubik cube and put in blood one by one, staring at the synthesis interface. As more and more blood was put in, the blood concentration on the synthesis interface continued to increase. 59.13%, 64.79%, 71.34%, 84.11% when there were less than 8 test tubes left on the workbench. The blood concentration on the synthesis interface finally broke through 100%. And then the information suddenly changed. The blood of the hissing alien insect, with a purity of 1.25%, contains 1 standard unit of divine energy. After being injected into the human body, there is a very small probability of fusion with the hissing alien insect bloodline, and a high probability of rejection reaction. In severe cases, it will lead to death. The stronger the physique and spirit, the higher the success rate of fusion, and the lower the rejection reaction. Success? Su Nan was overjoyed. As he thought, even if the blood concentration of the Death Knell striker is not increased, divine energy can be produced by synthesizing blood. Although the divine energy contained is very little from the description text, it at least proves that his method is correct. Su Nan immediately extracted the divine energy from the blood and absorbed it as soon as possible. Unlike the divine energy obtained from the gods, the divine energy in this naturally generated divine creature has no power of faith, and there is no problem of faith pollution. It is very pure and can be absorbed directly. After digesting the divine energy, Su Nan opened the panel and found that the spirit had increased by 0.25. Not bad. Su Nan smiled with satisfaction. After all, there is only 1 standard unit of divine energy, which is far less than the amount extracted from the divine remains at the beginning. It is already very good to have a 0.25 increase in mental power. The key is that this is sustainable. As long as the Death Knell striker is still there, blood can be continuously extracted to artificially produce divine energy, which is equivalent to an additional means to regularly increase mental power. About 8 months of blood can produce 1 standard unit of divine energy. On average, an additional 0.37 mental power can be increased every year. No, that's not right. The later the mental power is, the harder it is to improve, and the subsequent increase should gradually decrease. But even so, it can shorten the time it takes for my mental power to break through 60. Su Nan thought of the Death Knell striker in the prison area. In view of its great contribution, it will be taken out of the prison area and changed to a more comfortable environment. Otherwise, living in a dark prison and having blood drawn every day will sooner or later cause depression. Of course, the defense should be tighter. Since we don't need the adamantine golem right now, we can just let it guard the bell ringer. Chapter 143 Dark Lu Xinglong. A rare opportunity. White Tower Province. Ruin City Suburbs. A large manor with densely planted red fruits. At a glance, it seems to have come to a red ocean. On the sidewalk of the garden, Xia Man looked at the thriving dragon blood fruit, and a happy smile appeared on his face. The faces of the apprentices standing behind him were also filled with joy. The first batch of dragon blood fruit is about to mature, which means that there is no problem with the operation of the magic array in the magic plant garden. We succeeded. The mission is now completed. I said it a long time ago. With Senior Xia Man here, there will definitely be no problem. That's right. It's all thanks to Senior Xia Man. Everyone talked at once, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Xia Man turned around and smiled. The development of the magic plant garden is not my own achievement. It is all thanks to everyone's help. Thank you for your hard work during this period. I will submit a report to the base according to everyone's contribution. I believe the mission reward will come soon. The apprentices were more delighted when they heard this. It was hard to come to the White Tower Province to develop the magic plant garden, but the reward was also very generous. The efforts of more than 4 months were equivalent to their mission income in the past 6 months. Xia Man was also in a very happy mood. As the main force in developing the magic plant garden, he could get the most contribution points, which was enough to exchange for several bottles of super potions and 4 or 5 first-level spells. Senior Xia Man, when are we going to the next place? An apprentice said eagerly. There were 2 teams to develop new magic plant gardens, led by Xia Man and Corey respectively. The 2 teams were responsible for developing 3 new magic plant gardens, and the locations were all located near the 6 night colleges without exception. This is just the first magic plant garden they opened in Ruin City, and there are 2 more to come. Xia Man pondered for a moment and said, I will submit a report to the base later, when the garrison personnel of the base come to take over. We can leave. In addition, this batch of dragon blood fruits must be picked and preserved, and handed over to the Dragon Claw Knight Academy in the city. By the way, new magic plant seeds will be planted. This time, Some other types of seeds will be added, including silver moon flower and tranquil spirit flower. Hearing that Xiamen had arranged all matters, everyone agreed. Everyone has worked hard today. After returning to the city, I will treat everyone to dinner at the Blue Rose restaurant. Xiamen smiled. Senior Xiamen is treating, so I have to eat as much as I can. Senior Xiamen is generous, and the price of the Blue Rose restaurant is not cheap. TSK. How could Senior Xiamen be short of that little gold coin? Everyone laughed and made a noise, except for the 2 apprentices on duty who stayed with Indy. The rest of the people left the magic plant garden together, for luxurious carriages were parked outside the gate, and the outer wall of the carriage was engraved with the family emblem of the Lord of Ruin City. Seeing Xiamen and others come out, the drivers immediately jumped off the carriage, put the horse stools in place, and stood aside respectfully. The Lord of Ruin City did not dare to neglect this group of wizard apprentices from the capital base. Not only did he arrange their accommodation in the Lord's mansion, he also prepared 4 carriages to obey orders at any time. And there were special people to provide meticulous service for travel and food. After all, these are the students of that adult. Everyone got on the carriages one after another, and accompanied by bursts of neighing, the convoy set off towards Ruin City. In the carriage, Xiamen took out a spell model book and read it attentively. After being promoted to a 2nd-level wizard apprentice, he could already start learning 1st-level spells. The first-level spell he chose was the shield spell. The 1st-level spell is much more difficult than the 0-level spell. I have been studying for almost half a year, but I still haven't been able to fully master the shield spell. After actually getting in touch with it, Sherman deeply realized how difficult the 1st-level spell was, and therefore he admired and worshipped his teacher even more. I heard from Master Amy that the teacher could master a 1st-level spell in a month. This was something he could never imagine. When studying, time flies. Not long after, Sherman felt that the carriage slowed down, and then the driver's voice came from outside. Sir, we are here. Sherman put away the books, pushed open the door of the carriage, and got off the carriage. The convoy has arrived at the gate of the Lord's mansion. Stead Ponte, who had already received the news, was standing at the door. When he saw Sherman getting off the car, he greeted him with a smile on his face. Sir Sherman, I heard that you are going to dine at the Blue Rose restaurant. I have already arranged a banquet there. If you don't mind, let me be the host today. Sherman readily said. Then I trouble Lord Steed. Just call me Steed. Steed smiled warmly. Steed is the eldest son of the Lord of Ryan City, and is responsible for receiving them. At this moment, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly came from a distance. Sherman looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a cavalryman galloping in a hurry. He stopped at the gate and jumped off the horse before it stood firm, rushing inside in a hurry. Wait a minute. Steed called the cavalryman. The latter stopped impatiently, turned around and saw that it was Steed, and his face immediately changed to a respectful look. Lord Steed, what happened? Steed asked in a deep voice. It is forbidden to gallop within a radius of 500 meters from the Lord's mansion. The cavalryman in front of him obviously had something urgent to do, so he didn't care about violating the ban. The cavalryman hurriedly said, replying to Lord Steed. There was a monster attack in a village in the west of the city. The city guard sent a team of 100 people to deal with it, but they were defeated by the monsters and suffered heavy casualties. I am about to report this to the Lord. Monster attack? The apprentices looked at each other. There are many wild beasts in the wild, and hungry beasts often attack villages and eat people. Usually, the village militia can deal with such beasts, and there are very few cases where the city guards need to be dispatched. As for the beasts that can severely damage an army of 100 people, they are even rarer. This kind of beast is already at the level of an exotic beast. Steed's expression suddenly became serious. He turned around and apologized to Sherman. I'm sorry, Mr. Sherman. I can't accompany you to dinner. I will make up for today's impoliteness later. Mr. Steed's words are too serious. Dealing with the attack is more important. Sherman waved his hand, thought for a while and said, We are grateful for Mr. Steed's warm hospitality these days. If you don't mind, why don't I accompany Mr. Steed? Maybe I can help. Steed's eyes lit up, and he agreed immediately. Then trouble Mr. Sherman. The matter was urgent, and the group did not delay and immediately set off for the village. When they got there, they found that the situation was more serious than the cavalry reported. The ground was full of bloody corpses, some of the villagers and some of the city guards. Shimon noticed that the armor on the body of an officer had become tattered. From the cracks, it seemed that it was torn apart by the claws of some beast. Night-level beast. Shimon had a serious look on his face. Steed soon noticed this, and his face turned ugly. We must kill this monster, and not let it escape. Otherwise it will probably attack other villages. And that will be troublesome. If a beast of at least night level is allowed to run around and attack humans, the consequences will be disastrous. Steed was somewhat glad that he brought Shimon with him. Otherwise he and the soldiers accompanying him might not be able to kill the beast. Roar! A dull roar like thunder came from a distance. Shimon and Steed looked at each other, and immediately rushed in the direction of the sound. The rest of the soldiers also hurriedly followed. After turning around a house, a hideous monster instantly came into everyone's sight. It was a creature that looked like an upright lizard, covered with dark gray scales. It has a huge and strong jaw, short front limbs and long hind limbs, but both have sharp claws, and its open bloody mouth is full of fine and sharp teeth. Dark Land Dragon. Shimon widened his eyes in astonishment. Sir Shimon, do you recognize this monster? Steed asked hurriedly. Shimon nodded in doubt, and seeing Steed's puzzled face, he had to explain quickly. Dark Land Dragon is also called Cave Dragon. It belongs to the sub-dragon species. It has very poor vision and hearing, but has a particularly strong sense of smell and echolocation ability. But this kind of creature generally lives in the underground world, and it shouldn't appear on the surface. At this time, the Dark Land Dragon also discovered Shimon and his group, and immediately rushed over with a roar. Be careful. This Dark Land Dragon is already an adult, and its combat power should be between that of a senior knight and a peak knight. Be especially careful of its claws, which are very sharp. If you get scratched, you will bleed profusely. The claws of the Dark Land Dragon are naturally endowed with the effect of bloodlight characteristics, and once scratched, you will bleed profusely. Hearing that the monster in front of them had at least the power of a senior knight, Steed and the people behind him all changed their faces, because they came in a hurry. There were only 3 knights in their group, including Steed, and they were all junior knights. Facing a beast of the senior knight level, they could only barely protect themselves. Fortunately, Sherman was still there, facing the Dark Land Dragon rushing towards him. Sherman calmly completed the spell preparation and hit the Dark Land Dragon with a stun spell. Bang! The Dark Land Dragon stumbled and fell to the ground. Under the huge inertia, its body rubbed against the ground and slid 7 or 8 meters away, stirring up a large amount of dust. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Steed rushed forward with 2 knights. However, the dragon race is naturally highly resistant to magic. Although the Dark Land Dragon is only a sub-dragon species, it has inherited some of its abilities, and is much more resistant to magic than other races of beasts. Shaking his head, the Dark Land Dragon got up from the ground and attacked again, as if nothing had happened. Zero-ring spells have little effect on the Dark Land Dragon, but unfortunately, I haven't mastered the first ring attack spells yet. Shimon sighed, and seeing Steed and the other 2 struggling under the attack of the Dark Land Dragon, he hesitated for a moment, and took out a gem with some pain. The gem engraved with strange patterns shone in the sunlight, which was extremely beautiful. Shimon then threw the gem and shouted at the same time, "Get out of the way!" Steed and the other 2 quickly retreated to the surroundings, and the next second they saw the gem in the air suddenly burst into a dazzling light, turning into thunder, and hitting the Dark Land Dragon. Boom! The Dark Land Dragon immediately let out a shrill howl. When the lightning dissipated, the Dark Land Dragon was already lying on the ground with smoke all over his body, motionless and silent. A knight came forward cautiously to check, and showed joy after a moment. He's dead. Steed breathed a sigh of relief, and then cast a look of awe at Sherman. Is this the power of a wizard? The thunder just now was so powerful. Even if the Great Knight came, he probably wouldn't dare to confront it head-on. Right? Sherman was also surprised. It was the first time he used the rune gem in battle, and he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even the Dark Land Dragon with high spell resistance was killed in one blow. The rune gem is a bit expensive, but it's worth it. Sherman sighed secretly, and came to his senses. He quickly found Steed and said, "Sir Steed, it is very unusual for the Dark Land Dragon to appear on the surface. It may involve the underground world. I must report this to the teacher. Please let me deal with this body." "Okay." Steed's face became serious. "No problem. If Sir Shimon needs help, please let me know." Shemin thanked him, and asked Steed to move the body to the Lord's mansion for safekeeping. Back to the Lord's mansion. Shemin immediately returned to his room, and prepared to write a letter to the teacher to report what happened today. Steed came to the study to meet his father, and report what happened today. How could a monster from the underground world appear here? After listening to Steed's report, the Lord of Ryan City House couldn't help but frown. After soon indeed spread, the nobles of the Principality of Stars began to actively collect information about wizards. So House also heard about the underground world. It's not a good thing to have creatures from the underground world appear in your territory. Maybe there is an entrance to the underground world in that corner. If that's the case, it's a headache. Forget it. Let's leave this matter to the wizard. House rubbed his brows, and suddenly remembered another thing. How have you been getting along with Shemin these days? Not bad. Steed smiled slightly. Mr. Shemin is really as rumored. He treats people very peacefully, and has no airs. That's good. House nodded slightly, showing a meaningful expression. Lord Sudan has many students, but the best ones are Shemin and Corey. Corey is from a noble family, arrogant, and not easy to approach. In comparison, Shemin is much easier to get along with. This time Shemin led a team to our ruined city to open up the magic plant garden. It's a good opportunity. You should take the opportunity to build a good relationship with him, which will be of great benefit to your future development. Yes, Father, Steve replied solemnly. Anyone with a little foresight can see how important the base will be in the future of the Principality of Stars. Therefore, making friends with wizards from the base in advance is a good thing for any noble. They were lucky this time in Ruin City, and they happened to meet Sherman. Of course, they should cherish this rare opportunity. Chapter 144 Level 3 Magic Pattern Construction. First Assistant, Yohu City. Base number 2. In the Bright Workshop, Su Nan stood in front of the workbench, carefully drawing the last stroke of the pattern, and the special liquid made of gems and metals in his hand was just consumed. On the flat and smooth metal table, the mysterious and complex patterns were intertwined and outlined together, shining under the light, revealing a strange charm. It's done! Su Nan smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and the pattern in front of him suddenly floated off the table, quickly contracted and condensed into a round metal ball the size of an egg, and fell in his palm. After a few glances, Su Nan came to the shelf in the corner, where hundreds of metal balls were already placed, clearly divided into 3 piles. Su Nan put the metal ball on the pile with the least number on the far left. During this period of time, he has been refining magic pattern constructions. These metal balls are magic pattern constructions of different levels. As long as they are injected with fighting spirit to activate, they can instantly spread to the whole body and strengthen the body. There are 5 levels of magic pattern construction. Level 1 is the lowest and level 5 is the highest. The higher the level, the stronger the strengthening effect, and the heavier the load on the body. To use the magic pattern construction, at least the strength of a knight must be reached. Among them, the level 1 magic pattern construction is enough to strengthen the strength of a primary knight to the point where a peak knight is close to a great knight. The level 2 magic pattern construction can only be carried by people of senior knights and above, which is enough to strengthen a senior knight to the level of a primary great knight. Level 3 magic pattern construction must be used by a great knight, and can strengthen the strength of a primary great knight to the level of a senior great knight. As for the level 4 and level 5 magic pattern construction, those are the levels that only legendary knights can use, and Sudan has not yet refined them. The magic pattern constructions he has refined during this period are all level 1 to 3. It is worth mentioning that magic pattern constructions are also divided into different types according to the focus of the strengthening effect. The most common ones are agility, strength, and physique. Although these 3 types of magic pattern structures can enhance the overall physical fitness, including muscle strength, resistance to blows and reaction speed, etc., they all have their own emphasis. For example, the agility type magic pattern structure has a much stronger enhancement on reaction speed and flexibility than other aspects. The same is true for the strength type and the physique type. The emphasis can be seen from the name. In addition, there are also flying type, elemental type, and special type, etc. In general, as long as the characteristics of the magic weapon have, they can basically be transplanted to the magic pattern structure. In addition, the effects of some spells can also be transplanted to the magic pattern structure. The level of the magic pattern structure basically represents the number of its characteristics. For example, a single agility type, strength type, and physique type are basically first-level magic pattern structures. The second-level magic pattern structure adds one or two additional characteristics on the basis of the first level. For example, the flying characteristic, the gathering characteristic, reduce the loss of fighting spirit, or the elemental characteristic, add weak elemental damage. The third-level magic pattern structure adds 2 or 3 additional characteristics on the basis of the second level. It can be said that a Great Knight equipped with a level 3 magic pattern structure is equivalent to being equipped with 4 to 6 alchemical magic items, and its combat power is no less than that of a level 2 wizard apprentice. However, in contrast, the higher the level of the magic pattern structure, the higher the cost. The cost of a level 1 magic pattern structure is about 83 gold coins, which is nearly twice as expensive as a stone golem. The cost of a level 2 magic pattern structure is about 280 gold coins. The cost of a level 3 magic pattern structure is nearly 650 gold coins. The cost of 650 gold coins is not expensive. It takes 25 stone golems to synthesize a high-level Great Knight level stone golem, and the cost is nearly 1,100 gold coins. A magic pattern structure of 650 gold coins, plus a primary Great Knight, can get a high-level Great Knight level combat power, which is relatively cost-effective. As high-level Great Knight level combat power, humans with subjective initiative can undoubtedly play a greater role than stone golems. There are 500 graduates in the first batch of Dragonheart Knight Academy. If we want to arm them all with magic pattern constructs, it will cost more than 41,000 gold coins. It's a bit expensive, but in this way, we can get 500 peak knights with combat power close to the level of Great Knights. Sunan estimated that if all the more than 41,000 gold coins were used to refine double-bladed spiders, peak knight level, only about 230 spiders could be refined, which is less than half of the number of graduates from the Knight Academy. Of course, this does not include the cost of training students. If it is added, it is not certain which one is more cost-effective. However, if Sunan had to choose, he would still prefer 500 knights with subjective initiative. Let's get 500 sets of first-level magic pattern constructs first. Sunan looked at the magic pattern constructs piled up into a small mountain on the far right. There were already more than 200 sets there, and there was still a shortfall of half the number. In the future, the demand for level 1 magic pattern construction will definitely be the highest. However, the difficulty of refining this thing is about the same as that of magic weapons. Once the corresponding knowledge is sorted out and put into the exchange list of the base, the apprentices in the base can accept the task of refining it. Sunan stretched his body and refined 3 more sets of magic pattern construction before leaving the workshop. Back in the study, Sunan took out the financial reports of the past few months and read them carefully. Following the previous 4 mines, 3 more mines have been mined out recently. Now the Star Alliance has only 6 mines left. The monthly output has dropped sharply, and the profit has shrunk seriously. Sunan originally wanted to refine another adamantium golem, but the profit in recent months has been almost gone after deducting the expenses of refining magic pattern construction. In the final analysis, he still needs to find a few more mines, especially the silver mines. He is still waiting for the mithril to refine the secret doll. I wonder how the exploration is going. Thinking of this, Sunan called 2 golems and asked them to find Carolina and Red Widow. The 2 women might be in Yohu City, and they came over after a while. Master. Carolina and Red Widow bowed at the same time after entering the door. Sunan nodded, sat down and asked casually, "What have you gained from the exploration during this period?" Carolina stepped forward and replied, "Master, 120 kilometers to the east is a huge swamp, where thousands of underground toad monsters and slime monsters are entrenched. I have sent people to clean it up, but it may take some time to solve it. More than 150 kilometers to the north, the exploration team encountered several demon tribes, including many legendary demons. I am trying to find a way to deal with those demon tribes." Demon tribe? Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. Demons are considered to be in the upper middle sequence in the food chain of the underground world. This creature has weak melee ability, but is very good at casting illusions and enchanting creatures of other races to fight for it. Knights and Great Knights, who do not master the power of elements, are easily affected by illusions when facing demons. If they face multiple demons at the same time, they will basically die. In the underground world, demons usually live in small groups. They directly control servants and slaves and exist in the form of tribes. Usually there will be one or more legendary eye-demons in a tribe. From these legendary eye-demons, there is a very small probability that eye-demon variants such as the Eye of the Elder, the Eye of the Warlord, the Eye of the Nest Mother, or the Eye of the Abyss will be born. This variant is often very powerful, even more powerful than the average third-level wizard apprentice. They will integrate multiple eye-demon tribes, control more slave servants, and eventually form a more powerful city-state. In Sunan memory, in the underground world, any city-state where eye-demons gather is ruled by eye-demon variants. It's okay if it's just the eye-demon tribe. Illusions and charms are ineffective against puppets. Bring more double-bladed spiders, and clear out those eye-demons as soon as possible. Sunan waved his hand and said, "Yes, sir." Carolina breathed a sigh of relief. Since the exploration began, her men have not been able to find any mineral veins or other resource points. If the master blames her for this, she can't find a reason to defend herself. Fortunately, the master understands her. Sunan didn't care about Carolina's change of expression and turned to look at the Red Widow. "How is your side?" The Red Widow smiled and said, "Thanks to the master, I found an iron mine in the west. I am currently exploring the reserves. The preliminary estimate is that it is at least a medium-sized mineral vein." Sunan was slightly startled, and a smile appeared on his face. "Well done. It's my honor to work for the master." The Red Widow's smile deepened, and she glanced at Carolina vaguely, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Carolina saw it and gritted her teeth in anger. Sunan pretended not to notice the two people's little tricks and continued to ask, "Are there any more?" "Yes, master," the Red Widow said quickly. "The exploration team also found a Tauren tribe in the south. It is very large. The initial estimate of the population is more than 500. We tried to trade with them and exchanged some unsmelted gold ore." Sunan was immediately interested when he heard it. Unsmelted gold ore means that the Tauren tribe is likely to control a gold vein. Tauren are not good at smelting. If there are no dwarves in the tribe, even if they dig out gold ore, they can't smelt it, so they can only trade it. I am still investigating more details, but it is likely that the other party controls the gold vein. The Red Widow smiled. "Very good." Sunan smiled appreciatively. "If it is confirmed that the tribe really has a gold vein, send troops to take it down immediately. The combat effectiveness of an adult Tauren is about between a junior knight and a senior knight. A Tauren tribe with a population of over 500 is already considered a considerable force in the underground world. Even if it holds a gold mine, not many people dare to covet it. The Star Alliance is an exception. With the current strength of the Star Alliance, it is easy to destroy a Tauren tribe." "Yes, master," the Red Widow responded respectfully. After talking about the exploration, Sunan was about to let the two go down, but Carolina suddenly handed over a letter with both hands. "Master, there is a letter from Sherman." Sunan understood that it was probably about the development of the new magic plantation. However, after taking the letter and opening it, he was a little surprised. Darkland Dragon? How could this creature unique to the underground world run to the surface? Could it be that there is an entrance to the underground world around Ruin City? Seeing that Sunan looked thoughtful for a long time without saying anything, the Red Widow couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, what happened?" Sunan didn't answer, and threw the letter to the two to circulate. After reading it, the Red Widow and Carolina also showed surprise on their faces. "Send someone to Ruin City to bring back the body of the Darkland Dragon, and investigate where it came from. If there is really an entrance to the underground world, contact the local lord immediately to seal the entrance and report to me." Sunan didn't think for too long and quickly gave the order. If it was just a simple entrance to the underground world, he wouldn't care too much. After all, there are many areas to be explored around the Star Alliance, and the map here has not been fully explored. He really can't spare the energy to open up a second entrance. But if there are sub-dragon species opposite this entrance, it will be different. If a large number of sub-dragon species can be caught, or high-level sub-dragon species can be found, blood can be extracted to speed up the increase in the blood concentration of the hidden dragon. This is what he really cares about. I didn't expect to find clues about sub-dragon species so quickly. I hope there will be gains. Sunan thought secretly. If there are a large number of sub-dragon species opposite the entrance, he will have to go there in person. Having worked under Sunan for so long, Carolina and Red Widow knew that their master had been searching for the traces of the sub-dragon species and took it very seriously. So they both responded solemnly to his words. Okay. Go down. Sunan waved his hand. The two of them retreated in response. After leaving the study, Carolina quickened her pace and walked forward. Not long after she walked, she heard the sound of wind coming from behind. Red Widow had already caught up with her lightly, with a teasing smile on her face. Why are you walking so fast? Are you rushing to deal with the swamp and the Eye Demon tribe? Or are you going to send someone to Ryan City immediately? Carolina said expressionlessly, Don't be complacent. You are just lucky this time. And it is still uncertain who will win or lose next time. The fact is that I am one step ahead of you now. Red Widow raised her index finger against her rosy lips and said with a smile, One step ahead. One step ahead. By the time you solve the problems of the swamp and the Eye Demon tribe, I will have found more mineral veins. Carolina's eyes twitched slightly, and she glared at Red Widow, ignoring her and quickening her pace. She had already fallen behind Red Widow once in the exploration of mineral veins, and she must not lose to her again in investigating the Darkland Dragon. She must find the source of the Darkland Dragon before Red Widow. Red Widow did not chase after her, and watched Carolina walk away. Her smile faded, and she curled her lips with contempt. Of course, she could guess what Carolina was planning, which was nothing more than trying to get back at the Darkland Dragon. But unfortunately, she would not give the other party a chance. This time, she would also be one step ahead of Carolina. The longer she stayed under Sunan, the more Red Widow could feel Sunan's strength. As long as Sunan was still there, the strength of the Star Alliance would continue to increase, and the territory would continue to expand. Sooner or later, it would become the overlord of the underground world. And as long as she firmly occupied the position of the first deputy beside Sunan, when the Star Alliance became the overlord of the underground world, she would also be able to become an important figure in the underground world. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel hot all over. Chapter 145 Mysterious Prize. Points Assessment. Starlight Calendar 1257. Xiaolong Month, June. Flashing City. Dragonheart Night Academy. The weather is hot, and the breeze is gentle. The academy is also filled with a fiery atmosphere. Today is the day of the first graduation assessment of Dragonheart Night Academy. Early in the morning, many fourth-year students who are about to graduate gathered in the martial arts training ground to discuss the upcoming graduation assessment. I wonder what the graduation assessment will be like. The academy is also very secretive. They insisted on waiting until we arrived at the assessment site to tell us the specific content of the assessment. No matter what the content is, since the assessment site is in the underground world, the difficulty will not be low. I heard that the underground world is very dangerous, and there are monsters everywhere. I hope the academy will not make the assessment too difficult. The students gathered in groups of 3 or 2, and the discussion continued. Outside the martial arts training ground, students from the other 3 grades were also curiously watching, trying to see if they could get some information. After all, they will have to go through the same assessment in the future. Sheen finally squeezed through the crowd of junior students and entered the martial arts training ground. He was looking around for his friend when he heard a familiar call. He turned around and saw Ruger and Solano waving at him. Why are you here so late? Ruger approached and hit Sheen's shoulder unhappily. The latter scratched his cheek and smiled. The dean asked me to come over to talk about something. Ruger's eyes lit up immediately, and he came over and put his arm around Sheen's shoulders. Whispering mysteriously, did the dean tell you the information about the graduation assessment? Share it with me. We are brothers. Sheen shook his head and said, Don't let your imagination run wild. You know how strict the rules of the academy are. How could the dean take the lead in breaking the rules? He just encouraged me a few words. Ruger was disappointed. What? The dean is too rigid. You are the head of the 4th grade after all. What's the harm in giving some information? It is because Sheen is the head of the 4th grade, and the dean believes that he can achieve good results. So he will not violate the rules to help him privately. Solano smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples, and turned to look at Sheen. Sheen, how are you preparing? No problem. Sheen raised his right hand and confidently showed his muscles. I will definitely get the first place this time. Ruger said enviously, I heard that the top 5 students in the assessment can get a 3rd-level dragon blood fruit and a mysterious prize. The higher the level of the dragon blood fruit, the stronger the effect. The lowest level of the 1st-level dragon blood fruit is exclusively for apprentice knights, the 1st and 2nd year students of the academy. as well as some third-year students who have not yet been promoted to knights. Usually eat the first-level dragon blood fruit. The second-level dragon blood fruit is exclusively for knights. Only students who have been promoted to knights are eligible to eat this level of dragon blood fruit. As for the third-level dragon blood fruit, it is said that one can make a mid-level knight breakthrough to become a senior knight. Among the graduates of this year, there are a total of 18 mid-level knights, including Sheen. If you can get a third-level dragon blood fruit, you can immediately break through to become a senior knight. How can this not make people envious? That's great. I also want a third-level dragon blood fruit. Ruger's face was full of envy. Serrano chuckled and said, "The top 5 will definitely be taken by those mid-level knight students. Let's set our goal on the top 50. The top 50 can also get a second-level dragon blood fruit. The effect of the second-level dragon blood fruit is much worse." Ruger muttered, "But this guy is an optimist." And he quickly put this matter behind him and turned to the topic of the mysterious prize. "What do you think the so-called mysterious prize is?" "I guess it's probably something from the base." Serrano's eyes flashed with yearning. "I heard there are a lot of magical things there. And dragon blood fruit also comes from there. Isn't it the legendary magic item?" "Unlikely. I heard that only wizards can use magic items. Not knights. Could it be a potion?" Ruger and Serrano were discussing eagerly, while Sheen was silent on the side, looking a little strange. Just now, the dean called him over, and in addition to encouraging him, he also told him the true face of the so-called mysterious prize. Ruger was right. It was a magic item. It's called magic pattern construction. A powerful magic item that can also be used by knights. The dean also said that all graduates can be allocated a set of first-level magic pattern construction. But only the top 5 outstanding students can be allocated a more powerful second-level magic pattern construction. It is said that after a high-level knight is equipped with a second-level magic pattern structure, he can directly have the combat power of a great knight. When Sheen heard this, he was a little confused. It can make a high-level knight directly become as powerful as a great knight. The effect of this magic pattern structure is simply ridiculous. If it hadn't come from the dean's mouth, he would never have believed it. It is said that wizards' magic items are very powerful and magical. I didn't think so before, but now it seems that the rumors are true. If magic items are already so powerful, how powerful must the wizards who made them be? She'd explained secretly, thinking that after the graduation assessment, he would be able to join the Night Guard and work together with the legendary wizards. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, and felt that a whole new world was beckoning to him. "Sheen, what are you daydreaming about?" Ruger suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Sheen, interrupting the latter's thoughts. "Nothing," Sheen said vaguely, turning his head to look at the entrance of the martial arts training ground. "The dean and others are here." The junior students at the entrance of the martial arts training ground were quickly dispersed, and Moritz walked in with a group of instructors. After a short speech, a group of people left the academy and headed straight out of the city. Soon, she knew the destination for today. Many people know that there is a forest blocked by the army near the flashing city. It is said that there is a mining area inside, and a large amount of ore can be seen being transported out of it every day. Sheen was originally very curious about why a mining area needed to be blocked by the army, until he suddenly realized it. It turned out that there was not only a mining area in the forest, but also an entrance to the underground world. After passing through the blockade outside the forest, the group quickly arrived at Camp Number 1. When they saw hundreds of clay golems carrying ore back and forth in the camp, all the students couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. "What is this?" "It seems to be a clay golem, which is said to be made of clay." "Clay? It's amazing. The wizard is really amazing." Exclamations came one after another. Some students couldn't help but reach out and touch the clay golems passing by. It was the first time they saw human-shaped clay that could walk. Moritz and a group of instructors next to them didn't stop them, but just shook their heads and laughed. When they first saw the clay golem, they were also full of surprise. After passing through the camp, the group then entered the cave. After seeing the stone golem stationed along the way, the students were amazed again. After that, the group came out of the stalactite cave, rode the manta ray across the quiet lake, and landed on the island in the center of the lake. The human-faced lion was waiting on the lakeshore, taking them to the test site. During the whole process, the students were confused and amazed all the way. They felt that everything they saw was so strange and novel, and they had never seen it before. Is this the underground world? Serrano whispered in a low voice, with a surprised expression on her pretty face. Sheen and Ruger also looked around with surprise. It was the first time in their lives that they saw such a strange and weird place and strange creatures. Everything in front of them made them feel as if they had entered a strange new world. No, that's not right. Compared to the surface, the underground world is like a brand new world. Soon, led by the human-faced lion, the group arrived at the entrance of a cave. The entrance is extremely huge, with a height of more than 10 meters, enough to accommodate more than 20 people at the same time. There are many fluorites embedded on the top of the cave, emitting weak fluorescence, illuminating the area near the entrance. The place inside is pitch black, and it looks a bit creepy. Okay, we're here. Moritz raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, turned around and looked around, and said solemnly, the location of the assessment is this cave, which has intricate tunnels, like a maze, and your task is to find the crystal ball placed in the tunnel. Moritz spread his palm, revealing the crystal ball in his palm. The crystal ball is only the size of an egg, round and translucent, light blue, with 3 shining stars inside. Each crystal ball has a different score. For example, the 3 light spots in the crystal ball in my hand represent 3 points. The final score of the graduation test will be the sum of the points of each student's crystal ball. The test time is 10 hours. Once the time is up, everyone must leave immediately and is not allowed to collect crystal balls. In addition, it is forbidden to snatch crystal balls from others. I remind you that there are red-eyed crows in the cave responsible for monitoring the test status. So don't try to violate the rules. In addition, there are monsters stationed near the location of the crystal ball. The higher the score of the crystal ball, the more powerful the monsters stationed there are. It is best for everyone to do what they can. Now everyone takes the photosensitive potion, rests on the spot for 10 minutes, and then starts the test. Moritz waved his hand, and an instructor immediately stood up and distributed photosensitive potions to everyone. After taking the potion, the students immediately felt that their vision became clearer, and it was no longer as dim as before. How magical! Is this the wizard potion? Awesome! Finally, I can see the surroundings clearly. Many students were amazed, and more people began to prepare for the battle. Sheen also began to check his weapons and equipment and make final preparations. Although he was confident in his own strength, there were many elites in the 4th grade, and there were still many strong opponents. He would not underestimate them. 10 minutes passed quickly. As Moritz announced the start of the assessment, the students entered the cave one after another. Come on! You two! After encouraging each other, Sheen, Ruger and Serrano separated at the fork in the road near the entrance and entered different tunnels. As they went deeper, they encountered more and more forks in the road, and the students gradually dispersed. Not long after, all the students around Sheen disappeared, leaving him alone. The dark underground corridor was dead silent, with only the faint sound of footsteps. Sheen carefully observed his surroundings and subconsciously tightened the hilt of his sword. The air was cold and damp, with a biting chill, which made Sean, who entered the underground world for the first time, particularly uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had taken a photosensitive drug in advance, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to see the surrounding environment clearly. After walking for a while, Sean keenly discovered that every few distances, there was a crow hanging upside down on the top of the cave, with its eyes still a rare blood-red color, and a layer of hard scales on its body surface. Is this the red-eyed crow that the dean mentioned? After Sean carefully tried several times, he found that these red-eyed crows were motionless, just staring at him. He immediately confirmed his guess, ignored it, and passed directly under them. After walking more than 100 meters, he came to a fork in the road with a total of 3 tunnels. There was a strange rustling sound coming from the tunnel on the far left. Sean hesitated, but still chose the tunnel on the far left. Where there are monsters, the probability of crystal balls appearing is greater. Not far away, a dense blood-red light suddenly lit up in the darkness ahead. A closer look revealed that they were pairs of cold red animal pupils. Squeak! Accompanied by a sharp cry, a group of rats suddenly rushed out of the darkness, rushing toward Sheen at high speed, like a mad beast. Sheen's expression froze, but he was not panicked. He quickly retreated to the corner, leaning against the rock wall to prepare for the enemy. The Dragonheart Knight Academy not only teaches how to practice, but also teaches practical skills. In addition to daily sparring between students, There are also many practical courses for fighting wild beasts in the wild. In terms of fighting, Sheen is no longer a novice rookie. Swinging his sword to cut a rat in half, Sheen then knocked away another rat that was trying to sneak attack with a shoulder collision. The blade in his hand suddenly trembled violently, tearing the air and slashing hard towards the front. Ripple slash. Buzz. A low humming sound suddenly erupted in the void. A strong force suddenly burst out, tearing more than a dozen rats in front of him to pieces. And a clear gap suddenly appeared in the dense rat group. Such a powerful attack made the crazy rat group's offensive stagnate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sheen quickly adjusted his breathing and swung his sword to kill 2 more rats. He could see that the combat effectiveness of these monsters was not much stronger than that of ordinary people. That is, there were more of them. As long as they were not besieged, any knight could easily solve them. A moment later, Sheen successfully wiped out the rat group. Stepping over the dense rat corpses on the ground, he hurried to the direction where the rat group rushed out, and soon saw the stone pillar standing in the middle of the tunnel, with a crystal ball on the top. 3 points of light shone inside. 3 points of light. Sheen picked up the crystal ball, with an excited look on his face. Take a deep breath and continue to move forward. After the harvest, he became more motivated. Chapter 146 Clues to the Subdragon Species. Base Management Personnel. Just when the graduation examination was in full swing, outside the cave, Moritz and a group of instructors were also discussing the graduation academy. Dean, I heard that after joining the Night Guard, all graduates of this year will join the Underground World Exploration Team. Is that true? Yes. Moritz nodded slightly and said, this graduation examination is to prepare for this, so that these students can adapt to the environment and battles of the underground world in advance. The underground world is full of dangers. Those students will join the exploration action right after graduation. Isn't it too hasty? An instructor said worriedly. Moritz smiled slightly and said, this just shows Lord Sunan expectations for this class of students. Don't look at these students with the same eyes as before. Our academy is the Principality of Stars, and perhaps the first academy in the entire Starlight continent to train knights. Have you ever seen someone who was promoted from an ordinary person to a knight in 4 years? Everyone shook their heads, let alone seeing it. I have never heard of it. They all worked hard to train, and it took them 20 to 30 years to become knights, before entering the Dragonheart Knight Academy as an instructor. I never thought that there was a place in the world that could train a group of knights in just 4 years. So, the knight students who graduated from the academy are different from us old guys. Moritz's face showed emotion. The world they can see and touch in the future is completely different from us and the knights in the army, and the requirements for them are naturally different. The instructors present were all thoughtful. They all remembered the magic pattern structure they saw not long ago. It was a magical weapon that would definitely cause a huge storm in the night world once it was released. And this powerful weapon was prepared for these students. As the dean said, the future path of these students is very different from theirs, and it is no longer appropriate to look at the students with the same eyes as before. The open space in front of the cave was quiet for a while. Everyone waited silently. There is no distinction between day and night in the underground world, and time can only be divided by the magic hourglass for timekeeping. The 10-hour test passed in a flash. When the time was up, the human-faced lion who had been resting with his eyes closed not far away suddenly opened his eyes, took out a whistle, walked to the entrance of the cave, put it in his mouth and blew it. The sharp whistle was heard far away in the cave. Not long after, the sound of flapping wings and footsteps came from the cave. One by one, the students walked out of the cave under the leadership of the red-eyed crow. Almost every student had injuries, just more or less. But fortunately, no one died. Moritz breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked someone to take out the healing potion for the students to take, and then began to count the points. While waiting, Sheen found Ruger and Solano, and he was relieved to see that the two were not seriously injured. What did you get? Sheen asked. I only got 25 points. Ruger was a little nervous. I wonder how much I can rank with this score. I got 24 points, Solano said, and then asked, what about you, Sheen? Sheen smiled slightly. I was lucky. I killed a toad monster at the last moment and got a crystal ball with 10 points. Now the total is 53 points. 53 points, Ruger exclaimed, and then showed an excited expression. Too amazing. The first place this time must be you. Ruger's voice quickly attracted the attention of the people around him. Sheen got 53 points? Is it true? Too amazing. My score is less than half of his. You are worthy of being the chief. Rossi and Corin are both more than 40 points. It seems that Sheen will definitely be the first place again this time. Everyone talked about it. Rossi and Corin were both strong opponents who competed with Sheen for the position of the chief in the past. Even these two are not as good as Sheen, let alone others. Sure enough, when the instructor announced the test scores, Sheen won the first place as expected. Ruger and Sorano also entered the top 50. The faces of the three people were filled with joyful smiles. Quiet! Moritz stood up, raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, and then said loudly, "The graduation test is over. From today on, you will officially graduate from the academy and become a member of the Night Guard in the future. You will have a 10-day vacation next. After the vacation, you will report to Yohu City, which is the island city you just saw. There, you will receive equipment and someone will arrange your tasks later. In addition, the students who get the dragon blood fruit will go back to the academy to receive the reward later." After instructing all matters, Moritz took the students away. At the same time, the list of students to be tested was also placed on the desk of Sunan's study. Xian. He looks like a good candidate. Sunan looked through Xian's information and nodded secretly. From the information, even without the dragon blood fruit, Xian would most likely be promoted to a knight before the age of 30 if he took the normal path of cultivation. In terms of talent, he is already better than many noble children, although the overall quality of the lower class people is not as good as that of the noble children. There are occasionally very outstanding individuals. Prepare the magic pattern constructs and distribute them to these students when they come to report, so that they can adapt for a while. Sunan ordered. 495 sets of first-level magic pattern constructs and 5 sets of second-level magic pattern constructs have been prepared and are now in the warehouse, waiting for the arrival of personnel to be armed immediately. Yes, Master. Carolina responded respectfully. How long will it take Shimon and Cole to come back? Sunan asked again. Mr. Shimon and Mr. Corey just sent a message back 3 days ago. They are currently developing the third magic plantation. Seeds have been planted in the magic plantation. When the first batch of dragon blood fruits mature and are confirmed to be all right, they can finish their mission and return. It is expected to take about 2 months. Sunan nodded slightly. It just so happens that this group of students still needs time to adapt to the magic pattern structure and the underground world. When Shimon and Corey return in 2 months, they can start to form a combined exploration team of wizard apprentices and magic pattern knights. How is the investigation of the Darkland Dragon going? Sunan asked. Carolina immediately replied. The people said to investigate found an entrance to the underground world in a cave north of Ruin City, and found the mark of a dragon claw near the entrance. Now it can be confirmed that the Darkland Dragon came out from there. As soon as the voice fell, the Red Widow next to her immediately took over the conversation. Opposite the entrance is a hill, where we found many subdragon species paw prints. Sunan's eyes lit up. Are there subdragon species there? Red Widow hesitated, shook her head and said, it shouldn't be. Most of the paw prints are different in size and shape, belonging to different subdragon species. We suspect that there have been many subdragon species of different races there. Sunan frowned slightly. Subdragon species of different races have very different living habits and environments. For example, Darkland dragons usually live in dark and humid caves near lakes. Dragon antelopes usually live in plains with suitable climates. If it is a volcanic dragon, it usually lives in volcanic areas. The living environment they are used to can be said to be very different from north to south. It is definitely unusual for many subdragon species of different races to appear in the same place. Search for the whereabouts of those subdragon species. Investigate where they came from and why they gathered there. After thinking for a while, Sunan gave the order, and added another sentence after thinking for a while. After finding those subdragon species, immediately capture them, and try to catch them alive. Only living subdragon species can continuously provide subdragon blood. The blood of the Darkland Dragon in Ruin City had already coagulated when it was sent over, and it was almost ineffective, which made Sunan feel a little sorry. Yes, sir. Carolina and Red Widow responded respectfully. After the two of them left, Sunan looked at the list on the table with a relaxed smile on his face. With this group of magic pattern knights, he suddenly had a lot more manpower available, and he no longer had to rely solely on vampires and human-faced lions. When they adapt well, they can form an exploration team with the puppets to speed up the exploration. Shemin and Corey can take the lead in forming two ace teams. It just so happens that a large number of people are needed to investigate the sub-dragon species, so they will be sent over when the time comes. After closing the list, Sunan stretched his body, got up and left the study, and returned to the ground. Now he spends most of his time in base number 2 in Yohu City. But he will return to base number 1 every once in a while to check the recent development of the base. If I am alone, it is still a bit difficult to manage 2 bases. And I can't take care of many things. Although there are enough people now. Many things below do not need to be done by Sunan himself. But the management level work still cannot do without him. Red Widow and Carolina do have some management skills. But they are not wizard apprentices. And Sunan is not completely confident in them. So he has never thought of handing over the management of the base to the two. It is best to find a third-level wizard apprentice to be the manager of base number 1. So that I don't have to deal with many affairs. Just check the reports regularly. Sunan thought secretly. But thinking is not easy to find the right person. It is not difficult to persuade a third-level wizard apprentice to manage base number 1 for him. As long as enough benefits are given, he will definitely find a willing candidate. The key is how to ensure that the other party will not betray. Soul contract? It probably won't work. No third-level wizard apprentice would voluntarily sign such a contract. The oath contract may be feasible, but it is not reliable enough. After all, many things in base number 1 involve the secrets of the synthetic Rubik Cube. If you let others manage it, you must ensure the reliability and loyalty of the other party. In short, the selection of the manager of base number 1 is very important and must be done with great caution. While thinking, Sunan has returned to base number 1. More than 2 years have passed, and the number of students in the base has increased by more than 10 people. Now there are 284 people in the entire base. Nearly 1/3 of them have built the second star ring. Ethan and Otto are currently making the fastest progress. It is estimated that in at most 1 year, the two will be able to build the 3rd star ring and become the 3rd and 4th second-level wizard apprentices in the base after Sherman and Corey. Walking on the road, students kept stopping to greet Sunan. Occasionally, you can see all kinds of strange creatures from other worlds. The number of creatures from other worlds summoned by Sunan in base number 1 is almost the same as the number of students, most of which are spirits such as flower spirits and flower fairies. These alien creatures are mainly responsible for managing various areas of the base. It is precisely because of their existence that base number 1 can operate in an orderly manner even if Sunan is away most of the time. Sunan kept walking and inspected the important areas of the base one by one, including the 2 magic plant gardens that are still being developed. Sunan now has a total of 12 magic plant gardens, named from 1 to 12. Among them, the number 1 magic plant garden located in base number 1 is the top priority. After opening up magic plant gardens number 7 to 12, the production of dragon blood fruit and silver moon flower increased significantly, basically enough to meet the needs of the base, the Knight Academy, and the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. So Sunan moved the dragon blood fruit and silver moon flower out of magic plant garden number 1 and planted other rare magic plants with higher value. Anyway, there are enough people now. If the production of dragon blood fruit and silver moon flower needs to be increased in the future, a few more magic plant gardens will be opened. In the insect nest, the silly gem bug crawled slowly on the ground, and the gem on its back was shining with the precious metal supplied by the Star Alliance for making splitting nutrients. The number of gem bugs has grown rapidly. Now there are 32 of them. The annual output of gems in the insect nest has also increased to more than 1,100. Converted into gold coins, it is about more than 20,000 gold coins. Although it is far less profitable than the output of the Star Alliance mine, it is a long-term profit, and there is no need to worry about the exhaustion of resources. Moreover, this output will gradually increase over time, and the prospects are promising. In the workshop, the magic crystal forging furnace is making a low roar. Dozens of compartments are being used. Sunan looked around and found that most of the apprentices were refining magic adamantium. For apprentices who have initially mastered the manufacture of magic items, the most cost-effective task in the base is undoubtedly to refine magic adamantium. Apprentices who accept the task receive adamantium and materials from the warehouse and hand them in after refining, and they can get a certain contribution value. Of course, if they fail, they have to bear the loss. It is worth mentioning that the funds for purchasing adamantium were taken out by Sunan from the treasury of the Principality of Stars. In the first few years after the war, most of the tax revenue of the Principality of Stars was used to restore people's livelihood, especially to rebuild the Frust province. The finances were often in deficit. It was not until recently that there was a surplus. Sunan took some money from Key without saying a word and used it to refine the adamantium golem. The dragon blood fruit provided to the army in the past 2 years was not free. Sunan was also ready to confront Key in the near future to start the economic separation of the base and the Principality of Stars and make them independent entities, which he had thought about before. Only by transforming the vague dependent relationship into a mutually beneficial trading relationship can the base and the Principality of Stars move forward better. Chapter 147 Compound Casting. Spell Construction. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbed the divine energy he had just extracted into his body, and then closed his eyes and began to meditate. More than 3 hours later, when he finished meditating and opened his eyes to call up the panel, he found that his mental power had increased by 0.25. Not bad. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. At the latest, the 16-star ring should be constructed in the moon of flowing fire next year. Standing up and leaving the meditation room, Sunan rushed to the Flashing City. After being designated as the new capital, the Flashing City underwent a round of expansion, and the area was wider and more prosperous than before. Walking on the road, foreign caravans and travelers can be seen everywhere, bustling with people and extremely lively. The expanded Flashing City is divided into the Royal City, the Inner City, and the Outer City. The Outer City is where civilians and farmers live, while the Inner City is mostly inhabited by nobles and the middle class. The Royal City is located in the center of the city, and a towering palace can be seen from afar. Arriving at the Royal City, Sunan went straight to the palace. As soon as he entered the front yard, he saw 2 maids leading a delicate little boy. Lord Sunan. Seeing Sunan, the 2 maids saluted immediately. The little boy opened his eyes wide and looked at Sunan curiously. Looking at the little boy's face that was very similar to Key's, Sunan immediately understood. This little guy is Key's son and his nephew Abbot Yunist. This is the first time Sunan has seen him since the little guy was born. Thinking about it, he is still a little incompetent as an uncle. Sunan walked over and touched the little guy's head. The little guy was not afraid of strangers. He asked with his black eyes wide open, "Who are you?" Sunan smiled, did not answer, and walked straight inside. Only after he walked away did the 2 maids straighten up, and one of them explained softly, "Master Abbot, that's Lord Sunan, your uncle." Uncle? The little guy didn't quite understand the meaning of the word, and tilted his head with a puzzled expression. But the child was not focused, and soon attracted by the flowers and plants outside, and ran out with a giggle. "Master Abbot, please slow down." Coming to the study, he was handling government affairs. Seeing Sunan coming, he stopped working with a smile on his face. "Why do you have time to come to me today?" "I just saw Abbot. The little guy is quite strong," Sunan said casually after sitting down. He smiled and said, "It's okay. A little worse than Weiss. Wes is Key's second son, who just turned 2 this year, because he was born after Key was promoted to a legendary knight. His physical fitness is inherently stronger. When do you plan to let them start practicing? Let's talk about it when they are 6 years old." After chatting for a while, Sunan got to the point and brought up the topic of separating the finances of the base and the Principality of Stars. After hearing this, he was not surprised and said with a smile, "In fact, I have wanted to talk to you about this topic for a long time. To be honest, he certainly hopes that the base and the Principality of Stars can be integrated and grow together. But at the same time, he also knows that this is impossible. If the 2 sides are equal in the initial cooperation and each takes what it needs, this balance is broken as the base begins to develop the underground world. Now the Principality of Stars is in a weak position in the cooperation. The most obvious point is that the source of funds for the base no longer needs to rely entirely on the Principality of Stars. Even without the financial support of the Principality of Stars, the profits from the Star Alliance mines alone are enough to support the development of the base. On the contrary, the Principality of Stars has always been inseparable from the support of the base's dragon blood fruit, puppets and magic weapons, and other resources. This is still the current situation. As the base grows stronger, the strength of both sides will only become more and more obvious. If they insist on being integrated, The final result is more likely that the Principality of Stars will become a vassal of the base. So after thinking it over again and again, he felt that it would be more beneficial for both parties to separate the finances and turn them into a mutually beneficial cooperative trading relationship. After listening to key ideas, Sudan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his elder brother had thought so much. But this also saved him the effort of persuading. The two hit it off and immediately discussed the specific details. It was not until the evening that the two ended their conversation. By the way, Kay suddenly remembered something. I heard that the base has a new kind of weapon called the magic pattern structure, which is very powerful. Sudan didn't deliberately conceal the existence of the magic pattern structure, so it was not surprising that Kay knew about it. He briefly explained the effect of the magic pattern structure. After hearing this, Kay's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly asked, "How much does this thing cost?" Such powerful equipment, if it can be used to arm the army in large quantities, can instantly raise an invincible army. Sunan guessed Kay's thoughts and poured cold water on him. The lowest level of magic pattern structure costs more than 80 gold coins. And this thing is currently only I can refine. And it cannot be mass-produced. Most of it is used to supply the Night Guard. If you want it, I can only give you more than 10 sets. He was a little disappointed. But thinking that as the base grew, the magic pattern structure would sooner or later benefit the Principality's army, he was relieved. Starlight Calendar 1257. Flowing Fire Month, July. 2 Black Rock Leopards stopped at the gate of the base. Sherman jumped off the back of the Black Rock Leopard and looked at the familiar gate of the base, and couldn't help sighing. He had only been away from the base for about a year, but he felt like a long time had passed. After the death of old Roger, the base had become a home in his heart. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and report to the teacher. Corey walked into the base with the Black Rock Leopard and said without looking back. As soon as they passed through the gate, they saw several students coming towards them. They soon noticed Sherman and Corey, and showed surprise on their faces. Senior Sherman, Senior Corey, you are back. Sherman smiled and greeted. Corey also squeezed out a rare smile on his face. Although he didn't say it, he felt much better when he returned to the familiar base. After chatting with his juniors for a while, Shiamon remembered the business and asked, "Where is the teacher?" The teacher went back to base number 2. Shiamon and Corey looked at each other, handed the Black Rock Leopard to his juniors, told them to return it to the warehouse, and then rushed to base number 2 without stopping. Yohu City was as dark and damp as ever, quickly passing through the dirty and messy lower city. Shiamon and Corey soon entered the clean and tidy upper city, but they were surprised to find that there were many more human figures in the upper city. Walking on the street, you can see a few boys and girls talking and laughing together from time to time. These people are about 16 to 18 years old, wearing well-made leather armor. Shiamon saw at a glance that the leather armor was enchanted magic armor. In addition, the night-long swords on their waists were mostly magic weapons. After a little thought, Shiamon and Corey understood the identities of these people. It seems that the Night Guard has already welcomed the first batch of members, Shiamon said with a smile. I just don't know how strong they are. Corey looked at the young knight not far away with a scrutinizing look. The original purpose of the Night Guard was to cooperate with the actions of these wizard apprentices outside. The strength must naturally be of a certain level. Since you can pass the teacher's test, I think your strength should be no problem. Shiamon smiled. The young knights along the way saw the 2 wizard apprentices in robes, and they all stopped and bowed slightly. Shiamon and Corey kept walking and rushed towards the towering stone pillars in the center of the city. From a distance, the 2 heard roars coming from the direction of the stone pillars. The sound seemed to be emitted by some kind of beast, with a breathtaking power. Shiamon and Corey looked at each other, and both of them were a little surprised and uncertain. The 2 quickened their pace and rushed forward. After passing the corner, they quickly saw the source of the sound. In the open space in front of the base, there were dozens of huge metal cages, each of which held a ferocious beast. These beasts had different shapes. Some were snake-like, some were lizard-like, and some were even made of rock. But the only thing they had in common was that they all had huge and strong jaws, claws on both the front and rear limbs, and were covered with a thick layer of scales. Asian dragons. Shiamon recognized the species of these monsters at the first time, and his face showed a look of astonishment. Where did they catch so many Asian dragons? Corey was also surprised. Asian dragons are very rare creatures. How could so many of them appear at once? If these Asian dragons were not imprisoned in metal cages, and each one was seriously injured, he would have thought that Yohu City had encountered a beast tide. Carolina was standing at the door, directing the clay golem to move the metal cage. She caught sight of Shimon and Corey from the corner of her eyes, nodded slightly to them, and said, "The master is waiting for you in his study." Hearing this, Shimon and Corey did not dare to delay any longer, suppressed their doubts, and quickly entered the base. When they arrived at the door of the study, before they knocked on the door, Sunan's voice came from inside. "Come in." Shimon and Corey took a deep breath, pushed the door open and walked in, and saw Sunan sitting behind the desk at a glance. "Teacher." The two bowed. Sunan looked at the two of them for a few times. After a year of running around, the two of them lost a lot of their immaturity, and their faces became more solemn and steady, looking more mature. Sunan nodded secretly and said, "Have you dealt with the magic plantation?" "Yes, teacher," Corey replied respectfully. "All 3 magic plantation gardens have been opened and are running well. The personnel who have been handed over have also moved into the magic plantation gardens." "Well done. Go back to Fine Glee to settle the contribution points." Sunan smiled and praised, and before the two of them showed their joy, he continued, "Go back and rest for 5 days. Then come to the night guard to select personnel. And then you two will join the exploration operation to assist Carolina and Red Widow in exploring the surrounding areas of the Star Alliance." "Yes, teacher." Shimon and Corey agreed without hesitation. "Okay, go down." Sunan waved his hand. After the two left, he also stood up and left the study and went to the laboratory. The operation to capture the sub-dragon species has made progress. The people sent by Carolina and Red Widow successfully found the group of sub-dragon species and captured many of them alive. But after that, when the investigation team wanted to continue to explore in depth, they were attacked by a sword crystal dragon. The sword crystal dragon is a very powerful and rare sub-dragon species. The adult sword crystal dragon has the power of the 2nd ring legendary level, and those who live longer can even reach the 3rd ring legendary level. Faced with such a powerful beast, the investigation team is no match at all and has to retreat. Sunan originally wanted to assign the investigation task to Shimon and Corey after they came back, but now it seems that this plan can only be cancelled. It seems I have to go there myself. After all, it involves the improvement of the strength of the hidden dragon, and the blood and many organs of the sub-dragon species are high-value materials. Sunan still attaches great importance to this matter, and is determined to find out the source of those sub-dragon species. The captured sub-dragon species have been transported to the prison area. Suppressed by the prison area magic circle, the sub-dragon species, which were already seriously injured, no longer have the irritability and ferocity a moment ago. They lie on the ground listlessly. When they see Sunan coming in, they just look up and glance at him without paying attention. Sunan took a look around, and his expression became more and more surprised. There are a total of 25 sub-dragon species, including 18 races. There are also 3 legendary high-level sub-dragon species. Except for human factors, Sunan can't think of the reason why so many sub-dragon species of different races and levels live in the same area. This makes him more curious about the reason behind it. But in addition to curiosity, Sunan is also very happy. With so many sub-dragon species, the speed of increasing the concentration of the hidden dragon bloodline will definitely increase a lot. After calming down, Sunan fired a weakening ray at the nearest sub-dragon species and began to extract blood. Time flies, and it is the month of frost, November, in a blink of an eye. After 3 months of blood fusion, the blood concentration of the hidden dragon successfully exceeded 45%. The body expanded again, and the color of the scales on the body surface became brighter. At the same time, the training progress of compound casting finally reached 100%. Sunan successfully mastered the 3rd super magic skill. After the actual test, Sunan found that he could cast up to 3 different types of spells at the same time. For example, he could cast levitation, elemental protection and spell missiles at the same time. But he could not cast scorching rays, spell missiles, and crushing sound waves at the same time, because the operating principles of spells are similar. The latter will conflict and cause the spell to fail. However, even so, compound casting is a very powerful skill, which greatly enhances Sunan's actual casting ability. With compound casting and instant spells, I can easily deal with opponents below the 3rd ring legend with spells alone. A smile flashed across Sunan's face. The next super magic skill is spell construction. Spell construction can improve the control of spells and make each spell play the maximum effect. Take spell missiles as an example. Wizards, apprentices, who have mastered spell construction can not only greatly increase the power of spell missiles, but also change the shape of spell missiles into shapes such as cones or arrows, and control their flight trajectory, making it difficult for enemies to see through. If you switch to shield magic, you can also turn the invisible shield in the shape of a tower shield into armor, covering the whole body to increase the protection area. In short, after mastering spell construction, many spells can play a more powerful and flexible effect than before, and the improvement of actual combat ability is very obvious. Spell construction is less difficult than compound casting and instant spell casting. It should take less than 2 years to master it. Sunan started the training progress of spell construction on the spot and immediately looked at the sky outside the window. Next, it's time to go to Ruin City. If it weren't for compound casting, he would have set off for Ruin City a long time ago. Now that compound casting has been mastered, it's time to solve the problem there. Chapter 148 Ecological Park. Super large cultivation area. A mountain forest in the north of Ruin City. The mountain forest that was once desolate is now heavily blocked by fully armed troops, and no one is allowed to enter. In a cave deep in the forest, Sunan's figure slowly emerged. In order to avoid trouble, he did not inform the Lord of Ruin City and arrived here quietly without disturbing anyone on the way. The cave was dimly lit and silent, with only slight footsteps echoing. After passing through the cave, a desolate hill suddenly came into view. Sunan activated the levitation spell on his robe, and the whole person floated up and flew towards the location of the sword crystal dragon in the intelligence. Along the way, Sunan looked around. As expected, as the intelligence said, the footprints of the sub-dragon species can be seen everywhere. In some places, the footprints are densely packed together, overlapping each other, and there are still many traces of beasts attacking. It can be imagined that there have been fights between sub-dragon species here. So many sub-dragon species of different races are very likely to have run out from somewhere. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be an ecological park for sub-dragon species nearby. The so-called ecological park refers to a large breeding area. Some powerful wizards will build a super large protective barrier, and then transform it into a stable and complete ecological environment that can self-circulate, used to cultivate specific species. These species are often rare species that are rarely seen in the outside world. Therefore, ecological parks are often called species breeding grounds or super large breeding bases. It is worth mentioning that ecological parks are usually closed semi-dimensional spaces, isolated from the material world, and only those who have the key or the password can enter them. Sunan guessed that there is probably an ecological park dedicated to breeding sub-dragon species nearby. But this ecological park has some kind of loophole, which has caused it to connect with the material world, and many sub-dragon species have run out. Only in this way can we explain why there are so many sub-dragon species of different races appearing out of nowhere. Even though this area is not a diverse environment suitable for the coexistence of many sub-dragon species. An ecological park for cultivating sub-dragon species? If it is true, it is really a big deal. The cost of building an ecological park is not much less than that of a wizard tower. Especially the ecological park for cultivating sub-dragon species. The cost is an astronomical figure. It is comparable to a medium or large wizard tower. Even for formal wizards, few people can afford such a big deal. While thinking, Sunan has arrived at the place where the sword crystal dragon is. He was about to find the whereabouts of the sword crystal dragon when a roar suddenly came from the front. The next moment, a giant beast with a lizard-like shape and a back covered with fiery red crystals walked out from behind the mountain wall. The length of the body of this giant beast is estimated to be about 12 meters, 5 meters high, with strong limbs, sharp barbs on its tail, and red crystals on its back like swords. Sparks can be seen flowing between the crystals when colliding. Sword crystal dragon. Sunan raised his eyebrows, which saved him the trouble of searching. Roar! Seeing Sunan, the sword crystal dragon roared and pounced on him without saying a word. The huge body like a mountain brought violent wind, and the whistling sound was as low as thunder. The oppression was enough to make people with weaker strength collapse on the spot and lose the power to resist. Although it is very weak, it has already given birth to a trace of dragon power. The blood concentration of this sword crystal dragon should be very high. Discovering a high-level sub-dragon species, Sunan's face has a more pleasant smile. The sword crystal dragon did not realize the threat of the person in front of him. After rushing close, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Sparks flashed between its teeth, and the next second a flame with a sulfur smell suddenly gushed out. Boom! The surging flame submerged Sunan's body. The sword crystal dragon roared excitedly, but was stunned immediately afterwards. After the flames dissipated, there was no trace of Sunan, only a charred area. At this moment, a sharp explosion suddenly came from behind. Chi. The sky was full of silver spikes, sweeping over the Jinjinglong like a torrent. This second-ring legendary sub-dragon species only had time to make a short whine, and blood flowers burst out from its body, and it fell to the ground with a bang. The dense silver spikes returned to Sunan's body. Looking at the dying Jinjinglong on the ground, Sunan smiled. At that moment, he used the mirror shadow technique and the invisibility technique at the same time to hide his figure. The Jinjinglong's dragon breath hit only an illusion. Instant spells combined with compound spell casting are really useful. Sunan smiled slightly, took out the metal cage, stuffed the sword crystal dragon into it, and then took out 10 stone golems and an elite stone golem, and ordered them to move the metal cage to the entrance and bring it back to the base when he came back. After dealing with the sword crystal dragon, Sunan continued to fly forward following the traces it left. He didn't encounter any other sub-dragon species along the way. I think this area should be the territory of the sword crystal dragon, and other sub-dragon species dare not set foot there. Not long after, a thick mountain wall appeared at the end of the field of vision. There was no way. Sunan was not surprised but happy, and hurriedly searched around carefully. After a while, he finally found something behind a huge rock. The giant rock was about 20 meters high, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a small mountain. There was nothing strange from the front, but the back was pitch black. It was not the kind of black color, but the darkness that swallowed everything like a black hole. If you look closely, you can also find that this piece of darkness is slowly rotating. But because of the dim light around it and its own color, it can't be found without careful observation. Space channel? Sunan's eyes flashed. Obviously, for some reason, the back of this giant rock was connected to a certain dimension, thus forming a space channel. The other side of the space channel is most likely where those sub-dragon species came from. Sunan thought for a moment, took out a stone golem, and let it enter the dark space channel. Almost instantly, its connection with the stone golem was broken, and it could not be manipulated. This situation only occurs when it is in a different dimensional plane. After confirming that the other side of the darkness is a certain dimensional space, Sunan no longer hesitated and decisively activated the magic pattern core to cover his whole body. Immediately afterwards, he activated the Ring of Extreme Protection and gave himself an elemental protection and shield spell, and consumed a high-level earth rune gem to bless himself with a layer of defense. After making all preparations, Sunan took a deep breath and stepped into the darkness. A strong sense of weightlessness instantly enveloped his whole body. Sunan only felt as if he had passed through an invisible water curtain. When his consciousness recovered, he heard the crisp sound of insects in his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw a strange and magnificent scene. In front of him was a tall and lush forest of trees. The towering trees, tens of meters or even hundreds of meters tall, blocked out the sun. The plants on the ground were quite lush, and even the bushes were 2 or 3 meters high. Above his head, the dense treetops were intertwined, as if covering a piece of the sky. The sunlight fell on the ground through the gaps between the leaves, forming mottled golden patches. The sound of water flowing in the distance could be vaguely heard, and there were strange noises in the depths of the dense forest, which looked like entering a mysterious tropical jungle. It's an ecological park. Looking at the situation in front of him, Sunan could finally be sure that he had indeed come to an ecological park. The stone golem stood quietly by the side without moving. Sunan put it back into the magic cube, and then looked at the passage he came from. Behind him was a faint purple, like the edge of the twisted void, spreading upward and disappearing among the dense treetops. And the black entrance was embedded in the purple void, as conspicuous as a black dot on white paper. Sunan flew upward, passed through the treetops, and arrived above the forest. As expected, the sky was also purple, spreading to the far distance, and it seemed that the entire forest was wrapped in purple. In fact, This layer of purple is actually a super large protective cover that isolates the entire ecological park from the outside world and maintains the balance of the internal ecosystem. It was only because of some reason that a leak occurred that caused the subdragon species to escape. After landing on the ground, Sunan flew deep into the forest, ready to explore this ecological park. Generally speaking, a large number of rare magic plants are planted in the ecological park to maximize the use of the special environment inside the ecological park. These rare magic plants alone are a considerable harvest. In addition, there are subdragon species living in the ecological park. These are all walking material aggregates. If I can control this ecological park, Sunan's heart was burning. In addition to the massive energy required for the initial construction of a complete ecological park, once it is successfully operated, most of the energy required to maintain operation can be self-sufficient and self-circulating, and only a small amount of energy from the outside world is required. But this small amount is relative. For a single wizard, it is still a huge amount of energy. If it were any other wizard, even if they had this ecological park, they would not be able to supply the operation of the ecological park in the current energy shortage. But Sunan is different. He has magic stones. At worst, he can make more magic stones to support the operation of the ecological park. Anyway, the cost of making magic stones is extremely low. As long as he can find a way to control this ecological park, he will have a breeding base that can continuously produce various rare materials. This is more useful than opening up 100 magic plant gardens and raising dozens of subdragon species. But then again, the wizard who can build such an ecological park must be very powerful. And it can only be the wizards from 1,000 years ago. But if that's the case, why didn't the builder move the eco park? It can't be that they are kind and want to leave it to the next generation. Right? Sunan was amused by his own guess. No matter how kind a wizard is, he can't be so extravagant. That's an entire eco park. He is more inclined to believe that the builder died before the wizard's expedition. So the eco park stayed. But this raises a new question. Where did the energy come from during the 1,000 years of continuous operation of the eco park? Could it be that someone else is supplying energy to this eco park? Or is there something special about the energy supply system of this eco park itself? There are more and more doubts in his mind. Sunan shook his head and stopped struggling. There was too little information at hand at the moment, and he couldn't speculate anything. It wouldn't be too late to speculate after exploring and collecting more information. For now, he should concentrate on collecting materials. In just a few hundred meters, Sunan has found no less than 10 kinds of magic plants. Ambergris, jade frost flower, mutated devil ivy, golden thorn grass, among which there are materials for second and third level potions. Materials that are rarely seen in the outside world are everywhere here. These magic plants should have been planted at the beginning. Because of the energy of the ecological park, they can reproduce and survive to this day. Sunan was not polite, and picked all the magic plants he saw along the way, and put them into the space ring. Crack! Crack! Some strange noises suddenly came from the bushes in front. Sunan stopped immediately, and looked at it with vigilance. The noises became more and more frequent, as if many creatures were approaching this side. Soon, a group of creatures rushed out of the bushes. These creatures looked like small and narrow-pocket dinosaurs, about 1 meter long, with dense and sharp teeth in their mouths, 2 curved fingers on the upper limbs, and much thicker lower limbs, full of power. It's a slender-jawed dragon. Sunan's expression relaxed. Slender-jawed dragon belongs to the small dinosaur class, a low-level subdragon species. The adult body has only the combat power of the primary night level, which is not particularly strong. The only thing to pay attention to is that slender-jawed dragons often appear in groups. When you see a slender-jawed dragon appear in front of you, don't doubt it. It must be followed by dozens of its own kind. Crunch! These slender-jawed dragons living in the ecological park seem to have never seen humans before. After discovering Sunan, they were stunned for a moment, opened their turbid yellow pupils, and looked at him curiously. Then made excited noises, and moved their legs to rush towards him at a fast speed. It was obvious that they regarded him as some kind of novel food. Sunan sneered, raised his hand, and fired a spell missile. 7 missiles instantly blew the heads of 7 slender-jawed dragons to pieces. Because it was in the ecological park, it was not easy to capture subdragon species alive. And slender-jawed dragons, which were also the lowest creatures among the low-level subdragon species, did not have much value in being captured and raised alive. So Sunan acted mercilessly. In a short while, more than 30 slender-jawed dragons were wiped out. After simply collecting some materials, Sunan then activated the invisibility spell on his robe, and his figure disappeared instantly. The most urgent task is to investigate the situation of the ecological park and find the core that controls the ecological park, rather than hunting sub-dragon species. If you can avoid fighting, you should avoid it. Although the invisibility technique cannot avoid the perception of all sub-dragon species, it is enough to deceive most of the low and medium-level sub-dragon species. But just when Sunan was about to leave, he suddenly found that there was a very faint red light escaping from the bodies of those slender-jawed dragons, which gathered together to form a thin and long light, and flew away in a whirl. Sunan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted and chased after it. But the blood-colored light flew very fast, and he couldn't keep up with it even if he tried his best. Just when he hesitated whether to use the high-level rune gem, the blood-colored light had disappeared at the end of his vision. What is that? Sunan stopped, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Chapter 149, we may be more in line with the definition of friends. From the blood light just now, Sunan felt a clear fluctuation of energy particles. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned back to the place where he had just killed the slender-jawed dragon, and landed on the ground to check the body. At a glance, as expected, the soul breath of these slender-jawed dragons had dissipated completely. It is normal for the soul to dissipate after the death of a creature, but there will be a process in the middle, and it is not done overnight. But it has only been 2 or 3 minutes since the death of the slender-jawed dragon, and the soul has dissipated without leaving any trace. This is definitely not normal. Rather than dissipating, it is better to say that it has been extracted. In addition, the body of the slender-jawed dragon has also shrunk a lot, which looks like it has been drained of its essence, so that blood light is formed by the soul and body essence of the slender-jawed dragon. Sunan looked thoughtfully at the direction where the blood light disappeared, and he had a vague idea in his heart. Sunan continued to move forward in the direction where the blood light disappeared, collecting materials and searching for traces of sub-dragon species. There were many sub-dragon species in the ecological park, and soon he encountered a thornback pterosaur. The thornback pterosaur is a sub-dragon species of the legendary level, and the adult has a legendary combat power. It's a pity that it is still not good enough in front of Sunan. Without using the magic pattern core, he easily killed the thornback pterosaur with spells alone. After collecting materials from the thornback pterosaur, Sunan waited patiently for a minute. As expected, a faint blood light appeared on the corpse, forming a blood-colored light that swept away into the distance. The direction was exactly the same as the first blood light before. This time, Sunan was prepared. Without saying a word, he activated the high-level rune gem in his palm. The whole person was instantly covered with a layer of green light, and chased the blood light like a gust of wind. However, the speed of the blood light was amazingly fast. Even if he used the high-level rune gem, Sunan could only barely keep from being thrown away by the blood light. After the high-level rune gem ran out of energy, he still had to stop and watch the blood light disappear at the end of the sky. Sighing, Sunan didn't worry too much. Anyway, he already knew how the blood light appeared. At most, he could kill a few more sub-dragon species and find the location of the blood light. By the way, this ecological park is surprisingly large. So far, Sunan has traveled a straight distance of at least more than 20 kilometers. But he still can't see the end of the ecological park, which shows how wide its area is. After guessing in his mind, Sunan was not in a hurry to find the location of the blood light. He explored along the direction where the blood light disappeared, collecting materials and observing the surrounding environment. When he felt that it was almost done, he killed a sub-dragon species and adjusted the exploration direction according to the direction of the blood light. As he went deeper, he met more and more sub-dragon species along the way. Among the trees in the distance, forest land dragons walked slowly, raising their long necks covered with leaf-like scales from time to time and biting off leaves on the roadside. In the sky, groups of pterodactyls spread their wings and soared, making loud and long calls. In the distance, you can see huge lakes and rushing waterfalls. From time to time, some water dragons appear from the lakes, and their shining bright blue scales reflect beautiful light in the sunlight. The more Sunan looked, the more amazed he was. This ecological park can be called a living encyclopedia of sub-dragon species. There are no less than 100 sub-dragon species that he has seen so far. If he can control this ecological park, he will not have to worry about subdragon blood in the future. He can even select suitable subdragon species from the ecological park and form a dragon cavalry army. When Su Nan thought of this, he felt a surge of emotion. Boom! At this time, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the front, interrupting Su Nan's meditation. His eyes flashed, and he flew in the direction of the sound. The closer he got, the clearer and louder the sound became, and it sounded like someone was fighting. Soon, after passing through several tall trees, a wide lake appeared in front of us. Above the sparkling lake, 3 figures were fighting fiercely. The battle was 2-1. The larger group consisted of a black-robed man and a gray-robed man. The black-robed man was a little short, only as tall as the waist of a normal adult male. Like a dwarf, more than a dozen pitch-black tentacles came out from under his black robe, from pointed to thick, more than 100 meters long, with a tail as thick as a bucket, and a big mouth full of fine and sharp teeth, which looked horrifying. What was even more surprising was that the black-robed man's face was clearly not covered at all, but looking through the brim of his hat, it was dark inside, with only 2 points of scarlet light flashing where the eyes should have been. The gray-robed man was very bloated, completely different from the black-robed man. The robe on his chest was completely open, revealing a bloody mouth that occupied his entire chest and abdomen. The mouth was full of sharp and long teeth, and there was still a lot of blood and meat residue between the teeth. Looking at the opponent on the other side, he was a man with an ordinary face, except for his rare green eyes. He held a branch in his hand, and soft green light escaped from the branch, covering him to form a translucent light green light shield. It was with this light shield that he could withstand the joint attack of the 2 enemies. Su Nan watched the battle for a while, and confirmed that the 3 people fighting were all 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Among them, the gray-robed man was obviously taking the biological transformation route. The bloody mouth on his chest and abdomen was most likely from some kind of strange beast. From time to time, he could vomit out a piece of meat, twisting and squirming into a bare flesh and blood bird, screaming shrilly and rushing towards the green-eyed man. As for the black-robed man, Su Nan was a little unsure. Judging from the opponent's appearance, it is very likely that he took the semi-shadow route, in order to gain more powerful power or prolong their lifespan. Some wizards will choose to integrate the power of shadow into their bodies, completely transforming their bodies into shadows, and thus gain the ability to control the power of shadows. Of course, wizard apprentices cannot achieve complete shadowization, but semi-shadowization is still possible. And the black tentacles controlled by the black-robed man are also a bit like shadow tentacles. Of course, it is not ruled out that he actually merged with some strange shadow biological bloodline. In any case, the power currently displayed by the black-robed man and the gray-robed man has reached the level of 3-ring legends, and is ranked in the upper middle among the 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Such 3rd-level wizard apprentices are rare, and Su Nan is very curious about where 2 of them suddenly appeared. Recalling the wizard intelligence he had read before, he could not find a suitable target. As for the identity of the green-eyed man, Su Nan also had no clue. In terms of strength, the green-eyed man is not inferior to any of the black-robed man and the gray-robed man. But if he faces 2 people at the same time, he can only hold on. At this moment, the black-robed man who had been unable to defeat him for a long time suddenly spoke, his voice as sharp as that of a teenager in the voice change period. Traveler, stop struggling. Just hand over the Qingling branch obediently, and I can spare your life. Traveler. Su Nan was surprised and looked at the green-eyed man in surprise. That man is the Traveler? The last member who has not appeared since he joined the jungle cabin? Most likely. I heard from Evans before that he is the Traveler I met in the underground world. Su Nan couldn't help grinning. Before, he was thinking that it would be great if he could meet the Traveler, but he didn't expect to meet him in this situation. Facing the black-robed man's persuasion to surrender, the Traveler smiled and said, Don't waste your breath. Mos Ho. It is well known that the reputation of the Eternal Life Society is bad. Only fools will believe your promises. Mos Ho said coldly, I can make a vow contract. Haha. I don't believe in the credibility of the Eternal Life Society. Who knows if you will do anything in the vow contract? How about this? You sign a soul contract with me and become my follower. So I will give you the Qingling branch. You are looking for death. Ma Shou's tone immediately became colder. The Traveler was not afraid at all, grinning and said, Don't be excited. You are so eager to get the Qingling branch that you have been chasing me for more than a year. I think the blood rejection problem is already very serious. Right? If I destroy the Qingling branch here, can you still hold on until you find other ways to solve the blood rejection problem? As the traveler spoke, the two blood lights in the brim of Masho's hat flashed more and more violently, and it was obvious that he was in a very uneasy mood. In fact, if he hadn't been worried about the traveler's desperate attempt to destroy the Qingling branch, and was restrained in the fight, he and the blood mouth would have killed the traveler long ago. This damn guy. The magic hand was extremely angry, but he didn't show any anger in his tone. He said coldly, "What do you want?" "How about this?" The traveler said slowly. "Let me go first. When I get to a safe place, I will find a place to put the Qingling branch, and then use the communication crystal to tell you where to get it. How do I know if you will take the opportunity to escape? I can sign a vow contract." The magic hand hesitated, winked at the blood mouth, signaling the latter to stop, blocking the traveler's way back to prevent him from escaping, and then said, "Okay. Just as you said. Sign the vow contract now." The traveler recounted the vow contract slowly. The magic hand said coldly, "Don't play tricks. Add the time limit and specific safety distance. The oath contract is like this. It must be as detailed as possible, and every detail must be perfect. Otherwise it is easy to be exploited. The devil is an expert in this regard. I don't know how many creatures have been cheated by the devil and lost their homes, and even their souls and freedom." The traveler was not angry, and he slowly repeated the oath again. But this time, he omitted the name of the Qingling branch, and only replaced it with things. "Are you kidding me?" The tone of the magic hand turned completely cold, and suddenly realized something was wrong. "You are stalling for time." The traveler laughed playfully. "You only found out now? It's too late." The moment the voice fell, the calm lake surface below the three people suddenly exploded. In the splashing water waves, more than 10 thick and long black shadows rushed towards the magic hand and the bloody mouth. The magic hand saw the true face of the black shadow at the first time, as if the organ like a snake neck connected the lizard heads, and the length was more than 100 meters. Multi-neck dragon. The magic hand was surprised. This is a high-level subdragon species close to the legendary level of the fourth ring. Roar! Amid the high roars one after another, more than 10 bloody mouths bit the magic hand, and the bloody mouth fiercely with a fishy wind. The magic hand hurriedly dodged, but saw the traveler taking the opportunity to escape to the distance from the corner of his eye. He was anxious and hurriedly wanted to chase him, but was intercepted by a snake neck. He was immediately shocked and angry. Obviously, the traveler had lured this polycervical dragon by some means. He just pretended to bow his head just now to delay time and wait for the polycervical dragon to arrive. And there must be something on him that can avoid the hostility of the polycervical dragon. Damn it! The magic hand was furious, but helpless. The lake is the home of the polycervical dragon, and it is not so easy to get away here. He could only watch the traveler disappear at the end of the sky. Ah! The roar of the magic hand reverberated over the lake. Half an hour later, the traveler came to the vicinity of the canyon and dug a passage, going more than 100 meters deep into the mountain wall before stopping. After dealing with the traces, he set up several warning arrays, and then sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, taking the time to meditate and restore his mental strength. The polycervical dragon can only delay the magic hand and the blood mouth for a while, and cannot keep the two people. It won't be long before the two will catch up. He must take advantage of this time to recover his strength, and then find a way to leave the ecological park. What a pity. It's a rare opportunity to find a large ecological park. I was thinking about whether I could take it into my pocket, but now it seems that there is no way. If you continue to stay in the ecological park, you will be found by the devil's hand and the bloody mouth sooner or later. Although the ecological park is precious, life is more important. In addition, looking at the scale of this ecological park, the energy required to maintain its operation must be an astronomical figure. Even if he controls the ecological park, he can't solve the energy problem. Years of adventure experience have made the traveler understand a realistic truth. That is, if you get something that can't be turned into actual benefits, no matter how precious it is worthless to you. People should know themselves clearly. The end of being overwhelmed by unnecessary greed is death. The traveler took a deep breath and was about to enter meditation. But at this moment, his heart suddenly moved. The warning array arranged outside was triggered. The Qingling branch instantly fell into the palm of his hand. The traveler held the Qingling branch tightly and asked in a deep voice, Who? It couldn't be the demon hand and blood mouth. Those two guys couldn't get rid of the polycircosaur so quickly and chased here. Soon, a figure appeared at the corner, looking at the traveler who was on guard as if facing a great enemy. Sunan raised the corner of his mouth and showed a friendly smile. Nice to meet you, traveler. Who are you? The traveler kept looking at Sunan. He could feel the undisguised energy particle fluctuations on the other person. Another wizard apprentice. And this area is very close to the second area of the ecological park. Those who can move here must be third-level wizard apprentices. But he searched all the information in his mind. But he couldn't find a person who matched the person in front of him. Don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy. As members of the Jungle Hut, we may be more in line with the definition of friends. Chapter 150, The Epitome of Energy Deficiency. Dragon Skeleton Tower. Jungle Hut. The traveler was slightly stunned, and then quickly recalled in his mind. Scepter? Dead skeleton? Or red heart? It seems to be none of them. It doesn't look like Black Forest or Night Owl either. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to the traveler's mind, and he blurted out, "You are a player. Not long ago, Night Owl contacted him and asked about not attending a party for a long time. I remember that Night Owl said that the new member of the Jungle Hut was called a player, and he was a very powerful third-level wizard apprentice. Could it be the person in front of him? It seems that you have heard of me from Night Owl, so it will be much easier," Sunan said as he took out the key of the Jungle Hut. Seeing the unique trading house-shaped key, the traveler finally confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. And he was relieved, and the vigilance in his eyes disappeared by half. In any case, everyone is a member of the Jungle Hut, even if they are not friends. At least they are not enemies. Did you see the fight just now? The traveler asked. Just happened to see it. Sunan walked to the opposite side of the traveler and sat down. Then you should have heard that those two guys are from the Eternal Life Society. The traveler looked at Sunan deeply. You know the style of the Eternal Life Society guys. It's not a good thing to approach me at this time. You came to me. Don't you want to help me because we belong to the same organization? Sunan laughed and said, I just want to ask you for some information about this ecological park. You have been here for quite a while, right? From the fact that the traveler was able to attract the Polycercopithecus silently and find this canyon without stopping, it can be seen that he is very familiar with the situation here and has been here for at least several months. The traveler nodded, tacitly agreeing with Sunan's statement. Time is running out, so I won't beat around the bush. I can tell you information about the eco park, but in return, you have to help me repel the demon hand and blood mouth and ensure that I can leave the eco park safely. Deal. Sunan agreed without hesitation. Seeing that Sunan agreed so quickly, the traveler looked at him in surprise, thinking that Night Owl was right. The player was very strong. Otherwise, he would not have agreed so confidently after seeing the strength of the demon hand and blood mouth. The two immediately signed the oath contract. After the contract was reached, the traveler felt relieved. This time, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With a powerful helper, even if the demon hand and blood mouth caught up again, they would have the strength to fight. Even if they couldn't beat them, it should be no problem to get away. With the guarantee of the oath contract, the traveler completely let down his guard against Sunan and continued to meditate in front of him. About 2 hours later, the traveler opened his eyes. His eyes were as clear as a god, and it was obvious that his mental strength had recovered to its peak. Can you tell me about the eco park now? Sunan said. The traveler smiled heartily and stood up. It's hard to explain with words alone. I show you some things and we talk while we walk. The two walked out of the cave and came to the sky above the canyon. After slightly identifying the direction, the traveler took the lead and flew forward. According to my investigation, this eco park should be divided into 3 different areas. The outermost area is Area 1, where most of the subdragon species appear. For example, the Polycercosaur is at the top of the food chain in Area 1. The next place we are going to is Area 2, where the creatures are much stronger than those in Area 1. A creature stronger than a high-level subdragon species? Sunan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a pure-blooded dragon species? If so, then the two of them entering Area 2 would be no different from seeking death. Adult pure-blooded dragon species are only something that formal wizards can deal with. But looking at the traveler's relaxed expression, it seems that it is not what he guessed. Seeing Sunan's puzzled look, the traveler smiled and didn't explain, saying in a suspenseful way, you know when you get there. Not long after, the traveler pointed to the front and said, after that, It's Area 2. Sunan looked in the direction he pointed, and after careful observation, he found that there was a very light film in the void hundreds of meters away. Under the sunlight, it was almost the same as transparent, and it would not be found if you didn't concentrate. From a distance, the scenery behind the film was nothing special. It was still a lush forest, but the moment you passed through the film, the scenery in front of you suddenly changed. From the vibrant forest to the desolate wilderness in an instant. The cracked ground like a spider web, the scattered bare trees, and the pale bones. Everything you see is full of desolation and silence. It forms a sharp contrast with the vibrant Area 1. Just a layer of light film separated the environment by a world of difference. This sudden change made Sunan stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He looked at the traveler, who spread his hands. When I came, Area 2 was already like this. I haven't investigated the specific reasons yet, but it is probably related to insufficient energy. Sunan thought for a moment, landed in front of a pale skeleton, and observed it carefully. At one glance, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Dragon skeleton. Now it was the turn of the traveler next to him to be surprised. Have you seen the skeleton of the dragon clan? He knew some information before entering the ecological park, so he knew that these skeletons were dragons in their lifetime. But how did the player know? The skeletons of pure-blooded dragons and sub-dragons are difficult to distinguish from each other just by appearance. I've seen it in a book, Sunan said casually. For an experienced person like him, it is still easy to distinguish between sub-dragons and dragons. And there are many differences in details between the two. The traveler obviously didn't believe such a perfunctory reason. But seeing that Sunan didn't intend to say more, he didn't ask more. So the creatures living in Area 2 that are stronger than sub-dragons are these dragons? Sunan pointed at the skeletons and said, That's right. The traveler nodded and looked around, with a sigh on his face. Area 2 of this ecological park was originally supposed to be the area for cultivating dragons. Perhaps because of insufficient energy, this area has gradually become deserted, and those dragons have gradually died. Sunan raised his eyebrows. What about the barrier you just came in? The traveler understood what he meant and said, I have tested it. It seems that only humans can pass through the barrier. Sub-dragons cannot pass through. I think those dead dragons should also be able to pass through. And the traveler pointed to the skeletons around him. You can see that the essence of these skeletons has been completely extracted. Sunan checked it out. As expected, just as the traveler said, the essence of these dragon bones had been drained, and they would crack with a slight touch. He suddenly felt a little sorry. The bones of pure-blooded dragons are very rare materials, but they have become worthless waste in an instant. But on second thought, if it weren't for this, these dragon skeletons would have been taken away by the traveler long ago, and they would not be left here like they are now. According to my speculation, this ecological park should have been built by a wizard thousands of years ago, and the builder is likely to have died, leaving only this ecological park. There should be some kind of array in the ecological park that can extract biological energy. After the sub-dragons and dragons here die, their souls and physical energy will be extracted by the ecological park to supply the operation of the ecological park. It is precisely by this method that the ecological park has formed a nearly perfect energy circulation system, which can continue to operate for thousands of years. However, no matter how sophisticated the energy circulation system is, there will be losses during the energy circulation process. After a long time, the energy of the ecological park begins to be insufficient, and it has to reduce the energy supply according to the set program, resulting in a decrease in the density of energy particles, causing the various creatures in the second area with the highest energy consumption to begin to die in large numbers. And their deaths have fed back a lot of energy to the ecological park, allowing the lower energy consumption Area 1 to support it to this day. The traveler talked freely. This is his speculation based on the information he got outside, and the clues he got from exploring the ecological park these days. He is confident that this speculation is very close to the truth. I thought that after hearing these words, Sunan would be very shocked. But when he turned his head, he found that Sunan's face was calm, as if he already knew the information. You don't look surprised at all? Sunan glanced at him and said lightly, When I saw those dragon skeletons, I guessed what you said. Do you have any other information? Traveler, shock. The traveler was already very surprised at this time. If it can be said that it was a coincidence to see the dragon skeletons at a glance just now. But now the truth of the ecological park can be inferred from only a little clue. This can no longer be explained by coincidence. The player must be very familiar with large-scale breeding facilities such as the ecological park. I accidentally got the wizard book about the ecological park. Is it the same for the player? In fact, as early as after seeing the blood and the abnormality of the slender-jawed dragon corpse, Sunan roughly guessed the reason why the ecological park could operate for thousands of years. The appearance of the dragon skeleton made him more certain of this. We will go to Area 3 next, which is the center of the ecological park and the location of the energy supply system. Coming back to his senses, the traveler looked at Sunan with a complicated look, said a word and flew into the depths of the wilderness. There were many skeletons along the way. Almost one could be seen every few dozen meters, which made people imagine how lively and prosperous Area 2 must have been when the ecological park was still intact. There must be tens of thousands of dragons living here? This time, Sunan's guess about the builder's level has risen to a higher level. Only a true spirit wizard can raise so many dragons. The entire ecological park is actually a microcosm of the lack of energy in the Starlight continent. If those wizards did not have the ability to explore the multiverse and were trapped in the Starlight continent, they might have ended up like these dragons. About half an hour later, the two passed through another barrier. The environment in front of them changed again, from a desolate wilderness to a lush green grassland. In the distance stood the outline of a suspected tower. It was too far away, so Sunan could not see the specific appearance. That is the core of the ecological park. The traveler pointed to the outline of the tower in the distance and said. The two flew towards the outline of the tower. As the distance got closer, Sunan gradually saw the true face of the outline, and was shocked to find that the so-called high tower was actually a huge skeleton with white bones. A huge dragon skeleton that was thousands of meters high. The whole skeleton was winding and coiled, standing upright like a giant tower, with a huge dragon head skull and ferocious dragon horns pointing straight to the sky. With an indescribable majestic aura, the empty dragon eyes stared at him, as if there was a charm in the dragon eyes, as if it was really watching him across time and space. This dragon skeleton tower should be the control center of the ecological park. But there is a formation inside, and I can't get in without the key, the traveler said with some regret. Sunan went straight to the dragon skeleton tower. Below the dragon head is a dragon pillar like a spine, and at the bottom is a closed white bone door. Sunan took out a stone golem and ordered it to push the door forward. As a result, the moment the stone golem's palm touched the bone door, it was engulfed by the flames that emerged out of thin air. The flames with a strong smell of sulfur instantly burned the stone golem to ashes. Sunan's eyes narrowed slightly. This power is more than one level stronger than the dragon breath of the sword crystal dragon. Even if an elite stone golem goes up, it will probably be burned to ashes in an instant. It's useless. The defense array of the dragon bone tower is very powerful. I have tried many times, but couldn't break it. As the traveler spoke, his eyes swept over Sunan's hands with some surprise. Where did the stone golem come from? Even the space magic items of the glimmer level can't fit the stone golem. Right? Sunan was not surprised. After all, the builder of the ecological park is likely to be a true spirit wizard. The defense array set up by a strong man of this level cannot be easily broken by a third-level wizard apprentice, let alone a formal wizard. It is estimated that this is only the outermost defense array. Of course, if he really wants to break it, Sunan is not impossible. Use the stupidest and simplest method. Use a large number of puppets to continuously consume the energy of the ecological park until the energy is exhausted, and the defensive array will naturally lose its effect. Although the ecological park is currently in a state of insufficient energy, the remaining energy is still a huge number. If the puppet tactics are used to consume energy, I am afraid that the number of puppets consumed will be astronomical. Sunan estimated that it would not be enough to fill the current base with the entire Star Principality's finances. Or he could wait for another 100 years, until the ecological park's energy shortage becomes more serious before taking action. But not to mention that the ecological park's food chain and ecological environment will be greatly damaged in that case. More importantly, the Eternal Life Association has discovered this place. You can tell with your toes that those guys will not let the ecological park go. It is best to take it into the palm of your hand before the Eternal Life Association intervenes in this ecological park. It seems that you have to find the key to enter, Sunan thought secretly. But the question is, where is the key? He turned his head to look at the traveler, who spread his hands. Don't look at me, I said. I don't know where the key is. How do you know this information? Sunan asked. The traveler is not like him, who has cheats. It is impossible for him to know so much information about the ecological park just by investigation, restricted by the oath contract. The traveler did not hide it, and said frankly, I accidentally got a wizard book describing the knowledge of the ecological park, from which I got the clues of this ecological park. And I searched for a long time in the underground world before I found this place. But the whereabouts of the key is not written in the book. Otherwise, I would have controlled the ecological park long ago. Su Nan believed this. If the traveler had the key, there would be many ways to drive away the magic hand and the bloody mouth. And he would not have to be chased by the two so embarrassingly. At this moment, the two of them suddenly looked at the same direction. Even in the distant sky, two figures were flying towards this side at a high speed. It was the magic hand and the bloody mouth that the traveler had just thrown off not long ago. Chapter 151 Inheritance Program. Who is the prey? Two haunting guys. The traveler grinned as if he had a toothache, but he didn't look too panicked. After all, unlike before, he now has a helper named Su Nan. In a blink of an eye, Magic Hand and Blood Mouth had already arrived near the Dragon Skeleton Tower. The two stared at the Dragon Skeleton Tower for a long time, and were obviously shocked by the scenery in front of them. Control the center. A dull voice came from under the gray robe of Blood Mouth. Most likely, the excitement in Magic Hand's tone was hard to hide. After discovering the ecological park, he also had the idea of taking it under control. But he had no clue. Now that he saw the Dragon Skeleton Tower, he knew that the key to controlling the ecological park was in it. But the most urgent thing was to deal with the traveler first. After coming to his senses, Magic Hand turned his gaze to the traveler again, and the two scarlet blood lights under the brim of his hat stayed on Su Nan for a while. Who are you? This is a matter between the Eternal Life Society and that guy. People who are not related should leave immediately, the Magic Hand said in a hard tone. He obviously saw that Su Nan and the traveler knew each other, and wanted to use the name of the Eternal Life Society to scare Su Nan away. It's a pity that he made a wrong calculation. Su Nan sneered and said, if you say so. I am not an irrelevant person. After all, Hugo of the Eternal Life Society died at his hands. However, the Magic Hand misunderstood, looked him up and down, and his tone turned cold. You are also from the jungle hut. Seeing that Su Nan ignored his question, the Magic Hand snorted coldly. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill your wish. The black robe billowed, and dark tentacles stretched out from the bottom. It smells so good from the wizard apprentice. The bloody mouth in front of the bloody chest and abdomen gurgled with a dull sound. And then he lifted the brim of his hat, revealing a wrinkled face with only one eye. The cold eyes stared straight at Su Nan, with undisguised greed and cruelty, facing the two people's undisguised murderous intentions. The traveler's expression became particularly solemn, and the Qingling branch in his palm began to emit green light. But just when the battle was about to break out, the Dragon Skeleton Tower not far away suddenly trembled. Then a mechanical monotonous voice sounded out of thin air. 5 qualified biological sources have been detected, and the inheritance procedure of Longland Ecological Park has been initiated. The Ecological Park Central Key is now distributed. Those who collect all the keys can obtain the ownership of Longland Ecological Park. The sudden voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. When they heard what the mechanical voice said, the 4 of them were moved. The key to the ecological park. The 4 of them were ecstatic at the same time. As long as they get the key, they can control the entire ecological park. This is an ecological park that cultivates countless sub-dragon species and rare magic plants. It is a huge temptation for any wizard apprentice. The Magic Hand and the Blood Mouth immediately shifted their targets, staring at the Dragon Skeleton Tower not far away. As long as they control the ecological park and try to close the entrances and exits, they can catch the turtle in the jar and slowly deal with the traveler and Su Nan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Buzz! The skull dragon head on the top of the Dragon Skeleton Tower suddenly burst into a blinding light, and 5 dazzling silver lights shot out in all directions with the dragon head as the center, falling like a meteor to the far distance. Almost immediately, Su Nan, the traveler, the Magic Hand, and the Blood Mouth all soared into the sky at the same time, each chasing after a silver light. At the same time, in the forest hundreds of meters away, a figure also soared into the sky, chasing after the 5th silver light. Su Nan caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, and then he understood. No wonder the voice just now said that there were 5 biological sources that met the conditions, and there was a 5th person hiding in the dark, retracting his sight. Sunan activated a high-level rune gem without hesitation, and a layer of green light instantly enveloped his body. His speed, which was originally as fast as the wind, suddenly increased again, and he swept towards the silver light like a meteor. About 4 or 5 minutes later, the speed of the silver light slowed down and fell downwards. Sunan was refreshed and accelerated to catch up, and soon arrived above the place where the silver light fell. Looking down, he saw a deep pit on the ground, and a coin-sized silver metal piece was quietly lying in the middle of the pit. Sunan's mind moved, and the magician's hand was instantly exerted, picking up the silver metal piece and floating it in his palm. Is this the key to enter the dragon skeleton tower? The surface of the silver metal piece was covered with dents and strange patterns, which was complicated and mysterious. The overall shape was like a triangular metal piece, with a depression on the 3 sides of the edge, which looked like 3 embedded bayonet sockets. Thinking of what the mechanical voice said just now, Sunan immediately understood. This silver metal piece is not a complete key, but only 1/5 of a key. The 5 silver lights just now represent 5 key fragments. Only when all 5 fragments are collected can they be assembled into a complete key. So that's what the inheritance procedure means. We 5 wizard apprentices are required to compete for the key fragments, and the winner will inherit the ownership of the eco park. I didn't expect the builder to leave such a procedure, so that the eco park that was built with great effort would not be destroyed in the end. After thinking for a while without any results, Sunan shook his head and stopped worrying. The builder was dead, and he could no longer guess what the other party was thinking at the time. What he had to do now was to collect the 5 key fragments and win the ownership of the eco park. With a plan in mind, Sunan soared into the sky and flew towards the position of the 5th person just now. To his surprise, after flying for several kilometers, the key fragment in his hand suddenly emitted a faint light, and as he flew forward, the light of the key fragment gradually became brighter. Sunan's mind moved, and he quickly figured it out. This key fragment also has the function of mutual induction. With this function, it is much easier to find other key fragment holders. It is obvious that the builder has also taken great pains to make the inheritance procedure go more smoothly. Soon, when the light emitted by the key fragment became extremely dazzling, the target's figure appeared in Sunan's field of vision. To his surprise, the magic hand was there too. He was controlling the dark tentacles all over the sky, attacking the 5th wizard apprentice frantically. Sunan recalled the direction in which everyone had chased the silver light before, and combined with the current location, he quickly determined that the 5th person and the magic hand were running in both directions and just collided with each other. However, the wizard apprentice's strength was obviously very ordinary, and he was in danger under the attack of the magic hand. While Sunan was thinking, he was seized by the magic hand, which grabbed his limbs and neck with the dark tentacles and tore him into several pieces. Amid the splashing of blood and flesh, the dark tentacles accurately grabbed a touch of silver light and sent it to the magic hand. You are an overconfident guy. You dare to fight for the key fragment with this little strength. The magic hand took the key fragment, glanced at the corpse on the ground with disdain, and then looked at Sunan and sneered. The second prey has come to us on its own initiative. It's hard to say who the prey is. Sunan flew forward slowly. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. The magic hand sneered. Which member of the jungle cabin are you? The scepter? Or the Black Forest? Sunan smiled playfully. I thought you should have investigated me. After all, my hands are stained with the blood of your people from the Eternal Life Society. As soon as these words came out, the magic hand immediately reacted. You are Sunan. After learning Sunan's identity, the magic hand was not surprised but happy, and sneered repeatedly. It turned out to be you. Humph. If you hide in your own territory honestly, I can't touch you. But now you appear in front of us alone, which is what we want. Kill you. The key to the Star Tower is ours. It's not that the magic hand has never thought about dealing with Sunan. It's just that according to his investigation, Sunan spends most of his time in the base near the Flashing City or the Yohu City in the underground world. These 2 places are Sunan base camps, and there are a large number of puppets stationed there. Even he was not arrogant enough to kill the other party in Sunan base camp. But now Sunan ran away from his own territory. And this is different. Thinking that this trip would not only get the Qingling tree branch to solve the blood rejection problem, but also get the ownership of the ecological park and the key to the Star Tower. The magic hand was full of ecstasy. This can be called a big harvest. In ecstasy, The black robe on the magic hand violently surged, and dozens of tentacles emerged again. In an instant, hundreds of pitch-black tentacles tore through the air and swept towards Su Nan like an overwhelming force. Su Nan's expression remained unchanged, and he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. The visible sound waves twisted and swept forward, slamming into the oncoming pitch-black waves, instantly tearing more than 10 tentacles into pieces. Smash sound waves. Following that, Su Nan raised his hand again, and 9 magic missiles emerged out of thin air, shooting out, blasting the tentacles into pieces. 100 meters away, the magic hand was horrified when he saw the scene. Instant spells. He could see clearly that Su Nan cast 2 spells in a row without any delay. You have to know that even magic items that store spells will have a subtle delay when releasing spells, and they will never be as smooth as Su Nan. The only explanation for being able to do this is instant spell casting. But how is this possible? How can a wizard apprentice master such a high-level super magic skill as instant spell casting? Solo, who is so talented, has only mastered silent spell casting. How can this kid be more powerful than Solo? The magic hand was shocked for a moment, and the next scene almost made him pop his eyes out. I saw that Su Nan's figure was instantly divided into 8 parts, and he also raised his hand to shoot a red ray of heat waves. Mirror image plus scorch ray. Combined spell casting. The magic hand couldn't help but gasp. Another high-level super magic skill, with the spell instant and the necessary precast spell silent. Su Nan has so far revealed 3 super magic skills. A 3rd-level wizard apprentice, who has mastered 3 super magic skills? It's simply unheard of. For a moment, the magic hand felt absurd, as if he was dreaming. Swish, 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 while the black tentacles continued to defeat the phantoms one by one. They were also shattered by the spells cast by Su Nan. When all the phantoms were destroyed and Su Nan's body was exposed, there were only a dozen or so black tentacles left. At this time, the magic hand finally came back to his senses from the shock, and the murderous intent in his heart was burning. The stronger the talent Su Nan showed, the more he wanted to kill him here. Otherwise, if he was allowed to continue to grow, he would sooner or later become a major concern for the Eternal Life Society. With a beast-like roar, the black robe on the demon hand suddenly bulged and surged violently, as if something was about to rush out from it. The next second, 2 black balls that seemed to be made of viscous liquid fell out of the black robe, and the moment they landed, they quickly expanded into 2 ferocious 4-legged monsters. The 2 4-legged monsters were 7 or 8 meters tall, like tigers and leopards, with sharp claws and fangs, but their bodies were pitch black, like black silhouettes. As soon as they took shape, the 2 4-legged monsters roared and pounced on Su Nan, and the evil wind whistled in the air. At the same time, the demon hand merged into the shadow under its feet as if it fell into the water, and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he suddenly jumped out from the shadow behind Su Nan. His hands turned into sharp black spikes, and stabbed at Su Nan back fiercely. Tap! It was as if a sharp blade pierced leather. The black spike stopped only 2 or 3 centimeters away from Su Nan's body, blocked by an invisible force field. The magic hand was not surprised, as any 3rd-level wizard apprentice must have 1 or 2 protective magic items on his body. But protection is limited after all. As long as it is broken, the magic hand disappeared in the shadows again. And while Su Nan was dealing with the 2 4-legged monsters, it kept coming out from unexpected corners and attacking Su Nan. But gradually, he found something wrong. What's going on? This kid has been attacked by me so many times. Why hasn't the protective magic item on his body been broken? Even if it is a glimmer-level magic item, it should have consumed all its energy by now. The magic hand was full of astonishment and confusion. This distraction immediately caught the flaw of Su Nan. In an instant, silver light flashed on his body, and countless metal cones condensed out of thin air and crushed over the magic hand like a torrent. In almost an instant, the multi-layered protection formed by spells, magic items, and shadow power on his body was broken. The black robe was instantly shattered, revealing a short body made of shadows inside, completely black. The next second, the metal storm submerged him without stopping. The half-shadowed body of the magic hand was immune to most physical attacks, but it had no effect on the attack on the magic pattern core. In an instant, he let out a shrill and miserable howl. The dark body was violently agitated like the surface of a lake under a rainstorm, surging endlessly, and became dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. After this heavy blow, the magic hand's fighting will was rapidly weakened, and there was no longer the previous fiery killing intent, only fear in his heart. He quickly disappeared into the shadows, and when he reappeared, he was already in the shadows of a tree 100 meters away. He soared into the sky and flew away without hesitation. The terrible defense and attack displayed by Sunan had crushed his fighting spirit. Now he was only thinking about running away. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance, flying from the east and south at high speed. It was the Traveler and the Bloody Mouth. Both of them had taken the key fragments in their hands, and relying on the induction between the key fragments, they quickly rushed over. Seeing the Bloody Mouth, the magic hand was overjoyed and shouted in a hurry, "Bloody Mouth, save me!" The Traveler who was rushing over was stunned when he heard the words, looked at the magic hand who was fleeing in a panic, and then looked at Sunan who was chasing him with an indifferent expression behind him, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Chapter 152 Unfathomable. Opening the Dragon Skeleton Tower. The Traveler had fought with the demon hand and knew how powerful the latter was. In a one-on-one fight, the Traveler even felt that he had a greater chance of losing than winning. After all, the demon hand's elusive and strange fighting style was really tricky. But what was going on? The demon hand was beaten into such a miserable state by Sunan. You should know that from the appearance of the key fragment to now, it has been less than an hour at most. Excluding the time of chasing the key fragment and searching for other holders, the two of them probably fought for less than 10 minutes. In such a short time, Sunan beat the demon hand to flee in panic. This development was beyond his expectations. Shueko, who was familiar with the strength and character of the demon hand, was also shocked. The demon hand has always been conceited. To what extent did he have to be crushed to show such an embarrassed look? Be careful. This guy is Sunan, the wizard apprentice who killed Yugo. The demon hand flew to the side of Shueko and spoke quickly. Shueko was surprised again when he heard this. But then, he was overjoyed. He didn't forget that the key to the Tower of Stars was on Sunan. If he killed Sunan, the thing would be his. The key to the Tower of Stars must be given to me, Shueko said in a muffled voice. Masho's face changed, and finally he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Okay. I promise you. If you kill Sunan, the key to the Tower of Stars will be yours. And we will discuss the key fragments of the ecological park later. It's a deal." The huge mouth on Shueko's chest cracked open, revealing a cruel and violent smile. The Traveler not far away had already heard it secretly. Sunan? Is this the player's real name? And he also killed Yugo? The Traveler had also heard of Yugo's name. It is said that he is a Zerd descendant of the ancient bloodline, and his strength should not be underestimated. I didn't expect to die at the hands of the player. In addition to the miserable appearance of the magic hand, it seems that the player's strength is stronger than he expected. Roar! A roar like the roar of an ancient beast sounded like thunder, interrupting the Traveler's daze. The blood mouth's body suddenly swelled rapidly, as if it was inflated. The skin cracked, and the bloody muscles rushed out of the wound. In the blink of an eye, the blood mouth turned into a flesh and blood giant more than 10 meters tall, and the smelly black blood slowly seeped out of the flesh and blood, and slowly flowed down along the surface of the skin. The bloated head was bald, with nothing but a cold single eye. Roar! The flesh and blood giant roared and rushed towards Sunan. At the same time, the magic hand also summoned two four-legged monsters to pounce on the Traveler, and waved the dark tentacles all over the sky, surrounding and killing Sunan from all directions. I must kill you this time. The magic hand sneered secretly. The bloodline ability of the blood-mouth fusion is very special. It can burst out the blood and flesh essence that is usually swallowed and stored in a short time, thereby greatly enhancing the strength, although it can only last for 4 or 5 minutes. During this period, his strength is enough to match the 4-ring legend. Even Sunan can't compete. The price is that it takes several years to accumulate blood and flesh essence again. In any case, he is not Sunan opponent in a one-on-one fight. But with the full strength burst of the blood mouth, he should be able to defeat Sunan. As for the Traveler, the magic hand never took the other party seriously. That guy just relied on the strong defense of the Qingling tree branch, and his real strength was not taken seriously by him at all. The two four-legged monsters were enough to hold the Traveler back for a while. During this time, we should deal with Sunan first. Oh no! The Traveler had heard of Blood Mouth's signature killer move. Seeing this, His face changed and he wanted to support Sunan. But he was intercepted by the two four-legged monsters. He could only watch the flesh and blood giant transform by blood-mouth punch Sunan. Boom! The violent air waves suddenly erupted, spreading around with Sunan as the center. But to everyone's surprise, Sunan, who had endured this terrible blow, did not even shake his body, and was unscathed. More than 300 points of defense are quite powerful. Swan's eyes flashed with surprise. The power of the second ring spell cast by an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice is equivalent to less than 100 points of defense. And the flesh and blood giant's punch offset more than 300 points of defense of the Ring of Extreme Protection, which is almost equivalent to the power of 4 second ring spells superimposed. This power is definitely a 4-ring legendary level. The ability to temporarily strengthen strength? After a little thought, Sunan immediately reacted, with a half smile on his lips. Generally speaking, this ability has a considerable price, and the consumption is very shocking. Just like his magic pattern core, it is also very easy to deal with. Just use force to break force. With a slight movement of his mind, the silvery metal liquid has overflowed from the pores, quickly condensed into metal spikes, and stormed towards the flesh and blood giant. The flesh and blood giant has not recovered from the shock of not being able to break Sunan's defense with one punch, and was suddenly submerged by the metal storm. The huge body seemed to fall into a high-speed rotating turbine mixer, and the flesh and blood were torn and shredded, and a thick black and red blood mist burst out from the whole body, although the shredded flesh and blood quickly grew back. The intense pain still made the flesh and blood giant unable to help but let out a shrill howl. The severe pain completely aroused its ferocity. It carried the metal storm and punched at Sunan one after another, with dull thunder-like bangs. The two sides fought against each other with strength and strength, completely abandoning defense and focusing on attacking, fighting to see who could not hold on first. Such a tragic situation made the magic hand and the traveler on the side stare with eyes wide open. But soon, the magic hand came to its senses and controlled the tentacles to take the opportunity to sneak attack Sunan from behind. The dark tentacles tore through the air and whipped down Sunan back like a whip. Sunan's backhand was a crushing sound wave, and at the same time his figure blurred and suddenly split into two. Instant spell? Compound casting? The traveler who saw the scene, just like the magic hand not long ago, almost popped his eyes out. 2 super magic skills. And they are the 2 most difficult super magic skills. No. Since he has mastered instant spell casting, he must have mastered silent spell casting as well. The player actually mastered 3 super magic skills. The traveler was shocked for a moment, until he was almost hit by the claws of a 4-legged monster. He suddenly woke up. Where did the player come from? Looking at the player who was fighting against the 2 powerful men, Bloodmouth and Magic Hand, alone, and looked at ease, the traveler was amazed. With such power, no one in the jungle hut can match it. The traveler was amazed. But Magic Hand was going crazy. He and Bloodmouth's attacks didn't know how many times they hit Sunan. If it was any other third-level wizard apprentice, he would have been blown to pieces long ago. But Sunan was fine. The invisible protective force field on his body seemed to have no upper limit of defense, and it could not be broken from beginning to end. Even if Zoro came, it would be impossible for him and Shueiko to withstand the attacks for so long without any damage. It was outrageous. What's wrong with this guy? After a long time of attack, Mozo was almost crazy. To make matters worse, at this moment, the flesh and blood giant suddenly stiffened, and then shrank rapidly like a leak. Masho's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he immediately understood that Shueiko consumed too much flesh and blood essence to repair the wound. So it took less than 2 minutes to return to its original state. After understanding this, Mozo withdrew his hand without hesitation, turned around and rushed away. Even if Shueiko and him joined forces in the flesh and blood giant state could not deal with Sunan, it was even more impossible for them to be opponents now. If we continue to fight, we will die. Escape. We must escape. Save your life first, and think about revenge later. Seeing the demon hand running away from the corner of his eye, Sunan calmly controlled the metal storm, crushing the exhausted Bloodmouth into a blood mist. And with a flick of his hand, the fallen magic items and key fragments fell into his palm. After collecting the things, he took out a high-level rune gem and activated it, turning into a meteor to chase the demon hand. Hearing the strong wind behind him, the demon hand looked back and suddenly felt a dead soul. and was so scared that he quickly summoned several four-legged monsters to stop Sunan. Dense metal spikes surrounded Sunan, shooting forward like sharp arrows, piercing and tearing the four-legged monsters that rushed towards him, and crashing into the demon hand without stopping. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blocking black tentacles were instantly crushed, and the demon hand soon experienced the baptism of the metal storm again. This time he no longer had the strength to escape. The half-shadowed body only lasted 3 or 4 breaths before it was torn to pieces by the metal storm and turned into ashes. The magic item and key fragments fell to the ground and were picked up by Sunan. Now he had a total of 4 key fragments in his hand. After they were inserted together, a key with only one piece missing was formed, returning to the original place. With the death of the magic hand, the 2 four-legged monsters also disappeared. The traveler looked at the flying Sunan with complicated eyes, and his heart was full of sighs. The magic hand and the blood mouth were both famous strong men in the southeast region of the continent. There were not many wizard apprentices who could fight against the 2 alone and kill them in turn. Not to mention that looking at Sunan's appearance, it was obvious that he did not use his full strength. It is unknown how powerful his true power is. It is simply unfathomable. The traveler glanced at the key with a missing corner in Sunan's hand, smiled bitterly, and threw the key fragment over without waiting for Sunan to speak. There was no point in keeping this key fragment. After all, it was impossible to get the other 4 key fragments from Sunan, so he might as well give it away as a favor. Sunan glanced at the traveler in surprise. He thought he would have to spend some time talking, but he didn't expect the traveler to be so open-minded. After thinking for a while, Sunan took out a space ring and threw it to the traveler. Reward for the key fragment. The space ring belonged to the magic hand. The materials, gems and gold coins inside had been taken away by him in advance, leaving only a few alchemical magic items. In addition, the glimmer-level protective magic items taken from the magic hand were also placed inside. Since the traveler was so straightforward, he didn't plan to take them for nothing, so he gave them all to the other party as a reward. Anyway, they were useless to him. The traveler took the space ring in confusion, opened it, and his eyes widened. "Are you sure you want to give all these to me?" The traveler couldn't help but confirm. It's not his fault that he was so nagging, because glimmer-level magic items were extremely precious. Even someone like him, who was considered to be doing well among the 3rd-level wizard apprentices, only had 1 glimmer-level magic item. Sunan just gave away a glimmer-level magic item casually, which seemed a bit extravagant to him. "For me, the value of the key fragment is much higher than these things," Sunan said casually, and at the same time, he inserted the last key fragment. With a flash of glimmer, the gap disappeared, and a complete key was born. Looking at the key in the shape of a square metal sheet in his hand, a hint of joy flashed in Sunan's eyes. Without bothering to talk to the traveler, he turned and flew towards the dragon skeleton tower. He couldn't wait to see what was going on inside the dragon skeleton tower. The traveler hesitated and followed him. He was also very curious about what would happen after the dragon skeleton tower was activated. The 2 arrived near the dragon skeleton tower one after the other. Sunan landed directly in front of the white bone gate, glanced at it, and inserted the key into the square groove in the center of the gate. Suddenly, there was a slight click, and countless tiny halos, like silk threads, emerged from the key and spread along the bone pattern on the surface of the gate. The next second, there was a rumble, and the white bone gate slowly opened. Sunan took a deep breath and stepped into it. The vision suddenly darkened, and then suddenly brightened, dispelling the darkness around. Sunan looked around and found that he was in a spacious hall. The entire hall was paved with white marble, with many stone chairs and stone tables arranged neatly and orderly, and hundreds of Yongming pearls inlaid on the ceiling. Just now, it was these Yongming pearls that suddenly emitted light and illuminated the entire hall. "It looks like a public rest area." Sunan walked towards the center of the hall, where a teleportation array was drawn on the ground. The moment he stepped into the teleportation array, countless lights appeared in front of him, interweaving to form a translucent light screen, on which were written the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, and the 15th floor from top to bottom. Only 15 floors? Sunan's eyes flashed with doubt. After all, the height of the dragon skeleton tower is more than 1,000 meters, and its volume is even more huge, even if there is no space folding technology inside. According to the actual space calculation, there should be far more than 15 floors. With this doubt, Sunan chose the 2nd floor. His eyes suddenly shook. and a strong sense of weightlessness swept over his body, making his chest a little stuffy. After several seconds, the strange feeling slowly disappeared, and the feeling of being on the ground came again under his feet. I haven't felt this feeling for a long time. Su Nan sighed secretly. This is the first time he has used a teleportation array in his life. After calming down, Su Nan looked up and saw a bright hall in front of him, which was much smaller than the one before. Doors were arranged in a ring around the edge. Through the door without a door, you could vaguely see the spacious and tidy corridor behind. Su Nan walked into the first corridor on the far right. There were closed doors on both sides of the corridor. He opened one of them and found it was a spacious room with simple but comfortable decoration and complete furniture. However, there was a layer of dust on the floor and the furniture. It was obvious that it had not been cleaned for a long time. Looking at other rooms, they were all decorated and arranged in a similar way. Su Nan immediately understood that this floor was the living area. Chapter 153 Huge Energy Gap. Abandoned Element Pool. After a thorough search, nothing valuable was found. So Su Nan went directly to the next floor. The third floor is an area divided into multiple halls, mainly various leisure and entertainment venues. Leisure area? This kind of area usually doesn't yield anything. So after a simple search, Su Nan went directly to the next floor. Starting from the third floor, there are the training area, including meditation room and spell training room. Workshop area, including magic item workshop and puppet factory. Experimental area, and warehouse area. The workshop area is home to hundreds of clay and stone golems. But it looks like it hasn't been started for a long time. Probably because of the lack of energy. The experimental area is also empty, with no valuable things like experimental notes. The same is true for the warehouse area. The layout of this place is similar to my base, with a little modification. It can be used as base number 3. Su Nan nodded secretly and continued to explore upwards until the 12th floor. The situation finally changed. The 12th floor looked like an extremely spacious laboratory, with a large number of workbenches arranged. The difference was that a special area was set aside, with dozens of huge transparent glass jars placed. Each glass jar was filled with green or blue liquid, and inside were strange creatures, including subdragon species and other species. Su Nan even saw organs such as limbs and skulls that were suspected to be pure-blooded dragons. Surprised, he opened one of the glass jars and took out a dragon head, but was greatly disappointed after a careful inspection. Perhaps because of improper long-term preservation, the essence in the dragon head has been lost and turned into worthless waste. Su Nan reluctantly opened the glass jars one by one to check, and the results were the same. That's right. After all, thousands of years have passed. No matter how powerful the preservation function of these facilities is, it is impossible for these biological organs to last so long. Sighing, Su Nan gathered his thoughts and continued to the next floor. The 13th and 14th floors were exactly the same, with a large number of workbenches and glass jars arranged. Obviously, like the 12th floor, they are all transformation areas. The organisms and biological organs in the glass jars have long lost their effectiveness. It seems that the builders of the ecological park attach great importance to biological transformation. Su Nan thought thoughtfully. When he was in Area 1 of the ecological park before, he had seen many subdragon species that he had never seen before. At that time, he thought it was his own problem. After all, there are countless subdragon species, and no one can recognize them all. It is normal to occasionally see unfamiliar ones. But now it seems that this is not the case. Those unfamiliar subdragon species are probably not the original races, but new subdragon species cultivated by the transformation of this ecological park. After visiting the first 14 floors, there is only one floor left. Su Nan already had a guess in his mind, took a deep breath, and stepped into the teleportation array. After a flash in front of his eyes, he had come to a wide platform. The platform is made of white stone, and the surface is carved with dense patterns, which has a mysterious beauty. White marble. Su Nan's eyes are slightly fixed. White marble is a fine-grained marble with a white color and a hard texture. It is a high-quality building and carving material. When building a wizard tower, many wizards would choose white marble as the main material. Looking around the platform, it is a vast starry sky, with countless stars dotted on it, and the dazzling Milky Way across it, which makes people feel very small. After admiring it for a moment, Su Nan retracted his sight and looked at the deepest part of the platform. There is a square pool of 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, which is paved with white marble. The surface is covered with a layer of silver coating. The coating is densely packed with lines, but it is engraved with a super large energy gathering array. Element pool. Soon an eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this ecological park also built an element pool. Although it looks small, it is not even a small element pool. At most, it can only be regarded as a micro-element pool. But it is also very good. After all, the element pool is the standard configuration of the Wizard Tower's energy supply system. It seems that the small amount of energy needed to maintain the operation of the ecological park's energy circulation system is provided by this element pool. The operating principle of the element pool is to open a channel from the element plane, extract elemental energy from the element plane, and continuously provide unlimited and stable energy. It is a high-level energy supply device, which is far more efficient than setting up magic energy transmission pipelines on the ground vein nodes. Many large facilities use element pools as energy supply devices, the most common of which is the Wizard Tower. A small element pool is enough to maintain the basic needs of a Wizard Tower. However, building an element pool requires a large amount of gems, special metals, and various rare materials, which is extremely expensive and requires certain skills in magic item manufacturing. Even if they are formal wizards, not everyone can afford to build an element pool. Thousands of years ago, when the density of energy particles in the Starlight continent decreased, some wizards had thought of borrowing the method of building an element pool, opening the element plane channel, and introducing element energy to increase the density of energy particles. But they failed in the end. With fewer channels, the element energy introduced from the element plane cannot keep up with the speed of energy loss. With more channels, it is equivalent to drilling countless holes in the plane barrier of the Starlight continent, which greatly reduces the isolation and protection functions of the plane barrier. A large number of alien creatures pass through the plane barrier and enter the Starlight continent, causing many disasters. Even many elemental gods took the opportunity to extend their tentacles into the Starlight continent. In the end, the wizards had to give up this idea that was more harmful than beneficial, and was a temporary solution. It's a pity that the element pool has been abandoned. After checking it, Sunan came to the conclusion. Come to think of it, if the element pool can still operate, the ecological park will not fall into the dilemma of insufficient energy. If we can repair this element pool and activate it, the energy supply of the ecological park will be settled. Sunan showed a happy expression on his face. Although repairing the element pool is not an easy task, it is easier than building one from scratch, and he is still somewhat confident. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Sunan looked at the crystal ball next to the element pool. The crystal ball is round and purple-blue, with a radius of about half a meter. It is suspended in the air about 60 to 70 centimeters above the ground, and it is slightly glowing. According to his experience, if nothing unexpected happens, this crystal ball is most likely the control hub of the ecological park. Coming to the crystal ball, Sunan thought about it, took out the key and placed it on the surface of the crystal ball. The startup source is detected, and the management system is officially turned on. Scan the user status. Meet the standards. Do you want to log in? Log in, Sunan said without hesitation. Logged in. The administrator's row is currently blank, and the login level has been raised to the highest level. Welcome to Longland Ecological Park. Master, Steward number 1 is at your service. Steward? Sunan's eyes flickered. When he heard the sound from the dragon skeleton tower before, he guessed whether there was an intelligent auxiliary life similar to the tower spirit in the ecological park. Now it seems that he was right. However, the performance of this thing should be far inferior to the tower spirit. At most, it is only slightly more advanced than the puppet life such as the adamantium golem. If it is a real tower spirit, even if there is no order from the controller for 1,000 years, it can choose the best way to run the ecological park, so as not to make the ecological park look like it is now. Number 1. Check the status of the ecological park. Sunan issued the first order. Start self-detection. Scanning. Build a 3-dimensional model. Scanning completed. A faint light emerged, and countless rays of light overflowed from the crystal ball, interweaving above to outline a 3-dimensional model, which was a 3D panoramic view of the ecological park that was reduced countless times. There are also a lot of texts marked next to it. Ecological Park, Dragon Forest. Level, Large, 69.34% damage, Current remaining energy, 38.79%. Intelligent auxiliary life, Butler number 1. Area, Area 1. Area 2. Area 3. Facilities, Dragon Skeleton Tower Residential Area. Warehouse Area. Experimental Area. Training Area. Workshop Area. Transformation Area Control Center. Element Pool, Micro, Servants. Clay Golem X-182. Protective Device. Large Space Boundary, 3.48% damage. Combat Device. Golem Legion. Stone Golem X-145. Less than 39% of energy left. Sunan clicked on the 3 areas one by one. Zone 1, Operational State. Minimum energy required to maintain operation 24.28%. Optimal energy 35.12%. Zone 2, Suspended State. Minimum energy required to maintain operation 53.66%. Optimal energy 73.41%. Zone 3, Operational State. Minimum energy required to maintain operation 3.06%. Zone 2 takes up more than 50% of energy at least. Sunan was shocked. No wonder Zone 2 was abandoned. After all, it was an area for raising dragons. And the energy consumed was really amazing. It seems that the first step is to restore the energy to more than 81%. The minimum energy required for the 3 areas is more than 81% in total. As long as the energy of the ecological park is restored to above this limit, the ecological environment of Zone 2 can be gradually restored while maintaining the operation of Zone 1 and the Dragon Skeleton Tower. After the ecological environment of Zone 2 is restored, we can consider how to restore the number of dragons. Open the energy slot. Sunan gave the order. With a click, the ground next to the crystal ball slowly opened, and a hollow stone pillar stretched out from it. Sunan took out all the magic stones in the space ring and threw them into the stone pillar. After a moment, the data next to the 3-dimensional model suddenly changed, and the remaining energy increased from 38.79% to 38.81%, an increase of 0.02%. 235 lower-level magic stones only increased the energy value by 0.02%. Sunan couldn't help but take a breath. According to this calculation, if you want to increase the energy to 81%, you have to invest at least 500,000 lower-level magic stones. The cost is about 900,000 gold coins. Even if he doesn't use a single gold coin from now on and saves all of them, it will take 4 or 5 years to get them all. This is because he can make magic stones at a very low cost. If other wizard apprentices really want to use magic stones to increase energy, they will never be able to restore the ecological environment of Zone 2 in this lifetime. This shows how amazing the energy consumed by the ecological park is. 81% of the energy requires so many magic stones. And I don't know how many magic stones I need to invest to restore it to 100%. It seems that this method is not feasible. I still have to find a way to repair the element pool. Thinking for a moment, Sunan made up his mind and issued a new order. Number 1. How much energy is needed to repair the space barrier? The most urgent task is to fill the gap in the ecological park first, so that the subdragon species in Area 1 will not run out again and attract more wizard apprentices or other intelligent creatures of other races. 6.23% energy is required. Sunan quickly estimated that after repairing the space barrier, the remaining energy is enough to meet the minimum energy for the operation of Areas 1 and 3. At worst, he can invest some magic stones to increase the energy. Thinking of this, Sunan immediately issued a repair order. The repair has begun, and it is expected to take 18 hours, 35 minutes and 32 seconds. Watching the 3-dimensional model slowly disappear, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief, and was extremely happy in his heart. Although he didn't find any valuable treasures in the Dragon Skeleton Tower, the Dragon Forest itself is already the biggest gain. With the Dragon Forest as the foundation, he can completely build a base with more complete functional facilities and a safer base. And the tens of thousands of sub-dragon species and countless rare magic plants in the Dragon Forest are also a huge wealth. As long as the element pool is repaired, it is equivalent to having an inexhaustible treasure trove of materials. Before being promoted to a wizard and building a wizard tower, Longlin can be used as his base to develop and expand his power. After the element pool is repaired, base number 1 can be moved in. Longlin is a semi-dimensional space with no fixed location in the material world. As long as Sunan, the controller, opens a channel in the material world, he can enter Longlin. At the same time, Outside the Dragon Skeleton Tower, the traveler kept looking at the Dragon Skeleton Tower, with undisguised envy in his eyes. As a wizard apprentice, he knew very well how great the benefits of getting a large ecological park were. Whether it was for personal strength improvement or power development, there were extremely obvious benefits. But he also knew very well that this ecological park was not something he could think about. On the one hand, he couldn't beat the player. And on the other hand, even if he got the ecological park, he didn't have the capital to provide sufficient energy for the ecological park. But the players were different. I heard from Night Owl that the player has a huge amount of resources far beyond that of an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice. Maybe he can solve the problem of insufficient energy in the ecological park. Look at the bright side. If Sunan can really solve the problem of the ecological park, I can buy sub-dragon blood from him in the future. The traveler thought secretly. At this moment, the door of the Dragon Skeleton Tower suddenly opened with a rumble, and Sunan walked out. The traveler hesitated, but couldn't help his curiosity and asked, "How is it?" "There are many problems," Sunan shrugged and said, "but the gap in the ecological park is already being repaired, and it will be fully restored in a short time. What are you going to do next?" The traveler was slightly startled. "What else can I do? The ecological park is already your territory. Can I still stay here shamelessly?" But to his surprise, Sunan then extended an invitation. "Are you interested in visiting me?" Chapter 154 Being a Guest. Profits soar after the system is divided. Two figures flew slowly over Yohu City, looking at the prosperous city below. The scene of puppets, humans, vampires and human-faced sphinxes living in harmony on the street. The traveler couldn't help but sigh secretly. It is not difficult for any third-level wizard apprentice to control a city-state in the underground world as long as he plans for decades. But it is very rare for someone like Sunan to develop a powerful force that includes 3 city-states. Not to mention that there is a principality of stars behind Sunan. The more he came into contact with Sunan, the more the traveler felt that Sunan was unfathomable. That's why he accepted Sunan's invitation and came to Yohu City to see it. "I didn't expect that even the human-faced sphinx and vampires became your vassals." The traveler sighed. Sunan heard the hidden meaning in these words and asked in surprise, "Have you been here before?" The traveler nodded and said, "I came here once 8 years ago. I wanted to sneak into Yohu City to take a look, but the guards of the lions were too strict, and there were soul hunters guarding the gate, so I had to give up. I didn't expect that now even Matu and Orson were conquered by you." When saying this, the traveler's eyes swept across the stone golems patrolling the streets below. Flying all the way from the city gate, he found that most of the garrison and patrol forces in Yohu City were various golem puppets. There are many legendary puppets among them. The lions, vampires, and other slave races only account for a small part. I think the reason why Sunan was able to conquer Yohu, Matu and Orson was because of the powerful golem army. Yes, she was right. The resources in Sunan's hands were really huge and shocking. An ordinary third-level wizard apprentice could not raise such a large-scale golem army. What puzzled him even more was that the materials for legendary puppets were extremely hard to find. The small and medium-sized soul crystals alone had blocked many wizard apprentices. Where did Sunan get so many small and medium-sized soul crystals to refine legendary puppets? The traveler was puzzled. At this time, Sunan suddenly said, "We are here." The two slowly landed on the ground. Carolina and Red Widow had been waiting at the gate of the palace. "Master, welcome back." The two women bowed together. The traveler saw it and secretly praised. Sunan was really lucky and courageous. Whether it was the Sphinx or the vampire, they were all famous for their cunning. A wizard apprentice without some ability could not suppress these two races at all, let alone take them under his command. "It's getting late today. Your Excellency should rest for a few days first, and then we can have a good chat," Sunan said. The traveler readily agreed. "Thank you for your help." "You're welcome." Sunan smiled, turned around and told Carolina, "Help the traveler to arrange the best room." "Yes, master," Carolina said respectfully, and then bowed slightly to the traveler. "Traveler, please come with me." After the traveler left, Sunan entered the palace and said without looking back, "During the days I was away, what progress has the exploration made?" Red Widow followed Sunan closely and said with a smile, "Thanks to the Master Foresight, Sir Sherman and Corey, as well as the Night Guard, joined the exploration. With their help, the exploration has progressed. The development has been accelerated a lot. Now the underground toad monsters and slime monsters in the swamps east of the Star Alliance have been cleared, and the exploration team is now exploring deeper. The situation in the north has also been explored clearly. There are a total of 4 demon tribes within a radius of more than 50 kilometers. We have wiped out 2 of them. It is only a matter of time to deal with the remaining 2. The iron ore veins discovered in the west have been officially developed. In addition, the exploration team has found 2 new veins, 1 medium-sized copper mine, and 1 small tungsten mine. We are currently clearing the monsters around, and it is expected to be put into mining in a month. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. From the tone of the Red Widow, the Night Guard, which was established not long ago, seems to be performing well. But it is normal to think about it. After all, the Night Guard is well equipped than the natives of the underground world. Not to mention the magic pattern structure. It is also equipped with magic weapons and magic armor. In addition, there are various potions to carry with them. It can be said that any knight picked out of the Night Guard can fight against the Big Knight. With such a team, led by Sherman and Corey, they have nothing to fear as long as they don't encounter legendary creatures. Even if they encounter legendary creatures, it is not difficult to escape with a rune gem in hand. Seeing Sunan's satisfied expression, the Red Widow was delighted and smiled. In addition, Master, just 5 days ago, I personally led the team to wipe out the Minotaur tribe in the south. Now the opponent's gold mine is in the pocket of our Star Alliance. It is a medium-sized gold mine, and it is initially estimated that it can bring more than 300,000 gold coins in profit. Not bad. Sunan's smile deepened. A medium-sized gold mine, with the high mining efficiency of clay golems, at least in the next 6 months. He doesn't have to worry too much about funds. He can reserve more magic gold and refine more gold golems. This time, he killed the magic hand and the blood mouth, including Hugo. 3 members of the Eternal Life Society have died in his hands. Although the other party may not know that he killed the magic hand and the blood mouth. Once they know, no matter how loose the organizational structure of the Eternal Life Society is, they will completely confront him. Be prepared for the worst. He must prepare early and accumulate more strength. If he has dozens of gold golems, he can walk sideways in the entire Starlight continent. And the Eternal Life Society is not worth mentioning. Continue to explore, find more mineral veins, and pay attention to collecting intelligence on surrounding forces, Sunan ordered. So far, in the external exploration and expansion, the Star Alliance has encountered some tribes, which are weak and not worth mentioning. However, considering that the exploration range has been expanded to nearly 200 kilometers, it is estimated that other city-states will be encountered soon. By then, if the territory is to be expanded further, war will inevitably break out, and the Star Alliance must prepare for this early. One of the reasons why Sunan invited the traveler to Yohu City was to inquire about the intelligence of the underground forces. The traveler has been adventuring and exploring the underground world in the southeast region of the continent for many years, and he may know more about this than him. How is the Flash City? Sunan asked again. The specific report has been placed in the study. The 2 of them happened to come to the door of the study at this time. Sunan pushed the door open, came to the desk and sat down, and saw the report on the table at first sight. Since he and Key reached an agreement on the idea of system division, Sunan began to implement it, until he set off for Ruyan City. The system division had been implemented for a while, and was on the right track. And the report on the table is the financial report for the past 6 months. From the report, after the implementation of the system division, the profit of the base has increased by nearly half. The bulk of the profits were from puppets such as the Black Rock Leopard, clay golems and stone golems, as well as the purchase of potions, magic weapons and dragon blood fruit, accounting for more than 80% of the profits. The remaining less than 20% was the purchase of various metal ores mined from the underground world. Sunan was not surprised by this result. After all, in the previous dependence, the benefits delivered by the base to the army were far greater than the benefits delivered by the latter to the former. It can even be said that part of the profits obtained from the mining of underground world mineral veins was used to subsidize the Principality of Stars. It was precisely because of this that the Principality of Stars was able to recover in just a few years after the war. It was just because Sunan early capital accumulation was largely due to the territory. So he had always tacitly accepted this fact. Now that the 2 sides are separated, there is no need to suffer losses to subsidize the Principality of Stars. And the profits of the base will naturally rise sharply, as long as the Principality of Stars continues to grow stronger. the profits of the base in procurement will only increase. After reading the report, Sunan left the study and came to the laboratory. After taking out the gems and silver, it took half an hour for Sunan to set up the magic circle, and then injected mental power to start it. As the light came on, countless rays of light emerged from the magic circle, intertwined with each other, and soon formed a 4 or 5 meter high light gate. Done. Sunan clapped his hands, looked at the transmission channel in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With this transmission channel, he can enter and exit Long Lin at any time in base number 2. Base number 1 should also set up one to facilitate entry and exit. He can even enter Long Lin from the channel of base number 2 first, and then exit from the channel of base number 1, in disguise, to achieve long-distance transmission between base number 1 and base number 2. In this way, he doesn't have to run back and forth all the time, saving a lot of time. After setting up the channel, Sunan summoned Hidden Dragon through the contract contact. As a result, Amy also ran over. Meow. What is this? Amy widened her eyes and looked at the light gate in front of her curiously. Go in and see. Sunan smiled and took the lead to enter the light gate. Seeing this, Amy hurriedly urged Yinlong to follow. The light gate connected to the public rest area on the first floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Sunan then took Amy and Yinlong to Area 1. When she saw the spectacular forest full of towering trees, Amy was completely stunned. Meow. This is an ecological park. Now it was Sunan's turn to be surprised. Have you seen an ecological park? Of course. Meow. Amy raised her head. The master also had an ecological park before, raising many strange creatures. But I can't see it after I woke up. Sunan was thoughtful. It seemed that the ecological park should have been moved away by Amy's master. Unlike Long Lin, it stayed on the Starlight continent. Meow. Sunan, have you gained control of this ecological park? Amy suddenly remembered Sunan's casual teleportation and immediately reacted. Well, I am the master here now. That's amazing. How did you do it? Meow? Amy asked curiously. It's a long story. Let's talk while we walk. Sunan took the lead and flew forward, and Yinlong hurriedly followed. On the way, he told Amy what happened, and Amy was stunned. Meow. You are so lucky, Amy exclaimed. It has experienced the wizard's heyday thousands of years ago, and has a powerful master. It knows much more than many wizard apprentices, and naturally knows how amazing the value of a large ecological park is. Even if this is a half-abandoned ecological park, its value is higher than the entire Principality of Stars. Immediately afterwards, Amy seemed to have thought of something, and excitedly patted Yinlong's back with her meat claws, and shouted crisply, Meow. Big guy. You are blessed. Roar. Yinlong called out in confusion. Sunan smiled slightly. This is the purpose of bringing Yinlong here. Although Dragon Forest Area 2 is abandoned, there are still many sub-dragon species in Area 1, including some high-level sub-dragon species. It is enough to provide sufficient sub-dragon blood to quickly increase the blood concentration of the hidden dragon. And Sunan's target is the high-level sub-dragon species, such as the polycervical dragon and the devil tyrannosaurus. Coming to the sky above the lake where the traveler and the magic hand had a bloody fight not long ago, Sunan released his mental power to perceive for a moment and quickly found the target. The body's surface flashed with silver light, and the silvery metal liquid instantly separated from the body to form countless metal spikes, tearing through the air and rushing into the water. The next moment, the lake's surface suddenly surged violently and exploded with a bang. Amid the splashing waves, more than a dozen snake heads rushed out of the water, making thunderous angry roars that resounded over the lake. One of the snake heads had blood flowing from its long neck, dyeing the lake water red. Sunan immediately used the magician's hand to draw the blood over and put it into the glass tube that had been prepared long ago. Roar! After discovering that it was Sunan, the culprit who injured him, the polycervical dragon immediately roared in anger, and more than a dozen snake heads surrounded him from all directions at the same time, biting him fiercely. Sunan's face remained unchanged, and with a thought, the metal storm had already swept out. The man and the beast fought fiercely over the lake. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Sunan, who had collected enough blood, left without hesitation. The polycervical dragon could not catch up, and could only roar angrily to the sky behind him. After meeting Amy and Yinlong, who were watching the battle from a distance, The man and the two beasts returned to base number 2. Su Nan immediately took Yinlong into the laboratory for a blood extraction operation. In terms of strength, the polycervical dragon is close to the 4th ring legend, while Yinlong is not even a 3rd ring legend. The former's blood concentration completely crushes the latter. Therefore, after fusing the purified sub-dragon blood from the polycervical dragon, Yinlong's blood concentration directly soared by 0.36%. In the past, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to increase so much by just drawing blood from the hidden dragon. High-level sub-dragon blood is indeed more effective. Su Nan nodded with satisfaction. Before the blood concentration of the hidden dragon exceeds that of high-level sub-dragon species, such as the polycervical dragon and the devil tyrannosaurus, its blood concentration will increase at a high speed. And when the blood concentration of the hidden dragon slows down, it is likely to have broken through to the 4th ring legend. By then, he will have another powerful fighting force in his hands. After that, even if the blood concentration increases slowly, there will be a sufficient supply of high-level sub-dragon blood. It is not necessary to consider the tolerance of the hidden dragon when drawing blood from it as before. No matter how much the blood concentration increases, it will not be slower than before. It is only a matter of time before the hidden dragon breaks through and becomes a pure-blooded dragon. Chapter 155 Clues to the Black Forest. Repairing the elemental pool. In the brightly lit reception room, Su Nan and the traveler sat opposite each other, talking and laughing. How did you rest these 3 days? Very good. The traveler smiled. I haven't lived in such a comfortable room in the underground world for a long time. In the past, I lived in caves for convenience. Occasionally, when I entered a city-state, I could only stay in a simple tavern. Su Nan became interested and asked curiously, which city-state is it? The city-state of the Dark Elves is more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. Can you tell me in detail? Of course. The traveler agreed happily. During the 3 days living in Yohu City, he visited the entire city-state. Although he was unable to visit the most interesting base number 2, he also had a general understanding of the power of Yohu City. The current military strength of Yohu City is far greater than 8 years ago. It can be said that the military strength of Yohu City alone is enough to destroy some small countries on the surface. Moreover, Su Nan forces are not limited to Yohu City, but also include Matu and Orson. Although I haven't visited them specifically, from the information I have learned indirectly these days, the military strength of these 2 city-states is probably not much inferior to Yohu City. The 3 city-states are combined into the Star Alliance. From this name, it can be seen that Su Nan's ambitions are definitely not limited to just 3 city-states. The more he learned, the more the traveler felt that Su Nan was unfathomable. He even felt that what he knew so far was just the tip of the iceberg of the forces and resources under Su Nan's command. If there is anyone else on the continent who can be promoted to a formal wizard, the traveler thinks that Su Nan is definitely one of the most promising candidates. Facing such a person with unlimited potential, as casual as he is, he can't help but want to make friends and build a good relationship. If some information can win Su Nan's favor, it is undoubtedly worth it. That Dark Elf city is called the Spider City, where 12 Dark Elf families live. The matriarchs of all the families form the Supreme Council and rule the entire city. There are more than 6,000 Dark Elves in the Spider City alone, and there are no less than 50,000 vassal races and even more slaves. Whether in terms of foundation or strength, it can be firmly ranked in the top 3 in the entire southeast region. Spider City? Su Nan's mind immediately emerged with relevant memories. There are as many races in the underground world as stars. In terms of population alone, the Dark Elves are not even in the top 1,000. But in terms of combat power, the Dark Elves can definitely be ranked in the top 3. If the Dark Elves did not like to fight among themselves and waste most of their energy on internal power struggles, they would probably have unified the entire southeast region long ago. Su Nan vaguely remembered that when the elements revived in the last life, the Dark Elves seemed to have unified the entire southeast region of the underground world. I don't know how they achieved internal unity. Speaking of which, the Star Alliance and the Spider City are less than 2,000 kilometers apart. Whether it is the Star Alliance external expansion or the Spider City's expansion of power, it seems that they will collide sooner or later. It seems that we have to take precautions early. Thoughts were racing, but Su Nan remained calm on the surface, patiently listening to the traveler's story, interrupting and asking a few questions from time to time. It must be admitted that the traveler's understanding of the distribution of forces in the underground world is much more detailed than the Melon's and dates in his head. Listening to the traveler's narration, Sunan's mind quickly outlined a detailed power distribution map covering 1,000 miles of the Star Alliance. With this power distribution map, the Star Alliance future expansion will undoubtedly be much smoother. Do you know where there is a silver mine? After the traveler finished speaking, Sunan suddenly asked. The traveler thought about it carefully and said hesitantly, yes. But they are all owned by someone. It doesn't matter. Sunan didn't care about this. Where is it? It's near the Giant Eye City. It's a medium-sized silver mine, which belongs to the Giant Eye City. Sunan was immediately refreshed. Even if only half of the medium-sized silver mine is mined, it is enough to make up for the gap in refining the secret doll. We must get this silver mine. The Giant Eye City mentioned by the traveler is located 300 kilometers north of the Star Alliance, just farther away from the area where the Eye Demon tribe was discovered before. Sunan guessed that the Eye Demon tribe was probably the loser of the power struggle in the Giant Eye City, and was exiled to the wild. The ruler of the Giant Eye City is a Nest Mother Eye. It sounds like a female, but in fact, like ordinary Eye Demons, there is no concept of gender. This name actually comes from its special ability to dominate other Eye Demons. Through this ability, the Eye of the Nest Mother can often subdue a large number of Eye Demons to serve itself, which is also the origin of the Eye Demon city-state. The Eye of the Nest Mother itself is not very powerful, only slightly stronger than ordinary Eye Demons. At best it is only at the level of a legendary ring. The tricky thing is the group of Eye Demons under its command. There are hundreds or thousands of them, and there are many legendary Eye Demon variants. Judging from the words of the traveler alone, Giant Eye City is stronger than the original Lake City. However, Sunan did not take it too seriously. Sending a golden golem to lead the golem army is enough to easily flatten Giant Eye City. After deciding to leave this matter to the Red Widow, Sunan then brought up another topic. Speaking of which, why don't you build your own power? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to take down a city-state, right? The traveler smiled and shook his head. Forget it. I'm not that kind of person, and I don't like to spend too much time on developing power. In comparison, I prefer to explore and adventure around, see more scenery, and there are many magnificent scenery on this continent that I have never seen. But if you don't build your own power, it will be difficult to collect resources. I'm not alone. The traveler shrugged. I still cooperate with several great nobles, which is enough. After a pause, he showed a sighing expression again, sighed and said, besides, what does it matter if I collect more resources? In the current situation of the Starlight continent, if you want to be promoted to a wizard, it is not a matter of more resources. To break this deadlock, you can only find the legendary 3 wizard inheritances, and I have been looking for them all these years. At this point, the traveler's eyes flickered slightly. Sunan saw it in his eyes. His heart jumped suddenly, and stared at the traveler with a sharp gaze. Have you found the clue? The traveler hesitated, but finally nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Which wizard's inheritance? The Black Forest. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he smiled slightly. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. You tell me the clues of the Black Forest, and I tell you the clues of the Starry Tower. How about it? Deal. The traveler agreed without hesitation. Sunan was startled, and then quickly reacted. When the magic hand and the blood mouth communicated before, they mentioned the key to the Starry Tower. I think it was at that time that the traveler heard it and took it to heart. At this time, the clues of the Black Forest were mentioned, waiting for him here. This guy is actually cunning. Meeting Sunan's meaningful gaze, the traveler smiled awkwardly, laughed and said, I can sign a vow contract and guarantee that the information I give you is 100% true. Of course, Sunan would not refuse. After signing the vow contract, the two began to exchange information. I got the clue about the Black Forest and the Spider City. The 3rd-generation matriarch of the Filier family, one of the 12 families in the Spider City, is said to have entered a strange forest and gained powerful strength from it, which enabled her to defeat all her competitors and inherit the position of the matriarch of the family. I have sneaked into the Filier family and checked their books. It does record this incident, but there is no way to know more detailed information. In my opinion, if this is true, such important information will definitely only be passed on by word of mouth. And perhaps only the successive matriarchs of the Filier family know it. The Filier family? Sunan's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. In any case, since there is a clue, it must be investigated. It seems that contact with the Spider City is inevitable. Even if the other party does not come to him, he will go to find the other party. After coming to his senses, Sunan also told the clue of the Starry Tower truthfully. The Jungle Lodge has recently added a new member named Hunter. Have you heard about it? The traveler shook his head. He hadn't seen the Night Owl for almost 2 years, so he naturally had no idea about the recent movements of the Jungle Lodge. In a previous gathering, the hunter sold a key to the Starry Tower. With the key, you can locate the Starry Tower when it appears and enter it. I guess the hunter may have more keys in his hand. You may be able to start from this aspect. The traveler immediately cried out in regret when he heard this. If he had known that there would be such a rare item as the Starry Tower key, he would have gone to the gathering. It's a pity that he was chased by the Devil's Hand during that time, and was so exhausted that he couldn't take care of the gathering at all. Hunter? It seems that I have to find a way to contact him privately, the traveler thought to himself. At this time, Sunan suddenly threw something to him. The traveler subconsciously caught it, and looked down, and found that it was a space ring. This is... The traveler cast a puzzled look at Sunan. It's a gift to return gifts. You gave me so much information, so I have to give you some gifts, Sunan said with a smile. The traveler opened the space ring, and was shocked to find 100 magic stones lying inside. This reward is too generous. However, the temptation of magic stones is too great. The traveler was reluctant to give it up. After hesitating for a while, he finally accepted it. Thank you, he said seriously. Sunan waved his hand, indicating that you are welcome. To be honest, in addition to the clues of the Black Forest, the information about the distribution of forces given to him by the traveler is definitely worth 100 magic stones. Besides, doing so can also leave the traveler with the impression of being generous. If there is other information in the future, I believe the traveler will be happy to trade with him. The next day, after exchanging information, the traveler said goodbye and left. Sunan did not try to keep him, and after he left, he got busy. In addition to daily practice, most of his energy was spent on 2 tasks. One is to increase the blood concentration of the hidden dragon. The other is to repair the element pool. The cost of repairing the element pool is not high, and the materials consumed are only tens of thousands of gold coins. The key is still the technical problem. Without the mental power of the formal wizard level, the difficulty of repairing many places suddenly increased a lot. A large number of precise runes were drawn, and once they failed, they had to start over. Sunan often had to fail dozens or hundreds of times before he succeeded. It felt like he was dreaming back to the first time he tried to make potions. It took more than 3 months for Sunan to finally complete the repair of the element pool. Longlin, the top floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower, looking at the well-repaired square pool in front of him. Sunan let out a long sigh and smiled happily from the bottom of his heart. The restoration of the element pool is of great significance. It marks that the development of his forces is about to enter a new stage. The rest is to activate it. Sunan took out the gems that had been prepared long ago from the space ring, and simply carved them into 8-sided diamonds, and embedded them all into the magic circle, as if they were one. Buzz! The entire element pool suddenly vibrated violently, and the surrounding space suddenly cracked. There are all kinds of strange scenery behind these cracks, such as the abyss-like sea, the endless sky, the sea of fire that burns the sky and boils the earth, the thick and solid crust, and so on. It is a series of elemental planes. After a strange blend of energy, strands of deep blue water flowed into the element pool. This is not real water, but elemental energy condensed into liquid. It will appear in the form of water surface in the element pool, a most gentle form of energy. With the successful establishment of the element pool, a rich and active energy also enveloped the entire Dragon Skeleton Tower. Success? Sunan took a deep breath, feeling the breath of elemental energy in the air. His expression was quite happy. The element pool will continue to spread energy outward. Within the range of this energy, the wizard, apprentice, will significantly speed up the recovery of mental power, and the meditation efficiency will also be slightly improved. And it can even delay aging to a certain extent and increase a person's lifespan. In other words, people who live in the Dragon Skeleton Tower for a long time can get a buff of longevity, fast recovery, and improved meditation efficiency. And the larger the element pool, the better the effect. Sunan estimated that the micro-element pool should be able to increase the recovery speed of mental power by 20% and the meditation efficiency by about 5%. If you live there for a long time, You could also increase your lifespan by 5 to 10 years. Looking at the slowly increasing water level in the element pool, Su-nan was more and more happy. The element pool uses the most primitive element channel mechanism, which generates magic power through the surge of elements and flows back into the element pool. The operation efficiency is not high, but fortunately, there is no need to worry about exhaustion. As long as the element pool is not damaged and is maintained regularly, it can be used for thousands of years. With the energy provided by the element pool, the ecological environment in the dragon forest can be gradually restored, and there is no need to worry about insufficient energy. The only pity is that the energy provided by the element pool is stable but poor, not enough to do too many things. After calming down, Su-nan opened the three-dimensional model of the dragon forest. The space barrier of the dragon forest has now been repaired, except for the dragon skeleton tower and area 2. The places that need to be repaired in the dragon skeleton tower are mainly the culture tanks and various experimental facilities in the transformation area, the magic crystal forging furnace in the workshop area, the targets in the training area, and the overall magic transmission pipeline, etc. Years of abandonment have caused various problems in these facilities to a greater or lesser extent, and they need to be repaired one by one. Fortunately, the dragon skeleton tower has a complete self-repair function, plus the assistance of Butler Number 1. As long as there is sufficient energy, it does not take too much time to repair. Number 1. Start repairing the dragon skeleton tower. Su-nan gave the order. Start repairing the dragon skeleton tower. It is estimated to take 18 days, 15 hours, 25 minutes and 16 seconds. Su-nan nodded secretly. Once the repairs in the dragon skeleton tower are completed, we can start to move the base. As for Area 2, it won't be too late to repair it slowly after the energy is fully restored. Anyway, it will not be possible to find a dragon clan to cultivate for a while. Without the dragon clan, Area 2 can only be used as a super large magic plant garden even if it is restored intact. Chapter 156 Dragon Antelope Ranch. Bloodline and True Spirit. Astral Calendar Year 1258. Spring Dawn Moon March. The Dragon Skeleton Tower was finally repaired. Su-nan immediately started the base relocation work. Mainly base number 1. The facilities that base number 1 has are basically all in the Dragon Skeleton Tower, and they are more comprehensive and complete. For facilities that are not available, such as insect nests, they can be solved by selecting a room and renovating it. The overall relocation work went very smoothly. From now on, the apprentices' daily living, training and learning will all be carried out in the Dragon Forest, the top floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Su-nan stood in front of the control center, staring at the three-dimensional model intently. Ecological Park, Dragon Forest. Level, large, degree of damage 48.23%, current remaining energy, 95.23%. Intelligent auxiliary life, Steward Number 1. Area, Area 1. Area 2. Area 3. Facilities, Dragon Skeleton Tower Residential Area. Warehouse Area. Experimental Area. Training Area. Workshop Area. Transformation Area Control Center. Element Pool Micro. Insect Nest. Servants, Clay Golem X423. Flower Spirit X52. Forest Child X3. Red-Eye Crow X67. Glee Elite X1. Protective Device, Large Space Boundary. Combat Device, Golem Legion, Stone Golem X426. Double-Edged Spider X85. Elite Stone Golem X20. Steel Golem X5. Looking at the data marked next to the three-dimensional model, Su-nan nodded with satisfaction. After more than half a month of charging, the energy of the element pool is almost full. The restoration of Area 2 has also begun, although it is just the beginning. With the help of the clay golem and flower essence he brought from base number 1, the recovery speed should be much faster in the future. If Area 1 maintains the best operating state, it will take up 35.12% of the energy cycle. After Area 2 is restored, before the new Dragon Clan is put into use, it only needs to maintain the minimum operating state, which will take up 53.66% of the energy cycle, add up to 88.78%, nearly 90% of the energy ratio. If you add the 3.06% of the minimum energy required to maintain the operation of Area 3, it will exceed 90%. The 3.06% here refers to the minimum energy cycle occupied by maintaining the operation of Area 3. mainly the daily operation of various facilities in the Dragon Skeleton Tower, including the provision of lighting, experiments, transformation, etc. The energy cycle occupation in addition depends on the energy consumption of the wizard, apprentice, experiments, and the energy consumed by making potions, magic items and puppets, etc. There is no upper limit in this regard. Sunan checked the past energy consumption records through Butler number 1. Thousands of years ago, during the peak period of energy consumption in Longlin, the Dragon Skeleton Tower once occupied up to 47.23% of the energy cycle. At one point, the energy cycle of Area 1 and Area 2 almost collapsed. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about this for the time being. Sunan muttered to himself. There is only one level 3 wizard apprentice in the base now, and there are not many level 2 wizard apprentices. The energy consumed by experiments and production can occupy 10% of the energy cycle at most. In addition, Area 2 has not yet been put into use, so there is no need to worry about insufficient energy circulation. The military force has also increased a lot. The original Longlin had only more than 100 stone golems, but with the garrison forces of the base, the total number of golems has now exceeded 500. However, the increase in military force is not very useful. Longlin is a semi-dimensional space, which is semi-isolated from the material world. Except for the transmission channel controlled by Sunan, no one else can enter, unless it is a wizard who is powerful enough to tear the space barrier and master the spatial coordinates of Longlin. However, such people are impossible to exist in the current Starlight continent, so there is basically no need to worry about foreign enemies attacking Longlin. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the original builders did not build combat equipment to prevent foreign enemies at all, and only stationed a small number of golems. These golems are probably used to capture the sub-dragon species in Longlin. Therefore, the high-level stone golems and elite double-bladed spiders in base number 1 were transferred to the Star Alliance by Sunan. Today, base number 1 is basically just an empty shell, with nothing else except the magic plant garden. Of course, Sunan does not intend to abandon base number 1. It will serve as a transit station for the transfer of materials between Longlin and the surface world. The same is true for base number 2. With the teleportation array of Longlin, Sunan can now travel quickly between the surface and the underground world, without the need to build an additional base number 2. The facilities in base number 2 have been moved into Longlin, leaving only the magic plant garden and a space channel leading to Longlin as a transit station for the transfer of materials between Longlin and the underground world in the future. If we only have one base, we won't have to travel back and forth anymore, and many things will be much more convenient. Sunan smiled with a relaxed look. There is no need to open up a magic plant garden in the future. Just separate an area from Area 2, and it will be enough to plant magic plants. Dragon Forest is different from the outside. As long as the energy supply is continuous, the concentration of energy particles can always be maintained at a high level, which is enough for the growth of magic plants. A piece of land randomly marked out in Area 2 is equivalent to more than 10 magic plant gardens outside. It's time to put the matter of taming sub-dragon species on the agenda. Sunan stretched out his hand and touched the void, and a picture suddenly appeared in front of him. The picture showed a steep mountain wall full of caves, and creatures covered with golden scales, like a combination of dragons and antelopes, flew in and out of the caves. Dragon antelopes, a powerful and elegant sub-dragon species. Thousands of years ago, they were domesticated as mounts by many legendary knights. They are quite simple sub-dragon species, loyal to their masters, and also extremely powerful in combat. Adult dragon antelopes have the power of a legendary ring, and they will gradually become stronger as they grow older, up to a legendary ring of 3 rings. As early as when he discovered many sub-dragon species in the Dragon Forest, Sunan had the idea of forming a dragon cavalry. After these days of selection, he finally chose the dragon antelope. In addition to the loyalty and strong combat effectiveness of the dragon antelope, the dragon antelope likes to live in deep caves far away from civilization, and is naturally highly adaptable to dark environments. This also means that even if they are in the dark and humid environment of the underground world, their combat effectiveness will not be weakened. The Dragon Antelope Cavalry Army. Just thinking about it is very powerful. However, taming sub-dragon species is a very time-consuming and laborious task. Adult dragon antelopes are basically impossible to tame, and you can only start from the juvenile body if you want to tame them. Sub-dragon species inherit some characteristics of the dragon race, including extremely slow growth, even if some means of catalyzing growth are used in the middle. It will take at least 10 years to cultivate a juvenile dragon antelope to adulthood. The night guard is too weak now. There is not even one great night. It needs time to grow. Start taming the dragon antelope from now on. After more than 10 years, the night guard will catch up and can be matched with the dragon antelope. After thinking for a while, Sunan already had a complete plan in mind. He stretched out his hand and drew a line on the three-dimensional model, dividing an area as the site for taming the dragon antelope in the future. Let's call it the Dragon Antelope Ranch. After dividing the site, Butler number 1 will naturally arrange the clay golem to take charge of specific matters. Sunan then came to the main laboratory in the transformation area, which was a large laboratory that belonged to him alone. Inlong was already waiting in the laboratory. When he saw Sunan coming, he crawled up to him and rubbed his chest affectionately. Sorry for the long wait. Sunan smiled and patted Inlong's head. With sufficient high-level sub-dragon blood, Inlong's bloodline has improved by leaps and bounds during this period. Now the bloodline concentration has broken through to more than 50%. And the combat effectiveness has also broken through to the 3-ring legend. The improvement of blood and strength also made the hidden dragon bigger. The length of the head and tail is more than 30 meters. And even if it lies on the ground, its height is close to 4 meters. If it were not for the ability of virtualization, the movement of the hidden dragon in the dragon skeleton tower would definitely be very limited. The dragon with the highest concentration of dragon blood in Long Linlia is the Devil Tyrannosaurus, 85.37%. Once it exceeds this limit, the speed of the increase in the concentration of the hidden dragon blood will be greatly reduced. After it is increased to 90%, it should be able to break through to the 4th ring legend. Sunan thought about it, but his movements were not slow. He completed the blood fusion operation for the hidden dragon with ease. Now the hidden dragon has an average of 3 operations per month, and the time in between is used to digest the blood power. The high frequency of blood fusion operations has also brought a lot of proficiency to Sunan biological transformation skills. Sunan estimated that in 2 or 3 months, the biological transformation skills should be able to be upgraded to level 4. Time flies, and it is the month of flowing fire, July, in a blink of an eye. Just after the first half of the month, Sunan successfully constructed the 16th star ring. There are still 2 star rings to go. Sunan exhaled happily. His proficiency in practicing the star ring meditation method every day has increased to about 4,800 points as his mental power grows. At this rate, it will take more than 2 years to build the 17th star ring. The remaining 2 star rings should be built within 8 years. By then, even if the mental power has not reached 60, it should be almost there. With the pure divine energy provided by the Death Knell Beetle, Sunan mental power is now growing much faster than before. I have to find a way to improve my physical fitness. Just last month, Sunan gathered a set of materials for refining the magic pattern core, and successfully refined the 4th magic pattern core. But the problem now is that his mental and physical fitness are not enough to bear the 4th level magic pattern core. So it has not been fused. The fusion requirements for the 4th level magic pattern core are 51.22 mental fitness, and 54.39 physical fitness. In terms of spirit, Sunan estimated that he would be able to reach the standard after absorbing divine energy twice at most. Although his physical fitness was much worse, it was still easy to improve with the dragon blood fruit. After all, his current physical fitness of 45.88 was about the level of an intermediate knight, and was still far from a legendary knight. Without the fusion of blood, the physical fitness would still be slower to improve. Having said that, if Sunan had a choice, he would rather chew dragon blood fruit to slowly strengthen his body than to fuse blood casually. Although blood fusion can enhance strength immediately, the price paid is that the future growth space will be greatly narrowed. Take the Death Knell Striker as an example. Once the blood of the Death Knell Striker is fused, no matter how much strength is improved in the future, it will be difficult to surpass the source of the blood of the Death Knell Striker. That is, the power level of the ancient beast hissing insect. It is precisely because of this defect of blood fusion that the promotion path of wizards is divided into 2 major routes, blood and true spirit. Sunan goal has always been the true spirit route. Only true spirit wizards can advance to the highest realm. The research on the alternative metals for the magic pattern core is almost complete. There are a total of 89 alternative metals in the materials of the magic pattern core, in addition to the 20 that can be purchased with gold coins. Sunan has already researched 67 of the remaining 69 alternative metals, leaving only the last 2. It will take at most 1 or 2 months to complete. After that, as long as his spirit and physique can keep up, he can infinitely strengthen the magic pattern core. Late at night, in the jungle hut, the moonlight shines through the window, illuminating the situation inside the house. There are 8 people sitting around the wide long table. Except for the hunter, the rest of the members of the jungle hut are all present. Surprisingly, the traveler is also there. It's really strange. I didn't expect you to come too. The scepter looked at the traveler in surprise. I thought you had died in some corner. There was a hint of malice in the corpse's tone. Ignoring the corpse's words, the traveler shrugged at the scepter and said, I encountered some problems before, but thanks to the players, it has been resolved. I will actively participate in the party in the future. Everyone looked at Sunan in surprise. They didn't expect that the two would meet outside the jungle hut. By the way, where is the other new member? The traveler looked around curiously, and finally frowned in disappointment. Didn't come? It's obvious, Hyland said indifferently. I guess he was delayed by something. In the jungle hut, this is a very normal thing. Everyone didn't care and entered the transaction process as usual. When it was the traveler's turn, he looked at the scepter and said sincerely, Scepter, I want the key of the Starry Tower. It is very important to me. If possible, please make an offer and trade it to me. The scepter was stunned, then shook his head. Sorry. The key of the Starry Tower is also very important to me. I don't plan to trade it out. Don't waste your energy. Traveler, Hyland said carelessly. If the scepter is willing to trade, I would have done it long ago. So how could it be your turn? When the hunter first attended the party, only Hyland and the traveler were not present. Afterwards, he learned that the hunter took out the key of the Starry Tower at that party. Hyland couldn't help but regret it. At the subsequent party, he proposed to trade with the scepter, but was rejected by the scepter without hesitation. Hearing this, the traveler sighed in disappointment, but stopped pestering and took out a few bottles of sub-dragon blood and put them on the table. If anyone wants it, make an offer. Everyone looked at Sunan at the same time. In the past, when sub-dragon blood appeared in gatherings, it would definitely be won by Sunan in the end. Over time, they all knew that Sunan was determined to get the sub-dragon blood, so they stopped competing with him. But to everyone's surprise, Sunan shook his head this time. I don't need it. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Only the traveler knew that Sunan, who owned an entire ecological park, was not short of sub-dragon blood at all. Chapter 157 Unexpected Road. Sub-dragon magic pet. Astral calendar year 1258. Flowing fire month, August. After the slightly uncomfortable feeling of weightlessness, Sherman's vision became clear again. He looked carefully and found himself in a spacious and bright hall. There were many stone chairs and stone tables arranged in an orderly manner in the hall, and some apprentices were sitting there talking and laughing. Is this the Dragon Skeleton Tower? Ruger behind him looked at the hundreds of everlight pearls embedded in the ceiling and exclaimed. Sheen, Serrano, and a group of magic pattern knights beside him were also full of surprise. Only Corey had an indifferent expression on his face and said to Sherman, Go report to the teacher first. Sherman was about to nod when a familiar voice suddenly came to his ear. The teacher is in the laboratory and hasn't come out yet. You have to wait a while. Sherman looked back and saw Otto standing a few meters away, looking at them with a smile. Atur. Sherman smiled with surprise. Long time no see. Atur had not yet been promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice, so he had not participated in the operation of opening up a new magic plantation and exploring the underground world. In total, he and Atur had not seen each other for almost 2 years. When he saw Atur for the first time, he could not help but be filled with surprise. Cole's face also became a little softer, and he nodded gently to Atur. Long time no see. After a pause, he looked at Atur carefully for a few times, and a trace of surprise suddenly flashed across his face. Atur, have you broken through? Sherman was stunned, and then he came back to his senses and looked at Atur carefully, and his face also showed a surprised expression. You have been promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. Yes. Atur nodded with a smile. I just broke through 2 months ago. Great, Sherman said with surprise. After being promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice, Atur was eligible to participate in many operations of the base. In this way, They can go back to the time when the three of them acted together. Cole also forced a smile on his face and said, "Congratulations." "Thank you." Atur smiled. As the first batch of apprentices to enter the base, the three of them had the deepest feelings among all the apprentices. And so did their sense of identity. Now that the three of them are back on the same line, they are naturally in a very happy mood. After a few pleasantries, Atur turned his eyes to Sheen and others. "Are these people from the Night Guard?" "Yes." Shemin smiled and nodded, pointing at Sheen and said, "This is Sheen, the current captain of the Night Guard, the first graduate of the Dragonheart Knight Academy. Although he is young, he now has the strength of a senior knight." "Lord Atur." Sheen hurriedly saluted Atur, and then said with a reserved look, "Lord Shemin, you are too kind. Compared with the three of you, my strength is not worth mentioning. This is not modesty. The second-level wizard apprentice, who has mastered spells, has the combat power of a great knight at the weakest. Compared with him, a senior knight is really nothing." "Okay. No more polite words." Corey interrupted their conversation and turned to look at Otto. "Since the teacher has something else to do, we will report later. Otto, take us to visit the Dragon Forest. I haven't seen the new base yet." When the base was moved, Corey and Shemin were still wandering around in the underground world and couldn't participate. Now that it's a rare break, they naturally have to take this opportunity to take a good look at the new base. Shemin also showed an excited expression when he heard it. Otto smiled and agreed, turned to Sheen and others and said, "The base stipulates that only second-level wizard apprentices can move freely in areas outside the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Others are prohibited from leaving the Dragon Skeleton Tower without accepting a mission. You can only move around in the tower now. Go down and rest today." After that, he called a clay golem and took a group of magic pattern knights to the residential area. After being promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice, the teacher gave her some authority, and she could command the clay golem in the Dragon Skeleton Tower to a limited extent. After the clay golem and the people left, Otto led Shemin and Corey out of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. They didn't feel anything when they were inside, but when they came out and saw the overall appearance of the Dragon Skeleton Tower, which looked like a giant dragon, Shemin and Corey were shocked. "Isn't this a real dragon skeleton?" Shemin was shocked. "That's right." Otto looked at the Dragon Skeleton Tower with a flash of amazement. Teacher said that the skeleton that built the Dragon Skeleton Tower was probably an ancient dragon with a lifespan of more than 800 years. Corey couldn't help but show an expression of amazement. The one who built the Dragon Skeleton Tower must have been a very powerful wizard. A trace of yearning flashed in Corey's eyes, but he soon sighed. He also wanted to become such a powerful wizard, but he knew very well that his talent and qualifications were not sure whether he could become a formal wizard, let alone a powerful wizard like the builder of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. After watching for a while, Otto summoned 3 black rock leopards, and the 3 of them rode away on the black rock leopards. Area 3 does not cover a large area, and the 3 of them quickly passed through a barrier that was difficult to detect with the naked eye and entered Area 2. Looking at the somewhat desolate wilderness and the scattered green plants on the wilderness, Sherman was a little stunned. "Why is it so desolate here?" Otto said, "Area 2 of Longland was originally abandoned, but now it is considered good. When the base was just moved, there was not even a blade of grass here. I heard from the teacher that Area 2 was originally used to cultivate dragons, but now it is estimated that there are no dragons on the mainland, so it can only be used to grow magic plants. Cultivate dragons." Sherman and Cole were shocked by this move. When they thought that this place was a breeding farm for cultivating dragons comparable to formal wizards, they couldn't help but secretly gasp. Although they were shocked, there was nothing to see in Area 2 now. The dragon bones that were originally everywhere were also cleared away. After passing through the empty Area 2, the 3 of them quickly entered Area 1. The moment they passed through the barrier, the lush greenery broke into Shemin and Corey's vision with an unstoppable attitude, occupying their entire field of vision in an instant. The towering trees of tens of meters or hundreds of meters covered the sky, and the plants on the ground were quite lush, and even the bushes were 2 or 3 meters high. The roars of beasts came from afar, and the sound of heavy footsteps could be vaguely heard. Everything in front of them seemed to have entered ancient times. Looking at the magnificent scenery in front of them, Shemin and Corey subconsciously held their breath. "It's shocking, right? I was just like you when I first saw this scene." After patiently waiting for the 2 to come to their senses, Otto smiled and said, More than 90% of the area in Area 1 is forest. This area grows many rare magic plants, and tens of thousands of subdragon species. Among them, there are quite a few legendary subdragon species. Considering the danger, Area 1 is temporarily closed. Only level 2 wizard apprentices are allowed to enter the dragon forest to perform tasks such as collecting subdragon blood or magic plants. While explaining, Otto led the two into the forest. She seemed to have been here many times, carefully avoiding some areas along the way. According to her, those areas are haunted by legendary subdragon species, so it is better to avoid them if it is not necessary. Otherwise, if they are discovered and hunted, they will have to waste rune gems to get away. After walking just 1,000 meters, Shemin and Corey saw no less than 30 subdragon species, and they were more and more amazed at the magic of the dragon forest. In the past, they would never have thought that there was a place in the world that specialized in breeding subdragon species. Subdragon species that were rarely seen outside could be seen everywhere here. Only wizard apprentices knew how valuable this place was. There were walking material aggregates everywhere. By the way, have you considered contracting a magic pet? Halfway through the journey, Otto suddenly asked. Shemin and Corey both nodded. Second-level wizard apprentices can contract a magic pet. They had considered this a long time ago, but they had never found a suitable contract target. With the teacher's extremely powerful magic pet as a precedent, they did not want to contract an ordinary magic pet casually. Have you considered subdragon species? Otto said something shocking. Asian dragon species? Xiaomon was stunned, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. I thought so. But the stronger the beast, the harder it is to contract it into a magic pet. I'm afraid it's impossible to contract an Asian dragon species? Corey also shook his head and said, the weakest Asian dragon species has the strength of a great knight. With our current strength, it is impossible to successfully contract it. It is said that when the teacher contracted the hidden dragon, the latter only had the strength of a peak knight. They can't be more radical than the teacher. Right? Adir smiled and said, adult Asian dragon species are certainly not possible. But there are many juvenile Asian dragon species in Area 1. We can choose them as targets. As long as we choose a race with a milder temperament, the probability of success is still very high. Xiaomon and Corey were stunned. They had never imagined this path. After all, adult Asian dragon species were rare in the past, let alone juveniles. When considering magic pets before, they never thought about this at all. But now listening to Adir's words, it seems that the feasibility is quite high. All of a sudden, Shemin and Corey showed excited expressions at the same time. If we can contract a subdragon species as a pet, it would be so cool. The growth potential of subdragon species is much stronger than that of ordinary beasts. After this thought came to mind, the two looked at the subdragon species along the way, and their eyes suddenly took on an undisguised burning heat. Every time they saw a subdragon species, they began to evaluate whether it was suitable as a pet contract target. Atur saw it and laughed. There is detailed information about subdragon species in the Dragon Skeleton Tower. When we go back, just ask Butler number 1 to copy a copy for you. Butler number 1? Shemin looked puzzled. Otto explained, it is the intelligent auxiliary life of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. I heard from the teacher that it is more advanced than the adamantine golem. Shemin suddenly understood. After a rough tour of Area 1, the three of them set off on their return journey, with a sense of unfulfilled desire. On the way, Otto suddenly remembered Sheen and others he had just seen, and asked curiously, I heard that the Night Guard is equipped with magic pattern structures. How effective is it? Very strong, Shemin said without thinking. It is more powerful than ordinary alchemical magic items, especially the second-level magic pattern structure. It feels not much inferior to the glimmer-level magic items. Corey also interrupted and said, I heard that there is a more advanced third-level magic pattern structure. I wonder how the strengthening effect is. The exchange list of the base has just been updated recently. Now there is a third-level magic pattern structure on it. If you are really curious, you can exchange a set and see, Otto said with a smile. She was just joking. But she didn't expect that Shemin and Corey would show interested expressions as soon as she finished speaking. And she was speechless. You are not really going to exchange, are you? Shemin came back to his senses and said, when we explore the underground world, we are often attacked by monsters. We are hard to defend ourselves. Many times we have to fight monsters in close combat. If we have a set of level 3 magic pattern construction, It will be much safer. That's right. Corey nodded in agreement. But level 3 magic pattern construction can only be used by great knights. That's easy. Just exchange for a few high-level dragon blood fruits. Level 2 wizard apprentices generally have the physical fitness of knights. Whether it is Shimon or Corey, their physical fitness has reached the level of high-level knights. Taking a level 4 dragon blood fruit can break through to the level of great knights. For wizard apprentices, strengthening their physical fitness is not a big deal. Otto thought about it carefully, and found that what the two said made sense. And he was tempted for a while. After all, after she mastered the spell, she would definitely join the exploration of the underground world. With the magic pattern structure, safety would be more guaranteed. Back to the dragon skeleton tower, Otto asked butler number 1, and heard that the teacher had come out of the laboratory and was now in the study. So he took Shimon and Corey to the tower floor where the study was located. Next, you can go see the teacher yourself. Otto waved goodbye to the two. Shimon and Corey adjusted their manners, and then knocked on the door of the study. Come in. The teacher's voice came from inside. The two pushed the door open, and saw the teacher sitting behind the desk, staring at a piece of parchment on the table. That seems to be a map? Seeing that you came back to see me in a hurry. Is there any progress in the exploration? Suda retracted his gaze from the table, and looked up at the two. Yes, teacher. Corey spoke first. We have wiped out the remaining demon tribes in the north, and then continued to explore northward. As the teacher said, we found an demon city-state. We managed to capture an demon. After interrogation, we determined that the city-state was called Giant City, and the ruler was indeed a Nest Mother Eye. Sunan nodded in understanding. His eyes fell on the map. This is a military map made based on the intelligence given by the traveler. It clearly draws the detailed distribution of forces within a radius of 2,000 kilometers of the Star Alliance, including major city-states, tribes, and dangerous areas with powerful monsters or deadly weirdness. Of course, considering that the traveler's ability is limited, it is impossible to fully explore every inch of this area. So this map must be missing. But even so, it will be of great benefit to the future expansion of the Star Alliance. Chapter 158 Organization of the Golem Legion. Holy Fist. What are the details of the troops in Giant City? Sunan took his eyes off the map and continued to ask. Corey bowed his head and said, based on the information we have obtained so far, it is preliminarily estimated that the number of demons in Giant City is not less than 1,000, of which there are at least 5 legendary demon mutants. And there are also no less than 20,000 slaves. Demons are best at using mental power to control other creatures and turn them into their slaves. For demons, slaves are consumables, and they can control another batch when they are gone. So demons are also famous for their love of killing slaves. More than 1,000 demons only control 20,000 slaves, which is a bit conservative. Sudan estimates that there are at least 30,000 slaves in Giant City. Of course, the creatures that can be controlled by demons are not very strong, and are generally races such as dog-headed people, lizardmen and ogres. They are all common cannon fodder in the underground world. After thinking for a while, Sudan made a decision and said in a deep voice, Red Widow will be the commander, and you two will be the deputies. Let a small golem army to attack Giant City. I will give you an extra golden golem. You can conquer Giant City within 3 months. Is there any problem? After the base moved into Lolin, the importance of base number 1 and base number 2 declined significantly. The garrison force was reduced by more than half by Sunan, and all the vacant puppets were incorporated into the Star Alliance. After that, Sunan integrated and restructured the Golem army, mainly dividing the army organization from low to high. They are squadron, flag team, company and army. The number of puppets in the first 4 organizations ranges from 10 to 500, and the puppet types are mainly stone golems and double-edged puppets. The difference is that the flag team also includes an elite stone golem. The company includes 5 elite stone golems and 1 steel golem, and the highest level army starts with 5,000 puppets. And there must be a second-ring legendary puppet, according to the number and strength of puppets. The legions are divided into small, medium and large. The small legion includes 10 companies, with up to 5,000 puppets, in addition to the elite stone golems and steel golems that match the number of companies. It also includes 2 high-level stone golems and an elite double-bladed spider. 5 small legions can be merged into a medium legion. in addition to many first and second ring legendary puppets. The Medium Legion will also have an additional Adamantium Golem. Similarly, 5 Medium Legions can be merged into a Large Legion. Above the Large Legion, Sunan also has a group army. However, it is only a concept at present. After all, the current Star Alliance is far from enough to form a group army. In fact, let alone a group army, there is no large or medium legion. The current Star Alliance has only 2 small legions. It's not that Sunan doesn't want to form more legions, but that he has the will but not the strength. The cost of forming a small Golem Legion is about 700,000 gold coins. The puppets that make up the 2 small Golem Corps were accumulated by Sunan step by step from the past. He could not afford to form a third small Golem Corps in a short period of time, let alone medium and large Golem Corps. The reason for setting up a more advanced organization is just to prepare for the expansion of the army in the future. Shemin and Corey had long known about the recent changes in the Star Alliance's military organization for model, and they agreed without hesitation. A small Golem Corps, plus a fine Gold Golem, and the second ring legendary Red Widow, are more than enough to capture the giant Ice City. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you have worked hard during this period. Take a few days off first. Get familiar with the new base, and then deal with the matter of sending troops to the giant Ice City. Yes, teacher. Seeing Sunan wave his hand, Shemin and Corey retreated respectfully. After the two left, Sunan's eyes returned to the map. Within a radius of 300 kilometers of the Star Alliance, there is only one real city-state, Giant Ice City, and the rest are tribes. Not to be worried about. As long as Giant Ice City is captured, the area within 300 kilometers around the Star Alliance can be developed at will. In such a large area, it should not be a problem to find a few mineral veins. As for attacking Giant Ice City, as Sunan decided just now, he does not intend to do it himself, but to let his subordinates do it. The reason why the Star Alliance was established is for this situation. Giant Ice City is just an attempt. If it goes well, the small and medium-sized city-states can be left to the subordinates to solve in the future. It is enough for him to catch the big and let the small ones go. Capture Giant Ice City and get the silver mines in their hands, and we can almost get the mithril needed to refine the secret puppet. Thinking that he will soon be able to refine a 4-ring legendary puppet, Sunan's heart is slightly hot. Calming down, Sunan looked at another stack of documents. That was the report submitted by the 6 Knight Academies. In the month of Xiaolong, June, next year, these 6 Knight Academies will also welcome their first graduates. With the example of Dragonheart Knight Academy, the graduation examinations of the 6 Knight Academies will naturally be held in the underground world, and the format will not change much. Sunan doesn't care about this. Carolina will arrange the graduation examination. What he really needs to worry about is the magic pattern construction equipped for a total of 3,000 graduates, including 2,970 sets of first-level magic pattern construction and 30 sets of second-level magic pattern construction. To make such a large number of magic pattern constructions, it can be predicted that he will be extremely busy for the next year. Shemin and his team can only make magic weapons at most now, and they can't even get started with alchemical magic items, let alone magic pattern construction. Let's do it ourselves. Sunan sighed, got up, and walked towards the workshop. Fortunately, the element pool has been repaired, and Longling's operation is gradually getting back on track. In addition to practicing and increasing the blood concentration of the hidden dragon, he has no other important things on hand, and he can spare time to make magic pattern structures. The spell structure is almost mastered. Before the second half of next year, the training progress should be able to reach 100%. In the open field, 2 figures are running fast as a stream of light, faster than the best war horses. Even so, the 2 people who are running still look back from time to time. Their pale faces are full of panic, as if there is a terrifying monster chasing them. Until they ran 200 or 300 kilometers, no one caught up behind them, and the 2 breathed a sigh of relief and began to slow down. Running such a long distance in a short period of time, even if they are both legendary knights, their fighting spirit and elemental power are on the verge of exhaustion, and they must find a place to recover as soon as possible. The 2 of them quickly found a hidden cave, sat down cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began to recover their fighting spirit and elemental power. But when they closed their eyes, they suddenly realized something was wrong. They opened their eyes at the same time, and were shocked to find that they were back in the wilderness outside. What's going on? The tall knight of the two changed color. The other old knight with gray hair looked around with an expression of disbelief on his face. This is where we started. The tall knight looked around and found a large area of battle marks not far away. They looked very familiar. They were the marks left by their fight with the enemy not long ago. The tall knight face turned pale. It turned out that they had been running around in circles before, and had not run far. As a member of the Holy Fist, he naturally knew why. Illusion! They were both caught in the enemy illusion. Whoosh! A breeze suddenly blew. The tall knight and the old knight felt something, and looked to the left at the same time, and saw that there was a woman in the deserted wilderness. She was a tall and slender woman wearing a gray robe. Her skin was fair. Her hair was smooth and soft. And she exuded an elegant temperament like a noble daughter. Most men would be tempted by her figure alone, until they saw her face clearly. There were no other facial features on that face, except a pair of bright blue eyes. Dancing water droplets surrounded her body, and some light blue wind appeared from time to time. Iroh! The tall knight gritted his teeth, and uttered a name from his mouth. There was hatred in his expression, but more of it was fear and fear. I thought I had escaped from this woman, but I didn't expect to be under an illusion. And I was doing useless work from beginning to end. Thank you for your hard work. Iroh bowed slightly to them gracefully. The etiquette, which was quite aesthetic, was performed at this time with a strong sense of ridicule. The faces of the two legendary knights suddenly became ugly. Uh-huh. It's really ugly. Another voice sounded. More than 10 meters away, a flame emerged out of thin air, and then quickly grew, and soon formed a flame-human figure, and the position of the face faintly outlined a male face. His mouth opened and closed, and sparks flew while he spoke, leaving a little scorch mark on the ground. Two ridiculous guys. They were busy for a long time before they found out that they were under an illusion. I almost laughed to death watching them. He turned his head to look at Iluo and sneered, in my opinion. You are too cautious. Just kill them directly. Why waste their energy? Iluo was not angry. The breeze around him swirled slightly, and a pleasant female voice came from it. After all, these two are touring legendary knights. If we fight head-on, it will take a lot of effort to kill them. It's better to do it this way. Seeing that the two of them were talking as if they were trapped. The tall knight and the old knight were so angry that their faces turned blue. But they soon found out in despair that they were really no match for the two people in front of them. One level 3 wizard apprentice is already a headache, not to mention two. And the two people in front of him are also the strongest among the level 3 wizard apprentices. You, the Eternal Life Society, are going too far. Do you really think that our holy fists can be rubbed at will? The tall knight gritted his teeth and said, What else? The corners of the flame man-shaped mouth turned upwards, revealing a very sarcastic smile. It's just an organization composed of legendary knights. But you dare to get involved in wizard affairs. I really don't know whether to say that you are bold or ignorant of life and death. If you know what's good for you, hand over Evans and the key to the Star Tower, and I can give you a quick death. The tall knight snorted coldly. Don't say I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you. Those who believe in the credibility of the Eternal Life Society are the real fools. The flame man-shape didn't get angry after hearing this, but laughed. You're right. You've finally become smarter. Then there's no need to waste time. I kill you too, and then extract your souls, and interrogate them slowly. The moment the last word fell, the flame-shaped figure suddenly exploded, turning into countless flames that swept forward and crashed into the two knights like a torrent. The tall knight and the old knight looked at each other, smiled miserably at the same time, and then their expressions quickly regained their firmness. Instead of retreating, they advanced fearlessly and faced the incoming flames. Both knew that there was no chance of survival today, so they simply stopped running and made up their minds to fight to the death. Boom! The sky above the wilderness suddenly echoed with endless roars. The scorching flames and the dazzling fighting spirit intertwined with each other. The battle lasted only a dozen breaths. The two knights, who had long been exhausted, were no match for the Eternal Life Association wizard apprentice. Iroh didn't even intervene, and the flame wizard apprentice easily solved the two. Idiot who overestimates his own abilities. The flames faded and condensed into a flame humanoid again. He opened his mouth and took a breath, and saw two blurry and illusory figures struggling to break away from the two charred corpses and involuntarily sinking into his mouth. They probably don't know much. Iroh, who was standing by, finally spoke. Eugene sneered and said, "It doesn't matter. If we kill all the people from the Holy Fist, Evans will naturally have no place to hide. We will find him sooner or later. It's the hunter guy. He is very close to Evans. If he helps Evans get out, it will cost us a lot of effort." Ira was silent for a while, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with Eugene's words. The wizard apprentice, who could escape from sorrow, was enough for them to look up to. At this time, the two of them suddenly looked at the side. A figure slowly emerged in the void. It was Sorrow. Sorrow glanced at the charred corpse on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Did you gain anything?" "We know after the interrogation." Eugene curled his lips. "But don't have too high expectations. These two guys probably don't know the whereabouts of Evans." Yilo asked, "What about the stone scorpion?" "Same," Sorrow said lightly. "Holy Fist has done a good job of keeping secrets." "What to do next?" "Go on. Uproot the Holy Fist and force Evans to show up." Eugene smiled and licked his lips and said, "I like this straightforward approach. I heard that the leader of the Holy Fist is very powerful. Leave that guy to me to deal with. I can't wait to taste the soul of the strong." "Whatever you want." Throwing down a word, Sorrow figure slowly disappeared in the distance. A breeze blew by, and Iluo disappeared afterwards. Two boring guys. Eugene sneered and turned into flames and soared into the sky. The next is the wonderful time of interrogating souls and tasting torture and pain. Chapter 159: The Unusual Movement of the Sanjin Empire. Solving the distance problem. After entering the autumn curtain moon, the breath of autumn gradually became stronger. The plains around the flashing city were stained with a layer of light yellow. After entering the palace unimpeded, Sudan came to the central palace. When passing the courtyard, he saw 3 delicate children playing in the courtyard from a distance, surrounded by more than a dozen maids. Noticing Sunan, the oldest boy shouted "Uncle" and ran over happily, hugging Sunan calf. The other 2 younger boys and girls followed and looked at Sunan curiously. "My lord." The maids who chased after him saluted respectfully. Sudan waved his hand, squatted down slightly, and touched Abbott's head with a smile. "Where is your father?" "My father is in the meeting room," Abbott replied crisply. Sudan smiled slightly and looked at the 2 children, a boy and a girl, behind him. "You must be Weiss and Adela. Wes is Key's second son, and Adela is his first daughter. How do you know our names?" Wes tilted his head and asked in confusion. Adela was still young and could not speak much. She just held her fingers in her mouth and stared at Sunan with her dark eyes wide open. "Because I am your uncle." "What is uncle?" Sunan laughed dumbly and did not answer. She patted the little guy head and turned to look at the maids. "Take good care of him." After giving the order, Sunan turned and left. When he walked away, Abbott looked away eagerly and turned to pat his brother's head. "Stupid. Uncle is father's younger brother. Everyone says uncle is a very powerful person." Wes seemed to understand, but after a while, his attention was attracted by the butterfly flying in front of him, and he ran to chase the butterfly. When he came to the meeting room, he was discussing matters with the ministers, from the original Black Stone City to the current Star Principality. Key's troops have grown a lot. There are also many new faces that Sunan does not recognize. The more than 10 people sitting in the meeting hall at this moment are all powerful nobles in the Principality. However, Sunan only knows a few people such as Brad, Joden and Starly. Compared with 10 years ago, Brad and his men have a much more vicissitudes and aged look, and there are many more silver strands in their hair. Even the power of the Great Knight cannot resist the erosion of time. Fortunately, they have been pampered for many years, so their complexion is still rosy and energetic. Sitting among the ministers in their 40s and 50s, he looks very young. After all, he is just 30 years old this year, and is in the golden age of men, with legendary strength. He is far from aging. Lord Sunan. Seeing Sunan coming in, everyone stood up and saluted. He also smiled and waved to everyone. "That's all for today. We talk about other things tomorrow. You go back first." Brad and the others responded and retreated tactfully. The hall became empty in an instant, leaving only Key and Sunan. After the servant brought the black tea, put it on the coffee table and left, Key smiled and said, "I haven't seen you here for several months. Have you been busy with the new base recently?" Sudan mentioned the base relocation to Key, although he felt a little sorry. Key respected Sunan's decision. Besides, base number 1 is not completely abandoned and will continue to exist as a transit station. As long as there is such a place, the people in Flash City will feel more secure. It's almost done. Sunan took a sip of the black tea, then put it down and changed the subject. I read the court report. The Songjin Empire has been restless recently, although he spent most of his time in the underground world. Sunan never ignored the situation on the surface world. Every month, the Principality of Stars compiles the latest important intelligence into a report, which is sent to the nobles for reading, and also sent to Sunan's study. According to the description in the report, the Songjin Empire has frequently conducted military exercises in border cities adjacent to the Principality of Stars in the past 2 months. The royal staff speculated that the Songjin Empire is likely to use this action to cover up some military movements. The existence of the Principality has threatened the rule of the Songjin Empire in the southeast region. It is not surprising that His Majesty the Emperor will take action against the Principality, he said calmly. If the rulers of other countries knew that their countries were targeted by the Songjin Empire, they would definitely find it very difficult, even if they were not in a state of panic. But Qi is different, because the Principality of Stars has Sunan. Others may not know, but Qi knows how powerful the Star Alliance established by Sunan in the underground world is. To be honest, the war power of the Star Alliance is even much stronger than that of the Principality of Stars. With such a reliable ally, Qi is certainly not worried. However, this is also the main reason why the Songjin Empire has set its sights on the Principality of Stars. With Sunan, the Principality of Stars is like a young lion with great potential. As long as the Songjin Empire is not stupid, it will not watch the Principality of Stars grow and compete with them for the dominant position in the southeast region one day in the future. In fact, Qi knows very well that if it were not for Sunan, the Songjin Empire would have sent troops to the Principality of Stars long ago. What are you going to do? Sunan asked. Although I haven't made full preparations. If the Songjin Empire wants to go to war, I will accompany it, Qi said with a smile, his tone full of confidence. The only problem is that the wizard of the Songjin royal family. His name is Scepter. Right? Is he from the same wizard organization as you? Yes. Sunan nodded calmly. I will find a chance to talk to him. If Scepter really wants to support the Songjin Empire to go to war, there is nothing to say. Just compete on the battlefield. Even if they belong to the same jungle hut, he will not show mercy. Time flies, and it is the month of frost. The first snow finally falls. White snowflakes cover the whole land, and the cold wind howls. The dragon forest is as warm as spring as usual, and the climate is suitable. The 13th floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Number 3 Breeding Room. Although it is called a breeding room, it actually uses space folding technology. The actual area is about 1 square kilometer, and it is one of the only 3 large breeding rooms in the Dragon Skeleton Tower. The entire breeding room has been transformed into a dark cave environment. Sunan is now suspended next to the upside-down stalactite, watching the young dragon antelopes running happily in the huge cave below. After deciding to build a dragon antelope ranch, Sunan immediately started to implement it. But the establishment of a ranch is not just about catching a group of dragon antelopes. The temperament of adult dragon antelopes has been fixed, and it is extremely difficult to tame. So Sunan plans to start training from young dragon antelopes. He directly caught a group of young dragon antelopes that were just a few days old from the wild, and placed them in the breeding room to train and domesticate them personally, intending to wait for these dragon antelopes to grow up before releasing them to the pasture outside. After a few months, the results were quite satisfactory. Although the young dragon antelopes that had been fed by the apprentices were still a little wild and difficult to tame, they were no longer so resistant to human approach and touch. If it were an adult dragon antelope, it would definitely not be possible to achieve this in just a few months. After 2 or 3 years of training, the wildness should be almost eliminated, and then they can be released to the pasture outside. Sunan left the breeding room and teleported to the workshop. After this period of training, his mental power has met the standard for fusing the 4th level magic pattern core. His physique has also been strengthened to 55 points by eating dragon blood fruit, which also meets the standard. After that, Sunan immediately synthesized the 4th level magic pattern core and fused it into his body. As expected, the upgraded 4th level magic pattern core has increased its power by a large margin. With full power, the metal spike storm formed by the magic pattern core took less than half a minute to bombard the adamantium golem with holes. You have to know that this is a strengthened adamantium golem, a genuine 3-ring legendary puppet. not the original adamantium golem encountered at the door of Avigny's laboratory. If it were a Turing legendary puppet, it would probably be killed in one encounter. In terms of defense, if converted into defense degree, it is about 6500 to 7000, which is almost equivalent to the defense superposition of 6 or 7 extreme protection rings. With such a high defense degree, even if a formal wizard comes, it will take some effort to break through. Below the formal wizard, unless his mental power is exhausted, it is basically impossible for anyone to break through. And the mental power consumption that Su Nan is most concerned about has hardly increased. With my current mental power, it is enough to support about 4 minutes. If it is a high-intensity battle, it should be no problem to support it for 3 minutes. It is worth mentioning that Su Nan has also researched the last 2 alternative metals needed to refine the magic pattern core. In other words, he has basically achieved the freedom of the magic pattern core. As long as he wants, he can refine the magic pattern core in batches at any time. Now, in addition to the cost, what restricts him is his own spirit and physique. The fusion requirements of the level 5 magic pattern core are spirit 58.65 and physique 71.24. As for the level 6 magic pattern core, Su Nan probably can't fuse it before he is promoted to a wizard. Having said that, this is also good news for Su Nan. The magic pattern core is not only one of his current trump cards, but also the key to his future promotion to a wizard. This is why he insisted on researching alternative metals even though he knew that there was an upper limit to the synthesis level of the magic pattern core. After spending half a day in the workshop and making a batch of magic pattern structures, Su Nan returned to the study. Not long after he sat down, Carolina came over. "Master." Carolina saluted charmingly. Since joining Su Nan, this lion-faced nobleman has eaten a lot of dragon blood fruit and various enhancement potions. Now his strength has already broken through to the second ring legendary level, which is stronger than the previous lord of Yohu City. "Ursula, what's the matter?" Su Nan asked without raising his head, staring at the book in his hand. Carolina said respectfully, "Master, the location for setting up the space channel has been selected." Su Nan finally raised his head, thought about it, stood up, and walked out of the study. "Lead the way." "Yes, Master." Inspired by the Longlin teleportation array, Su Nan also planned to set up space channels between the 3 city-states of Yohu, Matu and Asen, connecting them to each other, so as not to travel hundreds of kilometers every time. The reason why he did not build a teleportation array was that he did not have the corresponding teleportation array technology. Moreover, teleportation technology has always been a field that wizards can access. Even if he, a wizard apprentice, has the corresponding technology, he cannot build a teleportation array. So Su Nan thought of a trick. Just like the connection between Base 1 and Base 2, a space channel connecting Longlin was set up in each of the 3 city-states, with Longlin as the transit point to connect the 3 city-states. In this way, although it is impossible to achieve real-time transmission, it at least achieves the effect of half a teleportation array, greatly shortening the distance. After running back and forth several times, Su Nan quickly set up a space channel in each of the 3 city-states. The opposite side of the channel is connected to an open space separated from Longlin District 3, which is only used as a transit point and cannot enter other areas of Longlin. With these 3 space channels, there will be no need to travel back and forth for long distances in the future. After testing with the stone golem and confirming that the 3 space channels can be used normally, Su Nan nodded with satisfaction. The underground world is vast and sparsely populated. The number of city-states is far less than that of the surface world, and each city-state is extremely far apart. The complex terrain also limits the use of transportation such as carriages. Most of the time, people can only travel by foot or ride some riding beasts. This is why there are few national-level forces in the underground world. In addition to the many races in the underground world, the lack of efficient transportation and communication systems limits the efficiency of information transmission and material exchange between city-states. So it is naturally difficult to form a whole. Now that the Star Alliance has a space channel, distance is no longer a problem. In addition to solving the problem of long-distance travel, these 3 space channels can also provide timely support in wartime. In less than half an hour, a small golem army can reach another city-state through the space channel. It can even go a step further and directly place a mobile golem army at the transfer point. Once a war breaks out in a city-state, the space channel can be opened immediately to provide support, which takes less time. No matter how detailed and thorough the enemy considerations are, they will never think that there will be another army in the city-state. After all, in today's Starlight continent, no wizard apprentice will build a teleportation array. Except for Sunan, who holds the Dragon Forest. No other force can provide such rapid support. Carolina can naturally understand these principles. When Sunan proposed the idea of building a space channel, she realized how much benefit it would bring to the Star Alliance. It can be said that with the space channel, the biggest problem of the Star Alliance in expanding its territory in the future has been solved. Looking at Sunan back, Carolina couldn't help but flash a trace of awe in her eyes. In the entire Star Alliance, her position can be said to be one of the positions closest to Sunan. But even so, she has never really seen Sunan clearly. The more she gets in touch with him, the more she can feel that Sunan is unfathomable. He can always do many incredible things that make people feel unpredictable. If she had a little bit of reluctance and depression in her heart before, now these emotions have long disappeared, leaving only full of gratitude. Following this man, she may be able to witness the day when the Star Alliance conquers the entire underground world. Chapter 160 Siege War. Strange Winged Statue. Boom! A thunderous roar like a muffled thunder spread far away in the giant cave, shaking the stalactites on the top of the cave. There were also shouts and screams. The armored gnolls, dog-headed men and lizard men stood on the city wall, fighting desperately with red eyes to resist the attack of the stone golem. Even though their companions kept dying under the giant fist of the stone golem, these guys who were usually greedy for life and afraid of death did not show any fear, as if they were violent. Behind them, a group of eye demons floated. They looked like a huge eyeball, with a bloody mouth full of fangs in the middle of the body, and long tentacles around the sphere, with tiny eyeballs emitting strange purple light connected to the top. If you look closely, you can find that there is also a hint of strange purple light in the depths of the eyes of those slaves. Chi. Gray rays passed through the battlefield. The eye demon's illusion was ineffective against puppets, so it could only use rays to deal with puppets. Puppets were blown into pieces by the rays one after another. The slaves and puppets fighting on the front line were just consumables for both the defenders and the attackers. So both sides of the battle spared no casualties and invested their troops crazily. The war entered a white-hot stage from the moment it broke out. Shemin and Cole, who were watching this scene from a distance, all looked solemn. It was their first time to personally experience the siege of the underground world. Before the war, they didn't think it was a big deal. But after actually being on the battlefield, they were deeply shocked by the tragic scene in front of them. In this war where knights were just cannon fodder, the power of the second-level wizard apprentice was really not enough, and they would die if they were not careful. The pride and complacency that the two had previously developed because of their promotion to the second-level wizard apprentice disappeared with the shouts of killing. The night guards standing behind them subconsciously clenched their sword handles, their faces unable to hide their nervousness. After all, this was their first time to participate in a real war. Compared with the war in front of them, the fighting they encountered during the exploration was just a small fight. However, after touching the magic pattern construct hanging on their chests, the tension in their hearts dissipated a lot. Boom! A loud roar suddenly came from the distance, accompanied by billowing smoke and dust rising into the sky. It was the crumbling city wall that finally couldn't withstand the impact of the golem and collapsed. The road leading to the giant Eye City was no longer blocked. Seeing this, the Red Widow, as the commander, immediately ordered a general attack. Boom! The legendary puppet team led by the high-level stone golem and the elite double-bladed spider rushed forward and joined the battlefield aggressively. The night guards were not willing to lag behind. With the sound of construct activation from Captain Sheen, everyone clenched the magic pattern construct on their chests at the same time and injected fighting spirit. The next moment, everyone's exposed skin was suddenly covered with strange black lines. An invisible wave enveloped the whole body, as if wearing an invisible armor. In an instant, the momentum of all the night guards rose sharply. Charge! Sheen swung his sword forward and led the charge on the Black Rock Leopard. The magic pattern knights around him shouted and followed. 500 magic pattern knights were like a black torrent, sweeping towards the giant Eye City with great force. Shemin and Cole looked at each other, and also activated the magic pattern construction, activated the protection ring, put a shield spell on themselves, and then rode the Black Rock Leopard to the battlefield. The strong wind swept away the smoke and dust, revealing the situation inside. After the city wall collapsed, the eye demons who were originally in the back continued to retreat. and more slaves surged up like a tide, trying to resist the attack. However, in front of the charging magic pattern knights, these cannon fodders did not have much blocking effect at all. One after another, the dog-headed men and lizardmen fell under the magic weapons. The knight guards were like a sharp blade, tearing the defenders' formation into pieces. Buzz! A beam of light shot from a distance and hit Sheen, but was blocked by the invisible force field constructed by the magic pattern less than 1 centimeter away from the latter's body. Sheen's body shook slightly, and he looked in the direction where the beam came from. Seeing that it was an eye demon, he snorted coldly and turned to kill it. At the same time, Shimon and Cole also found the eye demons hiding in the back and rushed towards them. To capture the thief. Capture the king first. These slaves were controlled by the eye demons and behaved fearlessly. As long as the eye demons were killed, the slaves who regained their sanity would naturally collapse. After closing the distance, the two of them raised their hands and threw a rune gem at the same time. The gemstone glowed bright red in midair, and with a crashing sound, it turned into a surging wave of flames that rolled forward like a tidal wave, plowing a wide passage through the dense enemy army. Sherman and Cole kept walking, quickly rushed to the eye demon along the passage, chanted a spell quickly, and raised their hands to shoot several magic missiles. Puff! The magic missiles penetrated the spherical bodies of the two eye demons, killing them instantly. The other eye demons panicked when they saw this, and the tentacles and eyeballs surrounding them suddenly lit up with a strange light. A series of invisible strange fluctuations instantly enveloped Sherman and Corey, but the two were not moved at all. Before the charge, they and all the night guards took sobering potions, which had extremely high resistance to illusions and charms. Unless the Nest Mother Eye took action personally, the control ability of the eye demons would have no effect on them. Swish, swish, swish. Relying on rune gems and spells, Sherman and Corey alone beat hundreds of eye demons and made them unable to raise their heads. On the other hand, the rays attacking the eye demons could not break through the 4-layer defense composed of magic pattern structure, protection ring, shield technique, and energy particle protection layer. After a while, there were dozens of eye demon corpses on the ground. At the same time, with the two wizard apprentices, the night guards, and many legendary puppets joining the battlefield, the balance of victory and defeat gradually tilted towards the attackers. The defense line of the giant eye city was defeated step by step, and soon pushed to the center of the city. Squeak! A sharp scream suddenly sounded from behind the enemy. For a moment, Shemin and Cole felt a trance in their heads. But soon, a cry suddenly sounded, waking them up. Shemin woke up instantly, looking at the distance with vigilance, and saw a relatively small body floating in the center of the densely packed eye demons. But there were hundreds of tentacles connected to the spherical body, far more than ordinary eye demons. The eyeballs connected to the end of its tentacles also showed a strange purple-black color. When his eyes met those eyeballs, Shemin felt a little dizzy and quickly looked away. Illusion! It's the eye of the Nest Mother! Shemin and Cole reacted quickly, and their hearts tightened. There are 4 eye demon mutants that are obviously bigger beside the Nest Mother Eye. In addition to the eyeballs, their tentacles are also covered with sharp claws, which tear the air with sharp sounds when they are waved. In addition, these eye demon mutants are riding on ferocious giant insects. It's the eye of the director, Cole said in a deep voice. Shemin nodded solemnly. He also saw the appearance description of the eye of the director in the book, which is exactly the same as the eye demon mutant in front of him. The eye of the director usually appears in the eye demon group under the rule of the Nest Mother Eye, or the eye of the warlord. It is a very common eye demon mutant. The rays emitted by their eyeballs are not stronger than those of ordinary eye demons, but their melee ability is far superior to ordinary eye demons. They are good at riding giant insects deep into the enemy army and killing. It is a rare melee system among the eye demons. At this time, the 4 eye of the director were waving their tentacles full of claws frantically, trying to block the approach of a bloodlight. That bloodlight was the Red Widow. The beautiful female vampire was covered with a thick blood mist at some point, and her whole body exuded a strange and cold aura. Every time she raised her hand, the blood mist gathered in front of her palm, forming a blood-colored spear, tearing through the air and shooting towards the eye of the Nest Mother. The 4-headed eye of the guide tried her best to stop her attack. Squeak! Feeling threatened, the eye of the Nest Mother screamed. As the sound spread, the surrounding eye demons attacked more fiercely, continuously shooting out gray rays of light, hitting the blood mist on the surface of the Red Widow. The blood mist quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Annoying beast. The Red Widow snorted coldly. She suddenly stopped. Her right hand was raised in the air, and her eyes suddenly glowed red. In an instant, dozens of eye demons surrounding her screamed in unison, and countless blood beads oozed out of their bodies, and were sucked into the palm of the Red Widow's hand in a spiral shape to form a blood ball. And those eye demons whose blood was drained turned into shriveled corpses and fell to the ground. Following that, the blood ball in the Red Widow's hand quickly deformed and turned into a blood-red spear with a scarlet color. As she threw it out, it penetrated the void like lightning and instantly pierced through a leader's eye, nailing it to the ground. The leader's eye twitched a few times as if it was electrocuted, and then it was silent. After doing all this, the Red Widow's face turned pale, and it was obvious that the move just now had consumed a lot of her. The surrounding eye demons took the opportunity to attack the Red Widow, and suddenly a roar sounded, and a group of visible distortions fell into the group of eye demons, and then exploded, instantly tearing dozens of eye demons into pieces. Crushing sound waves. Boom! A golden golem broke into the group of eye demons, and instantly set off a bloody storm. Every eye demon it passed was blown into a bloody mist, and it was within 10 meters of the Nest Mother's eye in a blink of an eye. The three-headed eye of the guide wanted to stop it, but the golden golem tore it into pieces in a few seconds. In the end, the Nest Mother's eye was also smashed into a meat paste by a punch. Watching this scene, the Red Widow couldn't help but secretly gasp. Each of those eyes of the guide had a ring of legendary power, and there were hundreds of eye demons guarding around. She took great pains to kill one eye of the guide, but the golden golem easily broke through the heavy guards and killed the Nest Mother's eye and the three-headed eye of the guide like cutting vegetables and watermelons. This power is really terrifying. This is the power of the three-ring legendary puppet. The Red Widow was amazed, and she was even more awed by Sunan, who could refine such a powerful puppet. With the death of the eye of the Nest Mother and the eye of the guide, the eye demons quickly fell into panic. They fled in all directions. It's a pity that the entire giant eye city has been surrounded by puppets, with puppets blocking them from outside and wizard apprentices and magic pattern knights chasing them from inside. The fate of these eye demons has long been doomed. After more than an hour, the shouting and killing in the giant eye city gradually disappeared. The eye demons were almost annihilated, and the remaining ones were also captured by the magic pattern knights, imprisoned and escorted back to Yohu's city by the golems, ready to be used as experimental materials for the base in the future. The remaining slaves were imprisoned and kept as coolies in the future, responsible for repairing the giant eye city and mining. After hastily arranging everything and leaving the night guard to guard the captives, Red Widow, Shemin and Corey quickly rushed to the nest of the Eye of the Nest Mother. After entering the nest, the three of them went straight to the warehouse. When they opened the warehouse and saw the mountains of silver ingots inside, all three of them smiled. These big eyeballs are quite wealthy. Shemin laughed. After all, they control a silver mine. Corey looked around and soon found a box in the messy warehouse. When he opened it, his eyes lit up. Mithril. There was a piece of mithril in the box. Corey picked it up and weighed it, and his face smiled a little more. At least 3 kilograms. Shemin and Red Widow were also surprised. Before attacking Giant Eye City, Sunan gave an order that he must search for mithril as soon as possible after conquering Giant Eye City. With this piece of mithril, the teacher master will definitely be very satisfied. After putting away the things in the warehouse, the three began to search the entire nest. A moment later, at Sherman's call, the three gathered again in a spacious cave. A statue was placed in the center of the cave. The statue looked very strange, like countless wings squeezed together, with a long tail extending from the middle of the mass and dragging behind. What kind of creature is this? Sherman and Corey looked at the Red Widow at the same time. In terms of creatures in the underground world, the Red Widow's knowledge is much broader than theirs. The female vampire frowned and thought for a while, then shook her head and said, "I have never seen this kind of creature, and I don't recognize it." Corey frowned when he heard this, and looked at the situation in the cave in confusion. Speaking of which, why would the Eye Demon place such a statue in the cave, and only place one statue in such a large place? Siaman looked around for a moment, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind, blurting out, "Worship!" Seeing Corey and Red Widow looking at him in surprise, Siaman hurriedly explained, "Do you think this is the place where the Eye Demon worships? And this statue is the object of worship for the Eye Demon?" Corey and Red Widow were stunned. But after thinking carefully, it might be as Siaman said. This empty cave does look like a worship hall. It's just that I have never heard that the eye demon has the habit of faith. After frowning and thinking for a while without any results, Corey simply stopped struggling and said in a deep voice, "Take this statue back and give it to the teacher." Siaman and Red Widow had no objection, summoning the golem to move the statue. The three of them then left the nest. The cave where the eye demon lives is spacious, but the sanitary conditions are hard to describe. After staying in there for only a short while, the three of them couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 161 Clues to Divine Creatures. Secret Doll Refining. In the brightly lit laboratory, Su-Nan looked at the winged statue in front of him with a strange look on his face. Having come into contact with the god's remains and the holy relics of the Spark religion, he immediately sensed the power of faith contained in the statue. Although it was very meager, not even 1% of the god's remains at the time, it was indeed the genuine power of faith. This should be some kind of divine creature, Su-Nan thought thoughtfully. In the current environment of the Starlight Continent, it is impossible for new gods to be born, and the ancient gods have existed for at least tens of thousands of years, and he recognizes them all. The body of the statue in front of him does not belong to any of them, so it can only be some kind of divine creature. New divine creatures are born every moment in the multiverse, and most of them do not belong to a specific race, but are themselves a brand new race. So it is normal for some divine creatures that he does not recognize to appear. I just don't know if this divine creature is a native creature born on the Starlight Continent, or if it came from another plane. Su-Nan is more inclined to the former. After all, in the current environment of the Starlight Continent, no divine creature would be stupid enough to come here on its own initiative. The divine creature that can make a plane jump has a life level far beyond that of a wizard apprentice. Entering the current Starlight Continent is like a human entering an environment with thin air. Every moment they stay there will cause more pain. But all the believers were wiped out. So why didn't the divine creature show up? Or does it simply not care about those eye demon believers? This possibility is not impossible. If it is a naturally born divine creature, the power of faith will do it no good. So it naturally does not need believers. Perhaps the eye demon of the giant Eye City just believed in that divine creature without authorization. In any case, if clues of divine creatures are found near the Star Alliance, they cannot be treated lightly, and the whereabouts of the other party must be found. This now adds another task to the exploration team. After coming to his senses, Su-Nan took out the divine skeleton finger and tried to extract the power of faith from the statue and introduce it into the divine skeleton finger, but failed. After all, it was not the power of faith for the divine skeleton, and the two were incompatible. Helplessly, Su-Nan could only let the power of faith slowly dissipate. The power of faith that could not be transformed into divine energy was useless to him. Fortunately, this power of faith was too meager. Even if it was transformed into divine energy, it would probably only increase his mental power by 0.02 to 0.03 at most. So he didn't feel sorry. Putting away the statue, Su-Nan came to the study. Carolina and the Red Widow were already waiting for him here. "Master." The two women bowed together. "You did a good job this time." After sitting down at the desk, Su-Nan praised the Red Widow. "This is what I should do." "Master." The Red Widow smiled brightly. Her beautiful eyes shone, and she glanced at Carolina next to her without leaving a trace. Carolina curled her lips and snorted secretly. Su-Nan turned to look at Carolina and asked, "The graduation examination of the 6 Knight Academies will be held in 2 months. How are the preparations?" Carolina immediately replied, "It's ready." "Master." Su-Nan nodded slightly. "After the graduation examination, all students will join the Night Guard and form a new exploration team with the new second-level wizard apprentices. It will be left to you to arrange. The expansion of the Star Alliance must be accelerated." After Sherman and Corey, several people such as Otto and Ethan have been promoted to second-level wizard apprentices in the base. Now the number of students in the entire base has exceeded 300, reaching 303. There are a total of 6 second-level wizard apprentices. This number will increase faster and faster in the future. Originally, Su-Nan also planned to form a 3rd small golem army, but he has been busy making magic pattern structures recently and has no time to refine puppets. In addition, the magic pattern structure is expensive, and most of the Star Alliance's income is now invested in it. There is no extra cash flow to form a new golem army. The only consolation is that the newly added 3,000 knights, equipped with magic pattern structures and magic weapons, are as powerful as a small golem army, which can be regarded as achieving the purpose of expanding military power. After the graduation assessment, the Night Guard will have 3,500 people, and it will continue to increase every year in the future. It is no longer appropriate to call it the Night Guard. Let's change it to the Magic Pattern Night Corps. Su Nan made the final decision. From now on, the Magic Pattern Night Corps will become one of the most important armed forces of the Star Alliance. Starlight Calendar 1259. Xiaolong Month. The 6 Night Academies of Dragon Scale, Dragon Horn, Dragon Claw, Dragon Eye, Dragon Bone and Dragon Blood welcomed the first batch of graduates. On the 3rd day of the month, 3,000 Night students gathered on the island of Yohu City to prepare for the graduation assessment. This year's scale is much larger than last year. Looking at the crowds of people on the island, Ruger couldn't help but sigh. Solano chuckled. After all, there are 6 Night Academies this year. Sheen looked at the students with mixed excitement and trepidation, and his face was also more smiling. After the assessment is over, our Night Guard, now it should be called the Magic Pattern Knights, will increase 6 times in number. Now I should call you the captain. Ruger chuckled. The larger the Magic Pattern Knights, the higher the status of Captain Sheen in the Star Alliance. Even better than the Wizard Apprentice. Sheen laughed and shook his head. He didn't care much about the size of power, but felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Lord Sunan appointed him as the captain of the Magic Pattern Knights and handed over the management responsibility of thousands of people to him. So he must live up to this trust. Enough of the small talk. Let's get to work. Sheen took a deep breath and said seriously, starting from this year, every graduation assessment will be taken over by our Magic Pattern Knights. This graduation assessment is the first time we hold it, so there must be no mistakes. Ruger and Sorano restrained their smiles and responded solemnly. The Star Alliance spent the entire Xiaolong month in a busy manner. Time entered the Flowing Fire month in a blink of an eye. In the spell training room, Su Nan stood in the center of the wide field, standing still, with a slight movement of his mind. 10 spell missiles emerged out of thin air, and then quickly transformed into sharp spears as long as arms, which spread out and whistled out. And after drawing strange trajectories in the void, they finally gathered at one point and penetrated the human-shaped target 100 meters away at the same time. The attack power has increased by about 30% to 40%. Su Nan nodded with satisfaction. After nearly 2 years, the training progress of spell construction finally reached 100%. This super magic skill is second only to compound casting and instant spell casting in difficulty, and its power did not disappoint him. Although it is only 30% to 40% effective, the damage output after a battle is enough to increase by a large margin, and the improvement of actual combat ability is immediate. The key is that the spell structure can also greatly enhance the flexibility of the spell. For example, control the flight trajectory of the spell missile, or change the shape of the shield spell, so that it changes from a tower shield with a limited protection area to a 360-degree shield with no dead angle. Wizards, apprentices, who have mastered the spell structure can often bring many unexpected surprises to the enemy in battle. Which super magic skill should I continue to train next? At present, the super magic skills that Sunan has not mastered are only spell enhancement to increase the casting distance, spell delay to extend the duration of the spell effect, and spell expansion to increase the range of spell influence. In fact, the practicality of these 3 super magic skills is not much different, and it doesn't matter which one you choose, and the difficulty is much lower than the previous super magic skills. With his current mental power, it is estimated that he can master it in a year at most. Therefore, Sunan did not hesitate for too long and decisively chose spell delay. After completing a spell delay exercise, spell delay training progress plus 0.02%. After practicing for a while, Sunan left the spell training area. There are still important things to do today, and mental power cannot be consumed on practice. After conquering the Giant Eye City, Sunan immediately arranged for people to develop the silver vein controlled by the Giant Eye City. During this period, he gradually harvested a lot of mithril, with the original accumulation and the mithril obtained from the Eye Demon warehouse. He finally saved enough mithril for refining the secret doll. Next, he can finally refine the secret doll. After entering the Dragon Forest, Sunan teleported directly to the workshop area and entered his own large workshop. With the continuous supply of energy from the element pool, He installed 3 magic crystal forging furnaces in the workshop at one go, greatly improving work efficiency. After turning on the magic crystal forging furnace, Sudan came to the workbench, took out the materials from the space ring, and placed them on the table. He took a deep breath, and his expression instantly became extremely focused. He started to refine. Years of refining puppets in large quantities have long allowed him to accumulate extremely rich experience. The puppet refining skill has also been upgraded to level 5. In terms of the skill of refining puppets, Sudan is confident that he is not inferior to some formal wizards, and is far superior to wizard apprentices. No wizard apprentice has ever had such exquisite puppet refining skills as him, whether now or in the past. Although the difficulty of refining secret puppets is high, it is just a little troublesome for him. Not difficult. When concentrating on refining, time flies. It was not until the evening that Sudan released the magician's hand, breathed a long sigh of relief, and looked at the results on the workbench with excitement. They were human-shaped metal bodies, the same size as real people, glowing with a slightly light blue-silver light under the light. It looks like a strong warrior with muscular body and eyes closed. If it weren't for the obvious difference between the color of its body and that of an ordinary person, it would look no different from a real person. Sudan's mind moved slightly, and the puppet suddenly opened its eyes, and it quickly and flexibly bounced off the workbench, like a cannonball, and landed steadily after a roll in midair. At the same time, a section suddenly protruded from its palm, and it quickly turned into a night-long sword with a cold light, and stabbed into the void a few times, stirring up a piercing explosion. Not bad. Sudan nodded with satisfaction. One of the main materials of the puppet is diamond, and its body strength is much harder than that of the adamantium golem. Its strength and reaction speed are also excellent, and its melee ability can be called exceptionally excellent. Of course, its spellcasting ability is even more outstanding. Mithril itself is a material with excellent ductility and magic conduction. In addition, a large number of high-level rune gems are added to the puppet's body, so it also has the ability to control energy particles. In addition, Sudan also kept a large number of 0-ring, 1-ring and 2-ring spells in the body of the secret doll, making it have the ability to cast spells in disguise. The key is that it casts spells just like activating magic items that store magic. There is no need to chant spells, only a slight stagnation, which is almost equivalent to mastering the instantaneous casting of spells. And as long as the energy is not exhausted, spells can be cast continuously. From this point of view, the spellcasting ability of the secret doll completely crushes most third-level wizard apprentices. The secret doll that was finally refined, although it did not reach the level of a formal wizard, was much stronger than an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice. After testing it in the spell training area, Sudan was satisfied that the secret doll already had the power comparable to the 4th ring legend, even if he did not use the magic pattern core and many magic items. He was not the opponent of the secret doll. If you want to kill the secret doll, you must use many trump cards such as high-level rune gems and blood mark. The strength of the secret doll can be seen from this. Against the third-level wizard apprentices like the magic hand and the bloody mouth, the secret doll should be able to easily win. Sunan looked at the secret doll in front of him with a clear outline like a real person, and his mind moved again. In an instant, the secret doll in front of him quickly melted into a ball like hot butter, and the next moment it quickly transformed into a thin and slender beautiful girl with silver hair. The skin also faded and became as white and smooth as milk. The secret doll has no concept of gender, let alone a fixed form. The body and appearance can be changed at will, and it can easily pretend to be a living person, even if it is a third-level wizard apprentice. It is difficult to distinguish without careful investigation. After a moment of joy, Sunan calmed down, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look again. The cost of refining the secret doll is much higher than originally expected. In order to improve the combat power of the secret doll, he constant more spells and added many enchantment characteristics, causing the cost to soar to 100,000 gold coins. In the past few months after the magic pattern construction was completed, the accumulated cash flow was almost completely consumed. If it weren't for the fact that the bulk of the money was the mithril that had been accumulated, he really couldn't take out so many gold coins to refine the secret puppet at once. It took so long to accumulate 16 kilograms of mithril, and it is impossible to accumulate enough materials to refine the second secret puppet in a short time. Having said that, Sudan didn't care. As long as the secret puppet was successfully refined, It would be enough to prove that his idea was feasible. At most, he would accumulate more materials for a few more years. The next step is to continue to improve the secret puppet. Sunan's eyes flashed. Compared with ordinary puppets, the secret puppets that are closer to humans in structure have much wider room for growth than ordinary puppets. The successful refining of the secret puppet is only the first step. And there are many ideas that can be studied and verified next. For example, the magic pattern core or blood mark is integrated into the secret puppet. If successful, the combat effectiveness of the secret puppet will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. After refining 4 or 5 secret puppets, and then synthesizing them, maybe a powerful puppet comparable to a formal wizard can be made. When Sunan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 162, Hunter Request. The addition of a large number of magic pattern knights has greatly increased the speed of Star Alliance external expansion. Almost every month, the explored area on the military map on Sunan's study desk will expand. The indigenous tribes discovered during the exploration process either perished or surrendered to become slaves in the face of the powerful military force of the Star Alliance. However, Sunan also gave these indigenous people a hope. Those who make enough contributions to the Star Alliance can escape from the ranks of slaves, be promoted to citizens, and obtain equal status and power with the man-faced lions and vampires. While the Star Alliance exploration strategy was in full swing, Sunan was locked in the laboratory all day, immersed in research on how to improve the secret doll. Now Long Lin has Butler No. 1, and the Star Alliance has Carolina, Red Widow, Sherman and other apprentices. He only needs to grasp the general direction, and the rest can be handed over to the people below to implement. Except for the occasional need to refine magic items that only he can refine. He is basically equivalent to half a hands-off shopkeeper. This is the development that a mature force should have. When he has not appeared for decades, the Star Alliance can still operate steadily according to the existing trajectory, and it can be considered to have truly become a mature force. Late at night, the silver moon hangs high in the night sky. The moonlight shines through the small window, illuminating everything in the house. Sunan sat at a corner of the long table, quietly waiting for the arrival of other members. Since joining the jungle cabin, he has never missed a party. Although sometimes he did not buy a single item, he still did not miss it. After all, no one knows what items will appear at the party. If you miss a treasure like the Traveler in Highland, you will regret it. Perhaps it was the lesson brought by the Traveler in Highland. In the next few parties, except for the Hunter, everyone else basically attended. Even the Traveler in Highland, who were often missing in the past, now have a much higher attendance rate than before. The same is true for this party. All 8 members except the Hunter are present. Just as the Night Owl announced the start of the transaction, a figure suddenly appeared at the seat. It was the Hunter who everyone thought was absent. Everyone, I need your help. As soon as he appeared, the Hunter spoke immediately. His tone was unprecedentedly solemn. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, Night Owl coughed lightly and broke the silence. Hunter, tell me what's going on. I'm being targeted by the Eternal Life Society, the Hunter said in a heavy tone. Those guys have their eyes on the Star Tower key in my hand, and they are out in full force to hunt me down. I've tried many ways, but can't get rid of them. I need everyone's help. You want us to help you repel the people from the Eternal Life Society? Redheart said in a muffled voice. No. The Hunter shook his head. Those guys are all paranoid lunatics. Even if they are repelled once, they will continue to stick to me. I hope you can help me solve the Eternal Life Society once and for all. The room was suddenly silent. Everyone was silent. If it was just to repel the Eternal Life Society, as long as the Hunter could offer a suitable reward, they might consider it. Can you kill the wizard apprentice of the Eternal Life Society? Sorry. That's impossible. Any rational person knows how risky it is to fight with a wizard apprentice of the same level. What's more, that was a wizard apprentice of the Eternal Life Society. They don't intend to risk their lives to deal with the Eternal Life Society for a little benefit, unless the Hunter can offer a reward that is attractive enough. The Hunter also understands this. Seeing that everyone is silent, he gritted his teeth and said, after the matter is done, I will give everyone who participates a key to the Starry Tower. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Sunan raised his eyebrows. It seems that his guess was right. The Hunter really colluded with Evans. Only Evans holds so many keys to the Starry Tower. Deal, Wang Hai said immediately. Ordinary benefits are not worth risking his life. But the key to the Starry Tower is different. It represents the hope of being promoted to a wizard. Even if there is a risk of life, you have to fight. Obviously, the others have similar ideas. After a short hesitation, Night Owl, Red Heart, Traveler, Black Forest, and Rose agreed one after another. In the end, only Scepter and Sunan were left. The hunter looked at the two with complicated eyes. Scepter already had the key to the Tower of Stars, so the reward he offered was not very attractive to the other party. The same was true for the player. Combining the information collected, the hunter had guessed the true identity of the player. Evans also said that Sunan had the key to the Tower of Stars, so the reward this time was probably not attractive to him. In fact, the two had no intention of expressing their opinions until now, probably just waiting for him to come up with a more attractive reward. After a short hesitation, the hunter palm touched the table, and 2 bottles of potions appeared on the table out of thin air. Under the moonlight, the liquid in the potion bottle gradually changed from dark blue to light blue, shining with a beautiful hazy light. This is the Dawn Potion. The hunter glanced at Sunan and looked at the others. Among the people present, it is estimated that only Sunan has heard of the Dawn Potion from Evans. After taking it, it can extend a person's life by about 1/3. But each person can only take 1 bottle, and it will not work if you take more. Moreover, this thing has little effect on wizard apprentices, and can only increase their lifespan by 5 to 10 years. The dead and others were moved. It turned out to be a potion that extends lifespan, which is very rare. Even if this potion can only increase lifespan by 5 to 10 years, it is not a small amount. The lifespan of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice is only a little over 200 years under the premise of blood fusion or physical transformation. The scepter was immediately moved, hesitated, and said, 1 bottle of Dawn Potion is not enough. At gems worth 20,000 gold coins. Deal. The hunter agreed without saying a word. Anyway, he didn't have to pay for the gold coins, and the wealthy Holy Fist would take care of it. Then he looked at Sunan. Player, what do you say? Sunan was silent for a while, and slowly said, 2 bottles of Dawn Potion, plus a key to the Starry Tower. When these words came out, everyone was stunned, and an idea merged in their minds at the same time. The lion opened his mouth, but to everyone's surprise, the hunter just hesitated, then nodded heavily and said, okay. It's a deal. Wait, the corpse said dissatisfiedly. Why are the players' rewards so much higher than ours for the same efforts? Although the others didn't say it clearly, they looked at the hunter and Sunan with dissatisfaction or confusion. Only the traveler was very calm. The hunter explained calmly, because the players are stronger than all of you. Others didn't know, but he knew some of the things that Sunan had done in the underground world through the channel of the Holy Fist, and knew that Sunan had a powerful force far beyond anyone in the jungle cabin. Even the Night Owl couldn't compare to Sunan. Seeing that the dead skeleton still didn't quite accept his explanation, the hunter had to look at Sunan. The latter shrugged, and with a thought, a golden golem appeared out of thin air beside him. The sudden appearance of the golem startled everyone, wondering where Sunan took out this huge monster. Then, their attention was quickly attracted by the luster of the golem's body. This is golden. Rose, who had seen the golden golem before, recognized the type of golem at the first time, and widened her eyes in disbelief. Golden golem. The others were stunned when they heard the words, and immediately widened their eyes to look at it, and soon confirmed Rose's words. It's really an adamantium golem. How is it possible? Everyone showed an expression of disbelief. How can a player have an adamantium golem? Did they get it from a wizard's inheritance? No. It's impossible. Even if there is a complete adamantium golem left in the wizard's inheritance, outsiders cannot get control. This is not a magic item that can be used by erasing the mental imprint. The soul core of each puppet has a mental imprint left by the maker, unless the maker takes the initiative to erase it. Outsiders cannot eliminate it at all. Even destroying the soul core is useless. The body and soul core of the puppet are a whole. Destroying the soul core also destroys the entire puppet. But if it is not obtained from the wizard's inheritance, it can't be made by the player himself. Right? That is unlikely. Let's not talk about where the player got the design drawings from, and how to get enough adamantium to refine the adamantium golem. The puppet refining skill alone is enough to block most people. It is true that the player is good at making puppets, but his puppet making skills have been refined to that extent? For a moment, Everyone was somewhat surprised and doubtful. Even the travelers and hunters, who had long known about Sunan's strength, were shocked. But no matter what, it is certain that Sunan, who has a fine gold golem, can play a role in dealing with the Eternal Life Society that is definitely far more effective than any of them. Even the most dissatisfied corpse fell silent at this moment. Seeing that no one raised any objections, the hunter said in a deep voice, "Then it's settled. Just in case, let's sign a soul contract." Everyone agreed that this is a guarantee for both parties. Needless to say, the reward. But on the matter of dealing with the Eternal Life Society, everyone had differences. Night Owl and others unanimously disagreed with the hunter's request to destroy the Eternal Life Society. That is simply unrealistic. Most third-level wizard apprentices have their own means of survival, especially the Eternal Life Society, a group of people who have many enemies and are hated by everyone. They are still alive and well today, and even a fool wouldn't believe that they don't have some life-saving trump cards. It's easy to repel a third-level wizard apprentice, but it's very difficult to kill a third-level wizard apprentice, unless you have the strength to crush the opponent. So after some bargaining, the final decision was to kill 3 members of the Eternal Life Society. As far as I know, the Eternal Life Society's Demon Hand and Blood Mouth are dead. Now, in addition to Sorrow, there are only 3 members left: Ember, Iroh, and Stone Scorpion. Among these 4 people, as long as you help me kill any 3, even if the deal is completed, I will pay the corresponding reward. As soon as the hunter finished speaking, Night Owl asked, "What specific plan do you have?" The hunter obviously had a plan in mind, and he said without thinking, "The people of the Eternal Life Society are searching for my whereabouts everywhere. As long as I show a little trace, I can lure them all here. We can set up an ambush in advance and catch them all in one fell swoop." Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Although this plan is a bit simple, it is very practical. I will choose the location and let you know in 3 days. The hunter turned his head and looked at Night Owl. "I will trouble you to open the jungle cabin again at that time." "No problem." Night Owl nodded in agreement. At this time, Su Nen suddenly said, "It's hard for you to survive the pursuit of the Eternal Life Society. You have other helpers, right?" After hearing this, everyone reacted and stared at the hunter with bright eyes. The hunter smiled bitterly and said, "Well, I didn't intend to hide it. I do have helpers." "Who?" Rose asked curiously. "Holy Fist." It turned out to be them. The Scepter suddenly realized. "Don't play dumb." Hyland asked quickly, "Who is the Holy Fist?" The Scepter smiled and explained, "The Holy Fist is not a single person, but a secret organization composed of legendary knights. It was founded about 300 years ago. Its members are mainly legendary knights from various countries in the southeast region of the Starlight Continent. It is said that there are 2-digit second ring and third ring legendary knights. Their strength should not be underestimated. That was in the past," the hunter said bitterly. "During this period of time, the Holy Fist fought with the Eternal Life Society. More than 20 legendary knights died. Even the leader Clarence died at the hands of the Embers. He was the only 3-ring legendary knight of the Holy Fist." The Scepter shook his head slightly and said nothing. The organization composed of legendary knights looks like a behemoth to ordinary people. But compared with the Eternal Life Society, which is full of third-level wizard apprentices, it is not good enough. The defeat of the Holy Fist was completely expected. It is really surprising that they dared to fight hard against the Eternal Life Society. It can only be said that the Starry Tower is an irresistible temptation not only for wizard apprentices, but also for legendary knights. When the action begins, the people of Holy Fist will come to help. But Holy Fist has suffered heavy casualties, and there are not many surviving legendary knights. You better not have too high expectations." The hunter sighed and said. The Scepter shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter. When dealing with a strong enemy like the Eternal Life Society, a little more help is a little more." This sentence attracted the approval of others. After all, the enemy is the notorious Eternal Life Society. Even if they are also third-level wizard apprentices, they are a little unsure in their hearts. At this time, even if there are only a few more first-ring legendary knights, it would be good. At worst, they can be cannon fodder at critical moments. Among the crowd, only Sunan looked calm from beginning to end. If it were a few months ago, he would have some concerns about this action. But now the secret puppet in the magic cube gives him strong confidence and self-confidence. Not to mention the people in the jungle hut. Even if he faced the Eternal Life Society alone, Sunan had some confidence that he could defeat them. That's it for now. I'll let you know as soon as I choose the ambush location. The hunter looked around solemnly and said sincerely, Please, everyone. Chapter 163 Ambush and Alliance. 3 days later. The jungle hut was opened again as scheduled. The hunter informed everyone of the location of the ambush on the Eternal Life Society. Unexpectedly, the ambush site was chosen in the underground world. And it was in a cave more than 200 kilometers north of the Star Alliance. This was good news for Sunan. After all, it was near his own territory. He guessed that the hunter might have considered this. If the ambush on the Eternal Life Society failed, they could still escape to Sunan territory to seek shelter. The ambush site was decided. But the ambush did not start immediately. After all, the members of the jungle hut were located in different places, and it would take a lot of time to rush over from other places. After some discussion, it was finally decided to implement the plan in 5 days. Sunan, who was close to the water tower, saved the time of rushing on the road and decided to use these 5 days to make some preparations. Although he was confident with the secret puppet, his opponent was the notorious Eternal Life Society after all. So it was always safe to make more preparations. In the meditation room, Sunan checked his personal panel. His current mental power is close to 52 points, and he will be able to build the 17-star ring in about 5 months, with the addition of 4 super magic skills. Even without using various trump cards, his real combat power is enough to rank in the upper middle of the 3rd level wizard apprentice. Without using trump cards, I should be able to compete with the likes of the Magic Hand and Blood Mouth. That is the level of the 3-ring legend. If you add the magic pattern core and various magic items, it should be no problem to fight against the 4-ring legend. Sunan looked down at the back of his hand, where 5 bright red marks were engraved. Death Knell mark. A blood mark made from the blood of the Death Knell striker. In addition, there are more than 100 high-level rune gems in the space ring. With the growth of mental power, the energy intensity that Sunan can bear now has also risen. Thanks to this, the number of high-level rune gems synthesized has now skyrocketed to 37, and the power has been greatly improved. Sunan had done a test, and a high-level rune gem was enough to break through the defense of the Ring of Extreme Protection. The power was almost equivalent to the superposition of more than 10 offensive second-ring spells. It was even enough to kill a high-level stone golem in seconds. With so many trump cards in hand, Sunan was confident that even if he met the top 3rd-level wizard apprentice, he would have a great chance of winning. But just in case, Sunan still stuffed a whole army of small golems into the magic cube, filling more than half of the grids of the magic cube. In addition, he also ordered the magic pattern knights to stand by in the giant eye city and be ready to attack at any time. After doing all this, Sunan was completely relieved and stayed in the giant eye city waiting for the action to begin. 5 days passed in a flash. Sunan arrived at the ambush site as agreed. What he saw was a huge cave, extremely wide, with a rare smooth top, not covered with dense stalactites like other places. This also means that there are no other entrances and exits at the top of the cave. Similarly, there were no other openings deep in the cave, and all you could see were thick rock walls. The huge cave was completely closed except for the entrance when you came in. Sunan understood secretly. In this way, once the people of the Eternal Life Society were lured into the cave and the exit was blocked, the Eternal Life Society would be trapped. Not a bad place. Night Owl commented. When Sunan arrived, everyone except the hunter had arrived at the jungle hut. It is worth mentioning that everyone was wearing robes and masks, just like when they were in the jungle hut, covering their bodies and faces tightly. Only Sunan didn't wear a mask, revealing his original appearance openly. When everyone saw him like this at first, they were stunned, coming back to their senses. The scepter smiled and said, "You are quite frank." The traveler also smiled and said, "After all, he has the confidence. The player's true identity is no longer a secret in the jungle hut." It was just that no one had taken the initiative to reveal his identity because they didn't want to offend Sunan, and they avoided talking about it. But now that Sunan had taken the initiative to reveal his identity, it meant that he didn't care, so they stopped hiding it. After hearing the traveler's words, everyone looked at Sunan with a sigh. Only Sunan could be so frank. With his current strength and power, he would not be afraid of being targeted even if he revealed his true identity. Apart from anything else, the golden statue alone was enough to make many people with bad intentions back off. "Where's the hunter?" Sunan looked around and said, "It's almost time." As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he turned to look at the cave entrance. Here they come. With the sound of light footsteps, 7 or 8 figures walked into the cave. The leader was the hunter. Following him were 6 men wearing heavy armor, and with a strong aura. After a quick look, Su Nan saw that the 6 men were all legendary knights. The armor they wore, and the swords at their waists were also magic weapons. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Coming closer, the hunter apologized first, then pointed to the people behind him and introduced, "This is Beetle and Moss, the top leaders of the Holy Fist. Both of them are second-ring legendary knights with rich combat experience. This is Kurt Berger." The hunter introduced the remaining 4 people one by one. However, except for nodding slightly to Beetle and Moss as a greeting, Night Owl and others had a faint reaction to the other 4 people. After all, in their eyes, the first-ring legendary knights are just cannon fodder, and only the second-ring legendary knights are worthy of their attention. The hunter also understood this truth, and after the introduction, he did not exchange pleasantries, and went straight to the point. "I deliberately exposed some traces along the way. I believe that the people of the Eternal Life Society will soon catch up here. Everyone should ambush in advance." The specific details of the action had been discussed once before, and they did not delay, and took action immediately after hearing the words. Except for the hunter, Night Owl, Scepter and Holy Fist who stayed in the cave. The rest left the cave, and hid in pairs around the cave. After the people of the Eternal Life Society entered the cave, they appeared again to block the cave entrance. With Sunan was Rose. Both of them used the invisibility spell, sprinkled some odor-eliminating potion, and began to wait. "Holy Fist is over," Rose suddenly said softly. Sunan glanced at her and nodded slightly. The huge legendary knight organization was slaughtered by the Eternal Life Society, and only 6 people were left. And after this battle, there might be a few people left. Even if the threat of the Eternal Life Society was successfully resolved in the end, the Holy Fist with only a few people left would be dead in name only. But Sunan was thinking about other aspects. According to the information collected so far, there are only 2 third-level wizard apprentice organizations in the southeast region of the continent: the Jungle Lodge and the Eternal Life Society. The third-level wizard apprentices of these 2 organizations add up to at least half of the third-level wizard apprentices in the southeast region of the continent. After today's battle, only one of them will remain. The number of level 3 wizard apprentices in the southeast region will also decrease sharply. Speaking of which, I have killed 4 level 3 wizard apprentices so far. Sunan suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a significant contribution to the sharp decrease in the number of level 3 wizard apprentices in the southeast region. But this may not be a bad thing. The resources on the mainland are limited, so the fewer level 3 wizard apprentices, the better. The Sanjin Empire has been making frequent military movements recently, and it seems to be targeting the Principality of Stars. Do you know about this? Xiangwei suddenly brought up another topic. Sunan glanced at Xiangwei and raised his eyebrows. "Why? Jing, what principality asked you to be a lobbyist?" "I can't say I'm a lobbyist. After all, it's also related to my interests," Xiangwei admitted frankly. The Sanjin Empire has dominated the southeast region for hundreds of years, and has been exploiting neighboring countries, using them as nutrients for its own growth. Many countries have long been full of resentment, but they dare not resist because of the powerful military force of the Sanjin Empire. If the Star Principality takes the lead in resisting the Sanjin Empire, I believe many countries will respond. Su Nan looked strange. "We are now cooperating to deal with the Eternal Life Society. But you are setting a trap for the scepter behind the scenes?" Rose shrugged and said indifferently, "I don't know about others, but when the scepter was young, he had some conflicts with the royal family at that time. So he has never felt much belonging to the Sanjin Empire. If you make a move, I believe he will abandon the Sanjin Empire without hesitation and switch to other countries. After all, with his strength, he can still be a guest of honor if he cooperates with another country." Su Nan's eyes flickered slightly, and he pondered slightly. As Rose said, except for a few examples like the scepter, most wizard apprentices, who come from a certain country's royal family have their interests tied to the country. The prosperity of the Principality of Stars is also good for the development of him and the Star Alliance. If the Principality of Stars expands abroad, it will inevitably purchase a large number of medicines, puppets, weapons and other materials from the Star Alliance. And the Star Alliance can make huge profits from it. Moreover, looking at the current covetous behavior of the Sanjin Empire, even if the Principality of the Stars does not take the initiative to attack. Sooner or later the war will come to them. It is better to take advantage of the alliance now, and take the initiative to send troops to hold the initiative in their hands. Thoughts in his mind turned rapidly, and Sunan quickly made a plan in his mind. Okay. I will convey your intention for you. Hearing Sunan agreement, Xiangwei looked happy. At this time, her eyes suddenly condensed, and she turned her head abruptly to look into the distance. Before her, Sunan had also noticed it. Silently, 4 figures appeared in front of the cave. Except for the man in the long robe, who looked normal. The appearance of the other 3 was extremely strange. A woman with a graceful figure and elegant temperament, but only a pair of eyes on her face. A guy whose whole body was made of flames, looked like a vague human outline, and the gender was unknown. There was also a man covered in obsidian carapace, with only a blue-gray face exposed. He also had a multi-section tail behind his buttocks, with an opening at the end that looked like the mouth of a lamprey. It was obvious that these 4 people were Soro, Iroh, Yujin and Shirshia from the Eternal Life Society. Sunan couldn't help but sigh secretly, including Yugo, Bloodmouth, and Mozho who died at his hands. The people of the Eternal Life Society really liked to make themselves look like neither human nor ghost. The human body was dispensable to them, and they could be abandoned at any time as long as they pursued power. Only Soro looked relatively normal, but that was not necessarily the case. Who knew what was hidden under that robe? Being able to suppress a group of demons and monsters. Soro himself might be a more powerful demon and monster. Perhaps they were afraid that the hunter who had finally caught the tail would escape. Or perhaps they were confident in their own strength. The 4 of them just looked around and rushed into the cave without hesitation. However, after entering the cave, they found that there were 7 or 8 people besides the hunter. A group of people were watching them leisurely. Solyo and the other 4 immediately realized that something was wrong. Looking back, they saw a group of people coming in from the cave entrance, blocking their retreat. Sunan! Solyo immediately recognized Sunan without a mask, and understood the current situation after a little thought. So that's it. You guys in the jungle hut are going to go to war with us. Night Owl said coldly. It's about the Star Tower, and the hope of being promoted to a wizard. No wizard apprentice can resist this temptation. Indeed. Solyo nodded calmly. Although they were surrounded by enemies several times their number, both Solyo and the other 3 were unusually calm. Stop talking nonsense. The mouth made of ember flames curved upwards, revealing a mocking smile. Since we are all here for the key to the Tower of Stars, let's fight. The strong man who survives will get the spoils he deserves. Isn't it fair? The moment the last word fell, Yu Jin's entire flaming body suddenly expanded and grew as if oil was poured on it, turning into a raging flame and sweeping towards the Night Owl and the hunter in front. The Night Owl's eyes twitched, and he secretly thought that this guy was really a lunatic. Before the ambush, the hunter provided everyone with the information he had on the Eternal Life Society. One of the points is that most members of the Eternal Life Society have the problem of blood rejection, which leads to a big change in temperament, and they have more or less extreme, crazy and psychological distortion tendencies. Among them is Eugene. He has merged with an ancient bloodline called Magma Worship Ghost, which has the ability to control fire elements and souls. He is bloodthirsty and manic, and enjoys torturing other people's souls. He is a real lunatic, and his actions at this time also confirm this. Only a madman could do such a thing. To take the initiative to attack and rush towards the enemy alone when he was surrounded by an ambush. Despite their complaints, Night Owl and Hunter were not slow to act. They cast the spells they had prepared secretly at the same time and focused their fire on the embers. The battle began. At the same time, the rest of the members of the Jungle Lodge and the Holy Fist members such as Pubido also rushed towards Soro and the other 2. Stone Scorpion! Soro suddenly shouted. The moment the words fell, the stone scorpion covered with obsidian shells suddenly opened its mouth and let out a piercing scream that almost pierced the eardrums. The scream turned into a sound wave that seemed to be real and spread out. In an instant, there were cracking sounds, and the surrounding rock walls and the top of the cave were all cracked, and broken stones fell straight down. Before everyone could react, there was a loud bang, and the cave collapsed. Chapter 164. You are the one who is left alone. No one expected the enemy to use such a trick. Caught off guard, before they could escape from the cave, they were submerged by the huge rocks falling from the sky. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and smoke and dust rose up. Sunan felt that his eyes suddenly darkened. And then his feet were empty. And the whole person fell down. In a flash, Sunan decisively activated the magic pattern core to wrap his whole body. And with the defense of the extreme protection ring and shield spell, the huge rocks falling from above could not hurt him at all. Immediately afterwards, he activated the levitation spell on the invisible robe. And his falling figure quickly stabilized and hovered in the air. Gradually, the roar in his ears continued to weaken. No more huge rocks fell above his head. Sunan had time to look around. The place where he was now was also a huge cave. But the difference was that there was an irregular giant hole with a diameter of about 7 or 8 meters above his head, extending upward to an unknown place. And the end was dark. He had just fallen from there. The underground world had a complex terrain, like a giant and more complex beehive. There was another cave on the other side of a cave, and Sunan did not find it strange. What surprised him was that the stone scorpion could actually launch such an amazing large-scale attack, directly collapsing the entire cave, causing the surrounding terrain to change. This was definitely not something that the spells or magic items of a wizard apprentice could do. Bloodline ability? Sunan thought. This was most likely a directional ability to manipulate soil and rocks to change the environment. Otherwise, if the real power of the stone scorpion really reached the point where it could cause large-scale environmental changes at will, then he would be no less powerful than a formal wizard, and he would just kill all of them on the spot, without having to do such a thing. However, in this way, the encirclement was broken. If the people of the Eternal Life Society take the opportunity to escape, their operation will be considered a failure. But those crazy people won't leave just like that. As if to verify Sunan's inner thoughts, a section of the rock wall about 40 to 50 meters ahead suddenly bulged up slowly, and then quickly condensed into the shape of a stone scorpion. Sure enough, Sunan sneered, looking at the stone scorpion. Choosing to fight in a place like this is a huge mistake that will make you regret it. The stone scorpion slowly broke away from the rock wall and floated in the air, looking down at Sunan from a high position, with a look in his eyes, as if he saw a prey caught in a trap. This is my home court. In a place like this where there are earth and rocks everywhere, no one can be my opponent. Sunan's eyes swept across the scorpion tail behind the stone scorpion, and he suddenly sneered. Don't play tricks. Isn't it just a crushing scream? It's obviously the bloodline of the stone singer, but it pretends to be an earth element. As soon as these words came out, the stone scorpion's expression suddenly stagnated, and his pupils shrank suddenly. How did this guy know? Stone singers are extremely rare. If he hadn't merged with the blood of the stone singer, he wouldn't have known that such an ancient bloodline existed, and he had never told anyone about his bloodline, including his companions in the Eternal Life Society. How did this guy see through his background at a glance? Seeing the stone scorpion's doubtful look, Sunan laughed secretly. In his previous life, he had seen a wizard who had merged with the stone singer, but his external features were a little different from the stone scorpion in front of him, so he didn't recognize it at first. However, after the other party performed the crushing scream, the signature ability of the stone singer bloodline, he immediately associated it. The stone singer is a terrifying and strange creature made of flexible and deformable stone, and it looks like a scorpion at first glance. They are good at using singing to control earth and stone, creating an effect similar to the earth element spell. Of course, the so-called singing of the stone singer is a harsh noise to humans. Their ability to control earth and stone is not as good as the earth element, but they have the ability to petrify. The creature stung by the stone singer's tail will be petrified. After that, the stone singer will bring the petrified prey back to the nest, force them to listen to their songs, and eat them when they are hungry to get nutrition. Sunan remembered that there were no more stone singers in the Starlight Continent. Even in the future era of elemental revival, wizards captured stone singers from other worlds. The stone scorpion in front of him was lucky to be able to merge with the blood of the stone singer. In today's Starlight Continent, this should be a small number of ancient bloods that are powerful and will not affect their temperament. And the blood rejection reaction is so low that it can be ignored. Your knowledge is quite surprising to me. The stone scorpion also came back to his senses at this time and sneered. It's a pity that this can't change your fate. Now you and your companions have separated, and you are the only one left. Kill you first, and then I will deal with the others. The cold tone was filled with murderous intent. Sunan didn't care at all, and smiled faintly. You are the one who is alone. The moment the voice fell, countless gray mists suddenly emerged from around the stone scorpion, quickly condensed into huge gray claws, and then grabbed him fiercely with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Claws of disaster. The stone scorpion's face changed instantly. Isn't this the ability of the Ring of Disaster? A glimmer-level magic item? But he clearly remembered that the Ring of Disaster can only summon one Claw of Disaster. Sudan was a little surprised. He didn't expect the stone scorpion to recognize the Claw of Disaster. It seemed that he had seen it in a wizard's book. Knowing the power of glimmer-level magic items, the stone scorpion did not intend to resist, and dodged immediately. But the 4 claws of disaster chased him, like a thorn in the flesh. In desperation, the stone scorpion could only open its mouth and howl. In an instant, there were continuous cracking sounds. The surrounding rock walls cracked one after another, and countless broken stones gathered and condensed into a thick rock wall in front of the stone scorpion. Crack! The 4 claws of disaster instantly tore the rock wall into pieces. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, the stone scorpion had prepared a spell and opened its mouth to let out a sharp howl. Crushing sound waves. With the blessing of the blood of the stone singer, the power of the crushing sound waves was strengthened several times. The visible distortion instantly knocked the claws of disaster into a ball of gray smoke, which slowly dissipated in the air. However, before the stone scorpion showed joy, more gray fog emerged from the void and condensed into 4 claws of disaster again. Attacking fiercely, the stone scorpion's face changed drastically, and he glanced at Su Nan from the corner of his eyes, just in time to see the latter take off 4 rings from his left hand and replace them with 4 new rings. The next second, 4 more disaster claws appeared. Seeing this scene, the stone scorpion didn't understand, and his face suddenly twisted. Half of it was horror, and half of it was jealousy. This guy actually has more than 10 disaster rings. Is he a wholesaler of glimmer-level magic items? Why does he have so many glimmer-level magic items? This time, the stone scorpion finally failed to dodge, after trying his best to annihilate 4 disaster claws. The remaining 4 disaster claws pierced through his body fiercely, with a strange sizzling sound. The corrosive energy swept through the stone scorpion's body, making his body stiff in midair, and he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. And something that made the stone scorpion even more horrified happened. 4 more disaster claws emerged from the void. Wait, how come there are 4 more? Still coming. Looking at the dense double-digit gray claws in front of him, the stone scorpion's eyes showed horror and disbelief. How many disaster rings does Sunan have? Huh? More than 10 disaster claws pierced through the body of the stone scorpion almost at the same time, taking away the vitality in his body and causing a heavy blow to his soul. In Sudan perception, the soul breath of the stone scorpion was almost weakened to the point of a candle in the wind. Under this heavy blow, the stone scorpion fell directly from midair and hit the ground with a bang. A lightning flashed from a distance and pierced through his eyebrows with a hiss. Before his consciousness fell into eternal darkness, a thought flashed through the mind of the stone scorpion. He was indeed the one who was left alone. Although Sunan was alone, he had an outrageous number of glimmer-level magic items in his hands. He might as well face multiple 3rd-level wizard apprentices. 100 meters away, Sudan slowly retracted his palm and glanced at the 4 rings on his left hand. The cave environment in the underground world is indeed very suitable for the ability of the stone singer's bloodline to exert. If the stone scorpion takes the initiative, it will take a lot of effort to deal with him. Therefore, Sudan decisively used more than 20 disaster rings in one breath and quickly solved the stone scorpion. Poor 3rd-level wizard apprentice, whose power was no weaker than blood mouth and magic hand, was killed by Sunan with his equipment advantage before he could even fully exert his ability. However, if he knew that there were more than 20 disaster rings in Sudan's space ring, he would probably be desperate and die. After changing to a new disaster ring, Sudan released his mental power to sense the surroundings. Unfortunately, the special magnetic field and geographical environment of the underground world greatly restrict the means of mental power exploration. After sensing for a while without results, Sunan shook his head and randomly chose a direction to fly forward. Wow! The blazing flames hit the rock wall heavily, leaving a charred and cracked area on it in an instant. The harsh laughter of the embers echoed in the cave. He had transformed into a 60-meter-tall, demon-like, double-horned flaming giant, with his head almost touching the top of the cave, waving his giant fists to attack the scepter, the traveler, and Pubido. The scorching flames made the air temperature rise continuously, and even the air was slightly distorted. The huge cave had become like a scorching hell. There were several charred bodies lying in the corner. They were the bodies of several members of the Holy Fist. At the first moment of the battle, several first-ring legendary knights were killed by the embers without even having time to play much of a role. A bunch of sewer rats. You can only hide and dodge? Eugene shouted wildly, intending to provoke the scepter and others to fight him head-on. However, the latter was not moved at all. A layer of light golden light enveloped the scepter's body, making him immune to the high temperature around him. His speed became very fast, and he evaded Eugene's fist flexibly and quickly. The source of the golden light was the scepter in his hand. A moment ago, in full view of everyone, the scepter pulled out the scepter from his body, which seemed to be made of gold, shining with golden light, and inlaid with countless rare gems on the top. On the other side, the traveler also relied on the protection of the Qingling tree branch to be immune to high temperature and fire. Eugene hit the traveler several times, but was blocked by the green light on his body. Compared with the traveler and the scepter, Beetle and Moss were much more embarrassed. The two could only rely on the power of elements to resist the high temperature. After a while, their faces became more tired, and it was obvious that they had consumed a lot of energy. The scepter saw this and frowned secretly. He raised the golden scepter, and a golden light suddenly shot out from the end of the scepter, hitting the void 100 meters away like a sharp arrow, stirring up waves. The next moment, a beast-like hoof stepped out from the ripples. Then came another foot, torso, hands and head. Soon, a creature with a canine head and a human body appeared in the void. At first glance, this creature looked a bit like a dog-headed man, but a closer look revealed that it was completely different. Unlike the dirty and thin dog-headed man, the dog-headed creature in front of him was sturdy and strong, with a heroic and vigorous aura all over his body. He was wearing a very sophisticated armor at first glance, and holding a broad-bladed giant sword. Mastiff-headed spirit envoy. The traveler was surprised, and looked at the scepter in surprise. This is a very rare and powerful alien creature, and the scepter can actually summon it. Is it random? Or is it a designated summoning target in a contract? After looking around, the Mastiff Spirit Envoy immediately locked onto the target and rushed towards Eugene like a sharp arrow. The latter swung his huge fist to hit him, but the Mastiff Spirit Envoy easily dodged it and swung his sword to cut it down. It was only a 2-meter-long broad-bladed giant sword, but it penetrated and cut off the 4 or 5-meter-wide flaming arm at the same time. Ah! Eugene let out a deafening howl, covering his arm and stepping back. The traveler's eyes suddenly lit up. So that's it. The Mastiff Spirit Envoy's attack is accompanied by strong positive energy, while Eugene, who has merged the blood of the magma ghost, has become a flaming giant, which is a combination of fire elements and negative energy. The Mastiff Spirit Envoy can be said to be just enough to restrain him. But before the traveler could be happy for a while, the sound of water suddenly came to his ears. Looking up, the torrent poured down from nowhere, completely occupying the entire field of vision. Boom! The huge wave hit the traveler, and the heavy force almost made him fall from the air. The traveler's mind was startled, and the green light on his body suddenly became stronger. The next second, he felt that the water around him disappeared without a trace. Looking around again, the ground and the rock wall were dry. Where was the slightest trace of moisture? Not far away. The face of the scepter was gloomy. Just a moment ago, the mastiff-headed spirit was also hit by an illusion, and was killed by Eugene and Iluo. It's like this again. The scepter hated it in his heart. Since the battle broke out until now, similar scenes have happened more than once. Every time they were about to gain the upper hand, Iluo, who was hiding in the dark, would attack and reverse the situation. This woman's illusion ability was surprisingly strong. Even if they had the hunter intelligence and took the sobering potion that enhanced the illusion resistance in advance, they could not completely resist it. If it weren't for Iroha's secret obstruction, he and the traveler would have defeated Eugene long ago. Chapter 165. The gap is clear at a glance. Damn it! Seeing that the Ember's arm had recovered and was coming again, the scepter had to grit his teeth to fight back. He knew very well that the other party's purpose was to consume the strength of himself and the traveler. Once they showed signs of weakness, Iroh, who was hiding in the dark, would show his fangs like a venomous snake and bite them hard. As for Beetle and Moss, these two guys had been automatically excluded by him. Whether it was the flaming giant Ember or the elusive Iroh, these two people did not have enough means to deal with him. Their only role was to help bear some of the Ember's attacks. Ha ha ha. It's useless. You are not our opponents at all. The cave echoed with the Ember's rampant laughter, shaking the rock wall and scattering broken stones. Bang! The Ember punched the traveler, and the latter's body suddenly lit up with green light, offsetting the attack, and then quickly dimmed. At the same time, the traveler felt a trance in his head, and a pair of bright blue eyes seemed to appear in front of him. He felt a sudden chill on his back, bit his tongue hard, quickly came back to his senses, and injected his spiritual power into the Qingling branch. As the green light grew stronger, the trance instantly disappeared. Damn it! The traveler cursed inwardly. The woman's illusion was really pervasive. As long as he showed a little flaw, he would be hit immediately. If he continued like this, his side would definitely end up defeated. He turned his head to look at the scepter, and happened to meet the scepter's line of sight. When their eyes met, they immediately understood each other's plans. Without hesitation, the traveler and the scepter rushed in opposite directions at the same time. Seeing this, Eugene paused slightly and hesitated for a moment. Who to chase? Or chase separately from Iluo? But in this way, his and Iluo's cooperation would be broken. In a one-on-one situation, he was really not sure that he could definitely keep the scepter or the traveler. But soon, he didn't have to hesitate. Amidst the dull whistling sound, a strong wind emerged out of nowhere and blew through the entire cave in an instant. Whether it was the scepter and the traveler, or Beetle and Moss, their bodies paused at this moment, and confusion appeared in their eyes. Ha! Iroh! It has to be you! Eugene laughed loudly, stretched out his hands and grabbed Beetle and Moss, and the huge flaming palms clenched violently, instantly turning the two into a ball of charcoal. Following closely, he strode after the traveler and punched him to the side of the scepter. The scepter and the traveler finally broke free from the illusion, and when they looked up, they saw the blazing flames surrounding them in a circle, surrounding them tightly. Seeing this scene, the scepter and the traveler's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The woman hiding in the dark. Her illusion ability was so strange that it was hard to defend against. If you don't find a way to get rid of her first, it will be impossible to escape or kill Eugene. But the woman never showed up and was hiding in the dark. Even if they wanted to deal with her, they were powerless. Don't struggle. Just accept your death, and you will suffer less. The mocking voice of the embers came from the flames on all sides. The staff and the traveler ignored it, and were about to try to escape when they heard a roar. Following the sound, they saw a huge hole suddenly exploded in the airtight fire curtain, and a figure rushed in. The moment they saw the face of the person coming, the staff and the traveler showed joy at the same time. Sudan! Sudan glanced at the staff and the traveler, and then looked around. Are these flames the apprentice of the Eternal Life Society wizard named Ember? You guy? The surrounding fire curtain stagnated slightly, and the low voice of the Ember sounded, and then became a little higher. You're just in time. I get rid of you too. With Iluo's secret assistance, Eugene is confident of winning even if he faces 3 wizard apprentices of the same level at the same time. With a wild laugh, the sky was full of flames, pouring down like a violent torrent towards the 3 people. At the same time, a strange wave also enveloped the 3 people. Sunan felt a flash in front of his eyes, and countless water ghosts with disheveled hair appeared out of thin air around him, rushing towards him one after another. Illusion? Sunan immediately reacted. No wonder the scepter and the traveler were suppressed in a 2-on-1 situation. There were other enemies attacking in secret just now. It should be the woman named Iluo, who is said to be very good at illusion. However, even if he knew it was an illusion, Sunan could still feel the gloomy chill coming towards him, as well as the strong negative energy of those water ghosts. This is the power of illusion. Even if you know it is an illusion, as long as you can't break it, the damage caused by the illusion to you will become real. Without hesitation, Sunan's mind moved slightly, and one of the blood-colored lines on the back of his right hand suddenly lit up red, and then disappeared. At the same time, a dull bell sounded out of nowhere, echoing throughout the cave in an instant. The water ghost that rushed towards Sunan seemed to hit something in an instant, screaming and disappearing into ashes. In the shadow of the corner of the cave, a graceful figure stumbled out, holding her chest tightly with her palms, and a pair of bright blue eyes showed pain. It was Iluo. The sound wave attack of the death bell mark was all around, and did not distinguish between friend and foe. The scepter and the traveler were also affected, But the two were far away, and there was the defense of the golden scepter and the green spirit tree branch. So they only felt a little uncomfortable. And Iluo, who was performing an illusion on Sunan, could be said to have just suffered the soul impact contained in the sound wave head-on, and was seriously injured. Another person who was seriously injured was Eugene. The huge fire curtain absorbed most of the power of the sound wave attack. Just like boiling oil boiling violently like water was poured on it. And Eugene's painful screams came out from it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sunan rushed towards Iluo and raised his hand to launch a spell missile. 10 magic missiles dispersed, circling different arcs in the void, attacking Iluo from all directions, completely blocking her dodging direction. The scepter, who was watching this scene from a distance, instantly widened his eyes. Magic structure. However, the more shocking thing was still to come. After the magic missiles, a red light flashed in Sunan's palm, and a scorching ray shot out like a sharp arrow. There was no pause between the two spells. Instant spell. The scepter took a breath of cold air. Another super magic skill. 2. No. If you count the silent spell, it should be 3. Sunan actually mastered so many super magic skills. Iluo and Eugene were also shocked. The strong wind and water flow emerged out of thin air, interweaving to form a curtain wall in front of Iluo, blocking the scorching ray. However, the magic missiles that attacked from the left and right sides and the back could not be dodged. Iluo could only resist them. The invisible shield on her body was instantly shattered and dissipated. The remaining aftermath bombarded the protective layer of the magic items, stirring up a large area of ripples. The power of this spell shocked Iluo. This is much higher than the ordinary second ring spell. It is not just the power bonus brought by the spell structure, but Sunan's own mental strength must be surprisingly high. Although the intelligence collected by the Eternal Life Society showed that Sunan was very strong, it was not until this moment that Iluo truly felt the weight of the word strong. It has only been 2 or 3 breaths since Sunan appeared, and she and Eugene were both injured. The originally good situation was also reversed, which was completely beyond expectations. Die! Eugene shouted fiercely, and the boundless sea of fire rushed towards Sunan frantically, determined to drown him and burn him to ashes. Sunan's expression remained unchanged. The ice necklace on his neck flashed, and a shockwave containing extreme coldness suddenly swept around him. Crack! The surging flames were instantly annihilated, turning into condensed ice particles that fell down. The boundless flames were rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the temperature in the air also dropped sharply. Ah! Eugene let out a shrill howl, and the intense pain made him fall into rage. The flames swelled and grew stronger in the roar. Sunan sneered, and while releasing spells to suppress Iluo, so that she could not free her hands to cast illusions, she took out a new ice necklace. In an instant, another icy shock wave swept. Then came the third and fourth waves. The scepters and travelers on the side were already dumbfounded. They naturally saw that those necklaces were all glimmer-level magic items, and it was because of this that they were shocked by Sunan's hand. It was the first time they saw someone use a glimmer-level magic item like this. Other wizard apprentices used glimmer-level magic items as trump cards, and would not use them until the critical moment. Sunan, on the other hand, used them directly as consumables, one after another. This was too much. Seeing the back, the scepter and the traveler were a little numb. In such a short time, Sunan had already taken out the 7th ice necklace. Isn't it possible that he had more glimmer-level magic items than his own alchemical-level magic items? Where did all these come from? After repeated heavy blows, the embers no longer had the fierce power they had before. The flames that originally filled most of the cave had shrunk to about 2 meters high and turned into a human shape again. It was just that the color became extremely dim, as if it would go out at any time. The face made of flames was full of human horror and fear. All the previous rage and madness had been blown away by Sunan, and only fear remained. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he have so many glimmer-level magic items? The situation has completely reversed, and now it's Eugene and Iluo's turn to retreat. The two were completely scared by Sunan, and they deeply realized that they were no match for the man in front of them. They couldn't help but think of running away. Without hesitation, the two retreated at the same time and flew away in different directions at high speed. Seeing this scene, the scepter and the traveler could not help but sigh. They tried their best but failed to defeat Iroh and Eugene, and instead fell into a disadvantage. However, When Sunan came, he beat the two of them, and made them flee in embarrassment. The gap was obvious at a glance. The traveler was fine. After all, he had seen Sunan kill Bloodmouth and Demon Hand with his own eyes. It was the first time for the Scepter to see Sunan power with his own eyes. In the past, he only knew that Sunan was very strong. But he didn't know that he was so strong. Although they sighed, they did not stand by and watched. They quickly stopped Iroh and Eugene respectively. Don't struggle. Just die obediently. And you can suffer less. The traveler stared at Eugene and smiled. The same words Eugene had just said a moment ago. And now it came out of the traveler's mouth again. And suddenly even the air was full of irony. Eugene gritted his teeth in anger. But his body did not stop. And set off a fierce flame to attack the traveler. If he was held here, he would be finished when Sunan attacked. However, the traveler also understood this point. He did not dodge the attack of the embers at all, and relied on the green light on his body to withstand it. During this delay, Sunan had already attacked. Countless dazzling silver lights tore through the darkness, rushing from a distance like lightning, and submerged the body of the embers like a storm. Chi. The ear-piercing explosions were endless, almost continuous. The silver metal storm completely submerged the place where the embers were. The traveler retreated again and again, looking at the situation in front of him with a secret shock. Spell? It doesn't look like it. Is it a magic item? But the magic items of the faint light level don't have such terrifying power. Right? Even if the traveler was not the target of the attack, he could feel the terrifying power of the silver metal storm standing aside. If he faced this attack directly, even with a Qingling branch, he might not be sure that he could completely resist it. After more than 10 seconds, the metal storm slowly dissipated. The figure of Eugene was no longer visible in the void. Only wisps of green smoke and a space ring remained. Sunan stretched out his hand, and the space ring fell into his palm. He turned around and flew towards Iluo without stopping. Seeing Eugene dead from a distance, Iluo's heart sank. He wanted to escape, but was entangled by the scepter. Boom! At this moment, the rock wall not far away suddenly exploded. Amid the rubble, several figures rushed out one after another. In the dim tunnel, Rose and Red Heart flew in panic. In the deadly tunnel, only the rapid breathing of the two people echoed. Suddenly, Red Heart cursed in a low voice. Damn it! Why did it become like this? Rose sighed deeply, and did not respond. The sudden long roar of the stone scorpion directly broke their ambush into pieces. All the companions were scattered, and the original advantage in numbers was gone. When she came to her senses, she found that she was the only one left. She finally found Red Heart and Dead Corpse. But she also encountered Sorrow. The battle broke out in an instant. After the real fight, Rose realized how terrible the founder of the Eternal Life Society was. It was clearly 3-1, and they were the one with the advantage in numbers. But after the actual confrontation, they were defeated in just over 10 minutes and had to flee separately. Halfway through, Rose and Red Heart met again. After a brief conversation, the two decided to find other people first and gather everyone's strength to deal with Sorrow. After flying forward for a distance, Rose suddenly moved and stopped. There is movement. Red Heart came to his senses and listened attentively. Sure enough, he heard a sound coming from a distance. The two immediately showed a vigilant look. Not long after, 3 figures rushed out from the corner in front. Rose looked carefully and was relieved. The people who came were Night Owl, Black Forest and Hunter, who had separated from them. You? Rose was about to ask, but was interrupted by Night Owl. Go! As they spoke, the 3 of them flew towards them at a very high speed, and they looked a little panicked. Chapter 166, If you can catch this monster alive by yourself. Rose and Red Heart turned around and flew away without hesitation. Although they were in doubt, they were not stupid and knew that the existence that could make Night Owl and the other 2 flee in such a panic must be very scary. At this time, even a little curiosity could lead to unimaginable consequences, so running away quickly was the top priority. After flying 300 or 400 meters, Rose suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind. It was like many wings were flapping at the same time. She glanced back from the corner of her eye and couldn't help but widen her eyes. What is that? 500 or 600 meters behind, an extremely strange creature was chasing them at a rapid speed. The monster looked like it was made up of many wings, with pale feathers intertwined together to form a ball, without a head, limbs, or facial features. In addition to the densely packed wings, there was only a long tail dragging behind it. All wings flapped at the same time, exerting force up and down, left and right. Such a strange way of flying should have caused chaos. But the winged creature flew fast and steadily. It was as if those wings were just decorations, and it was actually flying in another way. What kind of creature is that? Seeing the three night owls catching up, Redheart couldn't wait to ask. Night Owl looked solemn. I don't know either. We were looking for your whereabouts, but we met the monster behind us. As soon as we met, it attacked us. We were no match for it, so we had to run away. Rose and Redheart looked at each other, both half believing and half doubting. Night Owl, Black Forest and Hunter were all strong. It was really hard to imagine that the three of them were beaten by a monster and fled in panic. However, the two soon had no doubts. The multi-winged monster chasing behind suddenly flapped its wings several points faster, and its body swelled slightly, as if it was taking a breath. At this moment, Night Owl and others could clearly perceive the surging of air in the tunnel. Then, the terrible howl resounded throughout the tunnel, and the terrifying sound waves spread like air waves, accompanied by extremely violent energy fluctuations. Death followed the sound waves and crushed everyone like a tidal wave. In an instant, a group of wizard apprentices groaned in unison. Their faces under the mask showed pain, and their flying figures couldn't help but stop. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the multi-winged monster quickly closed the distance, and the dense wings flapped violently, rolling the air to form countless blade-like airflows that shot out and hit the last Redheart. In almost an instant, the shield spell, energy particle protection layer and magic item protection on the surface of the Redheart were torn and shattered by countless air blades. And then, the body was also shredded into a blood mist. The people who had recovered their breath changed their faces when they saw this. And they didn't care about chanting spells to release spells, and activated magic items one after another. In an instant, the colorful light submerged the multi-winged monster. After doing all this, they hurriedly accelerated their escape. Everyone didn't care about saving their strength, and they all used life-saving methods, and their speed was much faster than before. However, not long after, a rock wall suddenly appeared in front of them. Dead end. Night Owl gritted his teeth and shouted in a deep voice, "Break the wall!" At this moment, everyone reached a tacit agreement, and without saying a word, they used their strongest attacks and hit the rock wall at the end. Boom! The thick rock wall was instantly shattered, revealing a dark gap behind. Everyone rushed into the gap one after another without slowing down. The vision suddenly darkened, and then some light was restored. Behind the gap was another huge cave. Everyone looked around, and their eyes suddenly paused. Not far away, Sunan, the Traveler, and the Scepter were surrounding Iluo. When the two sides met, they were all stunned. Night Owl was about to speak, but his face suddenly changed, and he quickly dodged. Rose and the hunters did the same thing. Boom! Countless air blades gushed out from the gap, shattering the stone wall and forcibly expanding the gap several times. And then the multi-winged monster rushed out from it. What is this? The Traveler and the Scepter were both surprised. They originally thought that Night Owl and others were chased and killed into such an embarrassing state because they encountered Sorrow and Stone Scorpion. But now it seems that this is not the case. They seem to be chased by this strange creature full of wings. However, it was Sunan who was more surprised. He stared at the multi-winged monster closely, and a light of doubt flashed in his eyes. The multi-winged monster in front of him looked exactly like the statue found in the Giant Eye City. Is this monster the divine creature worshipped by the Eye Demons? Sunan was full of doubts. After conquering the Giant Eye City, he asked the Red Widow to send people to search for the whereabouts of this divine creature. But there was no harvest. He didn't expect to meet it at this time. But on second thought, this place is not too far from Giant Eye City, so it doesn't seem surprising that this divine creature appears here. Be careful. This monster is very strong, Rose said solemnly. Redheart died at its hands. It can howl of the Banshee. Hearing this, the Scepter and the Traveler looked solemn. The howl of the Banshee is a well-known large-scale instant death attack with unparalleled terrible lethality. Creatures with physical and mental strength below a certain level will bleed to death the moment they hear the howl of the Banshee. Even creatures that can resist will be severely injured. Although the third-level wizard apprentice has a strong physical and mental strength, he is also not completely immune to the howl of the Banshee. Sunan curled his lips and said nothing when he heard this. Others have only seen the description of the howl of the banshee in the classics at most, and they don't know much about this trick. But he has seen it with his own eyes in his previous life. The real howl of the banshee is a skill that even formal wizards are very afraid of. If this divine creature had used the real banshee howl, Rose, Night Owl, and the others would not have been able to escape here. What banshee howl? At best, it was just a similar sonic ability, similar to the sonic attack of the death knell beater. That being said, this divine creature could easily kill Red Heart, and its power level must have reached the 4th ring legend, or even stronger. Thinking of this, Sunan's expression became more solemn. Chirp! It seemed that it had never encountered so many humans at once. The multi-winged monster was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, it flapped its wings with a sharp hissing sound, and rolled up a large piece of air blade to attack everyone. After reuniting with their companions, Night Owl and the others became more confident and stopped running away, but began to fight back. Sunan looked around and found that Ilua was gone, most likely taking advantage of the chaos just now to escape. This woman who is good at illusion is good at hiding her whereabouts. If the opponent had not used illusion on him before, but was injured by the death knell mark and revealed her body, it would be really difficult to catch her. Concentrating his thoughts, Sunan turned his attention back to the multi-winged monster. For now, it is important to deal with this divine creature first. Boom! 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 The deafening roar echoed over the cave. The colorful magic light illuminated the cave like daylight. The multi-winged monster is probably the first creature in the Starlight continent in nearly 1,000 years to be besieged by 7 third-level wizard apprentices. And it can afford this lineup. Facing the siege of 7 people, it still did not lose the upper hand, controlling the airflow around its body, blocking the magic attack, and constantly flapping its wings to wave large air blades to counterattack, and occasionally summoning lightning and thunder, catching everyone off guard. Airflow and lightning. This guy divine energy should be related to the sky, air, and other priesthoods. Sunan thought secretly. The ability of a divine creature depends on the priesthood associated with its divine energy. For example, the priesthood associated with the divine energy of the hissing alien insect is related to sound waves. The priesthood associated with the multi-winged monster in front of him can also be easily guessed through his ability. In any case, a divine creature means divine energy and blood mark. It is not easy to meet one, so Sunan will certainly not let it go. Everyone, how about this divine creature for me? Sunan said loudly. Everyone was in a fierce battle, and suddenly heard Sunan say this, and was stunned for a moment, and was almost hit by the attacking air blade. Night Owl looked at Sunan in confusion, and said, "It's too early to say this now. It's not too late to distribute the spoils after killing this monster." Rose immediately guessed Sunan's plan. "You want to capture this guy alive?" "That's right." Sunan nodded calmly. Everyone was stunned. It was already very difficult for them to resist this monster, and it was still unclear whether they could kill it. Sunan actually wanted to capture it alive. This was too unrealistic. Now is not the time to joke, Hyland said dissatisfiedly. Instead of bragging, you might as well help deal with this monster. I'm not kidding. Sunan's expression remained calm, and he cast a spell missile to slightly resist the multi-winged monster. It's better to discuss the distribution of spoils in advance to avoid disputes later, Hyland said unhappily. If you can capture this monster alive by yourself, it will be yours. It's a deal. Sunan looked at the others. What do you say? Yeshio and others looked at each other, and stopped and retreated at the same time. They were really curious now. So many of them joined forces, but they couldn't do anything about this monster. How did Sunan plan to capture it alive? Even the travelers and the scepters who had seen Sunan's power felt that Sunan was a little arrogant. This monster is obviously not something that can be dealt with by one person alone. Not to mention that it is much more difficult to capture it alive than to kill it. But they all know that Sunan is not an impulsive and reckless person. He must have his own reasons for doing this. So they want to see what Sunan is going to do. After achieving his goal, Sunan no longer conserved his strength. Silvery metal liquid instantly overflowed from all his pores, quickly forming metal spikes that covered the multi-winged monster. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The air barrier that could easily withstand the magic attacks of everyone. But it only lasted for 3 or 4 breaths under the attack of the metal storm before it shattered. The sharp spikes scratched the multi-winged monster's body, leaving a bloody gap. Chi-Chi. The multi-winged monster screamed in pain. The spectators gasped when they saw it. What is that? Such a strong attack. Magic item? Rose and the traveler, who had seen the magic pattern core, also widened their eyes in astonishment. It was because they clearly felt that the power of the magic pattern core seemed to be stronger than it was then. Without paying attention to the reactions of others, Sunan activated the death knell mark on the back of his hand without hesitation. The harsh sound waves swept across in an instant, and the multi-winged monster's body suddenly froze in place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sunan decisively threw 3 high-level rune gems, which turned into golden and red flames and fell on the multi-winged monster. At the same time, 4 great claws of disaster formed out of thin air and grabbed the multi-winged monster fiercely. The multi-winged monster can be said to be the most powerful creature Sunan has ever encountered, so he used all his strength as soon as he attacked, almost using all his trump cards without considering the consumption. He threw high-level rune gems as if they were free, and replaced the ring of disaster as soon as it was used up. Without mercy. Under Sunan bombardment, the multi-winged monster was beaten and howled miserably, and it couldn't even fight back, and could only hold on. The members of the jungle hut on the side were already stunned and looked sluggish. They could never have imagined that Sunan actually suppressed the monster. And what are those great claws and rune card gems? Magic items? But the great claws are fine. The power of those gems obviously exceeds the scope of glimmer-level magic items. What exactly are they? After coming to their senses, everyone swallowed their saliva subconsciously. The power displayed by Sunan at this moment is simply shocking. It is not at the same level as them at all. It was not until then that they realized that they had greatly underestimated Sunan, and the latter's true strength was far beyond their expectations. After a fierce bombardment, the ring of disaster on Sunan's hand was consumed first. 3 of the death knell marks on the back of his hand were also used up, leaving only the last one. More than 20 high-level rune gems were also used up. Although the consumption was huge, the results were also remarkable. The multi-winged monster lay on the ground dying, bleeding all over, and only had the space to gasp. Sunan casually fired a spell missile, which made the multi-winged monster tremble and whine. But it couldn't get up. Only then did he confirm that the monster had finally lost the power to resist, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it was a 4-ring legendary divine creature. For the sake of safety, he used most of his trump cards, and even his mental power was on the verge of exhaustion. If this couldn't defeat the multi-winged monster, he would have to use the remaining trump card, if possible. Sunan still didn't want to do that. After all, it's not safe now. So far, Zoro has not been seen. That guy may be hiding somewhere and spying in the dark. He must keep a hand just in case. When he came to the multi-winged monster, Sunan took out a gem and began to draw a sealing array. The previous research on the Death Knell Striker gave him a certain method of how to weaken the divine creature, which happened to be used on the multi-winged monster. Huh? At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the gap just now, and attacked Sunan back with a foul smell. Chapter 167 Carlos Python Bloodline. Seed of Killing Intent. At the same time when Sunan was attacked, everyone else in the jungle cabin was also attacked. One after another, black shadows rushed out from the gap, rushing towards everyone with a hissing and weird cry. Everyone had taken photosensitive drugs in advance, and in the dark vision, they could quickly see the faces of the attackers. They were extremely sturdy pythons. The bodies of these pythons were transparent, and the length was over 100 meters. The closer to the snake head, the clearer and more real it was. You could even see the snake's scales standing up like sharp blades, covering the head, and the sharp teeth in the mouth were like swords, which were very ferocious and terrifying. Most of the attention of the crowd was on the multi-winged monster, and they were caught off guard and bitten by the giant python. But they reacted quickly and fought back. Bang! Bang! The ferocious python heads were shattered one after another, and the headless snake body twitched and shrank back. However, the crowd was shocked instead of happy, because after smashing the python's head, a small translucent snake head was hanging on the bitten part of their body, and most of the snake heads had passed through the protection and bit their flesh in their mouths. Under the fluorescent light, the translucent snake head slowly dissipated, but everyone felt that there seemed to be something more in their bodies. What is this? Hyland's face changed slightly. No one answered him, and everyone looked surprised and doubtful. Sunan frowned and looked at the cave entrance not far away. Two figures walked out slowly. It was Soro and Ilua. Soro was holding a head in his hand. He threw the head out, and it flew more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. It rolled a few times and stopped, revealing a face still wearing a mask. It was the dead body. Xiangwei's face changed slightly. She was still wondering where the dead body had escaped to. But she didn't expect that he had died at the hands of Soro. A divine creature? Soro's eyes swept through the crowd and finally landed on the multi-winged monster, with a hint of ups and downs in his indifferent tone. It seems that I am lucky. In addition to the key to the Tower of Stars, I also got something extra. The implication is that the multi-winged monster has been taken as his own. Hylan was very unhappy with Soro's behavior and sneered, "What a big tone. There are only 2 people left in your Eternal Life Society now. 2 against 7. Do you think you have a chance of winning?" The others also stared at Soro and Ilua with cold eyes. Soro is indeed powerful and notorious, but they have 7 people on their side. And the key is that there is also Sunan. So they have the upper hand no matter how you think about it. In fact, under this situation, Soro and Ilua did not escape quietly, but dared to show up on their own initiative. Which is really puzzling. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly, and he recalled the scene just now, with a faint sense of familiarity. Chance of winning? Soro's eyes flashed with cold light. Of course there is. The moment he finished speaking, his robe suddenly opened, and 7 snake heads jumped out of it, their mouths wide open, and their forked scarlet tongues quickly stretched and retracted, shooting towards the crowd. During the sprint, the snake heads expanded rapidly, and when they rushed to the front of the crowd, the entire head had expanded to the size of a millstone. Everyone cast spells to attack the snake heads. The colorful spells hit the snake heads with a bang. Then they disappeared without a trace, and the snake heads seemed to have received some kind of tonic. The color of the scales became more and more dark, and the originally somewhat illusory snake body suddenly solidified a little. Hiss! The snake heads became more and more ferocious. What's going on? Yeshia and others changed their faces, and they released a few more spells in disbelief. But without exception, these spells not only failed to cause damage to the snake heads, but instead became nutrients for the latter to become stronger. Damn it! What kind of bloodline ability is this? Hylan cursed with a livid face. Such a strange ability is obviously not a spell or a magical item feature. It can only be some kind of bloodline ability. But he has never seen such a strange bloodline ability. Could it be some kind of ancient bloodline? Even Rose, who had fought with Soro briefly before, was now filled with shock. Now she understood that Soro did not use his full strength at that time. Otherwise she and Red Heart might not even be able to escape. But why did Soro let them go? For a while, everyone was forced into a panic by the snake head, and they had to fight back. Only Sunan's face remained calm, with a thoughtful light flashing in his eyes. He tried to attack with energy particles and magic pattern cores respectively, but without exception, the energy was absorbed by the snake head. Of course, not all attacks were like this. For example, attacks on external objects such as ice necklaces and high-level rune gems would not be absorbed by the snake head. However, even if the snake head was smashed by magic items, it would grow again soon. And the only cost was that the bodies of the other snake heads dimmed a little. Sunan immediately understood that the energy of these snake heads was shared, and unless all the energy and Soro mental power were consumed, it would be impossible to destroy all the snake heads. At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Saluo had come behind Hylan at some point, and a palm pierced through the latter's abdomen and stretched out from the front with blood on it. "Damn woman!" Hylan screamed, and his skin suddenly cracked, and countless brown thorns emerged from it, wrapping his body. Saluo was forced back by the thorns and retreated more than 10 meters. Light and shadows appeared around him, slowly condensing into the shape of Iroh. Just now, she took the opportunity to perform an illusion to sneak attack Hylan, causing Hylan's mind to be dazed for a moment, which gave Saluo an opportunity. Sunan glanced at Iroh. This woman was only average when fighting alone, but once she had a companion to cooperate, she could play a 1+1 greater than 2 effect, and could be called the best auxiliary. After being seriously injured, Hylan's situation suddenly became very dangerous. The snakehead kept attacking him, making him helpless and embarrassed. However, what made him more afraid was Soro and Iroh, who were watching closely from the side. If these 2 people took the opportunity to attack again, the consequences would be disastrous. Hyland shouted for help from others. However, the others were busy dealing with the snake head and had no time to spare. More than 10 breaths later, Iroh took the opportunity to attack Hyland again with illusion. Zoro took the opportunity to get close to him and tore Hyland into pieces on the face of the snake head that was biting from the other side. Less than 10 minutes after the battle began, the jungle hut was the first to have casualties despite having the advantage in numbers. Watching this scene, Yishao and others felt their hearts sink to the bottom. They never thought that Zoro's strength would be so terrifying. In a situation where he was almost 1 against 7, he could still suppress them so that they could not raise their heads at all. This strength is probably unique in the entire Starlight continent. Bang! 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 A series of sounds suddenly burst out. With a flash of silver light, the 7 snake head shattered almost at the same time. Back off! Sunan shouted in a deep voice, and at the same time took the magic pattern core into his body. The mental power that was originally little was consumed because of the previous attack. Next, the magic pattern core could not be used again. Otherwise it would drain the mental power. Yeshio and others were slightly startled, but quickly reacted and gathered behind Sunan. Although they didn't understand what Sunan was going to do, the latter's previous strong strength had already made him the backbone of the jungle hut. In this situation, everyone subconsciously followed his lead. What? Are you going to surrender? Zoro said expressionlessly, glancing at the snake head that was slowly recovering from the corner of his eye. Sunan sneered, Carlos Python bloodline. Right. As soon as these words came out, Zoro, who had been indifferent since the beginning of the battle, finally showed a trace of emotion on his face, and his pupils shrank slightly. Night Owl and the others saw it, and immediately realized that the so-called Carlos Python bloodline was obviously the bloodline that Zoro had fused with. As long as you know the ability of the other party's fused bloodline, you will most likely be able to find a way to deal with it. Thinking of this, everyone was immediately refreshed. The traveler hurriedly asked, Sunan, what ability does the Carlos Python bloodline have? Sunan said slowly, Carlos Python is an ancient beast that feeds on the killing intent of its prey. They will plant the seeds of killing intent in the bodies of their prey. As long as the creatures planted with the seeds of killing intent have killing intent in their hearts towards the Carlos Python, they will continuously provide nutrients for the Carlos Python. In addition, all attacks from their own bodies will not cause harm to it, and the energy contained in it will be absorbed by it in turn to strengthen its body. Night Owl and the others took a deep breath, their faces full of shock. There is such a strange and powerful bloodline? So, the translucent snake head that had merged into their bodies and disappeared before was the so-called seed of killing intent. No wonder Zoro dared to show up when he saw that they were outnumbered. The bloodline ability of the Carlos Python is really suitable for fighting with fewer people. Within the range of the number of snake heads, the more opponents there are, the more nutrients the Carlos Python will get, and the stronger its combat power, especially when the opponent is not aware of the bloodline ability of the Carlos Python. It is easy to send a lot of nutrients and energy to Zoro. They were like this before. Xiangwei also understood why Zoro deliberately let them escape before. It was to create the current situation. This is the first time I have met a wizard apprentice who recognized the bloodline of the Carlos Python. Zoro looked at Sunan deeply. Your knowledge is much richer than I thought. The stone scorpion has died in your hands. Right? Sunan admitted frankly, yes. The bloodline ability of the stone singer is very strong. But as long as you take precautions in advance, it is not difficult to solve it. Upon hearing this, Night Owl and the others could not help but look at Sunan in surprise. That mysterious stone scorpion was also killed by Sunan. And what bloodline is the stone singer? For a moment, everyone could not help but look at each other in silence. In the eyes of ordinary people, wizard apprentices are all symbols of profound knowledge. But at this moment, standing next to Sunan, they inexplicably felt a sense of shame like a poor student. Sunan did not care about the reaction of the people in the jungle hut, waved his hand without looking back, and said, You leave here? This guy can't be dealt with by more people. I will deal with him. Night Owl and the others hesitated for a moment, and then obediently retreated. Although they knew the ability of Carlos Python's bloodline, they still had no good way to deal with it. After all, if you want to deal with those snake heads, the best weapon is magic items. But this is precisely the shortcoming of many wizard apprentices, including them. They only had 1 or 2 glimmer-level magic items on them, and they had used them in the previous battle. They had no power to fight back against the snake head, and instead became a tool to supply nutrients to the other party. It had to be admitted that Zoro Carlos' Python bloodline was very restraining to wizard apprentices. No wonder so many third-level wizard apprentices died at his hands. Zoro seemed to be oblivious to the actions of Night Owl and others, and his eyes were fixed on Sunan. In his eyes, Sunan was the most difficult enemy. As long as Sunan was killed, the others in the jungle hut would not be a big deal. Can Sunan do it? Rose said worriedly. The scepter whispered, don't forget that Sunan still has the adamantium golem. Everyone was stunned. And then their eyes lit up. Yes! Puppets are external objects, and they don't have the emotion of killing intent. They are exactly the best choice to deal with the ability of the Carlos Python bloodline. And Sunan happened to have a golden golem on him. The golem was so huge that it could not be put into the space ring and carried around. So everyone did not think about it at first. It was not until the scepter reminded them that they remembered that Sunan happened to have the means to carry the golem. But soon, everyone calmed down again. A golden golem could not play a decisive role in a battle of this level. At most, it could serve as an auxiliary force to give Sunan a better chance of winning. After all, even if Carlos' bloodline ability was eliminated, Zoro himself was one of the top third-level wizard apprentices. The cave became silent at some point. Zoro's 7 snake heads had recovered as before, and the snake tongue was spitting out, and the cold and violent eyes shot straight at Sunan like a sharp sword. At the same time, a figure appeared out of thin air beside Sunan. Yeshu and others were stunned at the sight. The figure was not the golden golem they thought, but a beautiful girl with snow-white skin. Is this a puppet? The traveler was stunned. The others were also confused. They could feel the different soul breath of the girl. It was indeed a puppet. But they had never seen a puppet that looked so much like a human. In order to strengthen the combat effectiveness, puppets usually make trade-offs in structure and appearance, and at most can only maintain the human form. And the difference from humans can be seen at a glance. Only puppets that are not made for combat and labor, but only for viewing or some special purpose, will be made to look exactly like real people. And this kind of puppet is usually called a puppet, which is different from puppets for combat and labor. The girl in front of him looks like a puppet. But in this case, why did Sunan take out a puppet? For a moment, Yi Xiao and others were puzzled. On the opposite side, Zoro stared at the girl puppet for a while, and his eyes narrowed. Is this your trump card? Doesn't it look like it? Sunan smiled faintly and gave an order to the secret puppet. Let him see how powerful you are. Chapter 168. What is the difference between this and a wizard apprentice? As Sunan finished speaking, a dazzling light of 7 colors appeared on the secret puppet. All those present were third-level wizard apprentices with sharp eyesight. They immediately recognized that it was the unique light of magic, levitation, lightness, brute force, tenacity, shield, elemental protection. In just a short moment, 8 spells were added to the secret puppet. This scene made Yi Xiao and others stunned, and their eyes widened. It is not that there are no puppets that can cast spells. The wizard books have recorded the skills of keeping spells on puppets. But their skills in refining puppets have not reached that level, and they cannot refine them. But although they cannot refine them, they also know that puppets refined with this technique can keep 3 or 4 spells constant, which is already a lot. But the puppet in front of them cast 8 spells in succession, which means that at least 8 spells were fixed. They had lived for hundreds of years, and this was the first time they had seen this. What kind of puppet was this? No. A puppet? Zoro was also surprised. It was also the first time he had seen this kind of puppet. In an instant, the contempt in his heart disappeared, and his expression became solemn. Puff! The snake body connected to the 7 snake heads suddenly broke off from Zoro's body, and after falling to the ground, it turned into 7 thick and long pythons, and rushed towards Sunan fiercely with a fishy wind. Zoro raised his hand, and released an arrow made of green liquid. Ma Yofu's strong acid arrow. Silent spell! Yi Xiao exclaimed. He didn't expect Zoro to master the silent spell. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the hunter, the traveler, and the scepter all showing strange expressions. What's wrong? Yi Xiao asked in confusion. The traveler grinned, pointed at Sunan and said, You should take a look yourself. Night Owl looked at him in confusion, and the next moment his eyes suddenly widened. Sunan raised his hands and feet, and the magic light flashed continuously, and one spell after another was released without stopping. Magic missiles, scorching rays, crushing sound waves, flaming magic balls. almost as soon as the previous spell was released. The light of the next spell lit up, and the release speed was amazingly fast. What shocked him even more was that the spells released by Su Nan were obviously different from ordinary spells. The trajectory of the magic missiles was unpredictable. The scorching rays could even turn, and the shield spell became a protective shield covering the whole body, etc. Night Owl suddenly reacted. While Su Nan released the offensive spell, he actually cast a shield spell on himself. Compound casting. Hiss. Night Owl took a breath, and there was an unbelievable light in his eyes. Instant spells. Compound spells. Spell construction. Su Nan actually mastered so many super magic skills, and they are the most difficult to master among the super magic skills. Compared with this, Solo's mastery of silent spells suddenly seemed insignificant. Solo on the opposite side also showed an extremely shocked expression. I thought that mastering silent spells was an excellent talent, but I didn't expect that Su Nan actually mastered at least 4 super magic skills. Is this guy a monster? Solo, who has always been no different from a monster in the eyes of others, couldn't help but feel jealous at this moment. However, he soon ignored this, and his eyes were attracted by the secret doll not far away. Just as he and Su Nan were fighting, the secret doll girl and the 7 giant pythons also fought together. The secret doll girl held a sword in one hand and a spell in the other, showing her strong melee strength and exquisite spells. The casting speed was even faster than Solo. In just 7 or 8 breaths, she cast no less than 20 spells. I don't know how many spells she has fixed, even if Su Nan has that level of skills. What material can bear so many spells? What shocked Soro even more was that the secret puppet girl was covered with a layer of intertwined light blue and khaki light. Those were wind energy particles and earth energy particles. The red and azure light covering the surface of the sword blade were flame and lightning energy particles. From time to time, you can see the secret puppet girl raise her hand and wave out large pieces of frost and shadow rays, which are ice energy particles and shadow energy particles. This puppet can actually control energy particles. Soro's heart was filled with huge waves. The ability of this puppet is beyond his cognition. What is the difference between such ability and that of a wizard apprentice? When will the puppet be able to control energy particles and release spells that will like a wizard apprentice? No. This secret puppet is even more powerful than many third-level wizard apprentices. At least based on the power it has shown now. No one in the entire Eternal Life Society except him will be the opponent of this puppet. Soro was deeply shocked. Yeshio and others were already dumbfounded at this time. With dull eyes. It can actually control energy particles. Is this really a puppet? The bodies of those snake heads have not become solid, so they must be puppets. Unbelievable. They never thought that puppets could be so exquisite and powerful. It's just like creating a third-level wizard apprentice. It's even more powerful than them. Boom! The huge fireball roared and smashed the snake heads into pieces. The secret puppet girl kept moving, dodging the bites of the snake heads from the left and right, and ghosted behind another snake head. The long sword in her hand suddenly stabbed the snake head forward, and the flames and thunder burst out, instantly tearing the snake head and the body into pieces. Although the 2 snake heads quickly condensed again, the body was obviously a little illusory, and the color of the snake head scales became darker, without the ability to absorb nutrients from the seeds of killing intent. The 7 giant pythons that were transformed were no match for the secret puppet girl. With being killed and reborn again and again, the energy was rapidly decreasing. Seeing this scene, Soro's heart sank. I thought that with the blood of Carlos Python, he could defeat the people in the jungle cabin. But I didn't expect Su Nan to have such a trump card. The 7 snake heads can't be relied on. The only way now is to kill Su Nan first. Soro's eyes flashed with cold light, and his hand suddenly stretched out, twisted and transformed into 2 ferocious snake heads, spreading forward at a high speed, hissing and biting towards Su Nan. At the same time, a strange wave also enveloped Su Nan's body. The strange spiritual power drilled into Su Nan's mind, intending to distort his thinking. You really don't learn a lesson. Su Nan sneered and used the last death knell mark without hesitation. As the dull death knell sounded, Iluo stumbled out from the shadows 100 meters away. Before she could catch her breath, 2 golden golems had already fallen from the sky, surrounded her one after another, and smashed her head with iron fists. Night Owl and others who were about to help in the distance stopped immediately after seeing this scene, secretly shocked. Not 1, but 2 golden golems. On the other side, Salo was also shocked by the sound waves of the death knell, and his two hideous snake heads exploded into a puff of blood mist. He retracted his hands, and his arms were already bleeding. Blood mark. Salo's forehead was throbbing. He has lived for nearly 200 years, and has fought against at least 60 or 73rd level wizard apprentices. But he has never met a guy like Su Nan who has endless trump cards. It's really a headache. The only thing to be thankful for is that Su Nan probably consumed a lot in the previous battle, and his mental power is probably on the verge of exhaustion. Otherwise, he would not stop casting spells after a round of confrontation. In other words, Su Nan now only has those magic props to protect himself. As long as he uses up all his magic props, he can kill him. Zoro made a decision in a flash, and pointed his finger at the palm of his right hand and scratched it hard. The skin suddenly cracked open, but what flowed out was not blood, but gray viscous liquid. With excellent eyesight, Suden clearly saw that there seemed to be sesame-sized white dots in the liquid. After contacting the air, the white dots expanded rapidly as if inflated, turning into egg-like objects, and then bursting, revealing the slender little snake soaked in mucus. The mucus evaporated quickly in the air, and at the same time, the little snakes inside also grew rapidly. In a blink of an eye, there were hundreds of giant pythons more than 10 meters long in the cave, hissing and spitting out snake tongues and rushing towards Sunan. Sunan's face remained unchanged, and he turned his wrist, and there was already a high-level rune gem in his palm. The next moment, there was a loud rumble, and countless snake-like lightning flashes exploded in the cave, instantly annihilating dozens of giant pythons. Zoro's eyes twitched, and he released a large number of snake eggs with a dark face. Sunan also saw Zoro plan at this time, smiled in his heart, and took out another high-level rune gem. For a while, the sound of snake tongues spitting out and thunder echoed in the cave. Giant pythons were constantly born, and then annihilated by lightning. The center of the cave seemed to have become a battlefield like a meat grinder. The night owl and others who were watching the battle swallowed their saliva subconsciously, and were secretly horrified in their hearts. If they had been against any one of them, they would have died long ago. The power of these two people is simply not at the same level as them. Boom! The lightning flashed, and once again annihilated the surrounding giant pythons. Zoro's face turned pale, but this time he did not move. After all, the snake eggs in his body were not endless. The fierce battle just now had already consumed all the snake eggs. Seeing this, Sunan smiled coldly, flipped his palm, and 4 high-level rune gems were sandwiched between his fingers, shining under the fluorescence emitted from the top of the cave. For this operation, he prepared more than 100 high-level rune gems. The previous series of battles, especially against the multi-winged monster, consumed a lot of them, but there were still nearly 100 left. Zoro wanted to compete with him in attrition, which was completely a way to his own death. Even if there was another Zoro, he would not be able to beat him. To put it another way, even if he lost the high-level rune gems, he still had the golden apple and the golem army in the magic cube, and he would not be defeated in the attrition war. From the moment he decided to compete with him in attrition, Zoro's fate was actually doomed. Seeing the 4 gems in Sunan's palm, Zoro's face turned pale instantly. The next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the dazzling thunder instantly submerged Zoro. Not far away, the 7 snake heads that had been beaten to death by the secret puppets and seemed to disappear at any time suddenly twitched for a moment as if they were electrocuted, and then suddenly disappeared like a burst of foam. Sunan looked at it carefully, and as the lightning dissipated, only a charred corpse was left on the spot. The body that has been fused with the blood of the ancients is strong. It didn't turn into ashes like this. Sunan was secretly amazed. The power of the 4 high-level rune gems combined in one attack would turn even the adamantium golem into ashes. Zoro was able to leave a corpse, which was amazing enough. Sunan did not rush forward and asked the secret doll girl to check. After confirming that Zoro was really dead, he asked the secret doll girl to take off the space ring, and then looked at Iroh, not far away. The golems are immune to all illusions. Under the siege of the 2 adamantium golems, Iroh was no longer as calm as before, but was surrounded by danger. Seeing that Zoro died in Sunan's hands, she knew something was wrong and wanted to escape. But Sunan's eyes had already been cast over. I let you escape once in the chaos before, but I didn't expect you to dare to come back. Do you think there will be a second chance? Sunan sneered. Without him making a move, the secret doll girl had already rushed up. Facing an opponent whose fighting power was comparable to that of a top third-level wizard apprentice, and who was immune to illusions, Luo had almost no power to resist. In just one encounter, the secret doll girl tore apart the shield and the protective layer of magic items, and then beheaded him with a sword. The head flew high and fell to the ground more than 10 meters away, and then rolled a long way before stopping. The bright blue eyes stared at the top of the cave, and there was still reluctance and fear in the eyes. Su Nan curled his lips. Although specializing in illusions can exert great fighting power at certain moments, once encountering an opponent who is immune to illusions, it will be restrained to death and will not have the slightest power to fight back. But although there is no need to specialize, it is still okay to dabble in it. Su Nan took off Luo's space ring, opened it, and took a look. There were many wizard books in it, and perhaps he could find illusion spells from them. Putting away the ring, Su Nan glanced at the night owls not far away, and then walked towards the multi-winged monster, because it was in the corner. The multi-winged monster was not affected by the fierce battle just now, but took the opportunity to recover some strength. Seeing Su Nan coming, the divine creature immediately flapped its wings anxiously, rolled up the airflow to lift its body, and tried to escape, but was knocked to the ground by the secret doll girl. Then he added a few punches, making the multi-winged monster completely powerless to resist. Only then did Su Nan take out the gem and began to draw the sealing array. Until then, Yi Xiao and his friends gradually came back to their senses, looking at Su Nan back with complicated eyes. There was both awe and amazement. The founder of the notorious Eternal Life Society died at the hands of Su Nan. Before that, he had just defeated a 4-ring legendary divine creature. Such strength really makes people amazed from the bottom of their hearts. Having known Su Nan for so long, it was not until today that they deeply realized how powerful Su Nan was. In the entire southeast region of the continent, I am afraid that there is no wizard apprentice more powerful than Su Nan. Chapter 169 Talent Crystal Model. After a while, Su Nan completed the sealing array. The multi-winged monster, whose power was sealed, completely withered and was carried on the shoulders of a golden golem, resigned to its fate and stopped resisting. After putting the secret doll girl and another golden golem into the magic cube, Su Nan then walked towards the people in the jungle hut and looked at the hunter. The transaction is completed. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Hearing this, Rose and the traveler were all excited and turned their heads to look at the hunter. No problem. The hunter smiled and took out the dawn potion and the key to the starry tower and distributed them to everyone. With the key to the starry tower in hand, Rose and the traveler's eyes flashed with joy. They took such a big risk and survived just for the key to the starry tower. With this, they had the hope of being promoted to wizards. Only the night owl had a complicated expression. There were only 9 people in the jungle hut, and 3 of them died in this operation. The trading scale that had been raised with great difficulty suddenly returned to the level of 10 years ago. Now we have to find new members again. After getting what he wanted, Su Nan did not stay any longer and left without any hesitation. He still had things to do next. After watching Su Nan disappear at the exit of the cave, the remaining 5 people looked at each other. Their eyes were all a little complicated. I didn't expect Su Nan to hide so deeply. Rather than saying he hid deeply, it's better to say that we never saw through him. Yes, I feel that Su Nan may not have used his full strength to kill Soro, and he may have other cards in his hand. Shh. Don't think about it. If I think about it anymore, I feel like a waste. The traveler quickly ended the topic, looked at the talisman stone in his hand, and asked the hunter, "Hunter, tell me the truth. How many keys to the Star Tower do you have?" The hunter shook his head and said, "Except for the ones given to you, there are only 4 left. 3 of them were originally reserved for the dead body, the Black Forest and the Red Heart. Evans gave me so many." "Where are Evans?" the scepter asked. "Not sure." The hunter spread his hands. "I don't know where the guy went after I attracted the attention of the Eternal Life Society, but I guess he must have a lot of keys to the Starry Tower." The traveler sighed and said, "It was difficult to get any clues about the Starry Tower before, but now there are a lot of keys to the Starry Tower. The Starry royal family hid them very well." The scepter frowned and said, "I hope Evans hides well. I don't want to encounter a large number of wizard apprentices when I find the Starry Tower in 6 years. Although the existing intelligence analysis shows that the inheritance of the Starry Tower is not competitive, the resources of each wizard's inheritance are limited. The more people enter, the fewer resources will be allocated to each person in the end. If possible, they don't want too many wizard apprentices to enter the Starry Tower. If they can't find Evans, they want to capture him and lock him up for 6 years until they get the inheritance of the Starry Tower. There are still 6 years, Night Owl said in a deep voice. Everyone, make more preparations. After returning to Giant Eye City, Sunan went directly through the space channel and returned to Dragon Forest. With a flash of light, he appeared in the transformation area on the 13th floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. The 3 transformation areas of the Dragon Skeleton Tower are all equipped with special detention rooms to detain sub-dragon species and dragons. Sunan found a detention room of the highest level, threw the multi-winged monster in, told Butler Number 1 to take good care of it, and then returned to the control center on the top floor. After the battle, the next step is naturally the pleasant time to count the spoils. This time, Sunan got a total of 7 space rings. In addition to the 4 people from the Eternal Life Society, he also got the space rings of Black Forest, Dead Skeleton and Red Heart. The first 2 were taken from Soro. The latter was quietly taken, while everyone was fleeing in panic due to the multi-winged monster. He defeated the multi-winged monster to avenge Red Heart, and it was reasonable to take the space ring as a reward. Well, it makes sense. Sunan first opened the Red Heart space ring. Gold and silver coins, gems, wizard books, potions, and materials are all common items in the space ring of wizard apprentices. Sunan already has a lot of experience in this area, and he completed the inventory and classification with ease. What disappointed him a little was that there was nothing eye-catching inside. The most precious thing might be a bottle of high-level sub-dragon blood. Unfortunately, this is what Sunan lacks the least now. The second one to be opened was Highland Space Ring. Compared with the previous one, this space ring has more materials. There are many rare magic plants. But there is still nothing surprising. It was not until he opened the space ring of the corpse that Sunan's eyes lit up slightly. Soul crystals. There are hundreds of soul crystals. Although they are all miniature soul crystals, they are also very precious. Now we have the materials to synthesize a medium-sized soul crystal. It takes about 120 small soul crystals to synthesize a medium-sized soul crystal. Sunan had saved up micro soul crystals for a long time in order to synthesize the medium-sized soul crystals needed for the secret puppet. But now we have the materials to synthesize the second medium-sized soul crystal. We only need to save enough mithril to refine the second secret puppet. The powerful combat power of the secret puppet has been fully demonstrated in today's battle. There is no doubt that this is the puppet that Sunan will focus on researching and refining in the future. In addition to the soul crystal, what surprised Sunan even more was the wizard's book on making soul crystals in the space ring. Although it only records how to make micro and small soul crystals, it is enough. With the synthesis cube in hand, as long as there are enough micro soul crystals, he can even synthesize a legendary soul crystal. Delighted, Sunan immediately flipped through the book. With the support of strong mental power, he read the entire book in less than half an hour. Frowning and pondering slightly, only level 3 wizard apprentices can extract soul condensation crystals? In this way, he can only make soul crystals by himself. After all, there is no other level 3 wizard apprentice in the entire base except him. There is no shortage of soul sources. There are many indigenous tribes and city-states around the Star Alliance. After a small-scale war to wipe out the tribes, at least dozens of soul crystals can be made. If it is a war of the scale of wiping out the Giant Eye City, it is no problem to make hundreds of soul crystals. And even a few small soul crystals can be made. A legendary soul can make a small soul crystal. In the vast underground world, although there are not many legendary creatures, they are definitely not rare. Finally, there will be no urgent need for soul crystals in the future. Sunan's brows were relaxed, and he showed a happy look. With enough soul crystals, he no longer needs to consume a large number of stone golems to synthesize 1-ring and 2-ring legendary puppets. He can directly replace elite stone golems with steel golems, and then use steel golems to synthesize elite steel golems to replace high-level stone golems, which greatly saves costs. Putting down the space ring of the dead body, Sunan happily opened the space ring of the Eternal Life Society. There were no unexpected gains in the space rings of the Ember and the Stone Scorpion. Iroha's space ring was similar, but there were some wizard books about illusion that interested Sunan. He took out these books and put them aside, ready to take time to study them, and finally looked at Solo's space ring. As the founder of the Eternal Life Society, There should be a lot of good things. Sunan opened the space ring, and his face showed joy at first sight. As expected, Solo's space ring can be called a treasure house. There are 70,000 to 80,000 gold coins alone, and there are as many as 2,000 to 3,000 gems, including high-end gems. These two things alone are worth more than 100,000 gold coins. In addition, there are a large number of magic plants, rare metals, and other materials. There are also many potions and soul crystals. Sunan even found a medium-sized soul crystal in it. I don't know how many legendary knights Sorrow killed to gather enough souls to create this medium-sized soul crystal. Or maybe it's not the soul of a legendary knight, but the soul of a wizard apprentice? With a smile, Sunan accepted this medium-sized soul crystal. After counting all the property and materials, there were more than 100 wizard books left. The wizard books that Sorrow specially collected in the space ring are naturally not ordinary goods. After a rough inventory, Sunan found a lot of interesting books in it. As expected of the founder of the Eternal Life Society, you have a lot of rare knowledge inheritance. Sunan smiled. And when he picked up the last book and saw the words on the cover, his eyes lit up. Model construction of talent crystal killing intent. Talent crystal. Sunan quickly opened the book and read it carefully. The three major standards for wizard promotion: star rings, mental power, and the most critical and important talent crystal. When the number of star rings and mental power are up to standard, the wizard apprentice will face the most difficult level of promotion to a formal wizard, constructing a talent crystal model. The talent crystal model is essentially a collection of runes. The talent crystal model formed by runes of different types and numbers has different abilities. The talent crystal can be said to be the most important combat means for a wizard, which is related to the wizard's future growth potential and combat effectiveness. Its importance is self-evident. According to the level from high to low, the talent crystal can be divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. If you want to break through and become a true spirit wizard in the future, you must at least construct an intermediate talent crystal. The probability of a wizard with a lower talent crystal becoming a true spirit wizard is very slim. In fact, the probability of a wizard with intermediate talent crystal becoming a true spirit wizard is less than 1%. To become a true spirit wizard is something that only wizards with upper talent crystal are qualified to do. The content of Solo's book is about the model construction method of a lower talent crystal called Killing Intent. A wizard who is promoted with the Killing Intent talent crystal can master the ability to release the Killing Intent field with himself as the center. All creatures in the Killing Intent field must constantly bear the impact of Killing Intent, and creatures with weaker wills can easily fall into frenzy. In addition, wizards can also recover physical and mental strength slightly through killing, which is a model of getting stronger with more battles. It can be imagined how terrifying it would be for a wizard who has mastered such an ability to be placed on the battlefield of knights. And this is just a lower talent crystal. This shows how powerful a formal wizard is. What a pity. It's just a lower talent crystal model. Sunan was a little regretful. He will definitely sprint to become a true spirit wizard in the future. So his goal must be the upper talent crystal. Lower and intermediate talent crystals are not considered at all. There are 3 steps to construct talent crystals. The first is to decide the talent crystal model to be constructed. The talent crystal model is usually further improved and deepened on the basis of the original model. The simplest and most common is to use a certain spell model as the original model, and then improve and deepen it. In addition, there are also some who choose the characteristics of a certain magic item and extract it as the original model. The last one is to use bloodline ability as the original model. This one is usually only chosen by wizard apprentices who take the bloodline wizard route. For example, the Killing Intention talent crystal model is obviously a talent crystal model improved from the original model of the Carlos Python bloodline ability. If the wizard apprentice who has integrated the Carlos bloodline ability is promoted to a formal wizard with the Killing Intention talent crystal, because the talent crystal is very compatible with his own bloodline, his combat effectiveness and potential will be higher than other wizards who construct lower level talent crystals. In the early stage, wizards who take the bloodline route will always have more advantages than wizards who take the true spirit route. To some extent, this can also be said to be an advantage gained by sacrificing potential. In short, in the choice of talent crystal model, wizard apprentices can choose the talent crystal model left by their predecessors, or they can choose to research and create new models by themselves. The advantage of the former is that it saves time and effort, and because the feasibility of the model has been confirmed by predecessors, there is no need to worry about accidents. The disadvantage is that these models may not be completely suitable for themselves. At the beginning of creation, each talent crystal model is created according to the creator's own conditions. And the soul and body between people, no matter how similar they are, it is impossible for all details to fit completely. And there must be differences. This will lead to the inability of latecomers to perfectly adapt to the talent crystal model, which will have some impact more or less. You may not see anything in the early stage, but when you sprint to a higher level in the future, it will inevitably appear and become a resistance to breakthrough. Therefore, all ambitious wizard apprentices, without exception, will choose to research and create new models by themselves. Even if there are wizard apprentices who follow the family bloodline inheritance route and have to choose the talent crystal model left by their ancestors, they will make certain adjustments and modifications to make it more suitable for themselves, and will never accept it as it is. And Sunan naturally plans to choose the second path. In fact, he has already decided on the original model of the talent crystal to be constructed. That is the magic pattern core that he has always regarded as his strongest trump card. Chapter 170 Synthesis Concept. Unprecedented model. The magic pattern core is extremely powerful and has both offensive and defensive capabilities. It is undoubtedly the best choice as the original model of the talent crystal. At least it is the best choice among the resources currently available to Sunan. In fact, as early as when he merged the first magic pattern core, Sunan had already had a vague plan. It was only recently that this idea gradually became clear. The magic pattern core was originally constructed by a large number of runes. Like the talent crystal model, it is essentially a rune aggregate. It is not difficult to improve it into a talent crystal model. More importantly, the magic pattern core can be upgraded and strengthened infinitely, as long as he is willing to spend time. Sunan can completely use the magic pattern core as a sample to create a superior talent crystal model. For Sunan, who is now in the resource-scarce Starlight continent and cannot even contact formal wizards, this is undoubtedly the best result. He estimated that on the current Starlight continent, most of the construction methods of the intermediate and upper talent crystal models can only be found in the inheritance of the three major wizards. It's just that the Star Tower will not be open for another 6 years, and he doesn't plan to delay until then. Furthermore, if there is no advanced talent crystal model in the Starry Tower, wouldn't he have wasted several years of time? In summary, choosing the magic pattern core as the original model is obviously the best choice. The second step in constructing the talent crystal is to construct the model. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the talent crystal model, the more runes there are, and the difficulty of construction rises sharply. Even the lowest level lower level talent crystal model contains between 800,000 and 1 million runes, far exceeding the magic pattern core. With such an astonishing number of runes, the construction time is naturally tens of years, not to mention the intermediate and advanced talent crystal models. In fact, many wizard apprentices are stuck in this link after their star rings and mental power meet the standards, and they have not been able to construct a complete talent crystal model until they die. Of course, there is a way to shorten the time to construct the talent crystal model. There are many potions in the wizard world that speed up the construction of talent crystal models. Basically, potions that can improve meditation efficiency can play an effect in this regard. I have the Divine Blood Amber and the Transcendental Potion. The speed of constructing the talent crystal model should be faster than normal. However, it is still unlikely to construct the talent crystal model before the Starry Tower appears. After all, it is a superior talent crystal, and the construction difficulty is more than several times higher than that of the inferior one. It is considered fast to be able to complete the construction within 10 years, unless there are other potions that increase the construction speed. If it is replaced with an inferior talent crystal model, it can be completed before the Starry Tower appears. By the way, I wonder if the talent crystal model can be synthesized. Sunan suddenly had an idea. The magic cube can only synthesize physical objects, and the talent crystal model is made of runes like the magic pattern core, but it lacks rare metals as a carrier, so he is not sure whether it is considered a physical object. You can try it. After thinking for a while, Sunan quickly came up with a plan. Anyway, it is impossible to construct a superior talent crystal model before the Starry Tower is opened. It is better to use the magic pattern core as the original model and construct an inferior talent crystal model to see if it can be synthesized. If it fails, at most it will waste a few years, just as it will accumulate experience for constructing the superior talent crystal model. But if it succeeds, it will be a big deal. Maybe it can synthesize a talent crystal that is more advanced than the superior talent crystal model. Unprecedented? The benefits to his future wizard path are self-evident. It's worth a try. Sudan made up his mind. The third step in constructing the talent crystal model is to crystallize the model. The wizard apprentice needs to inject mental power into the constructed model, filling the model to turn it into a crystal. This process also takes a very long time, often measured in years. After all, the mental power of the wizard apprentice is completely a drop in the bucket compared to the mental power required for the crystallization of the model. The whole process is a repetitive process of injecting, recovering, injecting, and recovering mental power. The only way to shorten this process is to use some special items to speed up the recovery of mental power and reduce the time spent. For this, Sunan has already made arrangements. He just happened to have a very suitable item in his hand right now. The golden apple. After eating the golden apple, he could obtain the magical effect of unlimited vitality. No matter how much physical and mental strength he consumes, he can instantly recover to the peak state, which lasts for about an hour. This hour should be enough for him to fill up the upper-level talent crystal model. In the month of recovery next year, I should be able to build the 17-star ring, and then the 18-star ring. After raising my mental strength to 60 points, I can start to construct the talent crystal model. Before that, make the model first. Sunan let out a long breath. And then he had something to do. Make soul crystals, refine steel golems, and synthesize new Turing legendary puppets. Extract the blood of multi-winged monsters to study bloodline marks. And extract divine energy. Create talent crystal models. Each thing takes a lot of time. In addition, cultivation cannot be left behind. Sunan has already foreseen the scene of his busy life. The establishment of the third small golem army should also be put on the agenda. Sunan glanced at the several space rings in front of him. Although there were many changes in the ambush of the Eternal Life Society, they were all safe and sound, and the harvest was extremely rich, not to mention the multi-winged monsters. The total value of these 7 space rings alone is definitely more than 500,000. After all, the original holders were all outstanding among the third-level wizard apprentices, and each of them was wealthy. With this money, the funding gap for the establishment of the third small golem army was reduced a lot. After leaving the control center, Sunan returned to the study and summoned Carolina and Red Widow. Let the magic pattern knights on standby in Giant Eye City evacuate. After giving a casual order, Sunan immediately said, "Report to me as soon as you find other tribes and city-states in the future." Carolina responded first, and then asked in confusion, "Master, do you have other plans?" Sunan did not hide it. "I need a lot of souls to make soul crystals." Carolina and Red Widow suddenly realized. The two were cruel and ruthless people, and they didn't think there was any problem with using biological souls to make soul crystals. If they didn't know the technology of extracting souls, they would have done it themselves. Soul crystals are good things. After asking about the progress of the exploration operation, seeing that there was no problem, Sudan waved his hand to let the two women retreat, and then left Longlin and returned to base number 1 and went straight to the palace. When he saw Qi, the latter was practicing martial arts. After becoming the ruler of a country, Qi did not stop practicing, and still practiced breathing and martial arts diligently every day. With sufficient dragon blood fruit support, he had already broken through to become a second ring legendary knight 2 months ago. A second ring legendary knight at the age of 31 is unique in the entire Starlight continent. However, at this level, if you want to use dragon blood fruit to quickly improve, you have to take level 6 dragon blood fruit. The dragon blood fruit of this level, the dragon blood fruit harvested in the entire magic plantation in one ripening cycle, is not enough to synthesize one. The key is that one is not enough, and it has to be consumed for a long time. In view of this, he reduced the amount of dragon blood fruit he took. Otherwise, even if Sunan could afford it, he would not have so much money to spend on it. Anyway, he can be promoted to a third ring legendary knight within 6 years and catch up with the opening of the Starry Tower. There is no rush. Here you go. When Qi finished practicing and came over, Sudan threw a seal stone and a bottle of potion directly to him. Qi reached out and took it steadily, looking at it for a few times, with a happy look on his face. He had heard Sunan mention the ambush on the Eternal Life Society a long time ago, and he immediately realized that this stone was the key to the Starry Tower, and the potion was the Dawn Potion. After a while, he came back to his senses from his joy. as if he remembered something, and asked, "What about the Eternal Life Society? From today on, the Eternal Life Society will no longer exist in the Starlight Continent." Sunan smiled slightly. "That's great." Key's face was full of joy. The existence of the Eternal Life Society is a very threatening and unstable factor for the rulers of any country. After all, no one knows when those crazy people will cause disasters. The demise of the Eternal Life Society is undoubtedly a good thing for the entire southeast region of the continent. "There is something else I want to tell you." Sunan relayed what Xiangwei had said to him before. After hearing this, he pondered for a long time and said solemnly, "This is a good suggestion. The Sanjin Empire has been making more and more noise recently. It is almost obvious that it is going to send troops to the Principality. Although I am not afraid, it is still a bit difficult to fight the Empire alone. Even if I finally defeat the Empire, it is likely that other countries will take advantage of it. It is better to find more helpers and take this opportunity to destroy the Empire in one fell swoop. After all, the Sanjin Empire has been the overlord of the southeast region for hundreds of years and has a deep foundation. Even if the Principality of Stars has the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment and the Golem Corps, it dare not say that it can defeat the Empire 100%. It is also good to have other countries help share some of the pressure. Moreover, even if the Sanjin Empire is defeated, it is difficult for the Principality of Stars to swallow it all at once with its current size. It is better to share some of the profits in exchange for less war losses, which is also a cost-effective deal." Sunan nodded and said nothing. He just brought a message. As for what to do next, it is up to Key to decide. As for the war on the surface, except for the transaction with the Principality of Stars, Sunan did not intend to intervene in other matters. At this stage, he focused more on improving his strength and expanding the Star Alliance. And he really had no extra energy to care about the war on the surface. Anyway, with him and the Star Alliance as his backers, the Principality of Stars did not have to worry about defeat. "If we go to war with the Sanjin Empire, I hope to hire a golem army from you," Kui said. Sunan thought about it and agreed. Anyway, he planned to form a third small golem army recently, and it would not be a big deal to withdraw one to support the surface. And he could also make some money to ease the financial pressure. In the following time, Sunan began to get busy. After personally destroying several indigenous tribes and an indigenous city-state, he harvested a large number of soul crystals, and then began to refine and synthesize steel golems in large quantities. To synthesize a second-ring legendary elite steel golem, 6 steel golems are needed, and the cost is about 9,000 gold coins. In addition to the constant spells and magic processing, the total cost is only about 12,000 gold coins, which is 10,000 gold coins less than the high-level stone golems of the same level. In other words, if all steel golems and elite steel golems are used to replace the elite stone golems and high-level stone golems in the small golem army, about 300,000 gold coins can be saved. The cost of forming a small golem army is only more than 700,000 gold coins. It can be said that more than 40% of the cost was saved at once. The value of the property obtained by Sunan from the ambush of the Eternal Life Association alone is enough to form a small golem army. This is the greatest benefit of mastering the technology of manufacturing soul crystals. Sunan immediately decided that he would no longer synthesize elite and high-level stone golems in the future, and would replace them all with steel golems. After that, Sunan tried to use the steel golem to synthesize the 3-ring legendary puppet. As a result, the final calculation showed that the cost was as high as 78,000 gold coins, which was more than 20,000 gold coins more than the fine gold golem. Sure enough, the cost of synthesis is much higher than that of refining. Shaking his head, Sunan decisively decided to refine the fine gold golem. Anyway, now he can make soul crystals by himself. What he lacks is magic fine gold. In the transformation area, in the laboratory, Sunan used the magician's hand to control the blood and carefully drew the last blood pattern on the back of his hand. With a flash of blood, a new blood mark was formed. Looking at the scarlet mark on the back of his hand, Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. This is the blood mark he made with the blood of the multi-winged monster. The effect is to control the airflow and burst out dense air blades in an instant. I remember that the multi-winged monster used this trick to kill the red heart instantly, which shows that the power is not bad. Now I have another trump card. Under the light, the back of Sunan's 2 palms were tattooed with blood marks. One side is the death knell mark, and the other side is the air blade mark. In the previous operation, all 5 death knell marks were consumed. During this period, Sunan redrew 2 new death knell marks, because the air blade mark was just developed. There is only one. To tattoo the back of both palms with blood vein marks. It takes a long time to accumulate blood, although it will slow down the speed of absorbing divine energy. I already have 2 divine creatures in my hands, double absorption, and I will be able to make up for it soon. During this period, Sunan has not neglected the research on the divine energy of the multi-winged monster, and has extracted divine energy from its body. The only problem is that because it has been worshipped by the eye demons, the divine energy in the multi-winged monster is stained with a trace of faith. Although it is very weak, it is polluted. It must be synthesized by the magic cube, and the pollution must be eradicated before it can be absorbed. With this extra procedure, it will take a long time to absorb. But no matter what, with the divine energy provided by the multi-winged monster, the mental power should be able to reach 60 points faster than he expected.